Chapter 5602 Heavenly Gems, Meo, MEOOOOWWW. Lucky looked like he had been utterly drained. The damaged gem cat hadn't been in good shape to begin with, but his latest effort impacted him to such an extent that he soon gave into exhaustion. Vase on the other hand became more energized than ever. All of the excitement that happened in the past did not wear him down in the slightest. Though he managed to accumulate quite a sum of remarkable gems, it was always useful to have more. This was especially the case when he had grown powerful enough to exploit Lucky's gems in more varied ways than embedding them into a mech. Now that the Larkinson army had grown into a large and powerful second-class mech force, Vase no longer became so dependent on the power boosts of his gems. He also discovered that the boosts provided by his gems were comparable to the domains formed by ace pilots and other domain shapers. This meant that there was a high likelihood that he would just waste these precious treasures if he embedded them into an existing ace mech. The best destination for these gems were newly fabricated mechs dedicated to expert pilots or champions who had yet to find their way. As long as the properties of the gems matched their inclinations, the young but talented mech pilots not only gained a crucial boost of power, but could also comprehend the principles of the effects bestowed by the gems. Once these mech pilots successfully advanced to the rank of ace pilot, their domains would perfectly synchronize with the inherent properties of their gem-boosted mechs, thereby allowing them to gain a huge head start in integrating them further. If my suspicions are correct, a deeper synchronization of domains might actually help these pilots complete the second phase of the mech-body merger process one day. Of course, that was so far away in the future that there was little point in thinking about it now. A lot of accidents and complications could happen in between. The Red War became more intense every day, so the battles in the years ahead were bound to cause more serious casualties. Not even Vase could guarantee that the Larkinson clan's current batch of high-ranking mech pilots would successfully reach their ultimate bottlenecks. This was why it became more important than ever for the clan to continually produce new expert pilots. The greater the quantity of high-ranking mech pilots, the higher the chance that a handful of them would successfully overcome all odds and reach the third major cultivation rank. Vase snorted, "I'm thinking like a mecher now. Everything has become a game of numbers nowadays." He did not really like this mindset. It encouraged him to think of his subordinates as cannon fodder rather than members of his own family. Alas, this was how the game was played. Vase did not possess the power to flip the table and impose a new order. He could only adapt to the current reality and hope to grow strong enough to have a real voice one day. Vase finally turned his attention to his precious gems. He placed them on his desk and spaced them out so that they stood out more. Before he examined them in detail, he could already tell that this new batch of gems were undeniably different from the previous ones. The gems that Lucky excreted in the past were akin to solid crystals. They were so solid and closed that nothing could go in or out. Vase now deduced that this was primarily done to prevent whatever was inside from spilling out until they became completely drained. That made the current batch of gems more remarkable. As Blinky cautiously examined the spiritual activity around the gems, he discovered that the exterior of every gem had actually become semi-permeable. It was as if every gem had become surrounded by dozens of tiny, one-way ports that allowed spiritual energy to seep into the center of the gem without allowing any of it to spill out again. Though the change in the design clearly made the gems a little bit more fragile, the ability to absorb E-energy radiation had massive implications. These gems are a lot different, Vase noted with increasing amazement. Perhaps, they can even grow over time. At the very least, Vase suspected that these gems possessed the inherent ability to interact with the power of heaven. It turns out that Lucky is not only able to evolve his body, but he can also evolve his output. This was such a significant improvement that the three new gems already deserved their own classification, as they may possess even greater properties that Vase had yet to discover. I'll call you heavenly gems. Vase had encountered a number of odd gems. The unstable chaos essences and the more recent batch of arch-metal gems all aroused his curiosity. However, this was the first time that he encountered gems that had fully adapted to a medium-energy environment. Let's see what you can do. Vase began to grin as he cautiously picked up the flashiest gem. It had attracted his attention from the very beginning. It was a large heart-shaped gem that possessed an internal glow that intermittently cycled between green, red, yellow, silver and blue. His blood pumped harder in his true body as he already had a very good guess of what this heavenly gem contained. Heart of the Five Brothers, the yearning of life from 5 innocent souls is encapsulated in this gem. Grants an inherent authority that greatly increases speed and efficiency of transforming the power of wood, fire, earth, metal and water into other phases, e.t. Vase fell silent as a lot of old wounds opened up all of a sudden. The heavy failure that took place on New Constantinople 8 occupied the center of his attention once again. With the knowledge that he possessed today, he felt incredibly shamed by how stupid and ignorant he was back then. Inspiration had driven him to bring the elemental lord to life, but his overambitious work suffered from its creator's lack of understanding. The elemental lord had already been condemned to death from the moment he conceived of this ambitious idea. Vase vowed to never repeat such a painful blunder again. Even if he entered into a powerful inspired state in the future, he needed to remind himself of this agonizing failure in order to reign in his unbridled creativity. He previously thought that he had paid an extremely heavy price for his avoidable failure. The guilt of killing his own child weighed so heavily on him that he had entered into a slump that only disappeared once he went on vacation. This was why he suddenly felt delighted to see that at least a modest remnant of the 5 brothers had managed to survive the calamity that disintegrated the elemental lord. It appears that even lighting tribulations can be fooled. Nothing was absolute, everything had exploits. Lucky was somehow able to smuggle out a piece of the elemental lord before the extraordinary 5-element mechs collapsed into ash without catching the attention of a ruthless heavenly authority. Vase really wanted to cut open his gem cat and see how Lucky actually worked. Ahem. He carefully put the precious heavenly gem into his pouch. He had no ideas about using the gem in any of his products for the time being. Now that he had a chance, however small, to redo the creation of the elemental lord, he needed to do the utmost to raise the chance of success as high as possible. If he wanted to bring the mech that he had envisioned into a proper form of existence, he needed to make extensive preparations. Vase had learned his lesson. He promised to himself that he would not think about giving the elemental lord a second chance at life until he thoroughly mastered the 5 classical elements. He also needed to work on his fundamentals and improve mech design capabilities well enough for his work to withstand a multimodal 81 strikes lightning tribulation. Let's see what else I have gained. He picked up the second heavenly gem and actually felt as if he was holding a miniature power reactor. There was so much electric potential inside this gem that it could produce a remarkably powerful explosion if he converted it into a bomb. Electric roar, the final roar of a great beast, is locked inside this gem. Increases the electrical damage output of a mech by up to 200%. Vase started to frown. He did not think the heavenly gem was weak. A 200% boost was massive. The issue he had with the gem was that its amplification was extremely specific. Vase had encountered gems like that before. There appeared to be an inherent trade-off between potency and applicability. The electric roar gem clearly leaned much more towards the former than the latter. If his guess was correct, then the gem was unable to increase the output of the power reactor of a mech. That would have been extraordinarily useful for a high-end first-class multi-purpose mech. Those powerful machines depended so much on power output that its cost even started to rival the cost of their armor systems. If a single gem was able to make it so that they could channel 3 times as much energy than before, then that could boost the power of any energy weapon platform to a ridiculous extent. Alas, the heavenly gem's effect restricted itself to amplifying the power of direct electrical attacks. This should be an incredibly suitable gem for one of Ketiz's new storm sword mechs. Vase concluded. Ketiz actually had more experience with electrical weapons. Stormblade technology continued to be useful as it was one of the many technical applications that received a substantial boost in the Age of Dawn. The rise of hyper-technology enabled Stormblade weapons to become even more powerful than before. Their ability to destabilize and overload energy shields had become even more crucial now that melee mechs experienced a revival in the Hyper generation. A rising expert pilot that broke through while piloting the Stormblade Samurai or the Storm Sword would definitely have the potential to become a veritable Storm Lord once his expert mech became embedded with the electric roar. This should be a nice birthday gift for my former student. Vase ultimately smiled in satisfaction before stowing the prickly gem away. Now, onto the last one. This gem looked more ominous than the other 2. It was pitch black but its center sparked with occasional flashes of white light. Final sacrifice, the sacrificial intent of a true ideologue is contained within this gem. When fully charged, it allows a mech to generate a large weapon construct that can fire a single full-powered energy attack that can bypass all energy barriers and disintegrate all matter. This was yet another heavenly gem that clearly shared a relation of the previous assassination attempt. Though Vase loathed Master Exilic Quan for betraying his trust as well as his own race, the old man at least provided compensation in the form of giving Lucky the ingredients he needed to produce these powerful gems. Vase briefly questioned how Lucky was able to produce a heavenly gem like this only a day after near-traumatic event, but he quickly set this puzzle aside in favor of determining the power of the final sacrifice gem. The description is too vague. He scowled. The effect of this heavenly gem was completely novel. Vase had never encountered a gem that could allow a mech to manifest a powerful weapon out of energy and use it to launch an incredibly exotic attack. It certainly saved Vase the trouble of obtaining and mastering molecular disintegration technology, but that might not necessarily be a good development. If I want to bestow a mech with the power to disintegrate elements, then I need to do a proper job instead of resorting to a shortcut. Still, there were many possible uses for this highly promising heavenly gem. The idea he came up with was to embed it onto a melee mech. If the heavenly gem was accurately able to recreate the astounding sacrificial attack of the Dustweaver, then the damage potential was insane, especially against shielded targets. Chapter 5603 Another fruitful exchange. Vase had many reasons to be happy as of late. The surprise gift of heavenly gems did much to improve his mood. Together with all of his other gains thus far, he had made a lot of gains during his work visit to Bortle 3. He was not even done yet with this planet. He still awaited a response from the Rubarthans about a big investment deal, and Alexa was almost done with recruiting a new batch of ambitious second-class journeyman mech designers. With only a couple of days to go before he intended to return to the new Constantinople system, Vase tried to make the best of his situation by meeting with all kinds of people. None of the deals he struck came close to the scale and significance of becoming a partial owner to a massive Rubarthan mech manufacturer, but they still represented progress in their own ways. Vase knew better than to put all of his eggs in a single basket. Capturing a heavy chunk of Isthmus manufacturing would definitely enrich him and his clan to a huge extent, but losing it for whatever reason would deal a serious blow to the Larkinsons. Vase could not allow his clan to become overly dependent on just a single source of income and production. The Living Mech Corporation still needed to do the difficult and tedious work of establishing new partnerships with material suppliers and setting up more manufacturing complexes so that his mech company could still stand on its own feet if necessary. More importantly, all of the wealth granted by earning dividends from so much stock could easily dominate his clan and his life to the point where they went astray and lost their original values. Aside from meeting with the representatives of various upstream companies to ensure that the Larkinson clan gained more access to scarce and precious raw materials, he also met with a number of master mech designers. Vase was always on the lookout to conduct productive exchanges. Every high-ranking mech designer accumulated a lot of special knowledge and ingenious tricks that could not easily be found in textbooks. One of the most notable discussions he held during this time was with one of his prior challengers. Master Ginevra Hubert Colmain happened to be the only challenger out of the four who beat his Fae Fianna in a challenge match. Her Montabra GHCMQ-3 was a second-class Hyper-Lancer mech that clearly leveraged the power of hyper-technology to gain access to a dramatic new feature related to electromagnetism. When Vase obtained the Electric Roar Heavenly Gem a short time ago, he initially thought about pairing it up with one of Katiz's Storm Swords. The quasi-first-class transphasic hyper-swordsman mech made use of an upgraded version of Stormblade technology that promised to exert a massive degree of pressure against any shielded targets. In fact, the Storm Sword model had the potential to turn into a nemesis for any enemy unit that heavily relied on energy shields and electronics in order to function. An expert mech version of such a powerful machine would fare much better in the battlefields of today than many other high-ranking mechs. Yet, when Vase recalled how the two Montabras were able to lock onto two opponents from a fair distance and successfully close in on them by relying on magnetic attraction, he felt it might be even better to apply his new gem to such a machine. Ginevra's attainments in both conventional and exotic energy types were so great that she could undoubtedly make much better use of the electrical roar gem than Vase. He had no intention of revealing such a powerful treasure to a relative stranger, but that did not mean he could explore the possibility of collaborating with her on developing a powerful new living mech that could leverage the power of electromagnetism like a domain shaper in advance. Neither of the two mech designers were in a hurry, though. Both Vase and Master Ginevra possessed a lot of unique insights that could massively benefit the other party. This formed the basis of a fruitful and mutually beneficial exchange. They spent an entire hour on trading useful tips and pieces of knowledge. There was a definite sense of reciprocity in their words. Each of them revealed a part of their secrets in the hopes of gaining a secret of equal value in return. As Vase enlightened Master Ginevra to the wonders of living mechs, design spirits and glows, the older woman rapturously listened and learned from the much younger mech designer. She even developed her own insights based on all of the clues that she obtained. The key variable that binds all of your living mechs together is the so-called spirit, or soul. The stately gray-haired lady noted with keen understanding in her eyes. I agree with your claim that every human, alien, living mech or other sentient life form possesses an intangible spirit comprised out of E-energy that forms the basis of their sapience. I have made my own independent observations of these spirits, but I do not have the capacity to create them or exploit them as extensively as you. That is part of your exceptional talent. Vase grew more interested when the master addressed this topic. Do you have any observations about spirits that you are willing to share? I have developed my theories, but it remains to be seen whether they can be substantiated. What is relevant to you is that the existence of spirits and their importance to all life means that they can be targeted or manipulated. How easy is it for you to harm the spirits of other life forms directly? That was a rather sensitive question to answer, but Vase decided to provide a somewhat truthful answer. Moreau. Blinky briefly appeared and generated a wisp of death energy before presenting it to Master Ginevra. The quantity of death energy could pose a certain threat to human infants, but it was far from lethal enough to pose a serious threat against a master mech designer. Ginevra Hubert Colmaine did not even need to whip out a special scanner or anything. One of her eyeballs glowed brightly. It turned out that she had implanted herself with a high-tech cybernetic eye that could observe many different energy types. After a dozen seconds of observation, she cautiously extended her hand and experienced the effect of death energy in a more physical manner. The brief moment of contact did not cause the master mech designer any damage, but she still experienced a degree of discomfort. Remarkable. This negative form of E-energy possesses a range of interesting properties. Is this the basis of your clan's famous battle formation attacks? The Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers had pulled off their characteristic battle formations often enough for the secret to become exposed. The more Vase attracted attention, the more people scrutinized his past. It shouldn't be a surprise that these incessant investigators managed to acquire footage of the Valkyrie. Mechs channeling the power of Helena or the Superior Mother. That is correct, Master. This is death-attributed E-energy. It can bypass all material defenses as if they do not exist and directly snuff out the spirits of life forms depending on their strength. It is a remarkably effective way to depopulate entire starships. Energy such as this should normally be anathema to all forms of life, but it is clear that you and several design spirits are able to handle it without suffering harm. This is an interesting contradiction that I would love to explore if I am not already preoccupied with my own existing research projects. What I would like to point out is that you have been making heavy usage of spirits for many years, yet still do not comprehend them on a deeper level. Vase frowned a bit. You are talking about studying the fundamental principles of sentient life. This is way too big of a research project for a single senior mech designer like myself. My goal is to design better mechs. It isn't necessary for me to crack all of the secrets that make life possible. I am not encouraging you to undertake this study straight away. Master Ginevra responded. I am bringing this subject up to you in advance so that you have a clear understanding of what you will need to study next once you have reached a bottleneck in your progress. I anticipate that there may come a time where you can no longer advance any further unless you truly understand the essence of life. The secrets that you can obtain from this research may even form the basis of your subsequent ascension to star designer. She was likely right. Vase smelled another grand design from this incredibly fascinating subject. That was also why he thought it was far too premature for him to engage in this deep and profound research direction. His creation and exploitation of spirits may be relatively shallow, but he could already do much with his existing capabilities. Vase did not have an urgent desire to deepen his manipulation of life. It was much better to figure out how he could squeeze more value at his current level. Minutes later, the conversation took a different turn. Vase began to inquire about how Master Ginevra managed to convert E-energy into conventional electrical energy and vice versa. The woman adopted a more confident demeanor. This is not a difficult feat as long as your understanding of energy in many of its forms has advanced to a sufficient degree. There are many physicists that adhere to the theory that everything is an expression of energy. I am familiar with the theory. I happen to believe in it myself. Vase said. His spiritual engineering endeavors taught him that there was not that much of a difference between spiritual energy and spiritual matter. The differences between the two were much less, making it easy for him to switch between one or the other. Yet that was not what Master Ginevra wanted to teach. Even solid matter is merely a form of energy that has taken on a special form or state that causes them to be solidified. This is why it is not that difficult to convert matter into energy. What is important is that easy conversion also applies to many different exotic energies. They may possess radically different properties that do not share much in common with more mundane energy types, but they are actually two sides of the same coin. As long as you can identify and act on the commonalities between electrical energy and E-energy, you can make the conversion yourself. She made it sound easy, but was that truly the case? Have other mech designers managed to accomplish similar feats? The older woman nodded. Yes, but few of their results are as good as mine. Energy specialists are capable of developing simple devices that can perform this transformation in either direction, but the efficiency and other parameters are too low. Mine is much better because I excel in transforming one energy type into another energy type. However, the ability to generate a large quantity of E-energy means little if a mech cannot adequately make use of it. My applications are admittedly much cruder than yours. This is why I propose a collaboration between us. Vase eagerly said, your mechs can harness so much additional power that the potential is insane. We do not have to start a new mech design project from scratch. I am pretty sure that I can take your existing Montabra mech design and refine it to the point where it will no longer waste all of the excess E-energy that your Lancer mech is leaking like a sieve. Master Ginevra did not immediately respond to that. She instead took the time to properly assess whether it made sense for her to collaborate with this young senior on a mech design. Chapter 5604. A necessary lesson. The Montabra is a proof of concept more than anything. Master Ginevra admitted after a brief moment of silence. There is value in the design, but it is more useful for its technological demonstration than its marketability. It is my judgment that the Montabra is a poor fit to the current state of the mech market. Lancer mechs are best employed against other mechs as opposed to alien starships. Even starfighters are not that much of a priority as they can easily be defeated by other mech types. I don't entirely agree with that assessment. Vase retorted, if we can channel the amazing electromagnetism properties of your Montabra design in a more offensive and destructive capacity, we can develop a comprehensive new work that can overwhelm energy shields with powerful EMP-like discharges. I have considered that approach as well, but the strain on the mech is too great. Do you recall how my Montabras short-circuited many of their internals? The mechanisms that I have used to generate an explosive amount of energies in a short time interval are too rough and unstable. The power output is too inconsistent and it is not yet possible for my work to offer sufficient protection against radical changes in the environment. It became clear that Master Ginevra did not look forward to collaborating with Vase. That disappointed him a lot. Is there anything about this potential collaboration that does not sit well with you, Master? It comes at an inopportune moment, she said. I have received multiple solicitations after the conclusion of the challenge match. I have received invitations to participate in much more interesting collaborative research and design projects that are much more relevant to my specialization. One of the most important priorities that I have set is to develop a much more efficient and scalable electrical energy to E-energy generator. Multiple research teams are working on this issue, and their work will eventually resound throughout our society. Once we are able to produce any type of E-energy on demand, the hyper-generation shall truly take off. The Red 2 may very well organize a mid-generation announcement in order to spread the results of our critical research. I see. In other words, the proposal made by Vase was too small in scope to interest the woman. The performance and the special properties of the Montabra had showcased a lot of useful and interesting experimental design applications. They put Master Ginevra on the map and attracted the interest of big research institutions. Perhaps, she may have received a direct invitation from a research team hailing from the Red Association. Even if Vase was a Tier 3 galactic citizen with a lot of unique and interesting insights, what Master Ginevra cared about the most was advancing her own design philosophy. She could make a lot more gains in this area if she started to work together with many other like-minded specialists. Ultimately, Master Ginevra simply did not prioritize the Montabra design. She did not want to convert it into a mature product because it did not reflect her full design ambitions. Vase knew what sort of mech designer he was exchanging with. Master Ginevra Hubert Colmain was a hardcore research addict. She could happily spend several decades in a research lab without designing any mechs during this time. After he realized this, he no longer insisted on active collaboration. Since that is the case, can I still work with the Montebre design by myself? He asked. I truly believe that I can take the foundation that you have set in your experimental mech design and transform it into a truly powerful electrical lancer mech. The master mech designer shook her head. I am afraid that I cannot allow that to happen. The Montebre contains many dangerous and unstable design elements that should not be handled by non-specialists. The mech is designed to channel strong energy surges, but it is actually not very effective at it. I fear that my work will one day produce deadly accidents due to improper adaptation and manipulation of these advanced components. It was much more difficult for Vase to maneuver around that argument. The Montebre was indeed a mech that lived on the edge. He sighed. Very well, it appears that I have no future with the Montebre design. I understand your perspective. You are quite protective of your work. When my latest technologies are ready for widespread adoption, then I will be happy to allow you and any other peer in the mech industry to apply them onto their own works. Until then, it is better to limit their usage in order to protect mech pilots from accidents stemming from the use of immature tech. There were mech designers who readily applied new and experimental tech onto their latest mech designs. There were also other mech designers that insisted on following the strictest safety standards in order to minimize the possibility of preventable accidents. It was difficult for the two to get along if they collaborated on the same project. Vase was still too young. He managed to invent a lot of fantastic stuff, but his high pace of innovation also made it difficult for him to wait long enough for his new tech to get tested. Master Ginevra was 180 years old and already accrued a lot of patience over the years. She was more than willing to hold herself back for a decade or so in order to obtain greater results. We are too different from each other. Vase tiredly remarked. You are an anomaly, Professor Larkinson. Master Ginevra pointed out. You are still a senior, but the contributions you have made are disproportionately high. You have advanced to your current position far too quickly. Few if any mech designer of your generation can equal your many feats. While I am not principally opposed to collaborating with a senior mech designer, you are so young and successful that it causes me to question whether I have made the best use of my time when I was your age. Is the generational gap that much of a deal? The older woman looked at Vase with an exasperated expression. Masters such as myself are expected to be rational and objective enough to set aside any emotions that are not productive to the situation at hand. The reality is that we are still humans. Do you know how many mech designers of the older generation are jealous of your talent and accomplishments? Coming into direct contact with a brilliant prodigy such as you highlights their own inadequacies. This is especially the case when you have outshined them in their current states. You are a record-breaking Tier 3 galactic citizen, while I am only a Tier 6 galactic citizen. I can assure you that many other masters whose galactic citizenships are much lower feel even more uncomfortable in your presence. Vase did not expect to be confronted about this. He genuinely grew perplexed for a moment. He was very much aware that he was an outlier in this regard, but he expected other master mech designers to possess the age and maturity to look past these silly impulses. Evidently, he expected too much from them. Their jealousy and feelings of inadequacy whenever they compared themselves to Vase clearly hindered them from seeking to collaborate with him on all kinds of interesting projects. It was strange. Vase never really got the sense that Master Benedict Cortez and Master Decimus Horst wrestled with their conflicting feelings when they collaborated with him in the past. Then again, they were very different mech designers. Vase had developed a close friendship with Master Benedict Cortez. Both of them also benefited a lot from each other when they worked on groundbreaking mechs such as the Phobos. Master Decimus Horst was a lot more tolerant and patient with Vase. He was an academic and an educator. He was a lot more serious and passionate about teaching the craft to the younger generation. That was also why he patiently taught Vase a lot of useful knowledge about heavy artillery mechs over the course of their collaboration. What Vase needed to realize was that the two aforementioned masters were the exception rather than the rule. He should not blindly assume that other high-ranking mech designers were willing to get outshined by a much younger but also much more talented colleague. Look to your own generation, Professor. Few mech designers at your age have managed to advance to the rank of senior mech designer, but the ones that have managed to do so are undoubtedly brilliant in their own fields of specializations. They are intelligent enough to develop their strengths to an extensive degree, but they are also young enough to hold the same ambitions and while also possessing the right amount of ignorance to blindly charge forward without fully understanding the repercussions of their design choices. She made it sound as if young and fast-progressing mech designers like Vase were a bunch of reckless fools who would only egg each other on if they started to group together. "Thank you for your advice." Master Ginevra gave him a patronizing smile. "I was young once too, many years ago. You are living your golden years as a mech designer. What is especially favorable to you is that you still possess the youthful energy that is typically associated with journeymen, but you have also gained the competence that characterizes seniors. That is a powerful combination, and it is one of the reasons why fast breakthroughs are so valued in our industry. Cherish your remaining time as a member of the younger generation, because it will not last. If you are able to break through fast enough, you may be able to extend this magical period." Vase had no intention of wasting his time. He already held this mindset long before he exchanged with Ginevra Hubert Colmain. "What is it like to reach your age?" he curiously asked. "You emphasize the differences between my generation and yours so much that it is actually making me a little afraid of growing older." "Aging is a natural process of life." Ginevra sighed. "Life-prolonging treatments and other tech has allowed us to extend that process, but that does not stop our mentalities from undergoing extensive generational shifts that causes us to look at our lives and the reality around us in a different manner. It is harder for us to become passionate and fired up about anything. If we are unable to make any significant progress in developing our design philosophy, we simply cannot sustain our level of excitement. We become more detached from the moment and regard everything around us with an analytical or calculating mindset." "So you are becoming more rational." "Not completely, no. As I have mentioned before, we are still prone to negative feelings such as envy and jealousy. What matters is that it has become difficult for us to rely on our emotions to motivate us into working harder and breaking past our limits. This is also one of the reasons why mech pilots have a much lower chance of making any further breakthroughs once they become over a century old. We tend to believe that the future belongs to the younger generations. That reduces our drive to work harder." "I see." The lesson he received this time was a little general, but Vase valued it just as much as the technical knowledge shared by Master Ginevra. Vase felt it may be better for him to reduce his interactions with master mech designers. They were all a lot older and different from himself, making it harder to work together as equals. It was much better to stick to mech designers around his own age like his wife and the other lead designers of the design department. Now that he thought about it, he indeed felt a lot more comfortable and at ease whenever he collaborated with the likes of Kedis and Sarah Voikin. Though Vase had distanced himself from them by advancing to senior early, they still got along with each other pretty well since they were close enough in age. Chapter 5605 Enter the Atelier. The meeting with Master Ginevra Hubert Colmain ultimately ended without the result that Vase desired. Though he learned a lot about energy conversion and the properties of E-energy in general, he failed to gain her agreement to collaborate on the Monteber design. He did not blame her. She already taught him plenty of insights, and she was preoccupied with her own affairs. The biggest regret was that he could not get her to exchange the principles of her temp mechanism to him. The experimental tech had a lot of potential, but it was too immature and posed too much of a threat to the mech and mech pilot in its current form. It was not responsible to hand it over to another mech designer who did not possess the technological qualifications to harness it correctly. By the end of the lengthy exchange, both Vase and Master Ginevra stood up and shook hands yet again. "I have great respect for your work," the older woman said in a more familiar tone. "It is a great honor to meet with a rising star in the industry such as yourself. I would not be surprised if you will catch up to my level in a few decades, and completely overtake my progress in a century or two. I feel more reassured with leaving the future of the mech industry and human civilization in the hands of the younger generation. The great severing may have cut us off from the old galaxy, but we have gathered so many of our best and brightest in the red ocean that I think we should be able to persevere." Vase smiled back at her. "It will take a lot of time before we can step up and take charge of matters. We will have to count on our elders for quite a while, especially given how long you people are able to live. We may remain present in our society for longer than that. Longevity has become a much more active topic as of late. E-energy radiation is changing all of us. There is increasing speculation that the previous limitations have already been broken. Many philosophers and ethicists have begun to ponder how our society will change if the older generations continue to remain present in people's lives for centuries to come. This will put an increasingly greater burden on the younger generations who will find that many channels for upward promotion remain closed due to the prevalence of highly qualified seniors." That was an interesting debate, but not one that bothered Vase too much at the moment. Cultivation had become a lot more accessible now that red humanity entered a medium energy environment. It had already started to spread in disguised forms such as the release of the Hunter's Code. Sooner or later, people would realize that all of these weird methods enabled people to retain their youth and longevity without paying for expensive life-prolonging treatments. That would give a lot of old people hope, but also make it so that they refused to pass on their wealth and positions to their descendants. If Vase was in their shoes, he would also feel reluctant to pass everything he built over the course of his life to his children. He really couldn't blame either side for acting on their own self-interests. The best way to relieve this potential time bomb was to expand the territories of red humanity and open up a lot of new opportunities for development. Yet that required a lot of fighting. Since many mech pilots tended to be under a century old, that effectively meant that the younger generations had to pay for these opportunities with their own blood and flesh. How tragic. It was good that the new elites program came to life. The empowerment of warlords granted the members of the younger generation a more direct pathway to power. If everything proceeded as anticipated, then a lot of old and stagnant players would slowly make way for a vigorous new wave of courageous and dynamic warlords. The only issue was that it would probably take a decade or two for these initiatives to produce the desired results. All of the old geezers who owned a lot of property and held all of the reins of power still held a lot of sway at this time. There were plenty of ways for them to utilize their existing means to build lifelines for themselves. Many military fleets that had recently been mobilized and sent to the frontlines did so at the behest of their old masters. Of course, Vase was essentially no different as his expeditionary fleet continued to fight the aliens while he remained safely in the rear, but oh well. If you ever make a breakthrough in your research involving the conversion of electrical energy to E-energy, please give me a heads up. Vase cheekily requested. My work is highly dependent on E-energy, but it is also limited by it. Having more of it on hand can make all of my mechs more powerful. The same applies to every other hyper mech. I will take your request into account, but I cannot make any promises. High-level research is usually locked behind confidentiality. It is not my place to reveal the results of a major collaborative project. However, you are already a Tier 3 galactic citizen. You should be able to gain insider access through your own channels within the Red Association. She had made a good point. His status was a lot different now. If not for the fact that his schedule was already packed, Vase would have felt tempted to ask Jovi whether he could get involved in one of the Red Association's many secret research initiatives. Master Ginevra finally ended her visit and departed from the branch headquarters of the Larkinson clan. Vase reflected on his extensive exchange and discussion with the female master for a time. A priority event interrupted his musings. Vase. Gavin barged into the office in a hurry. Isthmus Manufacturing has just gotten back to us. The company's board of directors and major stakeholders have been deliberating over our counter-offer throughout the night and all the way up to this hour. That was remarkably quick. The Rubarthans possessed a much more proactive attitude than the Terrans. So long as they did not get hung up over difficult political disputes, the Rubarthans generally preferred to solve their problems sooner rather than later. Still, a matter as big as handing up to 20% ownership of a massive mech manufacturer to an upstart foreign party shouldn't have been decided so quickly. Vase expected the people behind Isthmus Manufacturing to make the most out of the time available to them and conduct as many analyses as possible. There was no certainty that this enormous deal would work out as well as everyone hoped. So what is their answer? The Rubarthans did not say yes. Not yet, at least. Gavin responded as he reined in a bit of his excitement. That said, they are this close to agreeing in principle. The only reason why they have yet to make their move is because the impresario prince himself wants to have a talk with you in person. So the ultimate decision maker has finally decided to come out of the shadows. Neither Vase nor Gavin got caught off guard by this move. The impresario principality officially owned a 17.2% stake of Isthmus Manufacturing in the Red Ocean, and happened to be the largest shareholder of the company. It had the most active voice by far among all of the other institutional shareholders. Pension funds, investment companies and other boring financial groups generally tended to be passive as long as their shares did not lose a lot of value all of a sudden. It also wasn't a good idea to stand in the way of any member of the Rubarthan imperial household. A lot of people and organizations were willing to give way to a Rubarthan prince so long as their core interests remained unaffected. All of this meant that Vase really only had to persuade the impresario prince in order to gain a powerful foothold in the Rubarthan Pact. Gavin handed over a data pad that contained updated notes on what Vase should know about the eccentric prince. Prince Casimir is 5733rd prince, so he is so far behind compared to the older princes that he doesn't really have a chance to ascend to the new throne. However, these princes are really good at hiding and obfuscating their true intentions, so do not take this as a given. The impresario prince may use isthmus manufacturing as bait to pull you over to his side. You will need to make your boundaries clear and express your lack of interest in getting involved in the succession battle. Vase quickly skimmed through all of the analyses and summaries that painted a more detailed picture of the prince that had become famed for becoming a patron of the arts. I get it. How soon until the prince comes calling? The impresario principality will establish an enhanced encrypted connection with us in 20 minutes. The local consulate of the Rubarthan Pact even shipped over a special single-use decryption device to make it extra secure. I see. The effort put into this call made it clear that the Rubarthans were being utterly serious this time. Vase used the remaining time to fix up his appearance and absorb more relevant data. Once the time had come, Vase stood ready in his straightened outfit and waited for his entire environment to change. He initially expected to meet with the physical projection of the impresario prince in his own little throne room or whatever. Instead, the prince decided to bring Vase over to a virtual representation of his private atelier. It was most definitely his personal art workshop because Vase saw a lot of incomplete and scrapped projects that should never be exposed to the public. The works in the workshop made it clear that the impresario prince was a bit of a scatter-brained artist. His artwork encompassed paintings, wood carvings, stone carvings, alloy castings and even projected virtual motion art. However, many of his recent works appeared to be made out of scrap metal pieces that the prince had personally welded together. The fairly crude and low-tech means to create bizarre artworks such as a metal bull that possessed the contours of a hoverbike resulted in a distinctive art style that resonated with Vase. Even if the prince had not yet said anything, Vase could already tell from these works that they were attempts to create beauty from industrial cast-offs. The purple-haired man smiled as he witnessed his guest appreciate his work. The century-old Rubarthan prince was dressed in a magnificent ensemble of white that looked way too delicate and formal to be worn in this atelier. However, the prince was so comfortable in his own space that he somehow made it fit. Professor Larkinson, I have heard much about you as of late. I have been admiring your beautiful and dynamic mechs for a longer period than that. It is frustrating that your work is still limited to second-class mech designs. I look forward to the day when you are ready to debut a proper first-class mech. Vase blinked. This was not how he expected to be greeted. He expected to meet with a dignified direct descendant of the renowned 7th-star Emperor, not a fellow artist who held a lot of appreciation for his living mechs. That was not the only surprise. When Vase started to pick up certain clues in the prince's most recent pieces of scrap metal art, his eyes minutely widened as he detected additional elements that caused the artworks to gain additional properties. When Vase shifted his full attention to the physical projection of the impresario prince, he made an important realization. Prince Casimir was a cultivator, and not an ordinary one either. It turned out that he had become a creation cultivator. Chapter 5606. A conversation between artists cultivators had become something of an open secret in the present day. Those in the know had begun to practice whatever cultivation method that they could get their hands on. Few if any of them felt inclined to draw attention to what they managed to gain because they were all motivated by selfish intentions. Human society was very much hierarchical and based on competition. Only a small proportion of people had a chance of occupying the positions at the top. The more competent and capable they became, the greater the chance they could climb up the ladder. It became a lot harder to defeat the competition if their rivals started to practice the same cultivation methods that made them smarter or better at their jobs. This was why the earliest wave of human cultivators all abided by an unspoken rule. Every beneficiary implicitly colluded with each other to prevent the general public from learning about the wonders of cultivation. Nobody knew how long this would last. The barrier of secrecy could collapse any day now, though Vase privately guessed that the current status quo could probably be maintained for a couple more years. While the general public still lived their lives as if hardly anything changed from the age of mechs, the upper echelon had already begun to take advantage of the cultivation methods that they managed to obtain. There were two major sources of cultivation methods. The most common one was that these people managed to dig them up from their dusty archives. The problem with that was that the methods were generally obtuse and filled with strange meanings. The mechanics behind them were also highly inconsistent. Examples such as the Hunter's Code showed that there were people out there that possessed the ability to formulate their own new cultivation methods. Only genuine high-level cultivators should be able to do this. Since they were exceedingly rare in the Red Ocean, Vase did not expect that many people had access to more modern cultivation methods. Right now, Vase wondered, which category Prince Casimir fell into. Was his background good enough to obtain a modern and much less confusing solution, or had he begun to practice a creation-cultivation method that was many ages old? The answer to this question was extremely important. It could mean the difference between doing business with a rational cultivator or getting involved with a complete nutcase. Until Vase figured out the answer, he needed to display a lot of restraint and avoid making too many promises. "Your art is beautiful," Vase complimented. "I can see from the works around us that you have the heart of a true artist. I did not expect that a high-born scion such as yourself would work with low-value pieces of scrap, but you have treated each and every component with a level of care and respect that is rare. It is impressive to see how you have managed to turn these ugly and malformed pieces of salvaged metal into beautiful and surprisingly harmonious pieces of artworks. I especially like how you have successfully generated aesthetically pleasing designs from irregular patterns." Everyone liked to be complimented by their work. Vase was no exception to this rule. He knew exactly how to stroke the egos of creatives. Just as predicted, Prince Casimir's initially concentration expression bloomed in a smile that looked so handsome on his already dashing face that it had to have been engineered to perfection. "I appreciate your feedback, Professor. It means much coming from a renowned artist and mech designer such as yourself." The impresario prince responded with a lyrical voice that straddled the line between masculinity and femininity. "Alas, I am far from reaching my height despite the years that I have dedicated to my various crafts. I have yet to create a single masterwork. You on the other hand have managed to accrue 9 masterwork certificates. I still do not know how a mech designer less than half my age is able to turn the most complicated and technologically challenging machines into genuine works of art and beauty." Was this what the Rubarthan prince paid attention to the most? It was quite a surprise, but it made sense in hindsight. "I am a mech designer, Your Highness." Vase respectfully stated the obvious. "Since I was a teenager, I have dedicated almost every day of my life to designing better mechs. While my interests are broad, they mostly remain confined within the sphere of mechs. All of that effort and dedication in a single craft has paid off in a big way." The Rubarthan prince chuckled at that. "You are being too modest, Professor Larkinson. Hardly any mech designer of your generation has managed to advance to senior so soon. You have also set a new record and proved to the entire mech industry that journeymen are capable of fabricating masterwork mechs as well. No one else who has spent as much time and effort into improving their mech design skills has come close to matching your illustrious accomplishments. You are one of a kind. Your art and vision sings through your living mechs. I am pleased to hear that you appreciate my mech designs, but I am hardly the only mech designer who expresses their art through their works. Every high-ranking mech designer imbues their designs with their own charm. I am sure that your colonial superstate has many talents that are able to create aesthetically pleasing mechs in their distinctive styles. You are correct in that, but their artworks are too polished." The impresario prince briefly frowned. "None of the mech designers whose work that I admire is younger than myself. Each of them has completed a lengthy journey before advancing to master. Once they have reached this advanced stage in their life, their art style has already reached a stage of maturity. Their works are still as beautiful as ever, but their evolution has stalled. There is no progression between mech designs anymore." Vase felt the need to stand up for his elders. This was his obligation as a mech designer. "I can understand your perspective, Prince Casimir, but I disagree with the notion that master mech designers have stagnated in their work. Many of them are engaged in incredibly difficult research projects that can easily span for decades. It is customary for them to make relatively little progress for many years. Only when they have attained critical success in their ambitious research projects will their works be completely reinvigorated. We haven't seen much of that as of late, as the Facewater generation only lasted for about a decade while the Hyper generation has just begun." The impresario prince clearly did not agree with Ves's argument. He openly shook his head while expressing clear disdain towards those old and terribly slow masters. That is no excuse for them to slack off and rest on their laurels. For whatever reason, from the moment they have realized their design philosophies and attained one of their greatest dreams, they slow down and stop feeling any urgency. It seems as if anything that took years to complete now takes decades to produce any substantial progress. This is why I prefer younger artists and mech designers such as yourself. You are still in the prime of your life, and it shows in how productive you are. Your design style is constantly evolving. The Fianna that you have released most recently are a far cry from the works that you have designed during the Facewater generation. Though the 5733rd Prince possessed an extensive understanding of mech designers, he was ultimately a layman. He was not initiated into the craft nor designed a mech of his own. How could he possibly understand all of the difficult burdens of master mech designers? Reaching master might seem like a fantastic accomplishment, but it was ultimately not as significant as everyone assumed. A master mech designer was just a domain shaper in the end. Compared to the true magnificence of a star designer, every master mech designer was like a child. However, Vase did not accept this call to debate about this kind of stuff. He still remembered that he was here to talk about a potential agreement about obtaining partial ownership in a large Rubarthan company. He coughed. I am still exploring my craft, Your Highness. It is in the process of doing so that I have gained an interest in isthmus manufacturing. I have many ambitions as a mech designer, but I am unable to pursue them as freely as I like due to logistical constraints. I think there are many grounds for cooperation between my mech company and isthmus manufacturing. With the help of the latter, I can introduce many of my works to a brand new set of consumers who reside in the Rubarthan Pact. The impresario prince grew a little more serious now that Vase addressed the main topic for this call. Good art like yours indeed deserves to be appreciated by a wider audience. The prince nodded in agreement. I normally do not intervene in person whenever isthmus manufacturing has signed a new contract with a mech designer, but your case is different. You are the first to turn what should have been a simple business transaction into a mutual investment deal. It is not unacceptable to grant you shares in isthmus manufacturing, but I expect much more from you in order to justify this extreme measure. Vase grew a little nervous. Is my work to your satisfaction? I adore your work, as you can already tell, Professor. I have few objections to allowing isthmus manufacturing to produce your mechs and handle all of the downstream activities related to them within the Rubarthan Pact. The greatest issue I have with your work so far is that they are only limited to second-class mech designs. I am working hard to gain the qualifications of a first-class mech designer. I am a quick study, so it should only take a few years before I can present a first-class mech of my own design. That is to be expected. The prince nodded in an approving manner. The other major issue is that your asking price is too excessive. The valuation of isthmus manufacturing is astronomical. It is a centuries-old mech manufacturer with a long heritage of stable business and prudent decision-making. It has developed close contacts and partnerships across multiple networks. With my help, the recently reorganized Red Ocean division of this company has not only maintained its footing in the rapidly changing economic situation of the Rubarthan Pact, but it has also managed to increase its footprint by acquiring dozens of distressed smaller mech companies. Your Highness, I understand that isthmus manufacturing is a valuable mech company, but my value is no less impressive. It is not a loss to give me a 20% stake in your company. Vase insisted. The impresario prince shook his head as he began to show the attitude that was expected from a true blood descendant of the current Star Emperor. As great as your potential may be, it will take many years for you to live up to your promises. It is not too late for you to acquire more shares by drawing from your own war chest. In the meantime, it is much more appropriate for you to start your long-term cooperation with isthmus manufacturing with a more proportionate degree of ownership. It is relatively customary in the mech industry at our level to bestow master mech designers with a 1 to 3% stake in a company. Given the high demand and the beautiful artistry of your recent mech designs, I have little objections to granting you the treatment of a master as opposed to a senior. This was a huge step down compared to his initial asking price. If Prince Casimir thought that Vase was willing to gamble, then he guessed wrong. I am afraid I cannot agree with this, Your Highness. I progress quickly, so it takes much less time for me to realize my potential. I do not want my mechs to be controlled by a company that I can hardly influence, so I must insist on meeting my original demand. It looked like this was going to be a difficult negotiation. Chapter 5607. The motivation of an artist. Vase was not willing to budge from his initial demand. 20% ownership was his bottom line. If not for the fact that he feared he might scare off the Rubarthans entirely if he demanded a higher figure, he would have asked for 40% instead. The downside of setting such a high demand in the beginning was that the pressure to relent and settle for a lower figure was too great. It was customary for both sides to make painful concessions in order to meet each other halfway. Vase did not want to do that. He had no intention of weakening his position until he only gained a fraction of what he sought. How could he do that? He could pull out the Novastella statue or present the Supremo project again, but he had the feeling that it probably wouldn't work. His previous call with Mickey Tarukan could easily be recorded and played back to every relevant party. Vase would not introduce anything new if he simply repeated his earlier actions. He needed to approach this negotiation from a different angle. How could he persuade the impresario prince to give Vase a much greater share of a large and profitable mech company than normal? Vase took another look around the workshop. The 5733rd prince was born far too late. Due to having at least 5732 older siblings, Prince Casimir was so far behind in the race that his chances of ascending to the throne were too slim. This was true in both the old galaxy and the new frontier. The competition may be a lot less intense in the Red Ocean, but all of the older princes that managed to get caught in this side of the Greater Beander Gate were not incompetent. Whether it was the Smokestack Prince who quietly managed to gain widespread influence across entire economic sectors or the Inferno Spear Prince who possessed the greatest martial strength among the princes, each of them possessed strong advantages that gave them a much more solid foundation in the battle for the throne. As for Prince Casimir, his principality was not a big deal. His low position in the imperial hierarchy also made him rather unattractive to many Rubarthan players who wanted to gain the patronage of a prince. However, he was not one of the many thousands of useless princes who gave up on any pretense of doing anything useful in their lives. The impresario prince gained his name by investing a lot of resources and effort into building a media empire. His soft power had grown to a considerable height after he became in charge of many different media and entertainment companies. He also subsidized a lot of artists, causing these cultural influencers to always say a good word about their generous patron. All of this enabled the impresario prince to gain a benevolent reputation within Rubarthan society. He was not a prince that Rubarthans would think of when they thought about the most likely candidates to inherit the throne, but he was definitely a prince who had made them laugh and cry through the many works he sponsored. Even though drama broadcasts and art exhibitions could not win him any battles, the prince's dedication to his art betrayed a certain element of ambition. It was subtle, but that was because Prince Casimir had only gotten started as a creation cultivator. Vase and Blinky had been making constant observations all this time. They closely examined all of the clues they could find from his various artworks as well as his evolving spirituality. The clues painted a certain picture that Vase was not certain about. The impresario prince was most definitely passionate about his art, but his motives may not be so pure. The purpose of creating all of these works was not to entertain or enrich the lives of his audience. Instead, Vase gained the sense that the Rubarthan prince's various works were made with the subtle purpose of manipulating the audience. Although all forms of art sought to manipulate the people who experienced them in one way or another, the motives were usually more innocent and benign. Vase did not see that in the works of Prince Casimir. His latest works, which consisted entirely of reworked and welded pieces of scrap metal, evoked a stronger and more abrasive impression. If ordinary people viewed these works, they would probably gain a different impression of their maker. Instead of regarding the impresario prince as a sophisticated and cultured patron of the arts, they would instead begin to view him as a prince who was much tougher and firmer than he appeared on the surface. This was not due to the subtle spiritual effect that the fledgling cultivator managed to imbue in his artwork. It was the weak effect combined with the striking visuals of his scrap metal art that produced a considerably stronger composite effect. It was rather ingenious. Vase imagined that this was how many art-oriented creation cultivators worked. They might not be able to craft anything as powerful as an artifact sword or as technologically imposing as a combat mech, but extraordinary artists had their own way of earning their place in the cultivation community. What was the ambition of the impresario prince? What did he seek to accomplish by embracing a niche form of creation cultivation? Vase refused to believe that Prince Casimir did not have access to more direct and powerful chi cultivation methods. He could collect a lot of clues from observing an artist's personal atelier, but Prince Casimir only started to settle on a new course well after the Age of Dawn had begun. This presented far too little clues for Vase to make any definite conclusions. Vase had little choice but to make an educated guess and hope his bet paid off. It would be terribly awkward if he had misjudged the situation. "I see you care a lot about your art, Your Highness," Vase stated as he inexplicably turned the conversation back to the initial topic. "Your skills and foundation are strong. I expect nothing less from a Rubarthan prince who has access to the best tutors and the most luxurious learning facilities. What is impressive is that you did not merely rely on the conveniences of your high birth. I can see you are not afraid of getting your hands dirty in order to shape your work by hand. That is an admirable quality for a man of your high station. The prince looked amused at Vase. A prince as old and educated as him should definitely recognize the ham-fisted attempt at changing the topic. My accomplished tutors have given me well-meaning advice that I have followed to the end. A true artist must not be afraid of spending long hours in hardship and isolation. What we present to the public are only brief instances of our lives. Every beautiful piece that has reached completion is the result of long hours of toiling behind the scenes. To be honest, I have reached a bottleneck in my art journey several decades ago. Try as I might, I have failed to create a masterwork that I can truly take pride in. This has been one of my persistent regrets. Several of my older siblings have already managed to succeed where I have failed. The prince genuinely sounded regretful about this, and Vase did not doubt the other man's integrity. While there was a chance that this entire setup was a giant performance staged by a prince that was also passionate about acting in stage plays, Vase did not think that he was meeting a false version of the impresario prince. If the man truly wanted to improve his art to the point where he could make a masterwork from his own hands, then Vase might be able to teach him a few tricks. Both of us share something in common. Vase claimed. You are known as a supporter of the arts. I happen to be a supporter of artists myself. I am sure you have already conducted a thorough investigation of me. Have you heard of the Creation Association? The well-dressed prince nodded. I have studied the information. It is interesting. It is gaining an increasing amount of traction within the second-class arts and crafts community. It is clear that you are providing added value to the many artists and craftsmen who are struggling to find a way forward. Have you ever gained an interest in making use of its services? I did consider this possibility. The prince replied. I rejected it because I have found another way to develop my art. Can you see the progress that I have made through my most recent works? Vase nodded. I can see that you are gradually becoming more proficient at imparting your works with greater meaning. Prince Casimir became a little more intense. What is the purpose of art? Why do people dedicate their lifetimes to practicing music, painting expansive vistas or creating sculptures that represent great figures whose names shall resound in history? Is it because they want to record their lives in history so that the later generations can gain an understanding of our current struggles? That can serve as a possible motivation for some artists, but that is not my purpose. I see little reason to leave behind a record for our distant descendants when I still have many years left to shape my own life. No, I seek to improve my art in order to achieve greatness, just as you. Is it not fulfilling to become known as a great artist and be appreciated for it? Is it not a dream to be able to gain so much weight in your community that everyone will respect your words and deeds? My art seeks to impress the masses and make them acknowledge my greatness as a maker and a visionary. That was a rather egoistic motivation to become an artist. That did not make it any less valid. Plenty of artists throughout human history had gone on to make historical masterpieces that still received a lot of appreciation to this day due to ego trips. All an artist needed in order to succeed was ability and fame. Prince Casimir definitely enjoyed a massive advantage in the latter solely due to his high birth. It was his ability that he was struggling to improve. To be honest, for him to reach this level after a century of life was rather mediocre, to put it nicely. There were many more artists from much more humbler backgrounds who had already gone on to make unforgettable masterworks in half the time. It was abundantly clear to Vase that the prince did not really possess an inherent talent in the arts. It did not help that he invested his time in way too many different forms of art. Such a man could benefit from having more expert guidance. I see. Trying to achieve greatness in any craft is a noble goal, but if I am being honest, your current results are not too stellar. Vase cautiously said, I do not deny that my works are far from reaching your standard. The prince honestly admitted, I am working to remedy my shortcomings. With the help of ancient wisdom, I have finally managed to make visible progress in my own art. What you see in my atelier is only the beginning. Once I become increasingly more adept at channeling and shaping energy into my works, my future pieces may one day be able to command the attention of their viewers in a similar fashion to the glows of your living mechs. Vase just gained a key piece of information. Are you interested in learning the secrets to imparting your works with glows, Your Highness? The prince shook his head. Glows are a defining characteristic to your own works. I would merely be imitating you rather than engage in an act of original creation if I copy your methods. Do not be so quick to refuse. Even if you do not intend to learn my methods, you can still use it as inspiration to develop your own toolbox as an artist. The Creation Association is quite experienced in doing this. It has helped many craftsmen find their own way. Chapter 5608 The Sad Lives of Rhubarthan Princes. Your Creation Association has helped many struggling artists and craftsmen. Prince Casimir sincerely praised Vase. If it was not confined to the middle zones of the Red Ocean Union, I may have already paid a visit to one of its branches. However, I am no longer a student. I am an accomplished artist myself. There is a fine line between learning and imitation. How can I keep my head high if the only reason that I am able to progress my art is because I took lessons from a mech designer who started out as a lowly third-rater and is more than half my age? I would become a laughingstock among my peers. Vase furrowed his brows. He was pretty sure that he and Vulcan could provide helpful guidance to the impresario prince, but the man was so damn prideful and stubborn that he refused to accept his help. He would love nothing more than to take out his hammer of brilliance and whack the Rhubarthan prince in the head. Even though they were only communicating by remote, he was pretty sure that Vulcan could channel his power all the way to the other end of the encrypted communication channel and produce at least a partial effect on the subject in question. The impresario prince was over a century old, and he spent much of his life struggling to develop himself into a successful artist. His frequent dabbling in different art fields caused him to accumulate a lot of messy and scattered knowledge. As a mech designer who dabbled in many different fields himself, Vase understood how challenging it was to tie all of these loose ends together and formulate creative new solutions based on synergies that had never been established before. It only took a single moment of inspiration to give people the push to unite all of their previous efforts into a breakthrough of their methods. Vase let out an exasperated sigh. I may be younger than you, Your Highness, but I am pretty sure that I am your senior in terms of the quality of my work and the contributions that I have made to society. It is not a shame for you to make use of my services. Isn't it your dream to create your first masterwork? I happen to have a decent amount of experience in guiding others into making their own brilliant works. The Creation Association maintains a record of such cases. My direct guidance has also allowed my wife and my former student Keddies to create their own masterwork mechs. Despite this well-sounding argument, the prince still refused this earnest offer of assistance. You do not understand, Professor. I am not being willful because I lack the maturity to accept a helping hand. I am a son of the greatest Rhubarthan alive. As long as I am a member of the Rhubarthan imperial household, I am obliged to uphold its honor and reputation at all times. I am not allowed to display any flaws. This is the burden that I must bear for my entire life. My rival siblings will not hold back in exploiting anything that tarnishes my name. If my transgressions are severe enough, then my good brothers and sisters will make certain that I no longer remain a problem in order to preserve the dignity of our imperial father. Not every prince born from his blood has survived to this day. That sounds pretty serious. Vase felt that the impresario prince was a rather sad figure. As the 5733rd prince of the Rhubarthan imperial household, the man had been born into one of the most privileged positions in human civilization. The new Rhubarth Empire may have been diminished after the tragic end of the Age of Conquest, but it had still retained a strong foundation. There was still a good possibility that it may rise to its former glory in the distant future. The first 100 or so princes born from the bloodline of the 7th Star Emperor enjoyed a great advantage. They occupied all of the most important institutions and built up incredibly expansive power bases that allowed them to maintain a stranglehold over Rhubarthan society to this day. There was little left for the later princes to occupy, particularly when they had to compete against thousands of brothers and sisters at the same time. No one knew what the 7-star Emperor had in mind when he kept producing offspring like there was no tomorrow, but it left his later descendants in a particularly awkward position. On the one hand, they were genuine members of the Rhubarthan imperial household, which was by far the strongest and most authoritative institution in their superstate. Their nominal status was exceedingly high and they received the best augmentations and education as they grew up in big and opulent palaces. On the other hand, they were incredibly pitiful because their eldest siblings possessed such a fantastic head start that the younger princes simply couldn't catch up anymore. Even the figures of high society no longer took the younger royals all that seriously anymore because the older princes made sure to keep them away from actual positions of power and authority. The younger Rhubarthan imperial scions therefore had to find their own way in life. The Inferno Spear Prince was regarded as one of the most successful to find his own path. He had made good use of his genetic aptitude and managed to excel in the military. After becoming a peak ace pilot, the 2016 prince managed to build up so much prestige that none but the oldest princes dared to push him around anymore. The smokestack prince was a lot older than most of his siblings, yet the 476th prince was still born a bit too late to take control over a large mech army group or an important government department. This was why he boldly took a risk and utilized his large disposable wealth and his keen judgment to build an expansive business empire. Compared to these giants, the impresario prince had nothing special that could persuade other players to flock to his side. His chances of winning any throne, whether it was the Coldstone throne or the new one in the Red Ocean that had yet to be built, were almost zero. The only realistic way for the impresario prince to beat the 150 princes and princesses that had set up shop in the Red Ocean was for the current frontrunners to suffer accidents that forced them to end their participation in the succession battle. That was not a serious plan at all. There were dozens of princes that were much more powerful than the impresario prince. It was impossible for all of them to be stupid and reckless enough to put themselves out of the fight. What sort of life was left for this prince? As Vase examined the prince who clearly wanted to excel in art yet found himself a bit lacking in talent and creativity, he wondered what was truly driving Casimir forward. Attaining greatness sounded like a reasonable goal, but it did not sound comprehensive enough to sustain this kind of personality. There had to be more to him that made up the complete picture. In order to obtain additional answers, Vase needed to prod the artist further. He relaxed his posture and looked closer into Prince Casimir's eyes. The man clearly felt conflicted about a lot of stuff, yet he hardly revealed any of it through his body language and his expression. However, Vase could clearly sense the inner turmoil from the prince's strengthened but unstable spirituality. The prince was still a fledgling cultivator and had yet to develop the mental strength and discipline to control his spiritual fluctuations. "I don't understand you," Vase plainly admitted. "You work hard in order to attain greatness, but why have you set your sights on this goal? What is your purpose? Are you trying to find meaning in your existence, or do you have ambitions for the throne?" The mention of the latter elicited a stern reaction from the prince. "Do not mention that subject even in passing." The impresario prince sharply rebuked Vase. "It is taboo, especially to foreigners such as yourself. I have stated numerous times in the past that I have no interest in making enemies out of all of my fellow princes. I am fully prepared to support any of my siblings who have managed to overcome all opposition and ascend to the new throne. I would happily give up my princely title when the new emperor has taken his rightful place." The Rubarthan imperial household was already too big and immense due to the unceasing efforts of the 7th star emperor. The situation was hardly better during the reign of past sovereigns, as hundreds of princes and princesses all drained a lot of resources in order to satisfy their many needs. In order to prevent the imperial institution from getting crushed under its own weight, it had taken up a rule that simply deprived every brother or sister of the current star emperor of their titles. Not only that, but they also had to resign from any high positions and give back most of what the Rubarthan imperial household originally awarded them. Though the disruptions were usually great, this was the only way to defang the losing Rubarthan princes and prevent them from challenging the only sibling to succeed. Compared to the old princes who would undoubtedly crash hard as they lost much of the support and official authority that they enjoyed before, the impresario prince was in a much better position. His status hadn't been all that high to begin with, so he wouldn't lose all that much when he crashed. He would still be able to retain ownership in all of his entertainment studios and his shares in various companies. He had managed to build them up through spending his own money and putting in his own effort after all. His control over these sectors also wasn't overbearing enough to provoke the intervention of any regulatory institutions. The story was much different for the smokestack prince. His influence and control over the business and industrial sector of the Rubarthan Pact was so expansive that a newly ascended emperor would never be able to tolerate a former competitor retaining so much sway over an entire superstate. This was why the smokestack prince had no choice to compete. He had already disgraced himself once. He stood to lose almost everything that he had built yet again if he faltered yet again. "Since you have no ambition for the throne, why is it so important for you to attain greatness, Your Highness?" Vase asked. "I can see from your artwork that you are obsessed with this goal. It is actually starting to hollow out your art. Don't think that your new cultivation method will turn you into a better artist. Your latest works may be more sophisticated in a few aspects, but their value may not necessarily be greater. Personally speaking, I enjoy viewing your older works a lot more than your latest ones. That startled the prince. What do you find objectionable about my newest works? Are my techniques too crude? Am I misusing the raw materials? Your technique is fine, Vase reassured the prince. It is your vision that I have problems with. I do not doubt your passion, but if you continue to proceed down this direction, your future body of art will increasingly center around satisfying your ego as opposed to enriching our society. As an artist, do you not recognize that you are supposed to work at the behest of the public rather than the other way around? You should never force others to appreciate your personal interpretation of art. The aggressive and domineering pieces of art in the atelier did not leave much room for different interpretations. They lacked the ambiguity of good works of art and instead tried to ram Prince Cassavir's emotions down the throats of their viewers. This was not art in Ves's opinion. This was abuse. Chapter 5609 Crushing Expectations. Artists needed to develop thick skin in order to survive in their line of work. They earned their livelihoods by presenting their works to the public. A crowd contained all kinds of random people and personalities. Each of them could supply very different feedback, from uncritical praise to a torrent of horrible insults. Of course, the impresario prince's identity vastly limited the amount of flaming he received, but he must otherwise suffer the same tribulations as any other artist. Given the fact that the man had stuck by his career for so long, Prince Cassavir must have been able to develop his own way of coping with harsh criticism. Such an artist should no longer be easily swayed by any feedback, no matter whether it was positive or negative. They had found their own vision, and unflinchingly pursued it with the sincere belief that there was a place for their work in the society they were a part of. Each and every creation contributed to a body of work that could serve as a monument that could inspire the public for many years to come. Perhaps the impresario prince used to be on his way of building a legacy that could withstand the test of time and avoid the fate of becoming one of the many thousands of princes whose names would be forgotten after their passing. Yet the most recent turn of events painted a much more ominous picture. The great severing changed many people's futures. The only question was whether it was for the better or for the worse. So far, Vase did not believe that gaining access to cultivation was doing Prince Cassavir any good. Vase did not hide his judgmental attitude. Since the impresario prince had put up a wall, it was time to exert more pressure. At this time, Vase did not really pay attention to Cassavir's identity as a prince. As far as he was concerned, the impresario prince was a desperate artist. Vulcan had guided many of them over the course of performing duties in the Creation Association. Vase moved closer and leaned forward until he tapped his finger onto the physical projection of one of the more recent scrap metal artworks. Although he was only able to touch an illusionary representation of Cassavir's work, it was realistic enough to portray its essence. Your work is beautiful, but only on the surface, Vase critiqued. Let me be honest, Your Highness. It is painful for me to see how you have put decades worth of skill and technique to use in this fashion. Any other artist in your shoes would have been able to fashion these pieces of metal together in a work that can serve the public in different ways. Yet out of all of the possible reasons for you to make your latest works, you have solely fixated on satisfying your own shallow ego. Your earlier work has earned my respect, but ever since you have practiced whatever cultivation method that you have acquired, you have completely misunderstood what your profession is all about. The fact that you are incapable of recognizing your fault is a sign that you are not able to control the negative repercussions of your cultivation. Qualified artists generally possess the ability to deflect harsh critique, but everyone had their limits. Vase was a creator himself, so he understood much better than ordinary people how to identify and exploit the weak points of an artist like Prince Cassavir. This became evident when the impresario prince's impeccable training and education could no longer restrain his rising anger and indignation. The Rubarthan prince wanted to deny the faults right away, but it was difficult for him to counter legitimate criticism. What was even worse was that the identity and the qualifications of the person who had supplied all of the critique was much greater than his own in this field. Under all of this negative stimulation, the sequelae of his cultivation method became more pronounced. I am not regressing. The prince slammed his fist against his work table. As accurate as you may be, I am still in the process of reorienting my art and my vision. As long as I have gained a greater level of mastery in my art, my greatness shall spread throughout the Rubarthan Pact. Vase shook his head in disappointment. All I see is an artist losing control over himself. Just think about what you want to make as of late. Have you truly thought about creating a work that serves a purpose beyond imposing your will onto others? What is so objectionable about that, Professor? Shouldn't artists take pride in their skills? Regardless of my intentions, a work of art that looks pleasing will always earn people's appreciation. Artwork can inspire people to do great things. Artwork can help people process their trauma. Artwork can entertain and brighten people's lives. No matter whether your motives are noble or utilitarian, the common denominator is that the artist must hold the mindset of serving people other than themselves. No matter whether they seek to fulfill the needs of a single client or satisfy as many people as possible, a qualified artist must prove that he exerts a positive influence on society in order to justify his existence. I don't know who you want to prove yourself to, but if you keep developing in this direction, you will continually disgrace yourself within the art community. Vase did not employ his glow or any other special tricks to make his point. Such cheap ploys wouldn't work against a highly trained and augmented Rhubarthan prince. The only weapons he employed against this prince were sound logic and his authority as a certified masterwork mech designer. Both of these factors together turn Vase into an invincible monster. Tell me, Casimir, Vase commanded as he started to loom over the impresario prince. What is driving you down this path? What are you trying to prove? Be honest. As an artist, you can lie to other people, but you cannot be dishonest about yourself. Denying your problems will only prevent you from making corrective actions that can bring you closer to realizing a more ambitious vision. A Rhubarthan prince should never casually expose his weakness to others, especially during a remote call that may or may not be perfectly secure. There were many reasons why Prince Casimir should cut this inquiry short or even end the connection outright, but the part of him that was an earnest artist as opposed to a prideful prince cried for help. When the impresario prince recalled all of the amazing and beautiful masterwork mechs that the famous patriarch of the Larkinson clan had built, a burning desire surged in his heart. Fine, the older man spoke after he endured the continual incitement from Vase. If you insist on knowing the truth, then I shall tell you. It is not that difficult to deduce. The overarching reason why I must attain greatness in my field is because the court has set this expectation on me since my birth. Vase blinked. That did not sound like a big revelation to his ears. You are not native Rhubarthan, so I do not expect you to comprehend this. Bloodlines are not equal. Many Rhubarthans believe that the bloodlines of the more successful and enduring families are inherently superior than the rest. That does not mean that commoners are unable to excel and outperform those who were born in higher stations. There are bad apples in every family. What matters is that the descendants of the higher and more exalted houses are much more likely to outperform their peers. Vase said as he understood where the prince was going with this. The bloodline of the 7-star emperors is the most exalted of all. The expectations that your society puts on every single Rhubarthan prince must be insanely high. Prince Casimir pressed his lips. It is not just the expectations of society that we must meet. We must also fight to command the attention of our great father. Do you know how many times I have met His Majesty in person? That was a difficult question. Vase had no idea how much the Star Emperor cared about each individual child. He made a guess. Thrice. No, once. He attended my birth in passing. He only glanced at my infant body a single time before expressing his hope and expectation that I can live up to the bloodline of emperors. Then he left without even bothering to hold me in his arms. Wow, there were fathers, and there was the 7th Star Emperor. It was no wonder that Prince Casimir was so hung up over himself. If Vase grew up with a wonderful father like the current Star Emperor, he would also become desperate to earn his daddy's approval. Our great father is a busy statesman. The impresario prince continued to spill his story. Thousands of children are competing for his attention. In this regard, he has set a simple rule. Only the most impressive and successful princes are qualified to earn his personal attention. He does not play favorites in this regard because he must show that even his own lineage must abide by meritocratic principles. I see, my great father determined the course of my life before I was conceived. Casimir said, when he took a liking to one of the distinguished court artists more than 100 years ago, the geneticists and other specialists worked to combine the original genes of my great father and my highly accomplished mother to produce a child that should theoretically combine the best of both worlds. Genetics do not work that way. Vase frowned. People are products of both nature and nurture. The former only sets the upper and lower boundaries of what individuals can reach over the course of their lives. It is how they are raised and how they navigate their lives that ultimately determine their ultimate place. As far as I am concerned, bloodline alone is no guarantee for critical success. Do you think I am not aware of that? The prince barked at Vase. The Rubarthan imperial household is very much aware of the high variability between the princes. This is why an overwhelming majority of my brothers and sisters have never managed to catch our great father's attention after they were born. Isn't it unfair to expect younger offspring such as yourself to compete against the first 100 or so princes? Prince Casimir shook his head. Our great father is not unfair in this regard. I am not expected to become an equal to the oldest of my siblings. The only requirement that I have to meet in order to earn the right to make His Majesty remember my name is to realize the potential set by my bloodlines in my augmentations. My mother is a court painter. When she is truly serious, she can produce masterwork paintings at a frequency of 27%. She has painted so many masterworks over the course of her long career that they can decorate an entire throne room. As for my humble self, look around you. The works here are the best that I can produce in my current state. Do you understand my position now? My record is so paltry that I do not have the face to return to the capital. Wow, this was really harsh. The life of a Rubarthan prince was so much worse than Vase had ever imagined. It was rather funny because a lot of people envied the members of the Rubarthan imperial household for enjoying the greatest luxuries from the moment of their birth. Vase tried to figure out what he should do with this revelation. How the hell could he pull a prince with daddy issues out of his distorted mindset? Given how Prince Casimir obsessed about his absent father all his life, it was difficult to shake him out of this incredibly unhealthy fixation. Chapter 5610 Vase The truth teller. Vase did not want to end this call while leaving this issue unresolved. It hadn't been a problem when Vase remained unaware of what was eating the impresario prince, but now that it came to his attention, it was his duty to do his best to find a resolution to this problem. Vase grew frustrated by the limitations of a remote call. His options were much more limited when he wasn't in the same room as his conversation partner. Short of employing tricks that did not translate well over a remote connection, Vase could only rely on his words to shake Prince Casimir out of his unhealthy fixation. You know what I think, he said. Your old man may be a great emperor. He has certainly done much to reverse the pattern of his predecessor and steered the new Rubarth Empire onto a better path. However, that does not mean he is best at everything. At the very least, I think he is a terrible father. The impresario prince looked scandalized. Although it was not unheard of for the Star Emperor to get criticized, no one cared about the complaints of ordinary people. It was a different story when Vase dared to criticize the current sovereign in the presence of a Rubarthan prince. If a recording of this meeting leaked to the public, the entirety of the Rubarthan Pact would probably rise up in outrage. Vase didn't care, however. Why are you looking at me like that? Vase frowned. Have you forgotten where we are these days? We are in the Red Ocean. Our civilization has transitioned into the Age of Dawn. A new time has come. Red humanity has cut loose from all of the ancient and impregnable institutions of the Milky Way. This includes the current Star Emperor and most of the Rubarthan imperial household. Be that as it may, the Rubarthan Pact is still a colonial state of the new Rubarth Empire. Until one of us has successfully ascended to a throne of our own, we are still subjects of our great father. Vase snorted at that. That is stupid. Your awful father can't do anything. There is no reason why you should continue to show any deference to him, especially when it is not deserved. I don't care how many Rubarthans respect him. As a father and the head of an expansive household, the current Star Emperor has done a terrible job at raising an actual family. If your childhood conforms to the pattern that he has set for the thousands of other children, then he really shouldn't earn any respect for his callousness. He doesn't love you and your fellow siblings at all. He only regards you as tools to extend his tentacles across Rubarthan society. There was no way that Prince Casimir hadn't already figured that out, but it was incredibly difficult for him to admit it out loud. No honored and respected prince wanted to admit that his worth only extended as far as securing the Star Emperor's control over a sector. Why are you insulting my great father? Do you not realize how much jeopardy you are putting yourself in? The Star Emperor is the father of the Rubarthan Pact. He is the sole unifying symbol that brings us all together. He may not be perfect, but his excellence inspires us all to work harder and do our best to live up to our potential. Vase hated this argument. There was nothing wrong with expecting people to make good use of the opportunities presented to them, but this extreme obsession with success likely caused a huge amount of mental anguish within Rubarthan society. Screw your father. Vase spat. I am being serious. The Star Emperor earns no respect from me. Family is one of the most important institutions of the human race. His excessive propensity to produce offspring is already a perversion of the natural order, but I can accept it as long as all of his children receive the love and attention that they intrinsically deserve. Yet your old man is such an abysmal parent that he can't even be bothered to hold his own babies in his arms. How much affection is left in his heart? If he cannot bring himself to love any of his children without any utilitarian purpose in mind, then he is not qualified to earn my respect, let alone yours. Let's face it, Casimir. Your dad is a heartless scumbag. Admit it, you know it's the truth. No, you are wrong, Professor. My great father has managed to defeat all of his competing brothers and sisters to win the throne after the disaster star has ended his reign. The new Rubarth Empire has yet to overthrow the regime of the Big Two, but it has recovered to a much greater state under his stewardship. Vase crossed his arms. That may be true, but so what? How does your father's record as a ruler have any bearing on you, a son that has only received neglect? You don't even have any desire to compete for the new throne according to your words. Why are you still afraid yet also obsessed with earning the approval of an unworthy parent who is stuck in a galaxy that is 50 million light-years away? The distance between you and your scumbag dad is so astronomically great that it doesn't make any sense for you to think about him anymore. The prince could not accept this argument. He had spent his entire life chasing after the current Star Emperor that he was too afraid of getting rid of an important anchor that defined his identity. That was exactly the problem with this stubborn fool. Your identity as a Rubarthan prince and your identity as an artist are not in complete harmony with each other. Vase observed. One is interfering with the other. Do you know why your mother has managed to become a well-known maker of masterworks while you are only able to produce mediocre works? It is because your deadbeat of a father is personally holding you back. The impresario prince was not a sheltered man. As an artist and a patron of the arts, he had interacted with a diverse set of personalities. Every good artist possessed a different set of eccentricities. They were the reason why geniuses managed to stand out from the crowd. They also happened to make it rather headache-inducing to follow their bizarre trains of thought. Out of all of the eccentrics that the impresario prince had talked with over the course of his life, none of them were as extreme and outrageous as Professor Larkinson. Prince Casimir started to comprehend firsthand why this infamous mech designer became known as the Devil Tongue. The Larkinson patriarch truly had no taboos. Vase continued to make his heretical case. The concerns and obligations set by your father and all of the Rubarthan institutions around him should have no bearing on your life, especially now that the Great Severing has made a clean break between your past and your present. Recent events have already cut your father out of your life. The only step you need to take is to acknowledge your new reality. You are free, Casimir. You are no longer a Rubarthan prince, but a man who is free to pursue his own ambitions for his own reasons rather than the expectations of an irrelevant bastard. Professor Larkinson, you know my words are true. Don't deny it, Prince. Aren't Rubarthans supposed to be faithful adherents to meritocratic ideals? One of the essential components of a functioning meritocracy is to accurately identify and acknowledge faults. Do not tell me that your dad is a model of a good parent. He is the exact opposite. Since the father is such an awful human being, why should the son still look up to him? This is such a silly situation that I do not know what you have been doing all of these years. The prince lowered his head. He felt the urge to end this connection right away, but Ves's words sounded so compelling that he couldn't help but see this through the end. Casimir's pathetic display signaled to Vase that he had gone far enough. It was time for him to introduce a bit of sweetness to the poor prince. Vase started to sigh and relax his posture. Let's get back to the original topic. I think I have managed to diagnose the fundamental reasons why you have gone nowhere as an artist. It is because you have been deprived of love throughout your life. It is clear that your father has done worse than nothing in your upbringing. What about your mother? My mother has raised me to become a prince that is skilled enough in my craft to earn my father's attention. Casimir flatly responded. I love my mother, but I am ashamed that I have not been able to master all of her teachings. My continued setbacks and failures have caused her to lose the dignity of a consort. I am the reason why she has been unable to maintain her position in court. She has never managed to capture my father's attention again, and she has expressed her frustrations to me many times. 11n. Even his mother turned out to be a piece of work. The entire Rubarthan imperial household was so stupidly dysfunctional that Vase wondered how the new Rubarth Empire managed to do so well all of these years. Forget about your parents, Vase strongly advised. You are over a century old. You should already be a grandpa if your lifespan is equivalent to that of a baseline human. You are well past the time where you should still care about fulfilling the expectations of your parents. If you ask me, you should start to build your own family. According to your record, you have never married, is that correct? The impresario prince nodded. I will not father my own children if I am still a disgrace. I do not want my children to inherit my stigma. That is one of the stupidest mistakes that you have made. Vase retorted, marrying the love of your life and having children who you can cherish from birth are invaluable experiences to a deprived prince such as yourself. As I have stated before, your great failing as an artist is that you have lived your entire life without receiving the affection that you deserve. That has stunted your growth as a human as well as an artist. How can you be passionate about your work when your capacity to love is so poor? Take a look around your own atelier. Which of these sculptures or paintings are imbued with an abundance of love or passion? The prince could not pick one out. Though the complete and incomplete artworks in this chamber did not reflect his full body of work, he knew that his published and exhibited pieces were not much better in this regard. An artist cannot succeed if he does not love his own craft. Vase emphatically stated, the reason why you are stuck for so long is because you have treated your art as a means to an end. You are treating it as a tool to fuel your ambitions as a prince. That may be enough to sustain you for a time, but there comes a point where pure utilitarianism falls short. The impresario prince let out a frustrated grunt. You have made your point, Professor. What must I do to remedy this deficiency? I do think I am capable of starting my own family. I have aged past the point where I can muster any desire to seek out a spouse. This was certainly a thorny issue. As Vase tried to come up with suggestions, he suddenly came up with an insane and radical solution. Even though it was incredibly stupid, Vase had already crossed a lot of lines during this crazy call. It hardly mattered anymore if he decided to break another limit. Goldie, come out and show this prince what true family should like. Nya, the golden cat manifested next to Vase. From the moment she appeared, her warm and reassuring glow began to dominate his office. A part of that gentle and comforting glow radiated through the remote connection and radiated across Casavier's atelier. Even though the impresario prince was unable to experience Goldie's full presence, his reaction was still noticeable. He closed his eyes and spontaneously relaxed the tension in his body. The love and warmth radiated by the spiritual cat somehow made him feel more content than anything else in his life. Nya nya nya, Goldie encouragingly sounded as she kept trying to channel her unconditional love and affection through the active communication link. Vase gently stroked Goldie's translucent back as he observed the results. He smiled when he saw that not even a high and mighty Rubarthan prince could resist the golden cat's charm. Do you want to know what I think that you should do? Give up on your princely title. Resign from the imperial Rubarthan household. Sever all of the remaining ties to your deadbeat father and start living a life that you can actually enjoy. If you want to take it a step further, then you can always join my clan. I do not dare to make a lot of promises to you, but if there is one resource we have in abundance, it is love and family. You will definitely be able to gain the affection that you need to reinvent yourself as a passionate artist. Crazy. This was crazy. Not even Vase believed he had actually extended an invitation to a real Rubarthan prince. Chapter 5611 The Sober Prince. Anyone who listened to the discussion between Vase and Prince Casimir would definitely be taken aback at the outrageous statements made by the former. Vase had removed all of his filters and readily badmouthed the eminent Star Emperor. Not a single Rubarthan subject could ever bring themselves to say such dangerous words in front of a Rubarthan prince, who served as an extension of His Majesty and the Rubarthan state as a whole. Back in the Milky Way galaxy, such speech was enough to ruin the life of the violator. Unless the offender in question resided in a place like the Greater Terran United Confederation, there were plenty of touchy Rubarthans who were more than willing to dispatch their secret assassinations to punish the culprit and deter others from questioning the greatness of their sovereign. However, the circumstances were much different this time. Barely a year had passed since the Age of Dawn had arrived. Many people such as Vase had already made a lot of progress in adapting to the new circumstances, but there were plenty of others who continually clung to the vestiges of the past for all kinds of irrational reasons. As far as Vase was concerned, all of these silly Rubarthans had become so indoctrinated by their state and the institutions around them that they literally could not imagine the idea that the Star Emperor was in any way infallible. How was this any different from treating him as a god? No matter how good of a statesman and administrator he may be, no human being was perfect. Just because he managed to restore much of the new Rubarth Empire's economy, Social order and national pride did not mean he was good in other areas. For example, Vase was pretty sure that the Star Emperor could not pilot a mech or design one for that matter. The Rubarthans may be unable or unwilling to say it, but Vase was different. He clearly observed many glaring deficiencies in the child-rearing attitude of the illustrious Rubarthan sovereign. Different from everyone else, Vase was not afraid to share his objections. As the impresario prince's brain had utterly crashed from the overload of critique towards his great father, Vase assumed a triumphant attitude while he continued to pet Goldie's back. Nya, the ancestral spirit relaxed as she enjoyed the attention of her progenitor. The golden cat wanted everyone to experience the warmth and love of being surrounded by family. The confused and befuddled prince was such a pitiful man in her opinion. As storied as his lineage may be, what was the point of valuing his family relations when his relatives had never shown him much affection in the first place? When everyone in the imperial Rubarthan household treated each other as rivals and tools, how could there still be room for love? A house like this could not even be regarded as a family anymore. Vase continued to loom over the physical projection of the devastated prince as his words hammered home his argument. What are you afraid of, Your Highness? The Rubarthan Pact has severed its fate from that of the new Rubarthan Empire. The unworthy bastard of a father that has claimed the title of Star Emperor has no way to extend his authority all the way over here. We have entered a new time, one where your colonial superstate has gained the right to choose its own course. The sooner you Rubarthans recognize that you are freed from living under the toil of that mass womanizer, the better. The prince finally suppressed his inner turmoil to the point where he could supply a more cohesive response to Ves's incredibly inciting words. Your words may ring with an element of truth, but that does not mean that I should completely forsake my imperial heritage and embrace your upstart clan. Becoming a part of your band of misfits is utter madness. My brothers and sisters will not be able to tolerate my continued existence if I subordinate myself to you. I may not have any chance of winning the throne, but there are more advantages to retaining my position in the imperial Rubarthan household than defecting to another organization. Vase inwardly sighed. The prince resisted the temptation to completely make a break from his troubled past and reset his life. It was to be expected. What sort of person would give up all of the status and privileges afforded to a prince of a first-rate superstate so easily? When Vase spontaneously invited Prince Casimir to embrace the Golden Cat and join the Larkinson clan, he never really had a high expectation for success. What Vase sought to accomplish was to break open the stupid prince's overly rigid mindset. As long as a sufficiently powerful external shock completely tore apart the impresario prince's flawed and outdated assumptions, the man could finally begin to analyze his circumstances with a fresher and more open-minded perspective. Vase only needed to make a single opening in order to secure substantial gains from this conservation. You won't remain a prince forever. He continued to argue. The Star Emperor probably has a few centuries to go before he finally croaks, but his lifespan has become irrelevant now that the Rubarthan Pact has gone adrift. Sooner or later, the succession battle will be decided. That will be the moment where you and many of your siblings in the Red Ocean will be stripped of your princely titles. Since this is the case, why not make a head start in this transition and distance yourself from your dysfunctional house on your own terms? It is better to take your fate in your own hands than to leave it up to those who never showed any care of you in the first place. As logical as this argument may sound, it was still a step too far to the reluctant prince. No more, Professor. I have already gone too far by listening to you insult my great father. I am not naive enough to believe that you are wrong, but I am not reckless enough to step too far out of line. I am not an immature child that needs to be coddled. I am more than capable of addressing my own affairs with the imperial Rubarthan household. The prince rose up from his work seat and stood with renewed vigor and confidence. Despite all of the outrageous words that Vase had spoken to him, Casimir did not look upset at all. Now that he managed to sober himself up in a speedy manner, he recognized that Vase was trying to do him a favor. Perhaps the infamous devil tongue could have adopted a gentler approach, but the chances of failure were much greater in that case. The prince was not actually stupid. He fully understood that shock value had its uses. The impresario prince recognized that not a single Rubarthan could have helped him as effectively as this foreigner. Even if they recognized the root cause behind Casimir's lack of progress in his art journey, they could never muster up the courage to point out his severely flawed relationship with his great father. Perhaps that was why his mother as well as all of the renowned and expensive art tutors in the past never really helped him as much as Professor Larkinson. They were too awed by the oppression of the Star Emperor to cast any blame towards him. The renowned artists could only try to steer the clueless impresario prince away from the seventh in order to live a life well outside of the orbit of his great father. Nya nya nya, the golden cat cutely sounded. Vase grinned as he scratched the spiritual cat's chin. Goldie says that the darkness that has been clouding your mind has begun to fade. That is good, Your Highness. As a cultivator, you need to pay careful attention to your mood and your emotions. Cultivation causes anything you think and feel to be amplified many times over. If you are afflicted with murderous tendencies, then you are more likely to give in to your violent impulses. If your mind is at peace, then you will be able to remain sober during crises. No matter what you practice, if you don't like what it is turning you into, then I suggest you switch to another method. Thank you for well-meaning advice. The prince graciously said, I do not require any assistance on that part. I understand what you mean. I will need to ponder on your lessons. You have given me far too much to think about. I am not willing to follow all of your suggestions, but your intervention has given me the perspective I needed to find a new direction for my art. The impresario prince looked around his atelier and grew increasingly more dissatisfied with his works, no matter whether they were old or new. The varied pieces of paintings, carvings and sculptures all looked aesthetically pleasing in one way or another. The prince had mastered many skills and techniques to an astonishing degree, and it showed. None of his completed works exhibited any visible flaws. Yet for all of his technical mastery, the impresario prince's inability to comprehend love had caused his vision and his art direction to go astray. His works were barely different from the soulless art generated by artificial intelligences. If not for the fact that his art pieces could all claim to be made by a direct descendant of the Star Emperor, they would have gained far less recognition in the highly competitive art sector. When Casimir examined the fruits of his labor in the last few months and years from a very different perspective than before, it was as if a fog had been lifted from his eyes. The works which he previously took pride in now seemed so inadequate and full of flaws that he spontaneously gained the desire to burn it all down. Of course, there was no way a prince like him would give in to such a self-destructive urge, but the point remained. The impresario prince needed to start over again. Only by resetting his current art direction and going back to his starting point would he be able to revive his passion in this profession. Nya, seeing that Goldie had successfully made a difference, the energy manifestation rolled in vase one last time before fading away. The warmth that previously affected the prince across the encrypted connection no longer influenced his mental activity anymore. Casimir immediately felt the difference. A part of him wanted to request Vase to call Goldie back, but that would be way too juvenile and embarrassing to him. He still had to uphold his dignity as a prince. Instead, he wanted to end this call as soon as possible so that he could put his life on the right track. It is impossible for me to forsake my house and defect to your clan, but that does not mean that I am unwilling to associate with you and your Larkinsons, the impresario prince ultimately announced. Your sage advice has given me more help than anything that I have received from my fellow Rubarthans in the last handful of decades. I am not a man who lacks gratitude. I shall personally approve the deal that you have originally proposed. I do care about diluting my current stock in Isthmus Manufacturing. If I can gain your friendship in exchange for this sacrifice, then I am more than willing to make this concession. Vase tried his damn hardest not to expose his grin. Thank you very much, Your Highness. I would be glad to call you my friend. The fact that you are able to accept my words makes me optimistic about your future. You have proven to me that you are a true artist. So long as you are able to rediscover the love of your craft, I am certain that you will quickly be able to surpass your current level. The two continued to exchange platitudes to each other, but Vase didn't really care anymore. The only concern on his mind was the fact that he successfully managed to swindle 20% ownership of an extremely lucrative first-class mech manufacturer out of the prince. The best part about this transaction was that Vase did not have to give up anything substantial in return. The only measure he had to take in order to win this foolish prince over was to continuously hurl insults at his deadbeat father. Chapter 5612 Incredibly lucrative. The negotiations between the Larkinson clan and Isthmus Manufacturing sped up by an enormous degree now that the ultimate decision-maker had issued his verdict. After Vase managed to gain the assent of his new imperial friend, all of the obstacles that stood in the way of taking over a part of the renowned Rubarthan mech manufacturer had disappeared. No matter what the CEO or the board of directors thought, none of them had the power or the courage to oppose this reckless and extreme initiative. Prince Casimir did not even have to supervise the process in person. He only had to issue a few instructions to his staff in order to get the ball rolling. All of the other institutional shareholders that easily could have formed a voting majority to reject the proposal did not say a peep in the end. None of them wanted to get on the bad side of a Rubarthan prince without sufficient cause. It helped that the deal was not as one-sided as it appeared on the surface. Isthmus Manufacturing not only promised to become one of the biggest corporate partners of a rising superstar in the mech industry, but could also begin to capture market share and earn high profits right away by putting the fantastic new Fianna model into production. Perhaps it was not a bad idea at all to trade short-term gains in order to secure the cooperation of a mech designer that might one day return value many times over in the long run. It was just that the heavy dilution of stock that they had, voluntarily, approved tasted very bitter in their mouths. Even if their stake in the massive company only dropped by a few percentage points, that already represented a loss in value of billions of MTA credits at the very least. First-raters may be a lot wealthier than their lesser counterparts, but even they did not dare to mess around with such vast sums. The Larkinsons did not care about the obvious ambivalence from the other side. The lawyers, the business executives, the process engineers and so on couldn't restrain their ecstatic smiles as they worked to facilitate this humongous deal. Their clan was on the cusp of forging its largest corporate alliance yet. This was the first time in its short history that it had managed to secure a partnership with a much more powerful first-class corporation. Once both sides signed the final contract, the Larkinson clan assent to first class had become a foreordained conclusion. Just the massive amount of dividends that the Larkinson clan could earn from a company that had always been profitable despite its heavy capital expenditures was enough to uplift every Larkinson to a first-rater. Of course, Vase and numerous Larkinsons did not lose their minds after securing this insanely lucrative windfall. The 20% stake in Isthmus Manufacturing did not come without a lot of strings attached. It was all well and good to rely on friendship and mutual trust to ensure that Vase fulfilled his promises, but deals on such a massive scale should always be secured in a formal contract. This was the reason why the negotiators on both sides had to work all night to hammer all of the subtle nuances and complicated details that their leaders never bothered to think about. Vase did not worry too much that his negotiation team would botch the results. The leading figures had already set the trend. The staffers could only fill in the gaps. As the contract rapidly started to reach completion, Vase received another update from his personal assistant. The Rubarthans agree to let the Larkinson clan to gain a total of 20% of all outstanding stock in Isthmus Manufacturing. Gavin reported with a slightly more restrained smile than before. This doesn't prevent further stock dilution or other events from reducing our ownership, but on the flip side we can also buy additional shares in the stock market to increase our weight in the company. Vase shook his head in disapproval. That is far too expensive. Neither the impresario prince nor I want to diminish our voting rights in the company. It won't happen so long as both of us are opposed to this measure. You're probably right. What truly matters is the conditions that the Rubarthans have tacked on to the contract. You won't be able to hold on to all of those juicy shares without meeting your obligations to the company. For one, Isthmus Manufacturing has already bought out the commissions that you have originally agreed to fulfill to the Colonial Federation of Davut. Vase did not look too surprised. It's a shame that I cannot fulfill my original responsibilities to Davut, but I hope that my former client managed to get a huge payday out of this buyout. The deal the Davutans managed to secure with the Rubarthans is completely voluntary. Gavin assured. Our local branch over there has heard rumors that President Uname's Clive managed to leverage his position to extract a lot of useful concessions from the impresario principality. Davut expects to gain access to a lot of technological support, favorable trade channels, apprenticeship programs and lots of cash. This will ease the deficit of his state and strengthen its foundation a lot further down the line. Besides, the Davutans also managed to retain the right to produce and field the commissioned mechs themselves, so it is not as if they are actually losing anything meaningful. I see. That is a remarkable result. What conditions do we have to abide by in order to uphold the deal? Aside from fulfilling the original commissions, you and your mech company are expected to regularly supply Isthmus Manufacturing with mech models that can guarantee high sales. There is room for the occasional dry spells, but if you no longer bother with designing any commercial mechs one day, it becomes difficult to justify your continued stake in the company. The good news is that the contract is not solely dependent on your output. The reason why our clan is the legal entity that will hold all of the shares is to spread the benefits and obligations to our other mech designers. If Keddies or one of the other lead designers manage to design a bestseller by themselves, they can fulfill the contract obligations on our behalf. That was rather clever. Though Vase felt it was a bit of a shame that he could not place all of those lucrative shares under his own name, it was better and more reassuring to let his clan take over this heavy responsibility. As long as Keddies, Alexa and the other lead designers became good enough, Vase would gain the space to spend his time on other productive activities. What else is in the contract? What about the exclusivity terms? Just as you have previously agreed, Isthmus Manufacturing gains the exclusive right to produce, distribute, sell and provide aftermarket services of all LMC products within the borders of the Rubarthan Pact. The Rubarthan Company will be able to do all of this while paying lower rates for all of these rights. Our clan and Mech Company must agree to never initiate any direct Mech-related business activities by ourselves or through any other business partners. The time limit of this exclusivity clause is 98 years. So the deal ends at 100 odd. Yup, Gavin replied. The rules set by the Red Association don't prevent third parties from licensing my commercial mechs and producing them in their own factories before selling them in the Rubarthan mech market. Vase remarked. The negotiators already thought about that, boss. The solution to that is the lowered fees that Isthmus has to pay to our mech company. Isthmus is effectively allowed to license our commercial mechs at a considerable discount. This allows them to drive out any competitors by starting aggressive price wars. I see. The downside to that was that Isthmus paid a lot less fees to the Larkinson clan, but it didn't really matter. The latter already owned 20% of the former, so the Larkinsons still profited one way or another. Do we still get to keep the shares after the exclusivity deal has ended? Vase asked. Do you even need to ask that question? Gavin raised his eyebrow. This entire agreement is based on the assumption that you will continue to design better and better mechs. If the Feifiana is just the start, then you are bound to design much more powerful and profitable products years to come. Isthmus Manufacturing will be able to earn such an enormous windfall from these expected sales that its earnings far surpasses the present market valuation of those shares. It is more than justified for us to retain our ownership in the company even if we don't supply any further commercial mech designs. That made sense. Vase had no objections to this arrangement, and neither did the Rubarthans. Gavin proceeded to explain other details, but none of them were significant enough to change the overall calculus of this enormous deal. This was a clear win-win arrangement. Even if the impresario prince regretted his emotional decision to approve the deal a few days later, there was not enough of a reason to break the contract once it came into effect. Vase looked forward to gaining access to the enormous production capacity of this big industrial player. Isthmus Manufacturing was not only capable of meeting the expected demand from the middle zones of the Rubarthan Pact, but it should also be able to export a lot of output to the Red Ocean Union. The Feifiana and the Supremo project would be the first two commercial mech lines to take advantage of the vastly improved access to better infrastructure. All of the production bottlenecks that persistently plagued the LMC in the past would disappear once Isthmus got serious about retooling its production lines to churn out living mechs day and night. In the future, Vase could also take advantage of the company's mature first-class production facilities to meet the needs of his future Rubarthan consumers. The profitability of first-class mechs was much higher than any other second-class mech. With all of this recent spate of good news, Vase grew concerned whether anything could threaten this lucrative arrangement. What are our risks? Well, if the impresario prince turns against us for whatever reason, we won't be able to profit much longer. You need to make sure you stay on his good side. Understood. I will make sure that this will never be a cause for concern. Vase seriously promised. Gavin's expression grew a lot more serious. The contents of your private conversation with the 5733rd prince hasn't spread, but that is no guarantee. I have been able to listen in, and I am sure that His Highness pulled in his own trusted advisors. Any of us present a possible security leak. Your words will instantly generate a huge amount of controversy and attract a lot of opposition to us if they leak to the public. Nefarious parties can also use the threat of leaking a sensitive recording to blackmail us. You have put us all in great jeopardy when you pursued a high-risk strategy. Though Gavin was right to be concerned about the repercussions of this crazy gambit, Vase did not show any obvious concerns. Is that what is weighing on your mind? It won't be a problem even if it leaks. Blackmail can never work if the victim doesn't really mind the penalty for non-compliance. As far as I am concerned, the Rubarthans need a harsh dose of truth in order to adapt to the new age. They can be angry all they want, but that doesn't make my words any less right. Even if they want to do anything to me, they can't. I'm an honorary member of the Red Association. Isn't it normal for the Mechers to bully the Rubarthans and get away with it? If that is not enough, I can always ask a favor from the Destroyer of Worlds. The word of a god pilot should be enough to squash any open discontent. Chapter 5613 What is Love? Ever since the impresario prince had his entire mind blown by talking to the devil tongue, he had completely set aside his usual duties in order to deal with a more critical priority. Instability reigned in the Rubarthan Pact. The losses in the front line continued to escalate. The post-Great Severing economy still hadn't fully recovered from the crisis that started a year ago. The increasingly more tumultuous succession battle had begun to divide Rubarthans in several different camps. None of these weighty matters occupied the prince's mind at this time. How could the very real problems of the first-rate colonial superstate possibly exceed the importance of his flawed art journey? The impresario prince lived for his art. His principality and all of his expansive holdings within Rubarthan space turned him into a wealthy and individual man, but none of them could directly improve his progression as an artist. In fact, it was precisely because his progress as an artist had stalled that he sought to earn his great father's approval by supporting other creatives and building a media empire for himself. Yet none of this seemed to make a difference. Even as Prince Casimir started to gain more control over the culture of Rubarthan society, he barely had any room to exercise his influence for fear of stepping on the toes of many other Rubarthan princes. Unlike Casimir, his more powerful brothers and sisters easily possessed the ability to retaliate against him. Their hard power was much greater than his own. Soft power was not enough to defend against their tyrannical moves. Becoming a patron of the arts was just a joke in his eyes. So long as his accomplishments did not attract the attention of the Star Emperor, then it was no different from wasted effort as far as he was concerned. At least, that was his previous mindset. Now that the prince looked back at his unceasing obsession with earning his great father's approval, he suddenly felt that this was the true joke all along. I'm a clown. Shame and other complex feelings filled his heart. Prince Casimir tried so hard to justify his behavior, but whenever he did so, the poisonous arguments voiced by the devil tongue surged in his mind. Professor Larkinson may have been abrasive when he confronted the issue, but his logic was still sound. Prince Casimir was willing to admit that much. He did not want to replicate his more stupid and impulsive princes who refused to admit their own faults due to their overwhelming pride. As one of the weaker and less successful descendants of the seventh, Casimir was all too familiar with confronting his faults. He just never dared to designate his great father as the root of his problem. It is never too late to correct my course, he told himself. Many artists failed again and again before they found their own path to success. Of course, the harsh reality was that the frequency of this happening was too low. Far too many artists ended up muddling their way through life and never managed to break past their ceilings for the entirety of their careers. Casimir believed he was different from these failed cases. His technical skills had earned universal praise. The best art-oriented augmentations combined with the best teachings that the Imperial Rubarthan household could arrange had made him good enough to produce masterworks in theory. He only needed to fix his mentality and form a healthier mindset in order for his renewed art career to experience the renaissance that he had always desired. A chime sounded in the prince's personal atelier, causing him to regain his awareness. Compared to just a day before, the entire place looked drastically different. The prince had grown so disgusted at the sight of all of his flawed and deficient works that he had readily ordered his men to throw them into the incinerator. If not for the fact that all of his sold and donated artworks already turned into other people's possessions, the impresario prince would have ordered to retrieve these pieces as well before erasing them from this plane of reality. "Sir, your shipment has arrived," the voice of one of his assistants transmitted into the chamber. "We have just completed a deep inspection and found nothing wrong. We can transfer it to you right away if you wish. Please do. I have been waiting for this shipment for too many hours now. I am impatient to begin my quest for love." It only took a few minutes for a bot to enter the private workroom. The bot deposited a single box that the prince impatiently took in his possession. Casimir examined the markings as well as the electronic data attached to the container and nodded in satisfaction. "You are finally here," he said with a voice filled with impatience. He pressed a single button, causing the box to unfold on his favorite work table. Moo, moo, moo. The infusion of light seemed to startle the relatively young and sensitive kitten. The juvenile cat flailed his adorably small limbs as he struggled to climb out of the clean white blanket that served as his bed. Prince Casimir couldn't help but soften his expression as he beheld the kitten for the first time. He had never adopted any pets in his life. His life didn't seem to have any room for one. He had always filled his time with studies, work and initiatives to improve his standing in Rubarthan society. Let alone adopting pets, the Rubarthan prince never even thought about starting a family of his own. He had long assumed that love and romance only slowed him down. That was no longer the case. From the moment he gazed at the black-furred kitten, his heart already began to melt. The warmth that had begun to slip through the gaps filled him with a sensation that he could only recognize as love and affection. Laying his eyes on this precious and adorable kitten had a similar effect to coming into contact with the golden cat. Of course, the ancestral spirit of the Larkinson clan was much more powerful and impressive in any way. An ordinary flesh and blood cat could not compare against this radiant existence. Fortunately, the prince did not mind the differences. He just wanted to obtain a cat for his own. Strength was not a criteria. The only factor that mattered to him was whether the cat was able to help him experience the feeling of love. As Casimir carefully reached out and held the frightened kitten in his hands, his body heated up in a way that he had never experienced before. Pure love started to flow from his heart. Moo, moo, shish. It is okay, my dear. Your new owner is here. I will take care of you from now on. You and I shall grow together for many years to come. Doesn't that sound exciting to you, my new pet? Moo. The helpless black designer kitten that he had ordered shortly after his latest meeting more than satisfied his expectations. The impresario prince became overwhelmed by the release of all of the strange emotions that he had rarely experienced in the past. The abundant surge of warm and fuzzy emotions produced strange reactions in his brain. His cool rationality suddenly took a backseat in order to make room for his new impulses. For the first time in a long time, true inspiration had begun to visit his mind. The prince began to come up with all sorts of new and fresh ideas on how he could commemorate this occasion. From painting an image that utilized different colors to portray his changing emotions to reshaping metal into a stylized impression of this scene, Prince Casimir became delighted for the first time since he started to doubt himself. This was because he personally confirmed that Professor Larkinson had been right. The impresario prince truly needed to experience love in order to get back on the right track. He became even more grateful towards the devil tongue. As his pleased and delighted eyes rested on his new kitten, he spontaneously came up with a name. Kara, your name shall be Kara. As my Rubarthan sentinel cat, you shall stay by my side for the rest of my life. In turn, I shall attend to your needs and reciprocate all of the love that you have given to me. This is our contract. Do you agree? Moo. The prince had chosen to order this specific kitten with specific reasons in mind. He ordered a kitten as opposed to an adult cat in order to experience what it was like to raise his own child. Though he eventually intended to open his own heart and seek a real partner to share his life with, such affairs always took a lot of time to develop, especially for a man of high station such as himself. Prince Casimir couldn't wait that long. His art reset was too important for him to get delayed by a number of years. Although unusual, there was no rule that forbade him from adopting a cat right away. He briefly struggled to choose which sort of cat he wanted to adopt. Ordinary house cats were beneath his status. This was why he directed his attention to various designer cats. A Rubarthan sentinel cat was not an obvious choice. They were often associated with young girls as the cats were primarily designed to serve as their playmates as well as their animal protectors. The designer breed had also become old-fashioned in the age of Dawn. The company responsible for developing the product line had made sure to regularly update its gene template, but that did not stop Rubarthan sentinel cats from falling out of vogue. The latest trend in the designer pet market was to develop a new category of pets whose genes were composed of an amalgamation of regular pet DNA and mutated beast DNA. The goal of splicing and fusing all of these genes was to produce a superpet that was as docile as a modern cat but also developed the superpowers of one of the many mutated beasts that gained a lot of power from absorbing E-energy radiation. Though the results were incredibly mixed, even without mutations the designer pets still proved to excite their new owners. Yet, a cat was all Casimir needed to experience true affection. He had known that the wife of the Devil Tongue had adopted a Rubarthan sentinel cat many years ago. Since this breed was good enough to satisfy the Larkinsons, then it should surely be good enough to satisfy his own yearning for love. He was glad that he was proven right. As Kara slowly started to grow comfortable in her new human's presence, Casimir continued to caress the black kitten's fur with more care and attention than when he applied the delicate brush strokes of his paintings. "I love you, Kara. Moo, ouch, baby, don't hurt me. My finger is not your chew toy." As the impresario prince continued to coddle Kara as if she was the most precious gift of his life, his administration had worked quickly to finalize the biggest business deal in a long time. The cooperation between the Larkinson clan and Isthmus Manufacturing was pretty much set in stone. Vase had concluded the biggest deal by far at this point. There was little reason for him to stick around any longer. After handling a few other miscellaneous affairs, Vase only awaited the conclusion of one more development before he was ready to depart from the Bortle system. "Sir, the recruits have arrived. I have brought them outside your doorstep. Each of them are awaiting your summons," Alexa reported to her mentor after several days of absence. "Are they any good? I believe you will be pleasantly surprised. They are not as brilliant as you, but no journeyman mech designer can make this claim. That aside, they are more competent in their own fields. The majority of them are direct disciples of many different master mech designers, but I have made sure to emphasize that they will have to end their teacher-disciple relationships before they can join our clan." "I see. Well, bring them in already." Chapter 5614 Lead Designer Candidates. The design department of the Living Mech Corporation had grown enormously since its humble beginnings. Starting from the time where Vase designed his mechs all on his lonesome back in Cloudy Curtain, the design department had slowly developed an extensive hierarchy as it continued to fill up with more and more personnel. Granted, the vast majority of them consisted of young novices and apprentices who lacked any particular importance. Low-ranking mech designers had their place, and Vase could easily name a dozen different names that had caught his attention over the years. The issue was that their usefulness to him remained limited so long as they had yet to truly cross the extraordinary threshold. Whether it was their knowledge base, their affinity to mechs or their ingenuity, they simply did not possess the ability to lead projects that could output mechs that satisfied the standards set by the Miracle Couple. Only high-ranking mech designers could satisfy the needs of the Larkinson army as well as the diverse range of customers of the Living Mech Corporation. The design department currently employed 11 lead designers if Vase left himself out of the picture. They brought enough design capacity to lead any small to medium mech company to prosperity. However, all of them were currently journeymen. It was not uncommon for mech designers of this rank to achieve commercial success, but their ability to penetrate the mech market was always limited due to the presence of so much competition. The dominance of mainstream mechs made it far too difficult for journeymen to compete directly. Their only choices were to find a niche in a local market that was not being served by the big players, or to be inventive enough to design highly innovative mechs that could essentially create a new market all by themselves. The incredibly harsh circumstances imposed by the mech market only allowed the very best journeymen to establish a growing mech business. These were the mech designers who not only possessed the skill and ingenuity to serve the market in very different ways than the general mech industry, but also possessed the finances, infrastructure, backing and other helpful factors to successfully convert their potential into real gains. Vase was naturally one of the few success cases. His living mechs brought value and fulfilled needs that everyone else did not even think about. He had managed to design and sell bestsellers since his days as a third-class mech designer. Now that he was on track to become a first-class mech designer, his latest products had already reached a stage where the combination of their intangible and tangible performance parameters had reached a height where they could actually challenge the dominance of mainstream mech models. There was no denying that he was the driving force behind the LMC's meteoric rise. He was chiefly responsible for both the highly successful product reveal of the Fei Fianna line and the amazing market potential of the upcoming Supremo project. Yet the LMC's overwhelming reliance on its head designer also represented a vulnerability. After spending so many years shouldering the business ambitions of the Larkinson clan by himself, Vase grew tired of bearing sole responsibility of paying all of the bills. This was why he supported the diversification of the Larkinson clan's revenue streams as well as the development of all of his lead designers. Each of them had the potential to rise above and excel in their own fields. Vase had always been careful about the selection of his external hires. They had to be young, talented and full of potential. The upside to hiring them was that they were young and inexperienced enough for his teachings and indoctrination to take effect. The downside was that it took a lot of them for them to realize their potential and live up to his expectations. So far, Only 2 mech designers had reached the level where they could partially take over the LMC's business and shoulder the Larkinson clan's extensive financial burdens. Though her range of output was a lot more limited, Ketty's had risen up to become the best substitute for Vase. Her unique circumstances granted her advantages that enabled her to design swordsman mechs that had no equal. Vase may have played an instrumental role in transforming her into a brilliant swordmaster and journeyman mech designer, but her overwhelming passion, her unyielding work ethic and her raw talent enabled her to stand out from her peers. Her rapid growth and rise came as an enormous relief to Vase. He knew that if he disappeared tomorrow, the LMC would still be able to earn enough revenue to support the current state of the clan. Gloriana was also a mech designer who had grown a lot. Although she was unwilling to lead design projects centered around mass production mechs, her ability to turn every custom mech into a masterwork over time was worth a fortune. Although the Larkinson clan had yet to utilize her god body method on a wider scale, Vase knew that even first-raters were willing to pay a fortune to obtain a custom mech that could evolve into a masterwork after a time. Alas, this was the extent of Larkinson mech designers who had grown strong enough to share his considerable burden. The remaining 9 lead designers still needed years if not decades to come into their own. This was nothing unusual among journeymen, but Vase was not sure whether Red Humanity would be able to last long enough to give the remaining Larkinson mech designers enough time for development. Vase was most pleased with Juliet Stamaros and Sarah Voikin. Both of them specialized in mobility and defense. These were 2 basic but indispensable aspects for any mech design. It was no surprise that the 2 journeymen managed to accumulate a lot of practical experience as a result. Their workloads may be a lot heavier than their other colleagues, but their persistent efforts rapidly polished their design skills and allowed them to gain a more comprehensive understanding of a wide variety of mechs. The remaining journeymen were not bad either, but they lacked the time, accumulation or opportunities to shoulder greater responsibilities in the near future. This was why he encouraged them all to undergo ED-Net training. The accelerated simulated learning program was exactly what they needed to speed up their progress and promote the quality of their work in a hurry. It was partially because he had sent so many mech designers off for ED-Net training that Vase had to put special emphasis into recruitment. Vase had a habit of making decisions that primarily paid off in the long term. This usually worked out well enough, but in this case it had hollowed out the design department in a time where the LMC needed to refresh and expand its current catalog of commercial mech models the most. I truly hope your batch of new recruits can address the acute manpower shortage in our design department. Vase spoke to Alexa as he rose up from his seat and awaited the arrival of the first candidate. How many journeymen did you manage to bring over this time? 25. What? You underestimate how attractive you have become as an employer. Alexa smirked. Aside from the qualities that you have long been known for, the events that recently took place on this planet have elevated your stature even further. The Fei Fianna is arguably the best second-class mech designed by a senior. Countless mech designers want to learn from you and receive guidance on how to excel so quickly. The fact that every lead designer is entitled to receive a custom companion spirit from you is a powerful bonus. It's not so easy. Vase shook his head. External help can only bring them so far. I can only increase their potential. It is up to them to do the hard work required to surpass most of their peers. Alexa did not argue against that. Even if you cannot help them as much as they wish, they can still take advantage of your rapid ascent. The attempted assassination attempt exposed your relationship with the Destroyer of Worlds. While no one knows how close you are to her, even a casual relationship should be enough to propel you to the top of the first-class mech industry within a century. This may be the last chance for second-class mech designers to hitch a ride aboard your shuttle. That may be the real reason why Alexa experienced much less difficulties in bringing in a lot of qualified candidates. I understand. Since we have so many names to go through, we should start right away. Do you intend for me to recruit all of them, or do you expect me to filter out a few of your candidates? I have tried my best to make a careful selection based on the needs of our clan and your personal preferences. The former Terran mech designer said in a professional tone. In theory, all 25 candidates should be able to earn your approval. However, your judgment is different from mine. It should not impact our plan too much if you reject a part or even half of the potential recruits that I have selected. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. In that case, it is best if I hold the candidates to a higher standard. He had several ways to do this. He retrieved the Larkinson mandate and placed it on his office desk for easy access. He also primed Blinky to take a deep look at the spiritualities of his candidates. Bring in the first one. A young man came in. He looked to be in his early 30s, but possessed a sense of confidence and poise that spoke of superior upbringing. Name: Victor Macmillan. The man answered in a crisp accent. Design philosophy. Class 3. Close surface energy shield systems. Oh, Vase immediately developed a greater interest in this candidate. The design department had long been lacking in defensive specialists, especially ones who possessed particularly strong attainments in the development of energy shield generators. While Sarah Voikin and Beatrice Hendricks both excelled in designing powerful armor systems, this was not enough to satisfy people's needs anymore. The rapid advancement in energy shield technology in the last 2 mech generations had caused them to become a lot more practical than in the past. They had always been known as energy-hungry gadgets, but never delivered a satisfying degree of protection until fairly recently. The rise of phase water technology and hyper-technology had rapidly turned energy shield generators from a luxury to a necessity for many second-class mechs. It was high time the design department hired an actual energy shield specialist. Vase currently wondered whether Victor was the only candidate that possessed this kind of specialization. After he sent a silent transmission to Alexa, she discreetly replied through the same channel. There was another candidate who specialized in energy shield systems. That came as a relief to Vase. The design department truly needed all of the help that it could get to elevate the energy shields of all Larkinson mechs to a higher standard. Right now, Vase was wondering what made Victor Macmillan's work special. Please summarize your design philosophy. Vase commanded. I specialize in developing energy shield generators that can project shaped energy shields that can take on much more complex shapes than usual. Victor quickly explained while maintaining his confidence. This allows my energy shields to follow the contours of a mech much more closely. Dynamic monitoring and rapid adjustments can prevent the energy shields from colliding with the limbs of the mechs and continue to provide effective protection at a considerably lower burden due to lack of wasted coverage. Interesting. What else makes your energy shield systems more effective than others? The efficiency of my energy shields can be brought to another level by activating one of my proprietary software programs that can dynamically regulate the activation of my energy shields, thereby reducing the strain to the energy shield generator and energy reserves of the mech by over 70%. It is not completely foolproof, but it can activate energy shields fast enough to block over 95% of incoming attacks. Chapter 5615 Victor Macmillan. It did not take much time for Vase to understand the gist of Victor Macmillan's strengths as a mech designer. The man studied at an elite mech design university and managed to demonstrate enough talent and other qualities to become apprenticed to a master mech designer. Once he started to receive special tutelage, his progress took off. He rapidly increased his understanding of all of the necessary fields related to energy shield systems. More than that, Victor Macmillan also learned many of the well-established design solutions of his master, thereby enabling him to immediately design mechs with a mature set of defenses. However, just because he inherited the design philosophy of his master did not mean he was resting on the laurels of his elders. Years after he set out on his own and emigrated to the Red Ocean, he had been working to increase the efficiency of his master's signature invention even further. Macmillan did not have the scientific and technological accumulation to substantially improve the core mechanisms of close-surface energy shield systems. This was why he diverted to improving the control systems instead. Most mechs with energy shield generators tended to activate them whenever they were about to enter into a dangerous situation where attacks could come at any time. While energy shields tended to expend energy a lot more rapidly when resisting incoming attacks, they also strained the power reactor even when they were running idle. That was a considerable waste, especially if a battle dragged out over time. Keeping an energy shield generator running even when they weren't necessary at the time also wore out a lot of components and increased the heat buildup of a machine. All in all, if there was a way to keep them inactive during all of the times when the mech did not actively face any dangerous pressure, then that would do much to extend their presence in the field. Let me get this straight, Vase said as he analyzed what he heard. The close-surface energy shield system is your master's work, while the dynamic energy shield activation system is your own solution. Is this correct? Victor curtly nodded. That is so, but I have not dedicated all of my later years to developing the latter. I am still dedicated to improving my master's work in my own way. I have mainly been doing this by adapting phase water technology and more recently hyper technology to close-surface energy shield systems. Once I have grasped both new fields to a strong degree, I hope to develop a new category of energy defense that can offer comparable protection to Azure energy shields but at a much greater efficiency. Vase asked a few more questions related to Victor's most recent mech designs and design solutions. It quickly became clear that the candidate was primarily focused on increasing efficiency and reducing waste. These were good goals to strive for, because energy shield systems generally imposed a heavy burden on a mech, particularly second-class and third-class ones. The value of his design philosophy was a bit lower when applied to first-class mechs because they no longer struggled to sustain the operation of a hungry energy shield generator. Even so, efficiency never lost its usefulness. How is the performance of the dynamic energy shield activation system that you have developed in extreme situations and edge cases? Can it maintain the same 95% block rate when the mech is targeted by energy weapons? My proprietary software cannot achieve this success rate when it is being attacked by energy weapons. Victor McMillan plainly admitted, my activation system is most effective at efficiently blocking physical projectiles. Their velocities are much slower than the speed of light, so there is always enough lead time for my energy shield to rise to full power from a special standby state. Laser beams travel at the speed of light, so it is impossible to react after the energy weapons have opened fire. My system heavily depends on sensor input or external data feeds to carefully monitor the actions of opposing mechs and warships. There are usually indications when they are about to open fire. Even exotic alien weapons with strange operation rules can be deciphered by the adaptive learning component of my software after gathering enough observation data. That sounded fairly useful, but Vase still felt this was a gimmick that any decent high-ranking mech designer could come up with. They just didn't bother to do so because they had better things to do with their time. So far, Vase's impression of Victor McMillan was not entirely good. The man had yet to develop any truly strong or original design solutions by himself. However, his foundation was strong and he still had plenty of time to refine his specialization in the future. How large are your energy shield generators? Vase questioned. Can they be small enough to fit inside a light mech? The efficiency of my energy shield systems has made them much more suitable to be mounted into smaller and lighter mechs. Their energy shields can last up to 3 times longer due to all of the energy-saving measures that I have implemented. Victor proudly answered. That meant that Victor McMillan was an efficiency-oriented mech designer. He mainly sought to improve his mechs by making his systems cheaper, less demanding and more long-lasting. This did not mean he ignored the need to improve the hard defensive parameters of his energy shield systems, but he did not obsess over it like other specialists. This made Victor a lot more suited to work on lighter and more limited mech designs. Larger and heavier mechs possessed a lot of capacity for everything. Efficiency was not that big of a deal. Instead, they pursued greater power even if they generated more waste. All in all, Victor was a good addition to the design department. His work was already relevant to the LMC's many second-class mech models, which meant he could be put to work almost right away. Before we proceed, do you have any questions about the job that you are applying for? I am sure that Miss Strian here has already given you plenty of answers, but she is a fairly recent hire so she doesn't know everything. Victor McMillan was not shy about asking questions. I have heard from your disciple that each lead designer has the opportunity to obtain an EDNet quota and undergo an accelerated deep learning training program that entirely takes place in virtual reality. How can I earn this benefit? Well, the man certainly had a definite goal in mind. Vase was not surprised that a journeyman like him developed a strong desire for this rare reward. There were few second-class employers who would ever think about allocating their rare and precious quotas to unrelated mech designers. Our clan has accrued over a dozen permanent EDNet quotas, and we will earn more in time. Vase calmly answered. Currently, anyone can redeem this quota after earning enough Larkinson merits, which you can earn by making any sort of contribution to our clan. It is not difficult to earn Larkinson merits by performing your normal duties, but if you want to get a head start and outpace your peers, you will need to work harder and be more inventive in your solutions. How many merits must I earn in order to secure a quota? The redemption price of an EDNet quota is affected by supply and demand. There are many Larkinsons who are yearning to undergo up to 20 years of focused learning in order to be promoted to first raters. However, mech designers play an especially important role in our clan. They have priority on any quota. As long as you are decent enough, you should be able to redeem this reward within 10 or so years provided that you have not spent your Larkinson merits on other attractive rewards. This was reasonable. Vase wanted to hire a lot of journeymen in order to expand the design department's pipeline for second-class mech designs. If he made it too easy for these mech designers to earn an ED-net quota, he wouldn't be able to get any use out of them in the short term. While it was possible for first-class mech designers to go back to designing second-class mech designs, the journeymen still needed to put in the hard work and prove their dedication to the Larkinson clan before he was willing to lend them a hand. I have heard that the lead designers of the design department are able to receive one of your impressive companion spirits for free. Is that true, Professor? Vase nodded. That is true. This benefit should ordinarily be redeemed for Larkinson merits, but our manpower shortage in the design department is so great that I am willing to suspend the requirements and grant people companion spirits up front. You can consider it as prepayment for all of the services that you will render in the future. It is an investment and not so much a welcome gift. Victor said. That's pretty much correct. Companion spirits can open up a lot of possibilities for mech designers. They can also help you speed up your understanding of hyper-technology and work around our proprietary design solutions a lot better. I can guarantee you that you will become a much better mech designer once you acquire a helpful and supportive companion spirit. This was everything that Victor Macmillan needed to hear. He was completely sold. No other second-class or first-class mech company was willing to provide comparable benefits to their journeymen. Seeing that both sides were happy with each other, Vase held up the Larkinson mandate and gestured Victor to come close and place his palm on the purple and golden book cover. I hope that you have prepared yourself for this, because you will only receive one chance. Please make your oath and pledge your loyalty to the Larkinson clan. Victor did not appear to have any strong attachments to other organizations, because Goldie approved of his joining without issue. A spiritual connection seamlessly formed between the two. From today onwards, Victor Macmillan had become the latest member of the Larkinson clan. That proceeded faster than I expected, Victor said with evident relief as he started to get acclimated to all of the additional sensory information fed by the Larkinson network. Thank you for taking me in, Professor. I am grateful that you have accepted me into your fold. I am eager to start my work on your mech design projects. There is no hurry for the time being. You are not yet familiar with the Larkinson clan. You will need to spend at least a couple of weeks to understand how we operate before we are ready to assign you to a mech design project. In the meantime, you should already gain access to our extensive internal library. If you do not have any ongoing assignments, I highly recommend you take advantage of our learning resources. I have written a few guides on hyper-technology that should be of considerable interest. I shall read them right away. Vase soon dismissed the eager new Larkinson mech designer. Good find, Alexa. I hope that the rest are at least comparable in quality. He commented after Victor left. 1 down, 24 more to go. This is going to be a long day. Vase continued to bring in the candidates one by one. Each of them possessed different backgrounds and origins. Their specializations also differed a lot from each other. However, they also possessed a few common traits that made them highly desirable to Vase. None of them were older than 40. None of them developed any low-value design philosophies. None of them possessed any obvious personality disorders. What Vase cared about the most was that almost all of them were young journeymen who used to be direct disciples of various master mech designers. The key was that their masters had all been left behind in the Milky Way galaxy. This meant that all of this high-quality stock was much less dependent on any other existing forces. It shouldn't take much effort for the Larkinsons to instill a strong sense of loyalty and attachment to the clan. Chapter 5616 Harry Heikonen. After Vase interviewed the sixth candidate, he had already started to lose interest in the particulars of the candidates. Prior to this day, Vase treated every lead designer as a treasure and a high-value investment. Each of them deserved to receive his personal attention because of their importance and their scarcity. Now that the design department was about to welcome a lot of new journeyman mech designers at once, they should no longer be as scarce as before. As such, Vase already felt it was not worth his time to befriend and familiarize himself with every individual lead designer. Should we even call them lead designers by this time? It may be wise for Vase to reorganize the design department and add additional layers to the hierarchy. It would be stupid to contend with 30 so-called lead designers at the same time. In any case, Alexa Strian had done a good job at selecting these applicants. Vase had yet to find a single reason to object to their entry into the clan, so it was highly likely that all 25 of them would become Larkinsons by the end of the day. Since this was the case, Vase should take advantage of his high position to delegate the management of all of the individual journeymen to a trusted mech designer. This would leave Vase free to focus on his own projects. If any of the new recruits managed to excel and stand out from the pack, Vase might have reason to pay renewed attention to them. So long as they became as good as the likes of Gloriana and Kedis, Vase was more than willing to elevate their status in the clan. However, much like Victor Macmillan, the new recruits had yet to develop sufficiently enough to shoulder the burdens of the Larkinson clan by themselves. If they did manage to reach this esteemed height, then there was no need for them to apply to Vase. They were already qualified enough to start their own successful mech company. As the journeymen continued to enter the office and present themselves to their latest employer, Vase found out that over half of them previously worked in other respectable mech companies based in the Bortle system. However, once they learned that the Larkinson clan was looking to recruit new journeymen, they quit their jobs as soon as possible and sent their applications right away. They took considerable risks to join the Larkinson clan. If their applications got rejected for any reason, then they had to look for an entirely different job. While mech designers of their caliber should always be able to find employment, the hassle and the disruptions to their lives were still considerable. Only one other mech designer managed to arouse a greater degree of interest than normal. Name: Harry Heikkonen. A tall, straight-backed mech designer wearing a clean gray business suit responded. Design philosophy. I inherited my Class 2 design philosophy from my master. It is called Precision Focus Laser Weapon Systems. Vase immediately perked up when he learned that the tall journeyman specialized in energy weapons. Interesting, he said with a smile. So your mastery of laser beam weapons is particularly high. The man slightly relaxed his posture and started to express his passion. That is correct, sir. Laser weapons are one of the basic and most fundamental weapons of our civilization since the Age of Stars. Humanity has come in touch with many powerful weapon systems since that time. There are many advantages to using positron weapons, plasma weapons and destroyer weapons, but despite the growing competition, the most simple and basic laser weapons have never lost their relevance. It was so interesting for Vase to meet a fellow connoisseur of laser weapons. He immediately understood where Harry Heikkonen was coming from. After all, his luminaire crystal weapons also made heavy use of laser beams. Laser weapons are versatile, efficient, scalable, economical and most importantly effective at much longer ranges since their output travels at the speed of light. Exactly, Professor. Harry's eyes lit up. Laser weapons may not be the most powerful choice available to our customers, but they are most effective in spaceborne battles due to their ability to strike at targets that are beyond the range of other weapon systems. However, their effectiveness at closer ranges are not as good. This is where my design philosophy comes in. It is a means to dramatically increase the effective damage inflicted by laser beams at close to medium range. Wait, what? Shouldn't precision focus laser weapon systems be oriented around designing armaments that can attain greater accuracies at longer ranges? That is a common misunderstanding. While I am capable of designing precision rifles that are optimized for sniping enemies at longer ranges, my main body of work is different. Many of the mechs that I have designed have all subverted the conventional rule of thumbs when it comes to machines armed with laser weapons. They are still threatening at range, but they are even better when they dogfight their opponents. This is because of the special focusing crystals that I have added to the weapons. Vase grew more and more interested in Harry Heikkonen. He truly thought that a design philosophy that included the word precision should have been oriented towards marksman mechs, but it turned out that the energy weapon specialist primarily designed mechs that were not afraid of brawling enemies up close. What is special about your focusing crystals? I am glad you asked, Professor. Harry grinned. As you know, every laser weapon uses a focusing crystal to even out the laser beam that emerges from the weapon barrel. In the overwhelming majority of cases, the focusing crystals are shaped to straighten the beams as much as possible. The goal is to attain a perfectly straight beam that can maintain perfection cohesion at a theoretically infinite range. This is impossible to attain in practice as the imperfections of the focusing crystal as well as other flaws prevent the laser beams from dispersing across longer distances. Trying to make energy weapons fire perfectly straight beams was as difficult as telling a person to walk a perfectly straight line for several kilometers on a completely flat and featureless plane. While Vase heard of high-tech solutions that enabled certain models of first-class multipurpose mechs to achieve this exceptional result, the cost was so prohibitive that it was completely unaffordable for second-class mechs. As Harry talked, Vase already started to get an inkling of what precision focus laser weapon systems actually meant. So your weapons are different. They don't fire perfectly straight laser beams. Yes, that is correct. The focusing crystals of my laser weapons are deliberately more convex in shape than is necessary to produce straight laser beams. Every time my laser weapon opens fire, it unleashes a laser beam that narrows in width until all of the energy of the attack converges on a single point in space. This is the coordinate where all of the power of the weapon discharge is concentrated to the greatest degree possible. Any adversary that is struck by a precisely focused beam will suffer much greater damage than getting hit by a straight and less concentrated laser beam. Alexa had already grown familiar with Harry's design philosophy, but this was completely new to Vase. He readily understood the advantages of being able to land precisely focused laser beams onto a target. The concentration of damage was much greater, which effectively meant that it became a lot easier to pierce through armor. Laser beam weapons generally possessed fairly poor penetration power because it was far too easy to disperse their firepower over a much wider surface area. However, if rifleman mechs started to fire more precisely focused energy beams, the concentration of so much firepower in a tiny surface area would dramatically produce a greater impact on any solid matter. Even energy shields would find it difficult to withstand these attacks. It was much easier for energy barriers to resist attacks that were more evenly spread across their surface. Highly concentrated attacks induced much greater strain on the energy shield generators as they struggled to resist a spike of outside pressure. Still, as much as precision-focused weapons sounded better than more conventional energy beams, they still possessed one overwhelming flaw. As far as I recall, energy weapons that fire converging energy beams have never managed to catch on due to the difficulty of attaining perfect focus on targets, especially fast-moving ones. Vase pointed out, the advantage of conventional laser weapons is that straight beams are just as deadly at point-blank range and at longer ranges. So long as they strike the target, the mech pilots can be assured that their attacks have dealt consistent and predictable damage. This is not the case if energy beams are only able to attain their optimal damage potential in 3 dimensions rather than 2. The failure rate must be high. It is not as bleak as you think, Harry said in a familiar fashion. He must have met many doubtful mech designers over the course of his career. My master has worked hard to reduce the limitations of this approach. The key component is the focusing crystal. It is not a pure crystalline object, but it is also organic. This results in a focusing crystal that can increase or decrease its convexity very quickly with minimal lag time. Vase nodded in understanding. That indeed sounds useful. The faster the focusing crystal can change the distance where the laser beam converges all of its power to a point in space, the more applicable it becomes. However, this shouldn't be enough. The focusing crystal must concentrate the energy beam at the precise position of a mech in a very small window of time. That requires a lot of data and prediction. Harry already had an answer for that as well. This is why all of my ranged mechs are paired with the accompanying software and hardware adjustments. The journeyman offered his prepared response. My mechs should ideally be mounted with special weapon systems that can precisely track and observe the coordinates and movement of enemy mechs and other targets. The mech's software should be able to process this data as quickly as possible so that the focusing crystal can reach the right level of convexity to deliver a perfectly focused laser beam attack at a designated target. All of this sounded incredibly complicated. Multiple different mech systems had to work together in order to produce the desired results. If just a single link in the chain faltered for whatever reason, the mech could forget about landing precisely focused beams. How consistently are your mechs able to achieve perfectly focused hits? It is quite high. Qualified hits happen at roughly 80% of the time against most mechs and starfighters. Light mechs and more mobile starfighters are more difficult to pin down, especially when there is heavy jamming, but effective focus can still be attained 30% of every hit. You should know that faster targets are usually less protected, so a concentrated laser beam attack can penetrate their defenses much better than more conventional attacks. It is not impossible to cripple an opposing light mech with only a single salvo. That certainly sounded impressive, but Vase reserved his judgment. There had to be other complications to this quirky weapon system. What if the mech is unable to fire or land perfectly focused laser beams? Any laser beam that has missed perfect focus and has already dispersed over a distance is unable to inflict much damage to an enemy target. Getting hit by a dispersed energy beam is not much different from getting illuminated by a spotlight. Harry did not look concerned at all. Rest assured that my laser weapons are all equipped to deal with this contingency, Professor. My organic focusing crystals can be reset to their neutral states. This means that they function no differently from ordinary focusing crystals that are solely capable of producing straight energy beams. This should be more than enough to preserve the combat effectiveness of my ranged mechs. Chapter 5617 Vast increase in net worth. 5617 Vast increase in net worth. Vase became delighted with the new batch of mech designers. Alexa Strian had proven her competence and usefulness in an excellent manner by making an incredibly thoughtful selection that closely matched his own intentions. Each of the new recruits easily satisfied his minimum expectations. Many of them brought additional extras to the table, such as the ability to independently develop custom mech systems. With all of the range of specializations that this large group of journeymen introduced to the design department, it became theoretically possible to design a mech completely in-house without relying on any third-party licenses. Of course, it was far too slow and inefficient for the Larkinsons to invent the wheel themselves all of the time when there were perfectly serviceable licenses available on the open market. It was still better to have those specialists around than not. Vase knew it would make a massive difference in all of his mech design projects going forward if he was able to consult the expert opinions on essential parts and systems such as sensors arrays, Gauss weapons, power reactors, light mechs and etc. He already had a good taste of that when he collaborated with Master Decimus Horst on the Supremo project. Not only was the academic master a font of wisdom in the field of heavy artillery mechs, but he was also able to utilize his extensive network of contacts among his peers in Davut to obtain high-level technical support, but he could also gain a lot of direction just by exchanging ideas with a diverse range of experts. In short, the addition of so many confident and motivated journeymen was bound to enrich the design department and significantly raise the quality of all of the output going forward. The only headache that Vase had to deal with was the need to manage all of the strong personalities that had joined the clan all of a sudden. Due to special reasons, high-ranking mech designers enjoyed an eminent status within the Larkinson clan. Sure, expert pilots such as Commander Casella Ingvar and more recently Venerable Benjamin Larkinson received a lot of respect from the rank and file. Elover, the Larkinson clan had been set up from the ground up as an organization where its military branches strictly answered to its civilian administration and not the other way around. Nobody knew whether this structure could be maintained in the long run, but for now the strong leadership exercised by Vase, Gloriana and Kedis had already set the pattern that the leading mech designers possessed the strongest voice in the clan. That needed to change. While Vase was more than willing to entrust the likes of Juliet Stamaros and Sarah Voikin with greater responsibility, the latest batch of journeymen had yet to prove themselves in any way. It would be too unreasonable to give them actual control over an important arm of the clan. Vase continued to struggle over how he should reorganize the design department as he prepared to depart from the Bortle system. There was no need for him to do any further publicity or relations management. Much of the LMC's product catalog was still outdated and badly needed to get refreshed, but its sales was doing better than ever due to all of the Fey Fianas getting sold. It went without saying that the modest amount of inventory that the LMC's manufacturing complexes managed to produce in the past few weeks had already been wiped out in an instant. What was even more ridiculous was that the fixed customers of the IMC who managed to gain priority over their orders immediately proceeded to resell their new mechs on the second-hand market again. The brand new Fey Fianas hadn't even been pulled out from their large shipping containers before they got sold to rich customers who readily paid 5 to 10 times the market price just so that they did not have to wait for many months to finally receive their new hyper-drone mechs. What these people did not know was that the Living Mech Corporation had finally solved its persistent lack of production capacity. Hours before Vase was scheduled to teleport back to the Blue CJ fleet, he and his staff paid a visit to the local branch headquarters of Isthmus Manufacturing. As a large mech producer that was highly active in both the first-class and second-class mech market, the big company also possessed a substantial footprint on Bortle 3. It was here that Vase and his entourage received a warm welcome. Banners of both the Larkinson clan, the Living Mech Corporation and many other Rubithan symbols hung from the high ceiling of an elaborately decorated ceremonial hall. Many executives, managers and VIP customers of Isthmus Manufacturing attended the important occasion while dressed in their best formal wear. Everyone briefly fell silent and waited with bated breath as Vase took an autopen and signed a materialized version of the extensive contract that had just been finalized in the Carly morning. The physical projection of the impresario prince appeared in the ceremonial hall as well. He had no need to make use of an autopen and simply used his exquisite calligraphy skill to produce a dazzling signature. Vase minutely widened his eyes as he saw Prince Casimir deliver a small performance in public. Compared to the depressed and despondent artist that Vase met the first time, the impresario prince of today exuded a much more optimistic demeanor. While the Rubarthan prince certainly knew how to present himself in public, Vase was pretty sure he could still discern whether a person was faking it or not. There were plenty of signs that the impresario prince had genuinely managed to turn his life around. This happened way too quickly. Vase expected that a tortured soul like the impresario prince would take many months to get over his lifelong obsession over his father and start living for himself for a change. Yet barely a few days had gone by, and he already started to present himself as a man who had successfully managed to reinvent himself. Even though this was just the start of his turning point, the fact that he had managed to make the first and most crucial step of all was incredibly significant. As long as he persisted in this new course, Prince Casimir was bound to utilize his impressive skills and his accumulated experience into producing a new wave of art that truly reflected his passion. After he had signed the contract with an impressive flourish, the Rubarthan prince directed a sincere smile at Vase. Many people who witnessed this important occasion wondered how Vase managed to develop such a tight relationship with the 5733rd prince. The two did not share any direct relations with each other before this week. Yet now that they came together, Vase and Casimir readily conveyed the impression that they had already become good friends and allies. Now that the Larkinson clan had obtained a heavy chunk of Isthmus manufacturing, Vase had officially made an entry into Rubarthan high society. It didn't matter that he had yet to step foot inside the Rubarthan Pact. His prior relationship with the Destroyer of Worlds and his recently instituted partnership with Isthmus Manufacturing caused his voice to gain real weight among the Rubarthans. Isthmus Manufacturing had not even introduced the Supremo project yet. After it had managed to gain ownership over this commissioned mech design, the company's entire top management team began to work day and night to formulate the biggest marketing campaign to date. A heavy artillery mech that actually possessed the ability to channel a fraction of the power of a Rubarthan god pilot deserved no less. Though the potential sales potential of the Supremo project was even greater than the Fei Fianna line, it took a lot of setup in order to roll it out properly. Not only were heavy mechs a lot more troublesome to fabricate in most standard mech factories, their typical clientele also expected to receive much more extensive service for these specialty products. In short, it would probably take at least a month for Isthmus Manufacturing to be able to introduce the Supremo product to the public in a hurry. Word about the Supremo project had not yet spread to this level, so much of the discussion that took place after the signing ceremony centered around how the Larkinsons intended to make use of their new 20% stake in their massive company. The physical projection of the impresario prince did not disappear right away. The prince instead chose to linger a bit longer so that he could speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel directly to Vase. Congratulations, Professor Larkinson. The net worth of your clan has increased by over 1 trillion MTA credits. If you are ever short on cash, selling just a fraction of your shares should readily solve your liquidity problems. Vase chuckled as he held a thin glass of an imported blue wine made from hybrid alien grapes. We will never sell those shares if we can help it. Besides, this really isn't about the money. Oh, are you that dismissive about the windfall that you have managed to secure for your clan? Money is just a number to me these days. The true currency in the new frontier is control over resources and hard assets. I do not believe that you are blind to this fundamental truth, Your Highness. Prince Casimir responded with a knowing smile. You already know how to play the game. The stake that you have just obtained will serve as your foothold in the Rubarthan Pact. Don't forget that the headquarters of Isthmus Manufacturing is located in my principality. If you and your clan are finally ready to enter the Rubarthan Pact, I am more than willing to host your presence. I shall take your offer into account, Your Highness. This was a clear invitation from the impresario prince to deepen their relationship even further. Vase was not entirely comfortable with that idea. He did not want to become overly reliant on a single prince in order to maintain his standing within the Rubarthan Pact. There were still numerous opportunities for Vase to forge connections with Casimir's other siblings such as the renowned Inferno Spear Prince. Partner turned his back on it was always better to secure more redundancies in case Larkinson's all of a sudden. This was why Vase did not feel enthused about setting up shop in the impresario principality. Perhaps Casimir managed to read Vase's true intentions, because he quickly switched the topic. What are your immediate plans? I intend to return to the Terran Alliance and continue to teach my classes and design new mechs. At the same time, I am working to promote to a first-class mech designer at a speedy pace. I hope you will be able to design first-class mechs as quickly as possible. Prince Casimir sincerely spoke. I have studied all of your works, Professor. Your expert mechs are clearly a step above your standard mech models. It is clear your art and your vision are increasingly being constrained by the practical limitations of second-class mechs. I believe that the freedom of choice of first-class mechs will allow you to truly unleash your creative vision upon our society. I'm not sure whether I will roll out a first-class mech design of my own that quickly. Vase skeptically replied, I have received a lot of advice on how it is better to dip my toes in the first-class mech market by collaborating with mech designers that have already established themselves in this sector. I intend to follow this suggestion and spend a number of years working and learning alongside my peers. That is a prudent decision. I can refer you to a dozen Rubarthan masters who you can approach for cooperation. They may even be interested in collaborating with you on designing more immediate second-class mechs. Isthmus Manufacturing is quite impressed with your most recent collaborative work. It shows that you can deliver excellent results whenever you collaborate with a knowledgeable and experienced partner. In other words, Isthmus already had thoughts about how Vase should fulfill the next commission. Chapter 5618 Departure from Bordel. Vase experienced a lot of different emotions now that he was about to depart from Bordel 3. His stay was too short. He did not spend any time on exploring any of the cities that had been erected as of late in order to service TL forces that made use of the strategic hub. However, time was short, and he could no longer treat his security as casual as before. Goodbye, Bordel, meow, Lucky echoed as he rested in Vess's arms. The gem cat had partially recovered from his most recent heavy exertion. The cat still looked drained and damaged, but he at least are to be up and about again. A few moments later, Alexa and the 25 journeyman mech designers that had recently joined the clan also arrived. Vase nodded at a couple of them, but otherwise maintained a certain degree of distance to the new recruits. He was way too busy to get to know each of these new mech designers in person. He understood a lot better now why leaders alway themselves in their ivory towers. They just couldn't be bothered to familiarize themselves with all of their subordinates. It became even more important to institute a more sophisticated hierarchy in the design department. So far, Alexa was performing supervisor with admirable competence. She may be an apprentice mech designer who had yet to formally establish her design philosophy, but her impeccable training, her and her close relationship with Vase caused all of the other proud and accomplished second-raters to bow their heads in her presence. Vase felt awfully tempted to put her in charge of managing the design department, but that was a waste of her talents. She was a mech designer first and foremost. More importantly, she had reached a stage in her career where she needed to invest as possible in her core work in order to stoke her passion and form the initial seed of her design philosophy. He did not want her to soil delays because of unnecessary entanglements. Is everyone ready to depart? Yes, sir, Alexa reported like a prim and proper junior assistant. I have made it clear to all of them that they will be journeying. Constantinople 8 shortly after they have been brought into the clan. They have packed all of the luggage that they intend to bring downstairs. They have also sold or entrusted all of the assets that they cannot bring along to the local branch of our clan. Good. It is unlikely that we will return here. The focus of our clan will shift increasingly more to our premier branch, and our first still remain involved in the world of second-raters, but it is my hope that every lead designer in the design department will earn and to undergo ED-net training and promote to a first-class mech designer in time. The mention of this promotion channel perked up a lot of eager mech designers. This was one of the most compelling reasons why won their old jobs and apply to work for Vase. Not even the requirement to make a lifelong commitment to the Larkinson clan could stop them from grasping this opportunity to second-class mech community that they originally called home. Many third-raters and second-raters dreamt of becoming as wealthy and pampered as the Terrans and the Rubarthans. Though the Larkinsons had yet to reach this height, it was well on track to become a sizable first-class power. Vase and Alexa exchanged a few more words before everyone received an alert. Soon enough, the entire group disappeared from the surface of Bordel 3 and reappeared in one of the teleportation chambers of Welcome aboard our warship. A Mecher officer greeted the new arrivals, most of whom looked in wonder at all of the advanced technologies that they could observe. We have arranged suitable accommodation for all of you. We have also opened a limited secti library that you can access in order to supplement your knowledge base, courtesy of Professor Larkinson. I must ask you to control, you remain a guest aboard our fine vessel. As resplendent as her interior may appear, she is still a vessel built for battle. As the Mechers began to settle all of the new guests, Vase briefly chatted with Alexa and Gavin before following another officer to AF compartment at the upper decks. As the Turask and the other warships of the Blue Jay fleet began to fly to the nearest Lagrange point in order to exit the Star System once again. "What's up?" Vase casually asked as he sat down next to the bar where Jovi just downed a drink. "By the way, did the interrogation see any juicy information? I am told that Master Quan has been remarkably informative above the inner workings of the cosmopolitan movement, particular cell." Jovi replied in a steady voice. As a 300-year-old master who has likely held treacherous thoughts towards the current Humar knows more about his own organization than the low-ranking members that we have occasionally caught before. It is normally our advanced technologies and interrogation methods from his encrypted and booby-trapped mind, but we have managed to circumvent obstacles by borrowing the power of a god kingdom. Reality no longer followed all of the rules within the willpower-saturated domain field of a god pilot. No matter how clever or sensitive Master Quan might have been when he designed his own elaborate security measures, god pilots tyrannically powerful will to negate the activation of all of these safeguards. Once that happened, virtually every memory of the old cosmopolitan became accessible to the Red Association. The intelligence coup was so significant that Master Quan had already been away in secret. There were many suitable secret location contents in his mind could be extracted and digitized. "Have you managed to find a lot of names of possible traitors?" "We did," Jovi responded with a vicious grin. "Master Quan knows too much. He is one of the highest-ranking members of the Indy. He not only knows many of the identities of his subordinates, but he is also personally acquainted with the other cell leaders. Moreover, he has made sporadic contact with high-ranking cosmopolitans who belong to other cells. As long as we are able to confirm that less than the latter, we can repeat our earlier action and capture a new batch of cosmopolitans who belong to different cells." "Clever. I feel a lot more reassured now that you guys are being serious about uprooting all of the human traitors that have infiltrated. Sickens me to think that there are so many high-placed humans in our society that are capable of abusing their positions to advance subversive organization. The Indigo Cell already attempted to claim the very lucrative bounty on his head. Even if the Red Association managed to sweep it, other secretive cells across human space that would definitely escape the looming purge. So long as these cosmopolitans kept their heads down, they would be able to escape the wave of persecutions that were undoubtedly the rewards announced by the Red Cabal ensured that the cosmopolitans would continue to think about claiming Vess's head. However, the successful capture of high-ranking cosmopolitans and the rooting out of many cells should degrade the ability for the about in human space. Once many of their fellow cosmopolitans got exposed and caught, the remainder who managed to escape the witch hunt should defy point where they buried themselves deeply for a time. This should give Vase at least a few years of buffer time. So are there any notable figures among the people who are now suspected of believing in the ideals of the cosmopolitan movement? I am not privy to that information." Jovi replied, "I am a mech designer. I am not a member of one of our intelligence department. Other channels to gain a rough understanding of what may happen. The stability of red humanity is still fragile, so a mass wave of we need. We have to employ a quiet strategy to slowly remove and interrogate the suspected traitors without tipping off the other less than this sounded like an extremely difficult operation. The rewards were great, but the Mechers had to do everything right in order to cosmopolitan movement. It was too bad that Vase clearly did not have the right to obtain insider information about this big operation. He already imagined the possibilities. The most exciting way for the Mechers to deal a serious blow to the cosmopolitan movement's suspected traitors with body doubles. Tearing down the dangerous cells from the inside sounded so delightful to Vase. "If you can't tell me about any specific plans relating to the cosmopolitans, can you at least share more general information about their sights set on my head? After all, it is really annoying that I know almost nothing about them. It doesn't help that you guys alwa any information about the cosmopolitan movement. There are good reasons for that, Vase. I do agree with you that you deserve to know more about them. What do you want to know in, how big is the movement? No one can provide you with an accurate answer to this question." Jovi shook his head. The decentralized structure adopted by TJ it impossible to obtain a complete headcount. We have always made estimates in the past. The interrogation of Master Quan has revised our estimates upwards. We currently believe that there are 5 to 10 million people in the Red Ocean who hold cosmopolitan SYI. What? That much? 10 million was only a tiny fraction of the total population of red humanity, but it still represented a formidable group if they all join. It is not as exaggerated as you think. Not all of them are of great significance to the movement, Vase. Many of them are relatives of different cells. The truly dangerous cosmopolitans are the core members. They do not confine their activities to remaining undercock's valuable information. There should be roughly hundreds of thousands of cadre who are truly willing and able to commit sabotage, other risky actions. Vase grimaced. He did not look forward to living in a society with hundreds of thousands of fanatics who were crazy enough to target. What about their spread? He asked. I'm sure that they have managed to infiltrate every state, but what about the Red too? Have whether there are hidden cosmopolitans among the Red Association and the Red Fleet? I cannot say anything about the Red Fleet. As for the Association, there are most certainly people with cosmopolitan sympathies. Jovi sounded almost defeated when he made this admission. Vase did not blame the Mechers. No organization was perfect. The cosmopolitans excelled at infiltration. They definitely prioritized hidden agents in the most powerful organizations of humanity. A part of Vase wanted to ask whether the xenotechnician was among the group of suspects, but he did not dare to follow through with it. Was too dangerous for him to question the loyalties of a star designer. Chapter 5619 Need more hulls. As the Blue Jay fleet continued to journey back to New Constantinople 8, Vase busied himself with checking up on his projects and developments. For example, Vase received an update on the matter of Vulcanites sending their novice mech designers to him in order to benefit Freud. The Eternal Vulcan Empire is based further away, so it will take time for the novices to arrive in the New Constantinople system. The Vulcanites expect a lot from you. They hope that at least 2 or 3 of the young dwarven mech designers will be able to day end of their stay. As long as you can satisfy this demand, we will gain ownership of a serviceable first-class fleet carrier. The Vulcan refit the ship to fit our needs. I really hope those dwarven novices are competent enough. Vase said, I can't guarantee any results. I can only try and do my best to obtain additional first-class ships from other parties. We can't rely on the Vulcanites alone to fulfill our first-class ship needs. They'd give us another ship after they have given up a strategic fleet carrier. The value of first-class starships was too great. Everyone needed more of them. The more first-class hulls under their control, the less weather the ongoing storm. Gavin had his own ideas on how to address this issue. Our position has improved by a lot compared to before. The success of the featuring relationship with the Destroyer of Worlds and our newly obtained stake in Isthmus Manufacturing has elevated our reputation and level. It should be possible for us to approach major parties and trade their shipbuilding services for other major favors. He was right. Ever since Vase got promoted to a Tier 3 galactic citizen, he already had the option to cooperate with other groups on however, his background and backing were still too thin for him to establish a stronger bargaining position. He would have to make order to obtain even a single first-class hull. This time was different. The deal he had made with the Vulcanites might be affected by other factors, but the fact that he was able to teaching obligation for outright ownership of a first-class fleet carrier was a definite sign that people really started to take him seriously. Vase felt much more confident in his ability to negotiate much more lucrative deals with major players. I have been thinking about forming new deals with the Terrans and the Rubarthans respectively. Vase spoke. I don't entirely trust, but it is undeniable that he carries a certain amount of weight in the Rubarthan Pact. He can definitely arrange a shipyard to build a carrier or fleet carrier for us. The only concern is what we need to pay in exchange for this expensive deal. Gavin grimaced when he thought about the prices of those vessels. The price of a proper first-class warship fluctuates widely depending on the volume, the chosen materials and the chosen modules. You are fine with buying a first-class combat carrier on the cheap. You are still looking at a hull that costs at least 1 billion MTA cray beginning to end. A first-class combat carrier was so much more expensive than a second-class equivalent that it wasn't even funny. 1 billion MTA credits. That was an unimaginable sum to Vase in the past. It was surprising how quickly his horizons had widened. It might not be possible for the LMC to earn 1 billion MTA credits in profit of the Fae Fianna and Supremo projects, but it was only a matter of time before his partnership with Isthmus Manufacturing gave V. This was because Isthmus Manufacturing earned revenue from selling other mech lines, including first-class ones. The profits of selling first-class mechs was always high, particularly if they were mainstream models that were always in demand. This was one of the real benefits of gaining a whopping 20% stake in the Rubarthan Mech Company. The Larkinson clan could effectively earn a hefty share of profits from business activities that were not related to any of its living. Of course, the Rubarthans weren't stupid. They made sure to demand that Vase continued to supply Isthmus with commercial Mech in order to retain the right to own all of those shares. The entire deal was structured in a way that effectively turned Vase into a retainer of the Rubarthans, and more specifically the Impri. Vase provides his services by designing living mechs. He received a huge amount of payment and possibly other benefits for his effort. Right now, Vase wondered whether he should leverage this new relationship to ask for a first-class starship. First-class starships should be in short supply in the Rubarthan Pact as well, right? That goes without saying. It should theoretically be possible for you to order a starship from them, but the rules of supply. And Den replied. I have a suggestion. Please tell me your thoughts. Ordering the construction of a new first-class starship is a massive undertaking. The Rubarthans will be highly reluctant to spend starship production capacity to fulfill our demands. Instead of going for a new starship, we can ask them to upgrade one of our existing. Happen to have a very suitable hull that has recently been refurbished for this precise eventuality. The spirit of Bentime, Vase gasped. Yes. Gavin grinned. The Mechers have already reinvented it as a quasi-first-class starship. I am not an expert on all of the tech, and what I have heard, it only takes a relatively short time in a shipyard in order to upgrade our factory ship into a true first-class vessel. The most difficult and time-consuming changes had already been made. The entire hull and internal structure had been upgraded only reluctantly. Completing the first-class upgrade process was as simple as replacing the remaining second-class systems with first-class equivale. Bentime was highly modular. The replacement process should not pose too many hindrances. The biggest concern was whether the spirit of Bentime remained safe and reliable after acquiring a lot of really powerful modules. One performance difference was so high that a lot of new problems were bound to emerge. Even so, it was still worth it for the Larkinson clan to upgrade its factory ship. There is no need to hurry, Vase quickly said as a few other thoughts crossed his mind. The rise of hyper-technology is revolutions industry as well. It is best to wait a few years for the rapid pace of innovation to slow. By then, the shipbuilding sector should be ABL. Powerful upgrade solutions than before. The more elaborate the upgrades, the longer it takes to complete all of the upgrades. Gavin frowned. If you have a need of the SP, best to start its refit process sooner rather than later. His personal assistant made a good point. Vase had great plans for the next decade. Once the Greater Beander Gate opened up, the era of warlords would begin in truth. That was the time where many different human powers would compete against each other for supremacy. It would be a lot more convenient if the spirit of Bentime became available for the riskiest and most lucrative missions. I'll think about it, Vase eventually said. It may be possible for us to apply certain upgrades ourselves. The diligent Ovenbird grants shipbuilding capabilities. As long as we implement all of the simpler upgrades ourselves, it will take a lot less time and effort for AN to implement the remaining upgrades. He even thought about applying this approach to other Larkinson ships, but he quickly dismissed this option. Ships such as the Vivacious Y and the Dragon's Den were second-class starships from top to bottom. Upgrading them to first class require a complete rebuild. A shipyard might as well construct a brand new first-class capital ship if that was the case. Vase and Gavin talked about other possible opportunities to acquire additional first-class starships. Don't forget about the Terrans, Gavin reminded Vase. Now that we have formed strong relationships with the Rubarthans, the anxious about deepening their own relationship with you. You should take advantage of their desperation and see if you can add a Phi too in your negotiations with them. The Devos Ancient clan is currently in a tight spot, but there are several larger Terran clans that to build a starship for our clan. That was certainly a viable option, but it was questionable whether the Larkinsons could gain more than one or two first-class Hulk. This is too slow. Vase voiced his dissatisfaction. What about second-hand starships? It should be much easier and faster for us to previously owned hulls. Don't get your hopes up, Vase. We are far from the only ones who have this idea. The best starships tend to be traded directly between organizations. The remaining second-hand starships in good condition are actually being put on auction as of late. The seller wants amount of profit possible, and auctions are always effective at driving up the price. Vase immediately lost his mood when he heard that. The Larkinson clan should be able to meet the requirements to attend these exclus. Whether it could win a bid was another matter. I see. Please pay attention to these auctions and tell me if one is starting in the near future. I might want to take a look and see Hawks willing to pay for a used first-class starship. I take it that lots of other goods get sold during these auctions as well. I presume that is the case. Alexa Strian can probably tell you more about them. I don't advise you to participate in an auction 2s to build a war chest first. If you attend one too soon, you might get distracted and depressed by how much money you need to earn anything good. Vase did not quite agree with this argument. He felt it was better to gather intelligence in advance so that he knew what to expect Ernest next time. He suddenly came up with another idea. If these high-level auctions center around putting rare and highly desirable goods up for one be able to earn at least a part of the necessary funds. Of course, this was easier said than done. Vase was sure that he could earn a lot of MTA credits from selling the opportunity to OBTR, but the Red Association restricted him from handing out this reward to outsiders. Without this obvious solution, it would take a lot more effort for Vase to come up with goods that could sell for hundreds of millions. Gavin was clearly skeptical about this idea. It will take more than a masterwork mech or art piece to raise the necessary funds. These auctions are not stupid. They are not willing to squander exorbitant amounts of money on second-class luxury products. So the most desired goods are those that can directly increase people's chances of surviving the Red War. Chapter 5620 Massive Upgrade, I'm back. The journey back to New Constantinople 8 did not last long at all. The superdrives of the warships of the Blue Jay fleet had shrunk transit times to such an enormous extent that travel became a lot more convenient in the new frontier. Of course, only the major powers had access to this luxury. The phase water and the advanced technologies required to develop and construct superdrives was beyond the capabilities of smaller groups. Not even the Larkinson clan possessed the technological background to produce them in-house. It was not as if the Larkinsons wanted to address this shortcoming, but there was no justification to invest in a sector that was already being dominated by many established market leaders. Though Vase had enough confidence that his innovative mechs could compete against some of the best of what the mech industry could offer, he and his fellow Larkinsons had no such thoughts when it came to the shipbuilding sector and its related industries. In the past, Vase did not even dare to think about investing in a notoriously high-capital industry such as shipbuilding, but this time was different. The gains he had made during his visit to Bortle 3 were too rich. Not only did he secure a massive new source of income for the Larkinson clan, his reputation and his connections increased by a whole new level. This was crucially important to Vase because it opened up a lot of doors. The Larkinson clan had finally gained the qualifications to become a serious shipbuilder. However, the threshold to build first-class starships was much higher than building second-class starships. Vase did not really value the latter because second-class starships were too fragile. They might be serviceable when deployed against the fleets dispatched by the poor and exploited minor races of the Red Ocean, but they could easily be demolished by any serious fleet that hailed from one of the major races. Humans may be willing to play by the rules, but the aliens had no reason to do so. There was no barrier stopping the major alien warfleets from detouring through the middle zones so that they could smash apart a lot of underpowered mech forces. Of course, forcing confrontations in space was difficult. As long as the human mech forces received enough advance warning, they could usually slip away before they got intercepted. This was not a truly safe course of option, though. Vase worried about the survival of the expeditionary fleet every day. The presence of numerous powerful ace pilots from the other members of the Golden Skull Alliance granted them at least a measure of protection against powerful warships, but that was not a total substitute to fielding a proper force of first-class assets. Vase inwardly shook his head. It would take a lot of time and a lot of investment to get to this point. He needed to take this step by step and make a lot of incremental advances before his clan could put up a fair fight against any major alien warfleet. As Vase and Alexa led the latest batch of journeyman mech designers out of the teleportation chamber of D&D base, everyone got a good look of the interior of D&D base. The first-class outpost might not be luxurious by the standards of the Terrans, but it was absolutely awe-inspiring to the second raiders who had entered the upper zones for the first time. The alloys that make up that wall are more expensive than an entire second-class mech regiment, no, mech division. That security turret might look simple, but it can launch plasma bolts that can melt through an entire second-class heavy mech with a single hit. How much does the Red Association value our new patriarch? The mechers have dispatched so many mechs and security forces to defend this site. Vase smiled as the new journeyman became awed by the conditions of the premier branch. He found it a bit unfortunate that the Larkinsons hadn't been able to station enough clansmen to truly bring D&D base to life. This made it a lot more difficult for the new recruits to fully assimilate into the Larkinson clan. Vase already had a few solutions in mind that should address this particular concern. All of that could wait for later. First, he just wanted to settle down now that he returned to the closest thing he had to home. Papa, you're back, Papa, meow meow. It did not take long for the children to hear that their father had returned to New Constantinople 8. Soon enough, 3 different munchkins crowded around their father and pleaded for hugs and kisses. Ha ha ha, calm down, little fellows. There is more than enough time for us to cuddle with each other. It had only been a few weeks since Vase had split up with his children after departing from Okan V, but this seemed like an eternity to the latter. Even Clixie missed Vase and Lucky's company. The Rhubarthan sentinel cat wearing a prominent golden collar affectionately brushed her body up against Lucky's archimetal body. Meow meow meow, meow meow, meow, meow meow meow, meow. As the cats and kids made all kinds of happy noises, a single clearing of the throat immediately caused them all to regain their composure. A woman stepped into view. Dressed in a luxurious and fashionable cross between a red coat and a black business suit, Gloriana Woden looked like she had returned from the Vullet Central Star Node as a reinvented woman. The sheer superiority radiating from her caused her to stand out from any other mech designer. Aside from Vase, no one present was able to match her strong presence. Gloriana smirked when she saw that her entry produced the intended effect. She clearly wanted to put up a show for her audience. It was best to show all of the newly recruited journeymen from Bordel 3 who was in charge of them when they started to take up their duties. You have returned, and so have I, she said. Vase already began to smell her intoxicating flowery scent. Though it was completely new to his senses, he enjoyed the pleasing associations that it inspired. Both of us have made a lot of gains on our trips. Vase smiled. Husband and wife embraced each other after a long time of separation. Each of them had changed so much. Gloriana had missed the creation of the Elemental Lord, did not get acquainted with all of the mutated beasts of Okan V and had no involvement with anything that took place on the surface of Bordel 3. At the same time, Vase had little clue what Gloriana had been doing when she and Saintess Ulrika Vraken made a special trip to the Vullet Central Star Node. It had been a long time since Vase last visited the Red 2's major strategic hub for second-class immigrants. The star system had already been highly developed at the time. The Mechers and the Fleeters had developed it even further, enabling its occupied satellites to reach a level of prosperity that could rival the main star systems of the old galaxy. Gloriana had done much more than replace her old second-class cranial implant for a superior first-class product while she visited one of the centers of human civilization. Not only was there a huge amount of shopping opportunities, but entire communities of mech designers had sprung up as well. A visiting mech designer could harvest massive gains as long as he or she had enough money and reputation. Still, the main purpose to visiting Vullet was for Gloriana to complete the biggest upgrade of her life. The old Aristal 015 bio implant that the Woden dynasty originally arranged for her had served her well for a long time. It significantly sped up her learning and also contained a lot of handy processes that enabled her to design her mechs with greater speed and rigor. She wouldn't have been able to advance to the rank of journeyman mech designer so quickly without this crucial aid. Now, her visit to a specialized implant development company had enabled her to replace this old and outdated implant with a cutting-edge model that was top-notch in many measures. The favor that Vase originally secured during the Survivalist Conference granted Gloriana a chance to get the best of what the Mechers could obtain at this time. The value of this opportunity was intimately high. Neither Vase nor Gloriana dared to produce a concrete estimate because they were afraid of figuring out this sum. Nonetheless, the performance and the features of Gloriana's new cranial implant must be extraordinarily great because Vase could immediately tell the difference when he came close. As husband and wife ended their hug, Vase looked astonished when he sensed the newfound strength in Gloriana's head. Honey, let us hold this discussion elsewhere, the invigorated female mech designer suggested. That is a good idea. Vase was incredibly curious about what sort of improvements his wife had gained that caused her mind to reach such an extraordinary state. He quickly turned around and issues a few orders to Alexa and Gavin to arrange the new journeyman. After that, Vase and his immediate family all went back to the central building and entered their penthouse apartment in order to enjoy a private moment. Hee, I missed you, Lucky. Meow, I want a hug, Papa. Meow meow. Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane missed their father so much that they refused to leave his side. Vase helplessly embraced and cuddled with his children on the couch as he tried to hold a conversation with his wife. I brought back gifts from Vullet that should be of interest to you. Gloriana began to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel as she elegantly sat down in her own seat. You cannot imagine how its planets are thriving. It is a paradise for any mech designer that is looking to obtain inspiration and advanced technological boutique products. I came back from Bordel 3 with a few gifts as well, but all of that can wait for the time being. Right now, I want to know about your cranial implant. Why is your mind so much stronger than before? Gloriana grinned. This is one of the brand new functions of my new implant. It is a true cutting-edge experimental product. All of the months spent in developing it and customizing it according to my conditions paid off. It is not only perfectly tailored to my brain and spinal cord, but it is also designed to augment my companion spirit as well. What? Vase almost jumped out of his seat, causing him to startle his kids. Has the development of cranial implants already begun to experiment with augmenting companion spirits? Yes. The method may be rudimentary for the time being, but the effect can still be strong as long as the cranial implant is impregnated with a powerful hyper-material. The Arachne-01 distributed mech project leader first-class cranial implant set that has replaced my old Aristal 015 bio implant is laced with a unique high-grade hyper-material that especially boosts all mental activity. That was a mouthful of a name. It clearly indicated that Gloriana's new augmentation did not consist of a single implant, but a collection of multiple ones that were probably spread throughout her brain and body. This was so much more elaborate than Vase was familiar with, but the effect should be especially great as a result. What sort of hyper-material did the implant development company utilize? Vase asked. I have encountered this effect before. That is because my Arachne-01 implant set is laced with small pieces of a single mentalist crystal. This is a recently discovered hyper-material that is very rare, so much so that the Red Association only has a dozen or so in their possession at this time. They can only be found in the brains of abnormally intelligent mutated beasts that have demonstrated unusual mind powers in the past. The Mechers have discovered that these mentalist crystals have many stimulating effects on human minds, but that is not all. The new hyper-material also happens to improve the performance of Alexandria's design network. Chapter 5621 Arachne-01 Vase may have made a lot of gains during his eventful trip, but his wife harvested a lot of gains as well. As both of them settled down in their living room while they occasionally entertained their rambunctious children, Gloriana avidly described the exceptional qualities of her fantastic new cranial implant. Words alone could not do her new implant justice. In order to demonstrate her new gains more directly, she projected a design suite and began to design the next iteration of the Dark Zephyr Expert Mech. Compared to her previous self, Gloriana's design efficiency had reached a whole new level. Tedious processes that previously took minutes to complete suddenly got done in a matter of seconds. More difficult junctions where a mech designer needed to make use of a combination of ingenuity and a lot of puzzling no longer hindered Gloriana as much as before. Her comprehensive implant set functioned as a miniature supercomputer that was so perfectly synchronized to her brain that she was able to utilize various new tools to come up with the right solutions much faster than before. Many tricky problems related to mech designs could never be solved by applying preset formulas. They could only be resolved by engaging in a lot of trial and error. The new Arachne-01 implant set consisted of multiple different modules that were embedded across her brain as well as her spinal cord. By spreading them all out as opposed to concentrating them in a single place, the network of interconnected implants not only produced a much deeper fusion rate, but also activated more of Gloriana's nerves than before. All of this led to an enormous boost in brain power that allowed her to notice and gather a lot more clues from every trial. Furthermore, Gloriana was also able to analyze and process the data much faster and more comprehensively than before, allowing her to narrow down the most optimal implementations in a fraction of the time. My implant is especially designed to help me interface with external processing banks. Gloriana boasted, let me show you how much of a difference that can make. When she started to establish a connection to D&D Basie's AI core, she was able to offload a lot of heavy-duty calculation and simulation work to nearby processing banks. Although her new Arachne-01 implant set was not able to form a deep connection with all of those external sources of processing power, the integration was noticeably more optimized than what Vase could achieve with his mutated Archimedes Rubi bio implant. Compared to an old C bio implant that had evolved in weird directions due to being affected by 2 instances of lightning tribulation, the Arachne-01 had the benefit of being meticulously designed to fulfill the core needs of Gloriana as a mech designer. The implant set was not burdened by any redundant features or unnecessary clutter. The implant developers working for the Red Association had designed many cranial implants that specifically catered to the needs of first-class mech designers in the past. They already possessed a robust and extensive set of solutions that had been optimized over multiple generations. Yet that was not enough to make the Arachne-01 special. In the Age of Dawn, hyper-technology had become the latest trend. Every industry experienced an upheaval as a lot of existing tech suddenly became outdated due to their lack of utilization of e-energy. The mech industry already managed to figure out a lot of clever and practical solutions. Other industries did not fall behind either. There were many clever and inventive scientists and developers who discovered simple methods to increase the performance of cranial implants or add new functions to them that could not be accomplished in the past. The Arachne-01 was unique among all of the other cranial implants developed in the past because it was the first experimental product to specifically boost the performance of a companion spirit. It was like arming Alexandria with a metaphorical set of equipment. The Arachne-01 did not improve her cultivation or intrinsic qualities, but it simply amplified all of the companion spirit's mental-related powers. Considering that Alexandria's only major power was the ability to form a design network where multiple like-minded people could connect their minds to each other, this happened to be a perfect combination. Of course, the fact that the pieces of mentalist crystal also had a definitely nurturing and amplifying effect on Gloriana's mind also happened to be a useful benefit. You cannot imagine what it is like to think while I am permanently under the influence of this new hypermaterial. Gloriana spoke as her head seemed to be surrounded by a near-invisible white halo. Mech designers such as you and I rely so much on thinking to design our mechs. I cannot entirely explain how the E-energy attracted by the mentalist crystal works, but the effects are so all-encompassing that it is as if I am under the effect of a second cranial implant. The more she described the properties of this wonderful new hypermaterial, the more Vase developed a lot of greed towards mentalist crystals. He had never heard of such an amazing treasure. During his vacation on the surface of Ocanon V, Vase had learned that when mutated beasts rapidly emerged and evolved due to unknown circumstances, the organic tissue that made up their bodies evolved into many different organic hypermaterials. It was as if they were all transforming into increasingly more powerful hyper-biomechs. Once a hunting team managed to fell such a powerful beast, they could harvest a lot of unique and colorful organic tissue that they could subsequently sell for a fortune to various biotech companies. Though Vase had acquainted himself with a number of remarkable mutated beasts and the special organs that could be harvested from them, he had not encountered anything comparable to a so-called mentalist crystal up to this point. Gloriana did not look surprised at that. Mentalist crystals only appear in the brains of mutated beasts that strongly seek to become smarter. This is rare as the competitive pressure in many untamed planets force exo-beasts into improving their hard combat power. From what the mechers have told me, mentalist crystals have only been found sporadically among existing apex predators that do not feel threatened by the local fauna. Instead, they have become acquainted with humans and understood that it is their intelligence that makes them much more dangerous. As long as the pressure is strong enough, a lucky apex predator may develop a powerful mutation that is primarily oriented to improving their mental power. That sounded weird, but plausible. Vase could not imagine how such a creature could emerge in a place like Ocanon V. The hunting preserve produced so many mutated beasts that no existing apex predator would be able to relax. It was extremely doubtful whether the planet that he had visited recently could produce a single mutated beast who developed a powerful yearning to improve its brainpower. What sort of abilities do these creatures possess? Vase curiously asked. I have only heard descriptions. There are so few of them that it is difficult to make generalizations. In general, they not only become intelligent enough to rival a human scientist, but may also develop additional superpowers. This can range from telekinesis to even more esoteric abilities such as telepathy and even divination. The last one has never been confirmed, though. These purported set of abilities were much more bizarre than the abilities of other mutated beasts. At least monsters such as the Azure Tornado Dragon mostly leveraged the power of well-known E-energy attributes. They were much easier to figure out compared to a bizarre mutated beast that had somehow evolved into a brainiac. When I was in the care of the mechers, they even shared a theory that the original phase whales may have emerged through this fashion. It explains why a race of whales can become so smart and proficient in biotechnology when there are so few factors that promote the development of a complete civilization. Vase could see how this theory may be right, but it was not his business to prove its validity. Let's get back to how the mentalist crystal boosts your functions. He said, can you bring out Alexandria and connect me to her design network for a moment? I want to experience the differences myself. Certainly. Mao. A noticeably prouder and more vivid red companion spirit emerged from Gloriana's mind. The cat soon proceeded to form a small design network that brought Vase and Gloriana a lot closer to each other. He immediately felt the differences. Almost every aspect about the design network received a boost. It felt a lot more robust than before. The bandwidth had increased, allowing participants to transfer a lot more data to the minds of other people. Alexandria had become a lot better at managing the network. She was able to help people filter out unnecessary thoughts. She was also able to channel a greater proportion of a person's emotions to other minds. Though Vase was not able to appreciate the improvement in Alexandria's design network to the fullest at the moment, he looked forward to experiencing how much better it had become in the near future. The augmentation only truly comes into effect when my design network connects dozens of different minds together. Gloriana proudly explained as her companion spirit stopped her activity and pulled back. This is why the phrase, Mech Project Leader, is added to its full name. I specifically requested an implant that can not only improve my individual design abilities, but also help me manage my subordinates better whenever I employ a design network. It is my companion spirit's greatest strength, and I believe it has much greater room for development. That is not a bad idea, Vase admitted. Both Alexandria and Blinky possessed the ability to form design networks, but it was just a side benefit to the latter. Blinky's main strengths rested in his Blinky-verse and his energy manipulation capabilities. His cultivation should primarily focus on these areas in order to deepen his specialization and make him much more useful in his existing roles. There was simply no time for the Star Cat to evolve his design network any further. It was completely different for Alexandria. The Queen Cat did not really have any other abilities aside from her own version of a design network, but that left her free to specialize in her sole gimmick and elevate it to a much greater level in time. Is there anything else to the Arachne 01 that makes it special? Vase asked. There is. As I have mentioned earlier, it does not consist of a single implant, but multiple smaller ones spread across my brain and spine. The core implants are buried deep within the center of my brain, but there are many more peripheral ones that are situated close to the exterior of my body. The peripheral implant modules can be selectively removed and replaced by upgraded models through simpler procedures. In short, I can continue to upgrade my implant set more easily in the future. This was a much more advanced and high-tech implementation of a cranial implant. Vase had never even heard of it, which meant that it was either an innovative new approach or a product that was solely reserved for the people who ranked at the top. Gloriana most certainly benefited enormously from receiving such an advanced implant set. However, it was also clear that this experimental new product probably entailed a lot of risks. This was probably the first cranial implant set that not only integrated pieces of mentalist crystal, but also sought to augment a companion spirit. A lot could have gone wrong. The fact that Gloriana managed to return from Vullet in a healthy state did not mean that this was an assured outcome. The implant developers essentially treated Gloriana as their test subject. They just dazzled her with a lot of new and expensive technologies to divert her attention away from the considerable risks. The fact that they genuinely wanted her to improve as much as possible helped to secure her cooperation. Out of all of the mech designers of the Larkinson clan, there was no one who wanted to catch up and surpass Vase more than his wife. Chapter 5622 Prosperous Vullet. It took an entire hour for Gloriana to explain all of the dazzling functions of her new Arachne 01 cranial implant. Of course, both of them took occasional pauses when their children acted fussy or demanded their attention. To them, all of this talk about cranial implants was too far away for them. Their brains were still in a rapidly developing state, so it was highly unsuitable for them to obtain their own ones at this time. Vase was also worried that hastily installation of cranial implants might mess up his children's development as partial primordial humans. Perhaps they could develop a level of cognitive power one day that could easily allow them to match the performance of cranial implants by themselves. In any case, it was not until Gloriana completed her exhaustive explanation that she talked about what else she experienced while she was visiting the Vullet Central Star Node. When I was recovering from one of the precursor operations, I established contact with many new mech designers. Vullet attracts many second-class mech designers, each of whom have different ways to extend their stay in the Central Star Node. Each of them are smart and insightful in their own ways. I managed to befriend several of them, especially after I have made use of my connection to the mech supremacist faction. Did you learn anything good from exchanging with all of these mech designers? Gloriana smiled. I did. I received invaluable feedback on some of my existing ideas. I have even received crucial inspiration that is helpful in the development of one of my new design solutions. I have managed to produce an important breakthrough with the help of the powerful capabilities of my Arachnio 1.1. Cannot wait to flesh it out and apply my latest innovation to one of our expert mechs. That certainly made Vase a lot more curious. Can you share your idea with me? What did you come up with that has made you so excited? Be patient, Vase. This is not the time for me to share the results of my latest research. I will show you the results of my efforts once we embark on another expert mech design project. It will be much more helpful for you to understand the effects and the significance of my work when I have a real example on hand. Okay, Vase could certainly wait a little longer. He was already happy with Gloriana with her new cranial implant. A useful new design application that was related to her specialization was icing on the cake as far as he was concerned. I see you have already begun to lay the groundwork in upgrading the Dark Zephyr, he remarked. The time has come to revise our first expert mech design, Gloriana stated in a more serious tone. In the years after we have initially designed it, I have become more and more embarrassed by its crude and rudimentary design elements. The choices we made at the time are frankly embarrassing compared to how we have approached our later expert mech design projects. It is no wonder that the Dark Zephyr never turned into a masterwork mech. If we do not want to embarrass ourselves in a time where we are receiving much more public scrutiny than before, then we must address this issue. We should upgrade our other early expert mechs such as the Amaranto and the Riot, but Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson machine takes precedence. He did not disagree with her argument. The other expert mechs had various powerful gimmicks and other advantages that enabled them to reluctantly keep up with the growing scope of battles. The Dark Zephyr on the other hand had become a definite drag on Venerable Tusa. While his cousin had developed a fantastic ability to completely bypass transphasic energy shields, thereby allowing his expert light skirmisher to destroy heavily defended warships without breaching their first line of defense, the mech did not complement this operation well enough. This irritated Gloriana the most. The fit between Tusa and the Dark Zephyr continued to decrease over time. This was the opposite of what she aspired to make. As such, she had grown particularly motivated to correct all of the perceived inadequacies of her first expert mech and bring it fully in line with the hyper generation. I just brought back 25 new journeyman mech designers from the Bortle system, Vase remarked. I am sure that a handful of them can provide a lot of technical support on how to better utilize specific mech systems. Their feedback and contributions will allow us to elevate the Dark Zephyr to a higher level. That is another reason why I believe the time is right. I shall have to inspect each and every journeyman to ensure that you have made the right selection, but I would be happy to consult their opinions if they meet my expectations. They talked a bit more on how to arrange all of the new journeymen in the design department. It was clearly not appropriate anymore to call them all lead designers. Their status also needed to be lowered in order to reflect the changing circumstances in their workplace. Do you remember the exemplar plan that you instituted years ago? Gloriana asked. Oh, that, I do. It's a profit-sharing plan that rewards the best performers in our design department. We can continue to make use of it as a means to distinguish our more capable journeymen from the less capable ones. We can even expand it in order to add more granularity to the scheme later on, but for now it is enough to set our veterans apart from the rookies. She was right. The original exemplar plan designated 8 of the best performing mech designers as exemplars. They had the right to receive 1% of the share of the dividends issued by the Living Mech Corporation. It was essentially a way to give his best mech designers a share of the profits of the mech company without owning actual shares in the LMC. Though Vase originally set it up so that he did not have to give away any of his precious shares, it worked well enough that no one issued a word of complaint. There were way more benefits to working for the Larkinson clan than earning money. As Vase continued to rise in status and means, he gained increased access to all kinds of goodies that were ordinarily reserved for members of high society. For example, there was no way that most of the existing lead designers could undergo ED-Net training as the quotas were usually reserved for the mechers themselves. The fact that Vase was able to give them access to an exclusive benefit like this was worth far more than earning thousands of MTA credits a year. However, that did not mean that the dividends were useless. Vase knew that Kedis and Juliet had invested much of their earnings into strengthening the Sword Maidens and the Penitent Sisters respectfully. I'll leave you in charge of this since you are willing to deal with it, Vase decided. Just make sure that the new journeymen know their place. while at the same time understand that there are still ways for them to climb up and gain more rights if they happen to excel. Once more of the old guard has managed to advance to the rank of senior, we should strip the position of lead designer from journeyman. After all, it is a bit dubious to entrust them with such a heavy responsibility now that the LMC has grown to this point. Gloriana had plenty of questions of how Vase managed to hoodwink the Rubarthans into giving him 20% ownership of a mech company as massive as Isthmus Manufacturing, but that could wait. Both of them had plenty of time to get each other up to speed of what they had done when they were apart from each other. I agree, Vase. I will likely begin to introduce changes tomorrow morning. The design department needs to be in order before I am comfortable with resuming work on our mech design projects. Once they completed their discussion on personnel-related issues, they turned their attention to a lighter subject. Did you spend a lot of time shopping while you were at Vullet? Gloriana immediately became more enthused. There is so much prosperity in Vullet that it is incomparable to Davut. Many of the products there are not as good as the ones available on New Constantinople 8, but the variety of goods is much greater. Vullet is not only a central hub for second-raters, but also the Red too. Their material warehouses are particularly well stocked. They have even begun to expand their wings in order to accommodate the emergence of many new hypermaterials. The mention of hypermaterials certainly perked Vase up. One of his regrets during his stay in Bordel was that he was unable to browse and inspect all of the diverse goods for sale in the local material warehouses. As a port system where a lot of human mech forces made a pit stop in order to dump their salvaged goods, a lot of alien junk became available for sale. The native aliens were much slower to adapt to hyper-technology, so many of their starships had yet to incorporate hyper-materials in a systematic manner. However, there were always exceptions and anomalies. Since a lot of alien starships were originally built elsewhere with different materials, they occasionally produced hypermaterials with properties that were unfamiliar to red humanity. Vase really wanted to take a look at those samples, because the written descriptions and projected images did not do them justice. Alas, Vase had to leave Bordel 3, causing him to miss out on this opportunity. He was happy that Gloriana did not experience this difficulty. She avidly highlighted numerous samples that had caught her interest in one way or another. The most hypermaterial that I have seen is so special that it is locked in a vault located on the underground floor of an auction house. Gloriana mentioned, I had to leverage my connections in order to obtain permission to view it in person. The visit was worth it. From what I can tell, the value of this powerful new hypermaterial should be no less from a whole mentalist crystal. That sounded interesting. More powerful hypermaterials could be used in so many different applications. They could make anything a lot stronger as long as they were correctly used. What is it, and what can it do? Vase eagerly asked. It is a newly discovered hyper that was only known by its codename until recently. The hyper produced a strange fire that continually burned without any external input. It's on fire, in a manner of speaking. Gloriana answered. It is a strange exotic. It clearly produces a real flame, but it does not actually produce a strong exothermic reaction. Instead, whenever it touches anything, it actually causes an object to lose heat and freeze until it has reached a temperature that is close to absolute zero. Wow, it can do that by itself without being put into a freeze weapon or whatever. She grinned. Yes, it sounds amazing, does it not? Its freezing potential can be magnified by at least an order of magnitude if it is properly integrated in an appropriate weapon system. This is only one of the many wonders that I have discovered in Vullet. The prices for the rarer exotics and hypers are high, but they are all worth the expense. Oh, how much did the ice fire rock sell for eventually? 1,300,000 MTA credits. Gloriana succinctly answered. That is an astronomical sum for second raters. It is not a particularly high sum for first raters. Gloriana retorted. There are still a few visitors to Vullet that possess the financial strength to raise the necessary funds. I guess you're right. By the way, are you curious to see what I have brought back from Vullet as your first gift? I do admit that I have been wondering about this for a while now. Please do not tell me that you bought an expensive handbag for me, Gloriana. Of course not. I bought them for myself. His wife responded. I know your tastes. Your gift is much more practical. She called over a bot that carried a metal box with a decorative red ribbon wrapped around its surface. Once the bot had reached the center of the room, the gift box automatically unwrapped and unfolded. The present happened to be an icy blue rock that happened to produce a silent blue flame that was so chilling that it already started to lower the temperature in the room. It took a few seconds for Vase to make the connection. What do you think, Vase? Are you happy with my gift to you? This hyper has so many useful applications. Quote. Chapter 5623 Ice Fire Rock. Vase became speechless for a long time. Was this gift valuable? Undoubtedly. The newly discovered hyper that had apparently been bestowed with the simple name of Ice Fire Rock was a rare manifestation of a medium energy environment. Just as its name suggested, it had an affinity with the attribute of ice. Blinky could clearly perceive the energy vortex surrounding the rock that was constantly drawing in ice energy. Ice was considered to be a derivative of water for whatever reason, so Vase possessed a slightly greater than average understanding of this attribute. The oceancaller did not excel in this concept, but it was clearly familiar with this particular elemental expression. Vase actually found the ice attribute to be a bit weird. It was a composite between the concepts of low temperature and water. He would have thought that the frost attribute should be more common in nature, but apparently everything had to be interpreted through the lens of the 5 classical elements as much as possible. Whatever the case, ice was a fairly powerful element for cultivators to specialize in. It was a good way to apply the power of water in more pronounced effects. Ice excelled in both offensive and defense. From causing bodies to lose so much heat at once that they turned into frozen popsicles to generating thick ice walls to block incoming attacks, wielders of ice naturally belonged on the battlefield. However, ice had a lot of other uses as well. It could be used to keep people cool in a hot environment. It could also be used to forcibly stabilize overheating components. As long as the cultivator was clever enough, there were many ways to make use of ice outside combat. The Ice Fire Rock did not simply freeze stuff, though. A normal ice hyper would have simply cooled the temperature around it in a uniform manner. The object that Gloriana obtained through an auction house deviated from this pattern by channeling its freezing power to anything that touched its odd blue flame. Blue flames usually signified greater heat than regular orange flames, but this was different. The fire produced by the hyper did not generate anything that reminded Vase of warmth. Instead, it continually drained the air it came into contact with of heat. This was why the living room quickly became colder as the Ice Fire Rock appeared out of its enclosed container. The advanced environmental regulation systems quickly became more active and pumped in additional heat in order to compensate for the inexplicable drop in temperature. However, the room only became warmer for a brief moment of time before the Ice Fire Rock started to produce an even stronger flame. It was as if the injection of additional heat affronted it on a personal level. Vase and his children watched on with amazement as the larger and more violent flame became even more determined to suck out all the thermal energy from the room. Howl, Blinky carefully observed the strange hyper. The companion spirit was perceptive enough to obtain a clear view of the reaction promoted by the Ice Fire Rock. Vase suddenly stiffened as he realized what was happening. The Ice Fire Rock is naturally converting conventional thermal energy into icy energy. Gloriana proudly nodded. Exactly. Did you think I would spend 1,300,000 MTA credits in vain? This properly alone turns the Ice Fire Rock into a valuable research object, especially for a so-called spiritual engineer, such as yourself. This rare new hyper contains a natural blueprint on how you can convert heat into E-energy. As long as you are able to replicate it, you can generate artificial E-energy with any potential power source. This was an amazing find. It instantly reminded Vase of his recent exchange with Master Ginevra Hubert Colmain. Such a rock undoubtedly fell right into her ballpark. Vase even had the impulse to call her right away and solicit her opinion on this odd hyper. Vase felt a lot better about his wife's profligate expenditure. She might be a lot less conservative than him when it came to spending money, but she wasn't stupid. She was at least able to justify her purchases with logical arguments. As the room's environmental control system continually started to work harder in order to return to the designated temperature, its programmed resistance seemed to incite the Ice Fire Rock into burning even harder. The blue flames became twice as big as before as more heat was being drained from the surrounding air than ever. Frosty condensation started to form on the floating bottom plate that held the rock. A real chill started to spread across the room as the Ice Fire Rock never seemed to run out of energy in its attempt to produce negative entropy. This hyper is actually using heat to produce cold, Vase uttered. What is amazing about this is that the process is so efficient that no excess heat is being generated at all. If there is, then it would just get fed back into the cycle to the point there is no waste anymore. The net result is that the process is nearly 2% efficient. Vase realized that the ice-fire rock was very aptly named because it actually made use of both ice and fire attributed E-energy to sustain its elegant operation. It was a hyper that encapsulated the duality between two fairly opposing elements. Normally, an attempt to forcibly combine ice and fire attributes together would either produce a violent explosion or cause the two to produce anti-synergy. This did not happen in this case. The natural processes induced by this magical hyper effectively utilized the power of fire to grant the rock the ability to treat heat energy as input rather than output. This was a miracle. Anyone with a basic understanding of science and engineering easily understood that it was nearly impossible to attain 2% efficiency in any process. Wheels would turn forever and mechs would never produce any heat when they started to exert themselves if the opposite was the case. Every single move and process inevitably generated waste energy which usually came in the form of heat, which was usually difficult to recycle into more useful applications. This was why heatsinks were always necessary in any power-hungry device. The more energy they consumed, the hotter they became. There was no way to prevent this from happening through conventional means. It became an increasingly more limiting factor when mechs became more powerful and sophisticated. Third-class mechs usually worried the least about this problem. Their power reactors were the weakest of all and could not support the operation of overly demanding mech parts. They could get away with utilizing cheap but inferior heatsinks to keep the machine relatively functional for a time. Second-class mechs started to juggle with this problem a lot more. Energy weapons and flight systems were the main culprits of rapid heat buildup. Their heat management systems needed to be a lot more effective in order to prevent the machines from melting from the inside, and that usually required the use of much more powerful and expensive heatsinks. It was also why Vase had never abandoned his use of luminaire crystal technology. The alien tech may be weird and indecipherable in many ways, but its greatest strength was that it was remarkably efficient when it came to producing energy beams. Luminaire crystal weapons generated less waste heat than conventional energy weapons, which meant that it imposed a lighter burden to the heat management systems. This granted many advantages to his mechs, such as being able to fire more powerful energy beams without worrying about overheating. Vase already started to come up with many different ideas on how to make use of this ice-fire rock. He first wanted to study its operation and see if he could artificially replicate it in whole or in part. Just being able to create a device that could directly convert heat into E-energy was invaluable in itself. It did not matter if the imitation device could produce all kinds of E-energy or just icy energy. Vase could make lots of use of this reaction in either case. Gloriana smiled more and more as she saw that her husband became fascinated by this wonderful gift. Her obvious pleasure reminded Vase of the cost to obtain this expensive treasure. "Wait a minute," Vase suddenly said, "according to our schedules, you probably attended the auction in Vullet well before I started making gains in Bordel. You spent a lot of money in a time when the Larkinson clan's financial position was much weaker. The LMC's sales have begun to nosedive because we haven't brought our existing product lines to the new mech generation. Our only major source of income is the revenue obtained from selling all of the salvage from the Trailblazer expedition, but much of that money is already reserved for investments related to strengthening our fleet and setting up a lot of new branches. Our cash is being drained almost as quickly as it is pouring into our accounts. How can you possibly pull 1.3 million MTA credits out of nowhere? Even if we had that much money floating in one of our accounts, I am pretty sure I set a limit and an alert." His wife looked at him as if he was stupid. "Poor Vase. We are no longer paupers. When you became a Tier 3 galactic citizen and moved to this planet, our net worth has already become higher than ever. The value of this first-class base with its materializer and all of its other first-class instruments is already astronomical. This does not even take into account the worth of all of our other assets, from the spirit of Bentime to all of our intellectual property. If it is necessary, we can selectively sell them in a hurry in order to raise a large amount of cash, but that is completely unnecessary. We can just use our net worth to expand our credit line." "You mean, do you remember the Yemtar Trade and Commerce Bank?" She grinned. "We have been using its banking services for years. The Great Severing caused severe disruptions to the entire banking sector, which made it a lot more difficult to borrow large sums of money because everyone's assets and liabilities had become split between two different galaxies. The turmoil has ended by now. Yemtar has a good understanding of our finances, so I hardly encountered any delays when I requested it to expand our line of credit. From what I have been able to gather, the bank isn't worried at all how much money a Tier 3 galactic citizen wants to borrow. They always have ways of paying back their debts. In fact, it is more favorable for the bank to continually collect interest payments from all of its well-heeled clients. That was certainly true. Tier 3 galactic citizens were big shots without exception. None of them reached such a high position without working hard enough to rise above their peers. However, Vase was still uncomfortable with loosening his previous spending limits. He suddenly narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Given his wife's proclivities, she definitely purchased way more than this interesting gift. How much money did you actually spend during your trip to Vullet? Gloriana crossed her arms. It is not much compared to our current financial strength. There is no need for you to worry about it. If I knew that you had managed to become a large shareholder of Isthmus Manufacturing, I wouldn't have been so restrained in my spending. It is not every day that I can visit a location as prosperous as the Vullet Central Star Node. How much? Around 517 million MTA credits. What? Our credit limit at the time was much higher than that. You should thank me for being frugal under the circumstances. How much interest does Yemtar charge? Its APR for our credit line is currently set at 8.9 APR. Doomnik Gloriana, that means we have to pay 46 million MTA credits on paying off the interest alone. That is wasted money that could have been spent on more useful investments, such as refurbishing our combat carriers or building new mech factories. What the hell did you spend all of this money for, anyway? Handbags, perfumes, toys. Chapter 5624. The price of status. Vase almost wanted to faint when he heard how much money his wife had spent during her visit to Vullet. 517 million MTA credits. It hadn't been too long ago when the entire Larkinson clan struggled to earn over 10,000 MTA credits. The entire expeditionary fleet at that time was burning through at least 5,000 MTA credits on an annual basis just to maintain its operations. Even though his circumstances had improved drastically since the start of the Age of Dawn, that did not mean that Vase was eager to open up his wallet and spend like there was no tomorrow. The numbers continually ran through his mind as if they were weights. His expressions changed multiple times as he thought about how much of a burden his wife's extravagant spending imposed on his finances. The worst part about all of this was that Gloriana did not even see anything wrong with this behavior. You are not adapting quickly enough to our new situation, Gloriana admonished him. We are no longer the second raters of before. Both of us have worked hard to elevate our clan and promote to first raters. From the moment you returned from the Survivalist Conference as an honorary member of the Red Association, you have already completed this transformation. It may take time for your mech design skills to catch up to this level, but you have effectively entered first-class society in advance. What is your point, Gloriana? You have become the latest star in high society. Your recent actions and accomplishments have attracted the interest of many Terrans, Rubarthans, Mechers and Fleeters. All of these elites have an enormous amount of wealth at their disposal, and they show that in the way they dress and the friends they cultivate. Right now, both of us have resided on New Constantinople 8 for months, yet we hardly went out to shop and purchase clothing and other articles that reflect our new status. It's unnecessary and premature. Vase responded with a frown. Until our income has reached the required standard, it is way too soon to spend money on all of that expensive crap. Besides, a lot of the stuff in those luxury shops are way too overpriced. What practical difference does it make if my outfit is made by a second-class or first-class fashion house? Sure, the materials and the refinement of the latter are definitely superior, but they are just smart clothing in the end. Aside from being tougher and offering more conveniences, their main function is just to cover up our bodies. There is no need for us to spend millions of MTA credits on them, especially at this junction. His wife shook her head as if she was a mother who was confronting a stubborn child. You are being too short-sighted, Vase. You need to grasp the right opportunities. Good impressions are vital to navigating first-class communities. Our goal is to integrate into them. The best way to do that is to play by their rules. Do you know how much first-raters look down on lesser humans? It is much more difficult for us to gain acceptance from other first-raters if we continually present ourselves as second-raters. The way we think, the way we dress and the way we treat ourselves are all repulsive to every first-rater that we have interacted with. The least we can do is to adapt to the local culture and give them one less reason to ridicule us behind our backs. Though Gloriana made a reasonable argument, it all sounded like an attempt to excuse her profligate behavior. I can understand your point, but your spending level crosses the line. Vase spoke. I don't object to taking on debt. I know enough about business and finance that increasing our leverage can lead to much greater returns in the future. The problem I have is that your behavior likely won't yield the fantastic returns that you imagine. The reason why so many first-raters respect me and value my friendship these days is because of the concrete benefits that I can provide to them. That is the real reason why we are qualified to consort with the top of red humanity. That may be true, but if you continue to dress and act like a pauper, then far too many people will never take you seriously. I bet that if I wore dirty rags taken from a random third-class rural settlement, people such as Jovi Armelon and the impresario Prince would still be glad to work with me. However, if I am unable to exercise enough financial discipline and pile up so much debt that I cannot even meet the interest payments anymore, I have no doubt my friends will turn into sharks and devour me whole. His wife sighed. I do not disagree with you, but we cannot continually rely on your breakthrough successes to maintain the prestige of our clan. What if you have lost your brilliance one day? What if you are attacked by a cosmopolitan assassin and become brain-dead? Anything can happen that can cause our clan to lose its most important pillar. If that happens, it will be up to me and the rest to support the current status of our clan. By that time, it becomes more important to blend in and abide by the rules than ever. If my children and I can present ourselves as wealthy first-raters, it becomes much easier to maintain the respect and awe of our existing relations. Vase pressed his lips into a line. You are putting way too much emphasis on external appearances. Profit is the true driving force of our society. I don't think the Terrans and the Rubarthans care a single fart about our fashion budget. They care about whether they can still get their living mechs and other products from us. From the moment we can no longer supply those goods, that is when our clan is truly in trouble. The two were completely different people in this regard. Both of them came from very different backgrounds and could not agree on this matter. Vase let out a tired sigh. How can you buy so much expensive crap in Vullet? Isn't it supposed to be a second-class hub? These products are way too overpriced. Not for the Mechers and the Fleeters. Gloriana responded with a grin. I visited the second-class shopping streets at first, but I quickly became dissatisfied with the products on offer. I decided to transfer to a different planet in the star system that is mainly occupied by the Mechers. The luxury shopping streets and malls over there are much more fitting to our new circumstances. I have taken the liberty to completely replace both of our wardrobes as well as that of our children. Furthermore, I have bought a spate of first-class luxury items to further project our success. I also bought first-class toys in order to help our children adopt the mindset of a first-rater before it is too late. I will not have our offspring present themselves as inferior second-raters any longer. His wife had an obsession with status. Though Vase found it important as well, their cultural norms were too different. As a former direct descendant of the Woden dynasty, Gloriana grew up in a relatively harsh and demanding environment where every Hexer constantly expected the women around them to demonstrate their supremacy over boys. They were women, so they were superior. There was no virtue in restraint in Hexer society. The strong hierarchy and sharp divisions among the Hexers had made it more important than ever for them to show their precise status through their outward appearances. This was an alien mindset to Vase. Though Vase was willing to invest considerable sums into making himself look good, he always had maintained a sense of proportion when it came to this. An extravagant coat worth 1,000,000 MTA credits was not as valuable as an entire mech division as far as he was concerned. Vase lowered his head in pain. Show me what you bought. Let's start with the handbags since they are the most useless. Handbags are not useless. They are essential accessories, especially to women such as myself. Gloriana proceeded to project the appearances of all of her new handbags. Naturally, the amount of money she spent on them caused them to be a lot more remarkable than their second-class counterparts. Each of the new handbags are products of innovation. They are all embedded with high-grade hyper materials that can bestow a range of useful functions, such as blocking strong winds or purifying the air of undesirable scents. Each of them are no cheaper than 20 million MTA credits, and I have bought 6 in total. I have already retired my old collection of handbags because they are no different from trash bags in my eyes. Her previous set of expensive handbags were not bad at all. They were perfectly serviceable as containers, and they were all made with precious materials such as Puelmer leather. Vase sighed yet again. What is done is done. I really don't want to see you spend this money again. Why not? We have become even wealthier than before. As soon as I heard about the alliance you forged with the Rubarthans, I knew that we have become much richer than before. Spending hundreds of millions of MTA credits should no longer be a burden to you. The dividends that you can earn from owning a fifth of Isthmus Manufacturing can increase our line of credit by 1 or maybe 2 orders of magnitude. Enough. We are not taking on more debt. Vase insisted. If I had the cash, I would have paid off the 517 million MTA credits that we owe to Yemtar immediately. Unfortunately, the next dividend payment isn't happening anytime soon, which means that we will have to pay off millions of MTA credits in interest payments in the meantime. That is no longer a burden to the current state of our clan. That is not true. Our clan is expanding in scope with each passing day. There are many places that need a lot of money in order to bring them to our level. The Larkinson Biotech Institute, the T Institute and the Premier Branch are just a few of the places that need an astronomical amount of investment to bring them up to first-class standards. All of the millions of MTA credits that we spend on interest payments means less money for more productive investments. I do not understand why you treat our debt as if it is a dangerous burden. Gloriana frowned. As I have mentioned before, we can fully meet the interest payments, if not in the present time, then in the future. Yemtar is primarily owned by the Mechers, so our bank will not make it difficult for us if we have temporarily run out of liquidity. You fool, that just means we have given the Mechers a lot of leverage. They will insist that we do stuff for them in order to repay our debt. We can always spend the many MTA merits that we have earned so far. That is even more wasteful. Vase could not stand the thought of squandering lots of money on servicing debt. It might be a little more acceptable if Gloriana spent much of the 517 million MTA credits on more useful goods such as the ice fire rock, but that was not the case. He eventually decided to pay the debt as soon as the clan received its first dividend payment. Together with the money earned from selling all of the production licenses for his new Fei Fianna models, he should be able to get rid of this burden as soon as possible. He hated the fact that he could not spend all of that money on more practical investments. The latest assassination attempt caused him to prioritize his security a lot more. He intended to upgrade the defensive facilities of D&D base and acquire expensive materials to upgrade his unending regalia. All of those plans had to be delayed due to this unexpected circumstance. Though Vase could have chosen to go in the opposite direction and increase his leverage, he felt it was completely unnecessary for him to do so at this time. Chapter 5625 Missing Out. Vase got a good look at all of the extravagant stuff that his wife had bought during her visit to Vullet. As they both started to put their children to bed, Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane all changed into their soft and exquisitely patterned pajamas made out of the hairs of a calamity beast and hugged their masterwork quality dolls as they went to sleep. All of these items happened to be hyper products. They attracted energies with attributes related to concepts such as growth, health, calm, dreams and happiness. They all had a definite effect on the little brats. They fell asleep a lot faster and seemed to enjoy their slumber a lot more. Vase objected a little less to Gloriana's spending after witnessing these effects. She then dragged him over to their new wardrobe. She had completely set aside his old outfits and replaced them with newer and more refined versions. His wife even approached a tailoring house and commissioned the creation of new Larkinson uniforms. From tomorrow onwards, you will present yourself as a true first-rater. Gloriana said, do not underestimate the effect of wearing these clothes. It will become easier for you to project authority and command people's respect. The less you remind them of your humble past, the more you will be able to blend in with our new peers. Vase did not bother to argue with her anymore. He did not think it was necessary to spend so much money on extravagantly expensive outfits, but it was already too late now that they were in his closet. Whatever. Vase and his wife sat down and began to resume their talk. Lucky and Clixie had settled nearby and already began to lick each other's faces. Meow, meow. Gloriana still had much to say about what she witnessed during her stay in Vullet. Cultivation has become more present in people's lives. She said, the core star systems controlled by the Red 2 are much further ahead compared to other locations in this regard. The contrast is particularly striking in the communities occupied by the Mechers. My companion Spirit has noticed that more and more people who are not already mech pilots or mech designers have begun to cultivate different methods that have begun to strengthen them and improve their connection to different attributes. Vase looked intrigued. Is that so? I guess that might be the transhumanist taking the lead. I'm not sure about the origin and the purpose of these methods. Do you have a clue? No, not much time has passed since they have started to practice their new methods, so there is not enough progress to deduce what they are trying to work towards. Their actions show that we cannot be complacent about this. You need to spend time and supply proper cultivation methods to every clansman and companion spirit. I am still waiting for you to supply an improved method for Alexandria. I haven't forgotten. Vase lied. I will present one to you after I have settled down again. Companion spirits are constantly growing by themselves as they are innately capable of natural cultivation. They also adapt remarkably well to different circumstances. You can make sure that Alexandria continues to grow in a favorable direction by frequently employing her design network. His wife did not take this seriously. Even I know that deliberate intervention is always better than letting nature take its course. At least the Mechers are actively taking their future in their own hands. They talked a bit more about what Gloriana had managed to observe during her visit to Vullet. By the way, what about the Fleeters? He asked. Vullet should be occupied by them as well. Have you taken a good look at the members of the Red Fleet? Gloriana's expression turned doubtful. I did not frequent any areas where the Fleeters are widely present. They tend to stick to their warships most of the time. The few Fleeters that I have met have given me an odd impression. Have they become cultivators? No. She shook her head. I am not sensitive or knowledgeable as you in this field of expertise, but I can still discern the differences, especially after I have seen many Mechers. The Fleeters are not engaging in any form of cultivation as far as I am aware of, but their spiritualities are different. How so? Shouldn't they be cultivators if this is the case? It is difficult for me to describe what I have witnessed because I do not understand it myself. The Fleeters are giving me the impression that they are still individually weak and human, but they are not as easy to challenge as before. I cannot explain why, but this is what I instinctively felt. I suggest you take a look at them yourself. To be honest, I feel even more alienated by them than before. That sounds worrisome. The Fleeters were definitely up to something. It was impossible for them to give ground to the Mechers all of the time. Their biggest problem was that they were ideologically opposed to the very concept of cultivation. They believed in the supremacy of technology and opposed any initiative that caused people to lose their own humanity in the pursuit of power. This was why Vase found it rather strange that Gloriana felt alienated by the Fleeters. Either the snobbish spaceborne bastards had made a complete U-turn, or Gloriana had misinterpreted her observations. Vase would have to take a look at the Fleeters himself, but it was quite difficult to encounter them in person. This was not a high-priority issue to Vase. It should be the Red Association and the first-rate superstates who should truly be worried about the Red Fleet. After Gloriana finally completed her explanation on what she had experienced during her visit to Vullet, the conversation finally turned to Vase. Her eyes grew sharper as Gloriana could not hide her obvious interest in her husband's antics. You have done remarkably well in my absence. I have already learned about much of what you have done. Let us start from the beginning. You attempted to fabricate the first production copy of the newly completed Fei Fianna model. For whatever reason, all of the recordings and data logs have disappeared from our internal database. I only have eyewitness testimonies to go on, and they are hardly complete. I am told that only you and your young new disciple were responsible for a dramatic fabrication run that ended with the descent of a cataclysmic lightning bolt. I do not know what happened, but it is not difficult for me to observe that your fabrication run has not delivered any concrete results. The attempted creation of the Elemental Lord was still a sore spot to Vase. He did not really want to bring up bad memories, but he knew his wife would continue to nag him until he gave her a proper explanation. It's difficult for me to explain, Gloriana. I made a lot of mistakes. Let's do this, then. Activate Alexandria's design network and connect our minds together. I will just transfer the key moments of what I have done from my perspective to you. This is the fastest way for me to bring you up to speed. Though Vase was not exactly eager to present his enormous failure to his wife, it might be useful to obtain her feedback. She was still a good mech designer. Her advice might help him make the redo of the Elemental Lord even stronger when he was ready to reprise this bold attempt. Mao. When the design network became active once again, Vase shoved his pre-prepared package of memories through the spiritual connections. As Gloriana rapidly processed the memories with the help of her advanced Arachne-01 cranial implant set, her emotions swung many times all of a sudden. Vase had already disconnected himself from the design network to spare him from his wife's emotional reactions. Her expression and the fluctuations of her spirituality showed that she had lost much of her calm all of a sudden. You actually tried to make a grand work?" she asked with an expression that looked both amazed and horrified. "I only learned about that in hindsight," Vase responded. It turns out that there are good reasons why only highly accomplished master mech designers and star designers are able to make them. I really do not have the qualifications to make one right now. It is only now that I have experienced the enormous gap between masterworks and grand works. That does not change the fact that you have already approached the threshold of a grand work. This is too soon. You are still a senior. How did you do it, Ves? Gloriana became so obsessed with what Vase had accidentally done at the time that her hands had grabbed his throat and tried to shake him back and forth. Naturally, her gesture was completely useless. His true body was far too dense and strong to get shaken by her in this manner. Vase gently pried her delicate hands away from his neck. Calm down, honey. One of the reasons why I transferred my memories directly to you is so that you can get most of the answers that you want. I got struck by inspiration when I started my fabrication run. This is not the false inspiration that can be induced by hitting myself with my hammer of brilliance. This is a genuine moment of serendipity, and it has changed my life forever. Gloriana frowned as she continually ran through the memories. The perspective from Vase was not complete, but it still gave her a decent understanding of all of the hyperactive ideas that were running through his mind at the time. It was impossible for her to comprehend the specific processes employed by her crazy husband. This was because even he did not fully understand what he was doing and why he made certain steps over the course of his work. He had surrendered himself nearly entirely to his own intuition and gut feeling. This caused him to complete many processes that had no clear basis in logic or theory. She grew increasingly more frustrated when she realized that Ves's memories held little reference value to her. There was no way for her to learn any tricks that could help her raise the quality of her work and get closer to the threshold of a grand work. The fundamental reason why this was the case was because they were too different from each other. If Gloriana wanted to create a brilliant work on her own one day, then she needed to get inspired herself and create an unprecedentedly powerful work by relying on her own ingenuity. Once she realized this, she no longer felt as jealous and upset with Vase as before. Even if she happened to be present during this amazing fabrication run, her gains wouldn't have been much better due to the enormous differences between their work. Still, she could have made other gains if she was present at the time. She still remained upset at the fact that Vase had randomly gone off to make a mech that had the potential to become a grand work shortly after she left for Vullet. You may have ultimately failed, but you learned many lessons from this attempt. Gloriana eventually said as she pressed her palm against his chest. You should be proud of this accomplishment. I hope I will be present next time you do this, because I will not let you run wild to this extent again. A competitive fire surged in her mind. Gloriana had become frightened by how her husband had taken such a massive step forward without her. She needed to step up her game if she wanted to remain as his equal. Her thoughts went back to the Dark Zephyr Mark II project and the other upgrade projects. The next iterations of her old expert mechs will be the vehicles that should enable her to realize her latest advancements. Chapter 5626 Useful feedback. Gloriana expressed continuous amazement at what Vase experienced after he departed from New Constantinople 8. She had already heard a part of what Vase had done on Okan and V by questioning their children. Yet even she did not know that her husband harvested the complete spirituality of the Azure Tornado Dragon. As her beloved, Gloriana clearly understood the significance of this move. Are you thinking about turning it into your latest design spirit? Maybe, Vase said as he continued to cuddle with his wife as they gazed at a projected view of exotic alien vistas. I need to be more careful about this. My collection of design spirits is already considerable, and I haven't even made full use out of all of them. Expanding it further will make it harder for me to manage them all. There is nothing actually stopping them from cutting off their connections to my mech designs and splitting off to go elsewhere. That surprised his wife. You have been making use of them all this time without binding them with contracts or restraints. That's not how I work. Vase responded. Each of them are either my creations or my partners. It is not right to treat them like slaves. Doing this will more than likely incur a backlash as they can withdraw their support or even tamper with the mechs that they are overseeing. Our relationships have always been based on trust and mutual interest. Besides, the design spirits previously did not have any good alternatives because the old galaxy is a low-energy environment. The imaginary realm over there is completely barren and filled with corrosive energies. The Age of Dawn has changed that, his wife quickly deduced. Unlike before, your design spirits can sustain themselves even when they no longer have access to the spiritual feedback of so many mech pilots. Vase nodded. The power balance between me and my design spirits has become a lot less lopsided than before. Fortunately, all of our existing design spirits have spent years growing stronger with my assistance. They are unlikely to leave due to inertia. The same cannot be said for any new creations. They will grow up in an environment where I am not the only choice for sustained growth. Coercing them to work for me is not a reliable means of maintaining control. Life always finds a way. I can use as many means as possible to bind them to me, but they only need to succeed once to break out and take revenge. He and his wife fell silent for a minute as they mulled over these considerations. Design spirits played a vital role in the success of the Larkinson clan. The loss of any of them would plunge the value of certain mech lines and initiate a crisis of trust among the LMC's customers. While Vase did not think that any of his current stable of design spirits would maliciously break off all relations without notifying him in advance, he needed to be prepared for any contingency. If this is the case, then maybe it is better to be less restrained about making additional design spirits. Gloriana suggested, "You are still holding back because this is your old habit, but we are not living in the age of mechs anymore. Now that we have entered the age of dawn, E-energy and mutated beasts have become particularly abundant. I believe you should be able to find and harvest the spiritualities of enough powerful creatures to make substitutes for many of your current design spirits. You don't have to use them right away. You can store the spare ingredients and only bring them out if you need to obtain a replacement for one of your lost design spirits." That was actually a good suggestion. Gloriana reminded Vase that he was no longer stuck in the past where it took a huge amount of effort to find powerful mutated beasts and high-quality spiritual ingredients. The quantity of mutated beasts had skyrocketed, and so had their variety. It no longer became implausible for Vase to obtain a mutated beast that possessed rare and exceptional domains such as space or even devouring. Of course, the demand for mutated beasts with these particular talents was still high. Not just Vase, but many other researchers hungered for creatures that possessed amazing superpowers. Fortunately for Vase, his recent visit to Ocanon V had given him a clear understanding of the modern hunting community. He had seen plenty of hunting teams return from their latest trips with dead or living mutated beasts among their spoils. A large number of biotech institutions paid handsome rewards for the retrieval of all manner of powerful and exotic mutated beasts. There was no need for Vase to visit Ocanon V or any other hunting planet in person. He could just instruct his clan to issue commission and wait for the hunting community to fulfill them. The higher the price, the shorter the wait. The price for the capture and shipment of living mutated beasts may be high for second-class organizations, but it was completely trivial to the current Larkinson clan. Vase had never visited any first-class hunting planets. He had heard amazing stories about the mutated beasts that grew up and evolved on planets that were filled with higher quantities of exotics and hypers. However, there was no requirement for strength for his design spirits. Vase managed to create Ilvain from a centuries-old discarded nutrient wrapper. The true value of spiritual ingredients lay in the rarity of their spiritual attributes and the application of power of the mutated beasts. The former determined the starting point while the latter gave his design spirits clear directions on how to develop their abilities going forward. Beasts found on a second-class hunting planet such as the Azure Tornado Dragon and the Giant Stone Eater more than satisfied Ves's needs. He formed a new plan based on the strategy suggested by his wife. "I intend to make design spirits that correspond to each of the 5 classical elements. They are just too ubiquitous for me to ignore," he eventually decided. "I will also make other design spirits based on very powerful or useful attributes such as destruction." "Destruction? How? Let me tell you about my gains in Bordel." Vase proceeded to summarize what he managed to accomplish during his trip to the port system. From turning the Fei Fianna line into an overnight success to meeting with the Destroyer of Worlds in person after getting rescued by her, Gloriana's eyes increasingly widened after she heard his side of the story. "So the rumors are true. I'm sure that a lot of them are exaggerated, but it is true that I managed to forge a friendship with her divinity." Vase smiled with pride. "I even managed to obtain a powerful spiritual fragment from her. Would you like to see?" He briefly summoned the Novastella statue from his system space. His wife grew stunned as she held the dense metal statue with utmost respect and care. The sculpture depicting Emma radiated the power of destruction. Gloriana clearly found it difficult to withstand the passive glow and soon had to give it back to her husband to prevent greater harm. Once Vase put the remarkable container back into his system space, his wife needed a minute to think over all of the implications of what she learned. Her new Arachne-01 granted her a formidable amount of processing power and helped her contemplate the ramifications much more extensively than before. Her expression grew a lot more serious. It is no wonder that the Terrans treated us much differently upon my return. My children and I have clearly sensed that a barrier has formed with the locals. It doesn't help that I managed to hook up with the impresario prince as well. I don't know what you heard from the media, but it is true that our clan now owns a 20% stake in Isthmus Manufacturing. While this deal comes with many strings attached, the shares are all real. Vase spent a bit more time on explaining his new relationships with the Rubarthans. He left out a few crucial details such as how he first became acquainted with the Destroyer of Worlds, but his wife was clever enough to infer that other extraordinary factors were at play. She knew that her husband likely had good reasons to hold back certain pieces of information. There was no need for her to pry any further. The information that she already received was enough to keep her preoccupied for a while. This changes everything, Gloriana said as an ambitious spark lit up in her eyes. Our clan can speed up its growth now that our clan has become a greater force in high society. The Terrans resent the Rubarthans and would hate to see you move into the orbit of their archrivals. In fact, they probably consider your latest moves to be a betrayal of their trust. You chose to travel to the Terran Alliance first, so the Devas ancient clan likely thought that becoming your ally and partner was a foregone conclusion. Vase shrugged. I always told the Terrans that I never intended to get in bed with them. They might secretly hope that they can convert me to their side, but that will never happen. Our clan will always remain independent and neutral within human society. This is the best way to ensure that our mechs will be able to get sold to the widest possible audience. Though he did not agree with all of the policies of the Red Association, he resonated with the need to serve Red humanity as a whole. All of the petty divisions that turned humans against each other was child's play. Getting involved in these intra-human disputes would only make it difficult for Vase to fulfill his role as a mech designer who wanted to cater to the entire mech market. You have always wanted to build up a fleet of first-class starships, correct? This is the time to make use of our advantages to demand these concessions. We can play the Terrans and the Rubarthans against each other. Gloriana suggested a dangerous game. The Devas ancient clan will soon attempt to form an extensive agreement with you that can act as a counterweight against your newly established partnership with the impresario prince. The Terrans will be so desperate to obtain your support that they may be willing to pass on one of their first-class starships to you. Seize this opportunity to build the fleet that you have always dreamed about. This was a bold and risky gambit, but it had a decent chance of succeeding. Even if the Devas ancient clan was not able to spare any of its capital ships, it should still be able to donate a handful of first-class combat carriers. That would already make Vase happy because he knew how much more powerful an individual first-class multipurpose mech could be. Quality trumped quantity, so even a handful of combat carriers was enough to guarantee enough self-protection ability in a confrontation against the major alien races of the Red Ocean. I'll need to flesh out this idea further with Gavin and the Foreign Affairs Ministry. Vase decided, I think it is worth a try. We will likely have to forego other lucrative gains. First-class starships have become an even more valuable form of hard currency than phase water in the current climate. If Vase had to make a choice between 20% ownership in Isthmus Manufacturing or a couple of first-class fleet carriers, he would choose the latter anytime. The former might be a fantastic long-term investment in times of relative stability, but how long would that last? The latter would definitely increase his ability to survive and make fantastic gains through conquest and plunder. Of course, there was no inherent contradiction between the two. It was best if Vase could obtain both at the same time. The best way for organizations such as the Larkinson clan to get ahead was to combine strong finances with abundant martial strength. Chapter 5627 Domineering names. Now that Vase had returned to New Constantinople 8, a new phase in his life had begun. The release of the Fei Fianna line continued to produce massive ripple effects. Many people held such high regard for the presentation of the revolutionary new hyper-drone mechs that they continually rewatched the footage over and over again. Demand continued to increase over time, making it more and more difficult for the Living Mech Corporation to manage customer expectations. Fortunately, it did not take long for the Living Mech Corporation and the Isthmus Manufacturing to issue a joint statement where they announced their massive cooperation. A lot of senior figures had already learned about this development in advance, but once the rest of the public became informed about this dramatic event, people's opinions towards Vase and his mech company rose even higher. Professor Larkinson is getting chummy with both the Terrans and the Rubarthans. Not many mech designers can get away with that. It will be interesting to see whether he can keep up his balancing act. The Larkinsons have become rich. How are these second-raters able to convince the Rubarthans to give them a fifth of a mech company as large as Isthmus Manufacturing? It doesn't make sense. Don't tell me that any Tier 3 galactic citizen can obtain all of those shares with the same ease. The other shareholders of Isthmus Manufacturing are not charities. They collectively gave away trillions of MTA credits worth of stock. What did Professor Larkinson promise to do in return? Isthmus Manufacturing has already announced a new plan to retool many of its second-class production lines so that they will soon pump out Fianas en masse. The buyers hailing from the Rubarthan Pact are so lucky. They will be able to get their hands on these powerful new mechs first. Hey, at least all of that Rubarthan mech production will shorten the waiting list. I was originally scheduled to receive my order 7 months from today. With luck, that will soon be cut down in half. A lot of customers reacted to the news with delight and optimism. They had a strong interest in the success of the Fiana. The fact that such a large and reputable Rubarthan mech company chose to partner with the Larkinsons to expand the production of living mechs added a lot of legitimacy and certainty to this much-hyped mech line. More importantly than that, Isthmus Manufacturing had a huge amount of mech factories at its disposal. Even if only a part of them allocated their production capacity to the Fiana, that could already increase the monthly output of living mechs by 5 to 10 times depending on the Rubarthan company's commitment. This assuaged a lot of concerns about the LMC's ability to fulfill its astronomical amount of orders. In fact, a lot of potential customers that previously turned away because they worried too much about the enormous delays in production and delivery had changed their minds. They reluctantly placed their orders with the expectation that it should take no longer than half a year for them to receive their amazingly powerful and technologically advanced drone mechs. Vase chuckled when he saw that the latest announcement sparked a second wave of orders. It seems that the credibility of Isthmus Manufacturing is really high. Everyone has total confidence that our new partner should be able to make up for any shortfall in production. It is rather disappointing to see how little faith people have in our own company's production capacity. You don't have to feel sorry for yourself, boss. Gavin assuaged Vase. Isthmus is centuries old and has a strong foundation in the old galaxy. The LMC only rose up in less than 2 decades. When you look back at our history, it is amazing to see how far we have come since we started out on Cloudy Curtain. The version of you back then probably would have never imagined that you would have been able to design a mech that went on to become a mainstream mech model in so little time. His assistant was right. Vase had made so much progress that he had exceeded all of his expectations. He and his clan grew far too quickly, making it so that they lacked the time to address all of the flaws and inconsistencies that emerged as of late. This was far from the first time that Vase encountered this problem. The fact of the matter was that the Larkinson clan changed so much in so little time that its foundation had become dangerously unstable. What the Larkinsons needed the most was another period of stable and steady development. That was the only way to sustain the momentum of the clan while at the same time grant enough breathing room for everyone to consolidate their new gains. Vase was more than willing to oblige. He and many other people were waiting for the Red War to enter the next phase. Once the Red II completed the ambitious conversion of the Greater Beander Gate, humanity would enter a new era of violence and plunder. That reminded Vase of all of the work that he needed to do in order to prepare his clan for the exciting deep strike operations that were set to begin in a few years. Has Isthmus Manufacturing given us an updated timeline on when it intends to introduce the Supremo project? Gavin shook his head. The Rubarthan company has yet to give us an update on it. The new heavy artillery mech has shaken so many people who have witnessed the performance of the test versions that they do not want to waste this opportunity to completely push Isthmus to the forefront of the second-class mech industry. Do they need my help? No. Gavin shook his head. No offense, boss, but you have a habit of sucking up all of the attention. That is not what Isthmus wants. The company wants to strengthen its own brand name among its customer base in the Rubarthan Pact and the Red Ocean Union. Its executives are more than confident that they can do a good job of marketing your new commercial heavy artillery mech without relying on your characteristic flamboyant stage performances. His assistant made it sound as if Vase was an overly dramatic attention seeker. He was not that bad. Still, he could see where Isthmus was coming from. The Rubarthans did not want to be reduced to supporting characters in this new partnership. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before they became his vassals. By the way, the marketing department of our new business partner has mulled over a proper name for the Supremo project. For various reasons, the marketing executives are not particularly enthused about calling it the Supremo. It makes your heavy artillery mech sound like a child's toy. They want to give the upcoming product a more dignified name, particularly because it is tied to one of their eminent god pilots. Vase personally thought it was not a bad idea to stick to calling it the Supremo. It was a fairly short but distinct name that could easily become another valuable addition to the mech community's lexicon. However, now that Isthmus Manufacturing had taken over the original commissions, the Rubarthans had the right to set the final names. I take it the Rubarthans have already come up with their own alternatives. They came up with 3 different suggestions as a matter of fact. They are currently trying to finalize their choice. You can make your own recommendation, but Isthmus cannot guarantee that it will follow suit. Vase didn't care too much about that. What are the proposed names? The names in contention are as follows: the Kitty Howl, the Ultimatum and the Godhammer. Quote. You're serious? I am only conveying what I have received from our new channels with Isthmus Manufacturing. Gavin confirmed. None of the 3 names sounded normal for a mass production model. The Kitty Howl was clearly the silliest of the 3 suggestions. It was a clear reference to Emma and the Destroyer of Worlds. It was a deliberately understated name that produced an ironic contrast to the awesome power of the actual living heavy artillery mech. The Ultimatum sounded a lot more domineering. It was the name that resonated with him the most. He actually found himself liking it over Supremo because it just sounded so awesome. It also had a much closer association with doomsday weapons. As for the Godhammer, Vase did not like all of the associations it evoked. It sounded just as impressive as the Ultimatum, but it did so in a different fashion. His upcoming product would definitely be unable to maintain a low profile if the Rubarthans claimed that the new heavy artillery mech could strike down enemies with the power of a god pilot. All in all, the 3 proposed names all had their good points. Vase wouldn't feel too dissatisfied if any of them got selected in the end. Tell the Rubarthans that I strongly recommend they go with the Ultimatum. The Supremo project is so powerful in its current iteration that its real space performance should already speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel for itself. There is no need to tarnish the model with all kinds of silly and over-the-top associations. Ultimatum is a clean and simple enough word that conveys just the right dominance to complement our product. Gavin nodded in understanding. I shall convey your words to our new partner. Is there any business that I need to know about? Nothing further with the Rubarthans, no, but the Terrans are eager to speed up their negotiations with you. The Davos ancient clan invites you to its palace that is located in the capital city of Sandon to hold formal talks. Vase grinned. He had been waiting for this. The Davosans were finally ready to get off their lazy butts. Have the Davosans made any indication of what they seek from our clan? Well, they are still interested in acquiring a kinship network for the Terran Alliance as a whole. Your most recent assassination attempt has actually spooked a lot of people, especially other high-tier galactic citizens. Each of them have bounties on their heads by virtue of their status. The thought that any trusted human by their side could turn against them at any moment is scaring them out of their wits. They think that connecting everyone to an exclusive kinship network should give them a powerful means to monitor and guarantee everyone's loyalties. That made a lot of sense. The Red Cabal had inadvertently helped to expand Vess's business. He would never thank the aliens, of course. I see. Vase responded. Please tell the Terrans that I cannot give assurances that my kinship networks can detect hidden double agents. If Master Quan had been able to lurk within human society for so long without drawing any suspicion, then his ability to partition and camouflage his mind is top-notch. Even I cannot guarantee that a kinship network can overcome these exceptional means. It should at least raise the threshold of treachery by an enormous margin. That should be enough to give these troubled VIPs peace of mind. Vase was fine with that as long as nobody cast any blame on him if the kinship network happened to fail. Are the Davosans planning to do other business? Most certainly. They will definitely seek to bind you in a deal that is similar to your arrangement with Isthmus Manufacturing. As long as you agree to design a few mechs for the Terrans, you can ask for heavy concessions in return. Vase smirked at that. This should be a fine occasion for me to ask for a couple of first-class starships. The Davos ancient clan was not in a good position at the moment. Its territory was located a bit too close to the front lines, and its mech armies were a lot weaker than the bigger ancient clans. If not for the fact that Vase had yet to earn the qualifications to design a first-class mech, he would have been able to exploit these conditions a lot better. Chapter 5628 Alexa's Design Philosophy Chapter 5628 Alexa's Design Philosophy. Vase held a lot of expectations towards his upcoming meeting with the Terrans, but any deal he made with them was ultimately secondary to his own works. The Fei Fianna, the Supremo Project and the Transcendent Punisher Mark III were only the first of many living mechs that Vase intended to design during the new mech generation. Many more previously successful mech lines deserved to be turned into more modern hyper-mechs. When Vase entered the main design studio of D&D Base, he stood in front of a lot of new faces. The 25 journeyman mech designers who agreed to join the Larkinson clan all looked eager and motivated to start their new careers. Hundreds of assistant mech designers stood further in the rear. Many of them had been brought over from the expeditionary fleet, but Alexa had also recruited a batch of other talented apprentice mech designers that were more than happy to work for the Larkinsons in exchange for an opportunity to complete a leap in class. Alexa Strian and Gloriana Woden Larkinson stood on opposite sides of the patriarch of the Larkinson clan. The former Terran consciously stepped backward in order to avoid the association that she was competing with Gloriana. Nonetheless, Gloriana openly frowned at Alexa. Her intuition told her that the younger woman had become closer to Vase in the last month. The two had become a lot more comfortable in each other's presence. Not only that, but Gloriana also sensed other clues about Alexa that put the mother on edge. Fortunately, she was professional enough to keep her temper in check and focus on the more immediate priority. Welcome to the Larkinson clan. Vase greeted the new arrivals. Here, you will begin your new journey as a Larkinson. Each of you have been thoroughly vetted and tested, so I have no doubt that you will be able to find your place in my design department. I cannot promise you that you will be able to remain in the premier branch on a permanent basis, but I can promise you that each of you will have a fair shot at earning an ED net quota. We will track every contribution you make. No one doubted Ves's words. His credibility was high, and they had already heard from numerous other Larkinsons how well the Larkinson clan treated its lead designers. Vase continued his speech. The harder you work, the more Larkinson merits you can earn, yet grunt labor can only get you so far. The faster you improve, the sooner you can undertake greater responsibilities, allowing you to earn more merits per project. One of the most surefire ways to advance your position in my design department is to come up with ingenious design solutions that provide clear benefits to our products. I did not hire you for your solid design skills and extensive knowledge base alone. I hired you because I see the seed of greatness in you all. The more you are able to break out of your shells and attain brilliance, the more our clan will go all out to support your ambitions. The only requirement is that you succeed. To be honest, Vase did not expect many of his new journeymen to stand out in the next few years. The probability of achieving critical success was too low. Even if the foundation of all of these former direct disciples was a lot better on average, their usefulness may never exceed a certain threshold if they lacked the ambition and determination to conduct more radical research. Vase did not have much respect for mech designers who played it safe. Even if they were able to advance to the rank of master mech designer, their design solutions were probably so marginal that hardly any customer could appreciate the differences. The second-class journeymen gathered before him were all clever enough to understand Ves's underlying message. The design department set up a structure where playing it safe and making steady contributions was not the best way to earn the most Larkinson merits. The Living Mech Corporation did not have an invincible market position. Its old product lines were losing popularity at a much faster rate than the product lines of bigger and more reputable companies such as SKL Mech Industries. The LMC had always relied on product differentiation to catch up to the competition. Now that the Larkinsons had begun to compete across the entire second-class mech market of red humanity, Vase could no longer shoulder his growing responsibilities alone. He needed the help of many more lead designers. However, Vase admittedly did not look forward to managing each of them in person. This was why he had decisively thrown the ball at his wife. Unlike him, Gloriana was more than eager to take charge of all of the personnel in the design department. She took a step forward at this time, causing everyone's attention to switch to the well-dressed woman. Vase had chosen to go to work while wearing a new first-class Patriarch uniform. It had been customized by an engineering team led by a master tailor from Vullet. Their combined efforts resulted in a work that might not have turned into a masterwork, but came awfully close to reaching that level of quality. Much of the reason why his outfit cost so much was due to its exceptional materials and expansive amounts of miniaturized tech. Though the extra comfort and amenities most certainly made a difference in his daily life, he was already fine with wearing his previous outfits. Gloriana did not think so, however. The way she dressed and presented herself was indicative of that. She had chosen to wear a red patterned suit over a white lab coat that not only offered excellent protection against accidents, but also made her look bigger and more imposing. Do not think you have become Larkinsons just because you have adopted our family name. She spoke to the crowd. Before you are ready to take part in design projects centered around upgrading our existing Larkinson models, you must first learn how our current living mechs work. More importantly, you must also familiarize yourself with the Larkinsons who pilot all of the mechs designed in-house. It is not wise to send you on an extended work visit to our famous expeditionary fleet, so you will roam through our ships in virtual reality instead. The Larkinsons over there may only be able to talk to physical projections of yourselves, but that should be sufficient for you to develop better relations with your fellow clansmen. This was anything but ideal, but it was the best they could do under the circumstances. Gloriana proceeded to explain what she had in mind once the new journeymen completed their acclimation process. Once you have a clear understanding of our mechs as well as how they are being used by our own troops, you will be put in charge over one or several concurrent upgrade projects. We plan to extend a large amount of trust to you all by putting a number of you in charge of individual projects. However, my husband will also be involved in order to ensure that the living mechs retain their most important qualities. He will not be able to allocate much time for each and every upgrade process, but he can ensure that the next iterations of our existing mech models will not regress as living mechs. No matter how much Vase limited his involvement in all of the upgrade projects, it was still a massive burden for him to keep up with them all, especially if they were being worked on at the same time. It couldn't be helped. The LMC's customers had shown a lot of patience, but they were not willing to wait forever in order to obtain adequate hyper-mech versions of their existing products. I expect each of you to work hard and do your best to completely refresh all of our current mech models to the latest generation. Gloriana spoke with greater force. We must complete all of the necessary upgrades within 2 years. Each upgraded mech must be no worse than the Fianna in terms of qualities, resource utilization and cost efficiency. If each of you are the geniuses that we think you are, then this should be a guaranteed outcome. Do not fail in your assignments. After that, Gloriana began to explain more detailed rules. She also addressed every new recruit in person. Vase turned around and walked away. There was no need for him to stick around while his wife established her authority. He had a more pressing matter to deal with at the moment. As Vase entered a smaller and more secure design room, Alexa Strian arrived shortly afterwards and thoughtfully closed the door. "Are you sure you are ready?" he asked as he faced his latest protege. "This is a life-changing decision. Once you have settled on your design philosophy, you can no longer change your mind. Your base will be set. The most you can do to alter the expression of your work is to make radical detours, but that obviously has its limits." The young woman who had always dressed herself in high-quality professional wear took a deep breath before she gave a measured response. "I have already made my choice during our stay in Bordel. I have spent the entire return trip to New Constantinople questioning my judgment and considering the alternatives. I have not wavered in my decision. I am absolutely certain that I have found my direction." Vase could hear and sense her strong conviction. She had truly made a careful choice. That is good. It is not a disaster if you end up making a bad choice. What is fatal to mech designers such as ourselves is regretting the decisions you have already made. I believe that any design philosophy can produce groundbreaking works as long as you work hard enough. That said, a more optimal starting point can save you decades if not centuries of struggle. What is the design philosophy that you have chosen for yourself? This was the big moment that both of them had been waiting for. Alexa swelled with pride as she explained her reasoning. "As you know, I originally sought you out because I became inspired by your living mechs. It had always been my dream and my ambition to design a mech comparable to the Ouroboros. My grandfather always gushes about his unique machine, and has always expressed his regret that he is unable to find its original maker. I want to be the mech designer who improves his machine. I am cognizant that my chances of doing so are slim and that you may be able to do a better job, but I will still work hard in order to service the needs of the next generation of mechs and mech pilots." That was a healthy mindset. If Alexa wanted to gain the qualifications to upgrade the Ouroboros herself, then she needed to work hard for at least 50 to 2 years in order to become powerful enough to work on such an important project. That took way too long. Red humanity needed to go all out into strengthening itself in the next half-century. It was impossible for Alexa to put her selfish needs over the survival of their entire civilization. Lamb, highly encouraged by your mindset. Your dedication to the people we serve is an admirable quality. Now what is the design philosophy that you have chosen to settle upon? Alexa did not open her mouth right away, but took the time to summon her companion spirit. Maya tilde, Maya tilde. Maya appeared and started to fly a few circles around the young lady before settling on her shoulder. The predominantly white spiritual ragdoll cat looked particularly energetic at this hour. Every living mech is born in a workshop or a factory. She started to explain. When they are complete, they eventually get shipped to their buyers where they are promptly being put to use without too much regard for their own feelings. Do not misunderstand. I do not think that living mechs are being mistreated, but you have to admit that they are not receiving the sort of systematic guidance and nurturing that humans such as ourselves direct towards our children. As a father, you should be well aware of the value of upbringing. Vase narrowed his eyes. He already started to have an inkling of what Alexa was working towards. Goon. Living mechs have turned from products into living, sentient beings that are already capable of forming their own societies. The issue is that their unusual creation leaves them without the complete family structures that constitute most proper societies. Every mech is made in a factory. They do not have any fathers or mothers, and they cannot exercise any form of procreation. The closest thing to a parent they have is you, but you are more of a distant ancestor than anything. These are severe shortcomings in my view. If the Ouroboros received proper nurturing from any parents, it may not have held back my grandfather as much. That was not entirely certain, but Vase understood Alexa's general sentiment. The Ouroboros indeed got stuck in a bottleneck due to the many deficiencies that remained unaddressed for a century. Then, Alexa began to smile. Your suspicions are correct. What I aim to accomplish is to create a new paradigm of living mechs that brings them closer to naturally evolved organic life. Procreation lies at the center of my new design philosophy. Simply put, I want to create a mechanism for existing living mechs to get together and donate a part of their power and possibly their knowledge into a special seed. This seed can be retrieved by humans and be sent to a mech factory to form the basis of a new living mech that essentially represents the child of the previous two living machines. What? Vase had never thought about this before. Who would be so silly to create an actual procreation mechanism for his living mechs? Alexa did not care for his astonishment. She continued to channel more passion as she elaborated on her idea and ambition. As long as the new offspring can serve in the same unit as its parents, the young living mech can undergo much more rapid growth by receiving proper guidance and nurturing from its parent mechs. Over time, entire living mech families and dynasties may form around inheritances that have accumulated over multiple generations, enabling them to develop into more powerful and unique directions that perfectly addresses one of the fatal weaknesses of your design philosophy. Your living mechs always require a large amount of time to grow into their power. My design philosophy seeks to compress this growth period so that every young living mech can grow into maturity in a fraction of the time. This was a groundbreaking model of living mechs that could ignite a lot of controversy if Alexa shared it with the wrong people. Vase never expected that his disciple would have the guts to develop his living mechs in this dangerous direction. If she succeeded in realizing her vision, then living mechs would take a massive step forward into becoming a self-sustaining sentient race. Anyone who paranoid about ICE taking over would definitely suffer a heart attack if they saw Alexa's idea come to life. Chapter 5629 Activating Potential 5629 Activating Potential. From the moment an apprentice mech designer met all of the requirements and became ready to advance to the next rank, he or she needed to commit to a singular design philosophy. Miss Alexa, formerly of the Strian ancient clan, possessed a thorough understanding of what she needed to do in order to advance to the next rank. Her extensive studies had given her an exhaustive academic and anecdotal knowledge about what enabled apprentices to surpass the extraordinary threshold and gain entry into the real world of mech design. The most essential requirement that mech designers had to meet was that they needed to possess the qualifications to ascend to a higher rank. Vase called it spiritual potential. The MTA and the first-rate superstates used to call it psionic potential. Ancients referred to it as spiritual roots, immortal soul, or another mystical name. Whatever the case, many ambitious mech designers who had demonstrated great effort and talent tragically never received a chance to realize their design philosophies. During the age of mechs, many people who had dedicated their entire lives to designing mechs never managed to get past this hurdle. This was not a problem for Alexa. She had managed to escape this awful fate and developed the potential required to not only become a high-ranking mech designer, but potentially get started in other extraordinary professions as well. Yet potential was not enough. Mech designers also had to form a design philosophy that was worth pursuing. Whether it was due to the rules set by the kingdom of mechs or the restrictions set by more universal laws, mech designers that did not exhibit any originality could not advance to the rank of journeyman. The requirement was very clear. It was okay for novices and apprentices to apply what they had learned from their teachers without too much thought about making it better. Yet those who aspired to do better had to demonstrate at a fairly early stage that they possessed the capacity to engage in original research and make certain accomplishments in their chosen field. The mech industry exploded since the start of the age of mechs due to the successive accumulation of new and original technological innovations. Every high-ranking mech designer that rose up from the ranks contributed a new collection of original and valuable technological advancements to the entire body of mech design. Yet all of that explosive development also made life more difficult for many mech designers of the younger generation. The more time passed by, the more mech designers had managed to exhaust the research potential of many common scientific fields and subjects. All of the low-hanging fruits had already been plucked by a huge number of predecessors. This significantly increased the burden of up-and-coming mech designers. They needed to research more exotic and difficult topics in order to break new ground and earn the right to advance to journeyman. This burden was too great to bear for the average person. People could be taught how to design a mech according to existing methods and formulas, but it was harder to turn them into a researcher with the ability to engage in original research. Not everyone was cut out to be a trailblazer, especially in a time where countless mech designers had already done so in the past. This was one of the reasons why mech design universities enrolled so many students every year. Every higher up in the mech industry knew that most mech design graduates were hopeless, yet they supported widespread teaching anyway. This was because pumping up the numbers was the only way to increase the number of people who possessed both spiritual potential and the capacity to conduct original research. It was like playing the lottery. The chances of winning a prize by purchasing a single ticket was minuscule. The stupidest way to increase the chances of winning was to buy lots of lottery tickets. As long as the quantity of tickets was high enough, the purchaser was bound to win prizes. Of course, this analogy did not entirely make sense because the yield was too low to justify the expenditure. The calculus was different in the mech industry. Even if raising millions of mech designers could only produce master mech designer in the end, it was still worth it because the contributions of the latter were so valuable that it more than made up for all of the previous expenditures. Of course, it was not as if all of the mech designers who fell short of advancing to journeyman or master were useless. Novices and apprentices did not have to lead design projects themselves in order to contribute to society. They could assist more successful mech designers in their work. They could supervise mech factories and solve different problems on the spot. They could also utilize their excellent engineering skills to use in a different capacity, such as developing mech parts or entering into a different tech sector entirely. Humanity was so dependent on technology that there were always jobs for mech designers. Yet that did not change the fact that many people who dreamed of becoming the next big star designer never managed to make it past the first major threshold. At least that was the case during the Age of Mechs. The Age of Dawn introduced a sweeping set of changes that appeared to change the equation. The proportion of mech designers advancing to the rank of journeyman mech designer went up each month. What was remarkable was that this rate continued to increase over time. There was no sign that this pass rate was dropping anytime soon. This had little to do with Alexa, though. She already knew that she possessed the potential to break through. She even possessed the confidence that she was smart and flexible enough to engage in any original research of her choosing. Mech designers as privileged as her no longer had any reason to worry about the failure rate. What they were truly invested in was selecting the most valuable and useful design philosophy possible. Elite first-class mech designers tended to be a lot more luxurious in this regard, both because they were much better versed in a diverse range of high technologies, but also because they disdained the more plebeian specializations typically adopted by second-raters and third-raters. The descendants of the Terran ancient clans had always been raised with the expectations that they would put themselves at the forefront of their respective fields. The young scions who had been raised to become mech designers enjoyed the best conditions, so they had a lot more to prove than others. Strictly speaking, Alexa Strian Larkinson no longer had to bear this heavy expectation. She had formally severed her ties with the Strian ancient clan. There was no obligation for her to pay back all of the money and resources invested in her upbringing. Yet Alexa did not feel relieved at all. Her pressure had actually become even greater than before. The main reason why Vase brought her into the clan was because she possessed the potential to inherit the mantle of living mechs and develop it in another direction. How could she relax when the specter of disappointment constantly loomed over her shoulders with each passing day she spent as a low-ranking mech designer? Alexa respected her new mentor enormously. She did not want to let him down and prove that he had misjudged his decision to take her on as his disciple. Vase hadn't actually taught Alexa all that much. Aside from teaching her the essential of living mech design and letting her work by his side for a time, she had to cover a lot of ground herself. This was not a sign of neglect. Vase knew Alexa's circumstances well enough that she only needed direction at the beginning. She was more than smart and productive enough to complete the rest of her journey by herself. It was also the reason why Alexa had taken her time to formulate her design philosophy. She needed to go through many twists and turns and discover the various pros and cons of different choices by herself. Only she could make the choice that would determine the future of her mech design career. After an exhaustive period where she had spent much of her free time on thinking about how he could bring her mentor's work to the next level, she had eventually settled her mind on extending the range of capabilities of living mechs in a special manner. As Vase tried to process the explosive implications of Alexa's shocking announcement, the woman in question passionately explained her rationale. Your living mechs are fantastic. They are new and unprecedented. They elevate mechs beyond the means of existing mech designers. For the first time that I can think of, mechs have acquired some of the traits of actual living beings. Their developing sapience means that every machine of your design has the potential to grow alongside their mech pilots and become as powerful as the Ouroboros one day. Yet, the female mech designer grew a little more subdued when she thought about her grandfather's mech. I have grown up under the shadow of my grandfather and his unique mech for many years. I am all too familiar with their pains and struggles. Not only has it taken most of a baseline human's lifetime for the Ouroboros to become the famous ace mech that it is known for today, but it has been impossible for anyone to replicate this miracle of mechanical creation. I don't want other mech pilots and owners to experience the same trials and tribulations. Vess's expression turned serious as well. He could feel the earnest pain and emotion in her voice. Alexa did not settle on her design philosophy on a random whim. She chose this direction due to a burning need to resolve a problem that no other mech designer at the time had been able to solve. If the problems related to the Ouroboros could have been solved a lot sooner, then there was clearly no need for Alexa to go down this route. Yet it was exactly because her grandfather's subsequent advancement had long been constrained by the inadequacies of his Ouroboros that drove Alexa into developing the ultimate solutions for these problems. As far as she was concerned, not even Vase was fully capable of solving the problems that had long plagued his grandfather and the other members of her former ancient clan. One of the defining characteristics of your works is that they are all born with fantastic potential. No other mechs have shown such an amazing capacity for growth and evolution as yours. Alexa said in an appreciative tone. Yet you invest so much time and attention into potential alone that you are not paying enough attention to the actual process of growth. It takes so much time for living mechs to realize enough of their potential that there are too many factors that can go wrong in the meantime. What I seek is to make this journey shorter, smoother and less prone to error. By making it so that living mechs can come together and produce children. Vase asked in a slightly baffled tone. I can understand your logic, but there are many problems associated with your goal of enabling mechs to procreate. Have you even designed a mech that can independently conduct this process without active human intervention? In fact, I did. I designed 2 different first-class living mechs that can conceivably procreate on a completely independent basis. Alexa activated 2 different projections that showed off the mechs that she had designed during her free time in the past few months. One of them was clearly a smart metal mech. This was probably the easiest way to design a mech that could independently reproduce. As long as it had access to enough nanites or raw materials, it could produce the physical shell of the offspring mech with low logistical requirements. The second one was a lot more complicated. It was a true classical metallic mech. In order to grant the power of sexual reproduction to this mechanical product, Alexa split this work into a male and female variant. When Vase saw this mind-boggling living mech design, his mind went blank. He had never contemplated such a pair of mechs before. Chapter 5630 Project S1 5630 Project S1 In order for apprentice mech designers to advance to the next rank, it was not enough for them to settle on an original design philosophy and conduct successful research. The people who designed mechs for a living did not call themselves scientists or researchers for good reason. The approach, mindset and work processes were substantially different, though there was also a lot of overlap. However, any mech designer that wanted to formulate a design philosophy and realize it could not get away by conducting research alone. They needed to apply their theories and inventions into actual mech designs and prove that their work had practical value. A mech designer whose research capabilities was stronger than their design ability often did not go far in their careers. They lacked the love and comprehension for mechs that enabled them to break the conventional standards and improve them in a way that had never been done before. The same was true for the opposite. Mech designers who excelled at designing mechs yet found it difficult to conduct original research were unlikely to advance to the rank of master. They actually had to be ingenious and rigorous enough to understand deep knowledge and be able to innovate beyond the current capabilities of their civilization. In short, good mech designers had to excel in both areas. As a first-class mech designer who attended one of the oldest and most exclusive universities located on old Earth, there was no question Alexa's ability to design first-class multipurpose mechs. In order to design the mechs that represented her chosen design philosophy for the first time, Alexa did not have to design mechs according to first-class standards. She could have settled for second-class mechs that she had grown increasingly more familiar with as she assisted Vase in his work. It would have made her design projects a lot cheaper and easier to complete. Yet she chose to implement her design philosophy into true first-class mech designs because they were her root and her original area of expertise. Of course, there was no need for her to pull out all the stops and design a fully featured first-class multipurpose mech. She had settled for designing fairly basic first-class mechs that were not that complicated, enabling her to avoid any excessive bloat. This allowed Alexa to invest much of her attention into designing and fleshing out the novel procreation mechanisms that she had devised but never really implemented in full up to this point. The result was two radical mech designs that Vase would have never thought about designing in his life. Vase possessed an active mind and tended to come up with the craziest ideas at times. Wacky ideas such as the Elemental Lord showed that he was more than used to taking unusual detours in his work, if only to satisfy his curiosity and his need to create unprecedented works. Yet there were many areas that Vase did not dare to touch or simply didn't care about. Procreation was a topic that he admittedly never showed much interest in. As far as he was concerned, every living mech was born in a factory or workshop, and that was it. He never thought that there was anything wrong with this production process. Wasn't it logical that living mechs started out in the same way as conventional mechs? Obviously, Alexa Strian did not think so. She recognized a major shortcoming in Vase's paradigms and sought to plug a hole that he had overlooked. As Vase studied the two mech designs, he could clearly discern that the smart metal mech came first. This was easy to figure out as it was a lot easier for Alexa to implement her idea when mechs came in a much more malleable form. Although Vase was not able to study all of the intricacies of a mech that completely consisted of nanomachines due to how much of their functions were tied in their programming, he could still feel that it was made with procreation as a core feature from its inception. Project S1 is the initial mech that I have designed to translate my chosen design philosophy in a concrete form. I believe that it is the first design that meets the standard of a living mech. It is 100% made out of first-class Terran-developed smart metal, which means that it is expensive and lacking in rigidity. Project S1 nonetheless makes up for that with flexibility. Similar to your Bright Warrior model, my smart metal mech functions as a humanoid machine that can alter its configuration on demand to wield a variety of handheld and mounted external weapon systems. The younger mech designer demonstrated what she meant by manipulating the projection that showed the smart metal mech. The initial form of Project S1 looked like a generic unarmed mech. It soon bulked up and wielded a sword. It then slimmed down and wielded a plasma rifle. The smart metal mech then proceeded to acquire more mass and integrate a lot of laser weapons into its mech frame, allowing it to fight like a hybrid mech. There were no limits to what the Project S1 could turn into. It could embody both humanoid and beast mech types, though Alexa had locked her mech design to solely humanoid mech configurations in order to limit the complexity of her project. On the surface, Vase figured out that the overall point of Project S1 was to deliver a smart metal mech that could accommodate any mech pilot, no matter whether they specialized in melee or ranged combat. Although Project S1 did not promise stellar performance when wielding any weapon, it at least guaranteed a minimum degree of combat effectiveness when it adopted the form of any common humanoid mech archetype. This is like a super expensive version of my old Bright Warrior concept, Vase remarked as he grew fascinated with this seemingly simple mech concept. Yet unlike my Bright Warrior, there is greater depth to it that I cannot fully deduce just by studying it. I can feel that there is a much greater goal and ambition behind your first true living mech design. Alexa smiled with pride. Good observation. Project S1 is not just designed with the present in mind. It serves as the heart of a larger framework that is based on the concept of inheritance. The first-generation copies of Project S1 all start out as blank slates in mech production facilities. When they are delivered to their customers, they will get used in the configurations that match the skills of the mech pilots and the needs of their owners. Each smart metal mech will grow, learn and develop on an individual basis from that point. Vase nodded in understanding. This sounded no different from the growth trajectory of ordinary living mechs. This was not the extent of Alexa's expansive scheme. As the Project S1s are being put to use, they will experience setbacks and losses. Whether their defeats can be attributed to their qualities or not, the process of survival of the fittest will filter out the weaker and less adapted smart metal mechs. After 5 or 10 years of active fighting, only the strongest and most well-adapted Project S1s will remain standing. They have not experienced substantial growth in their respective mech archetypes, but have also proven to be stronger than their less fortunate counterparts. If you have to choose the parents that are tasked with passing on their secrets to the next generation, the survivors among the first-generation living mechs are the most suitable candidates. Her scheme mirrored the generational development of organic races. Natural selection was a universal process that took place on any life-bearing planet. Natural selection contained the word natural because it was able to come about without any deliberate intervention. That made Alexa's idea so subversive. By transplanting the process of natural selection to the framework of living mechs, she essentially brought her products closer to nature. How does your Project S1 produce the next generation, exactly? Vase inquired. Can they generate the second generation of their mech model through parthenogenesis, or do you require your smart metal mechs to engage in a mechanical form of sexual reproduction? Theoretically, Project S1 can do both, but I have decided to restrict it to the latter, sir. This is a principle that I have deliberately adopted because parthenogenesis is too selfish and solitary to match my ambition. By demanding that my living mechs can only procreate if at least 2 of them come together to produce a single offspring, I can encourage the formation of more complex social structures. Complex social structures. Vase repeated the phrase. You mean families. You want second-generation mechs to be raised by both a daddy mech and a mommy mech, is that correct? His disciple nodded. It is a much more desirable social unit than a single parent and a single child. 2 parents who care about their offspring will be able to teach a wider range of lessons. Any mistakes or bad habits acquired by one parent mech will not be blindly passed on to the next generation. Have you thought about applying a more communal child-raising model? I did, but that may lead to unexpected consequences. It is best not to be overambitious. The initial family unit should be identical to a typical human family. Structure. The commonalities between the two will make it much easier to promote mutual understanding between the living mechs and their human owners and mech pilots. That was extremely important, as humans tended to get freaked out whenever their complex machinery behaved in a bizarre or inscrutable fashion. Continue. Vase said, I have the feeling that this is not the extent of your new framework. The process of procreation is never meant to end in 2 or 3 generations. Alexa emphasized, let us assume that my Project S1 model will remain usable and relevant for many years. As the original Project S1s continue to get used, they will constantly grow and eventually procreate when they have reached a mature stage. The second-generation smart metal mechs that are born from the originals will grow up faster and become much better prepared to confront the challenges that their parents have experienced. It is conceivable that their growth trajectories are considerably better. Once they are ready to reproduce, the third-generation living mechs will not only be able to benefit from the gains of the second-generation living mechs, but also acquire a part of the inheritance passed on by their grandparents. Vase widened his eyes. He finally understood what Alexa was truly trying to create. A couple of reproduction cycles was not enough to produce dramatic results. Yet as long as they continued to take place over a longer stretch of years, the the growing number of Project S1s would have accrued so much collective strength and knowledge that the 20th or 30th generation of living mechs would enjoy much better starting and growth conditions than their distant ancestors. A second-generation Project S1 might start out 20% stronger than the first-generation copy of the Smart Mech model. A 50th-generation Project S1 could start out 300% stronger than the originals that started their lineage. This intricate process of growth, procreation, accumulation and inheritance reminded Vase of one enormous concept. He looked at Alexa with an astonished expression. If these reproduction cycles continued to take place over decades and centuries, then a huge web of family relations and inheritances will form. This can lead to the formation of larger and much more complicated social structures. That is exactly what I am aiming for. Only with a larger and more complex social structure will subsequent generations of living mechs be able to inherit the gifts and wisdom of their elders even when their family units have broken down. Combat mechs live a violent life. It is inevitable for parents to fall. This is not a complete loss, as the child mech should have already inherited a part of their spiritual strength and talents. The responsibility for raising the child mechs can be left to the grandparents, more distantly related living mechs or dedicated teacher mechs. In short, the chain of inheritance will remain unbroken as long as the living mechs grow numerous enough to form their own dynasties, and eventually an overarching civilization. A civilization built by living mechs alone. Alexa certainly did not hold back in her ambition. Chapter 5631 Project S2 5631 Project S2 Vase finally understood what Alexa was truly trying to make. Procreation was just the starting point. It formed the basis that enabled the rise of potentially huge social structures among her living mechs. As long as the first-generation copies of the Project S1 model came to life, they would naturally be able to grow and interact with each other. Once they created their offspring, the second-generation living mechs would be able to learn how to fight as swordsman mechs or rifleman mechs. In turn, the second-generation living mechs would be able to pass on their inheritance to third-generation living mechs. As long as this cycle repeated enough times, the collective inheritance of future mech dynasties would become so great that every child mech should easily be able to defeat an ordinary mech that just rolled off a conventional production line. Alexa's far-reaching vision showed that she held enormous ambitions. She did not let existing taboos stop her from attempting to revolutionize the mech community by enabling living mechs to form their families and civilizations. Vase had the feeling that if his latest student was allowed to realize this ambitious vision, she would unleash a storm that would either turn living mechs into the greatest partners or the greatest enemies of red humanity. He liked it. Alexa had learned from his example and did not hold back from aiming high. Her design philosophy added another major dimension to living mechs that Vase never thought about in the past. To be honest, Vase felt a bit outclassed by her work and her design philosophy. He felt as if he was already being replaced by a more superior living mech specialist. However, this thought only lingered briefly in his mind. The reality was much more nuanced. While Alexa did indeed present a more elaborate framework of living mechs, there was no guarantee that she could realize her bold design philosophy. Even if she succeeded, she did not take anything away from Vase. Both of them specialized in living mechs, so they could easily share and make use of each other's research results. Whenever Vase developed a more powerful implementation of living mechs, his student could make use of the new template to improve her own mech designs. Whenever Alexa improved the inheritance and procreation mechanisms of her living mechs further, Vase could easily borrow her best design solutions and apply them into his own mech designs. This was the advantage of multiple mech designers working in the same field of specialization. As Alexa completed her explanation of her Project S1 design, she awaited her mentor's judgment. Vase smiled at her. "I cannot say whether your expansive dream can come true. Only you can make that happen. From what I can deduce, your starting point is viable. At the very least, I can see this inheritance mechanism working for at least one reproduction cycle. I cannot say how well it will hold up in subsequent reproduction cycles, let alone decades or centuries down the line. A lot can happen in the meantime. Perhaps the mech model cannot be updated anymore. Perhaps the Project S1 has lost a lot of popularity. Perhaps starfighters have risen up to replace mechs entirely. Whatever the case, it is not certain whether your oldest mech models will be able to keep up with the times and remain relevant a couple of centuries in the future. I have already taken these possibilities into consideration." Alexa responded. "This is why it is not enough to create a single family unit. The larger the social structure, the greater the diversity and learning ability. Living mechs do not have to abide by their original designs. The mech designer, or maybe even the mechs themselves, should have the power to adapt their templates in order to retain their relevance as warfare continues to evolve. The part of how living mechs should have the power to improve their own designs sounded really scary. That was a step too far for Vase. Mech designers should be in control. They were much better at this job than anyone else, no matter whether they were human or mech. Philosophically, humans always needed to retain ultimate control over their living mechs. The latter was made to serve the former, not the other way around. At most, Vase wished for humans and living mechs to maintain an equal relationship with each other. As long as both of them treated each other with respect, both of their interests would remain aligned. It didn't matter if Alexa made a mistake. She had just begun to form her design philosophy. Plans could always change. There was plenty of time for her to learn and refine her more far-fetched notions. You are truly committed to taking living mechs to the next level, Vase observed. Alexa raised her head in determination. I am. I mean no disrespect to you or your work. You are the inventor of living mechs. Few if any mech designers would have developed the notion of making mechs alive. Even fewer have the ability to make mechs alive from nothing. Your design philosophy is entirely centered around the concepts of growth and creation. These are the fundamental pillars that make your living mechs possible. I have no intention to become your substitute. In my search to open up additional dimensions to living mechs, I have chosen to specialize in the concepts of inheritance and procreation. Growth and creation. Inheritance and procreation. Both sets of concepts sounded very similar to each other, but they actually held substantially different meanings and expressions. Vase designed his mechs that enabled them to come to life in the strongest possible form that they could attain from the start. Once they were being put to use, they relied on continuous growth to come into their power and evolve to greater heights. Yet once these older and more experienced mechs fell in battle, all of their growth and accumulation became irrevocably lost. Vase had not implemented any measures that could preserve the power of all of these elder mechs. This was where Alexa came in. While she had learned enough from Vase to design living mechs by herself, she had yet to master this process as extensively as her teacher. For example, Vase easily managed to discern that Project S1 and Project S2 could lead to the initial production of first-order living mechs. Perhaps later generations of living mechs might collectively grow strong enough to produce offspring in the form of second-order living mechs upon birth, but that was anything but certain. Vase also wasn't sure whether Alexa was able to impart additional qualities to her living mechs. This could include design spirits, mech-specific cultivation methods, and ascension runes. However, she added dimensions to living mechs that fleshed out their system and made them more complete. The concept of procreation explicitly centered around enabling mechs to reproduce offspring, either with the help of humans or on a completely independent basis. Project S1 was clearly designed with the ability to reproduce without the need for human assistance. This was the advantage of mechs that were entirely made out of first-class smart metal. They were able to substitute the function of solid metallic components so well that they could spontaneously recreate entire power reactors and other complicated systems in the field. In any case, as long as the nanomachines possessed the ability to independently produce copies of themselves, they could theoretically reproduce without any limit. Of course, this also posed an extreme risk to red humanity. Vase did not think it was wise for Alexa to produce copies of her first true living mech design project because there were so many ways for the Project S1s to go out of control. The mech design still served its purpose as a proof of concept. Alexa had definitely made a lot of gains in the process of designing this groundmaking mech. To be honest, Alexa would have already turned into an excellent journeyman mech designer if she specialized in procreation alone. Her fixation on create a functional and robust chains of inheritance for her living mechs added a whole new layer of complexity to her design. Philosophy. Was she biting more than she could chew? I can tell that the concept of inheritance is quite important to you, Vase mentioned. Is there any particular reason why you are fixated on this subject? Inheritance is the basis of a civilization. I may have renounced my ties to the Greater Terran United Confederation, but that does not change the fact that I grew up in one of the oldest and most continuous human states and cultures to exist. Terran society is steeped in millennia's worth of tradition and practices. The Terran Confederation itself is the direct successor of the Terran Empire, which in turn is the collective child of all of the old human nation-states that existed before and during the Age of Stars. The Terran civilization that I was born into had reached an unprecedented degree of enlightenment and sophistication due to all of the inheritances that the older generation of Terrans have built in the past. Though Alexa possessed a remarkably open mind for a Terran, there were times when she couldn't help herself. The Terrans were inordinately proud of their old heritage and their age-old traditions. The older the clan, the greater their heritage and therefore the more excellent its descendants. This was why the oldest and most respected family lineages earned the designation of ancient clan. They needed their own category in order to emphasize their superiority over their younger counterparts. In Terran society, old equated to power. Alexa had grown up long enough as a Terran to inherit much of her society's values and biases. Vase no longer wondered why Alexa found it so important to add inheritance as a core component to her design philosophy. She essentially wanted to reproduce the phenomenon of ancient clans in the world of living mechs. "All right," he said, "I think I understand. Let's move on. I am pretty clear about Project S1. What about your second living mech design? Why did you feel the need to make it when your first one already does the job?" Alexa reined herself in a bit and amplified the size of the second projection. Project S1 encapsulates all of my initial ideas for my design philosophy, but it is purely my work. It is only valid for smart metal mechs. This is not my intention as smart metal remains unaffordable to the vast majority of customers no matter their class. In order to prevent my work from being relegated to niche products, I needed to apply my design philosophy on more conventional and affordable mechs. My rule here was to apply the concept of procreation on a normal mech without resorting to nanomachines. That was a difficult challenge, but Project S2 clearly showed that Alexa managed to complete this objective. So how does it work? It is a normal first-class rifleman mech with the noticeable exception that there is a male and female variant. Just as with the Project S1, the Project S2 is meant to experience a period of growth in the field until it is ready to reproduce. A male and female unit is meant to come together and engage in an exchange of the mech equivalent of seed material. Vase looked down at a very specific section of the male mech. "Why doesn't it have a codpiece?" Alexa awkwardly coughed. "Mechs do not have to conform to the secondary sex characteristics as humans. I find it more efficient for the male unit to pass on its seed material to the female unit by opening a hidden port and handing it over with its hand. The female unit is meant to integrate the seed material into a reproduction chamber that is attached to the mech as a detachable backpack module." Vase had definitely noticed the obvious bulge on the lower back of the female variant of the Project S2 design. Why put it in the rear? Why not put it in front so that it can look more similar to a pregnant human female? I tried, but I found that I had to make too many changes for it to be worthwhile at my current level. It is too inefficient to integrate this module in the belly of the female unit. The so-called reproduction chamber is not a technological marvel. It is basically an adapted self-repair and self-replication system that is typically mounted on support-oriented mechs. Instead of fabricating mech parts in the field, it is dedicated to producing a child mech in the form of a scaled-down version of a mature machine. If all goes well, it should not take too long to form the offspring, but that depends on how quickly the donated E-energies of the two mechs are able to fuse together. I do not have a clear estimation of how much time must pass to complete this essential process. You have yet to fabricate either of these two living mechs. I wanted to gather your feedback before I made the attempts. Alexa responded. "What is your opinion? Do you approve of either of my works?" "Well, Chapter 5632 Unnatural Reproduction 5632 Unnatural Reproduction." Vase became thoroughly impressed by Alexa Strian's ideas. She did not let him down at all. Alexa studied him carefully over the months, and clearly adopted a number of his best practices. His design philosophy, his values, his work approach and above all his courage all became objects of study to her. This encouraged her to show less restraint in her work. The Project S1 and the Project S2 both contained a lot of subversive elements as a result. Though the two mech designs contained a lot of extremes that might cause a lot of mech pilots to be taken aback, Vase believed that there should definitely be people who appreciated the value that her design philosophy could bring to the table. Adding procreation and inheritance to living mechs might not be everyone's cup of tea, but he believed that there was definitely a market for this sort of product. The Terrans and many other groups that valued family, legacy and generational accumulation would likely embrace Alexa's specialty products as long as they had proven their worth. Vase definitely became convinced that her work had a place in the Larkinson clan. He had always been a strong adherent to investing in the long term. Many of his early efforts had already begun to pay off, while others would probably take a few decades if not a century before delivering powerful results. What mattered was that Vase had set up a lot of stuff in motion that would constantly provide benefits to him and his clan over time. This compounded their growth and prevented them from backsliding so long as the investments did not go awry. Investing in living mech dynasties fit exactly in his calculus. Alexa definitely had the Larkinsons as her first customers, as no one valued living mechs more than her fellow clansmen. Unfortunately, not every group valued long-term interests over more immediate concerns, so Alexa was bound to have problems with pushing her products onto other audiences, especially if her design applications compromised the combat power of her work to an extent. Vase just had to take a close look at the Project S2 to prove his point. While the Project S1 was perfectly fine as it was able to procreate by changing its form and the configuration of its nanomachines, the Project S2 was a different story. Vase definitely had a lot to say about the design choices that Alexa made when she cooked up the Project S2, but he first addressed the S1 as it represented her starting point. The Project S1 is likely the mech that embodies your concepts the best, but I do not believe it is the most practical of products. He said, "How much does it cost? Even if this mech design is just a proof of concept that you do not intend to realize at all, I do not believe you have spent so much time on fleshing out your design philosophy without knowing how much this costs. I can tell this smart metal product is not cheap. It is too tough, flexible and fault-tolerant." Alexa's prideful smile dropped a bit. "You are correct. The target audience for his mech design is exceedingly small as a result. The estimated production cost of the S1 is at 150 million MTA credits if it consists entirely of the strongest and most difficult to produce first-generation nanomachines, but its effective performance in the field is only equivalent to a first-class mech that costs at around 30 million MTA credits." In other words, as long as Vase ignored all of the fancy smart metal gimmicks, the S1 was overpriced by at least 5 times. Was the capacity to alter its configuration and regenerate its battle damage in the field in a matter of seconds worth the enormous price premium? The answer wasn't as clear-cut as it seemed. Smart metal mechs generally tended to outperform their regular counterparts so long as they did not fight against mechs with overwhelming offensive power. Smart metal mechs tended to fare well in battles of attrition. However, their extravagant upfront expenses made it so that they were more of a luxury product that only the wealthiest customers considered them to be a viable addition to their mech rosters. "Your design philosophy is highly geared towards mass production models," Vase remarked as gazed as the smart metal mech with a more critical eye. "The performance of the S1 does not appear to be remarkable. It does not possess any pronounced strengths compared to similar products on the market. Few people with the money to spare will want to invest in a mech that will only really begin to pay off decades from the time of purchase, especially if the upfront costs are so high. It will be very difficult to purchase or produce enough copies of these expensive models to form an actual living mech dynasty. Even I cannot bear the thought of committing my clan to such an action." Though Alexa already deduced this rationale, it was still hard for a creator to hear one of her babies being disparaged, especially from an authority figure she respected. "The S1 has already served its purpose as far as I am concerned," she said. "It would be fantastic if I can gain the opportunity to fabricate it, but I cannot justify the expenditure. This is also one of the reasons why I had already begun the development of the S2 before I completed its predecessor." There was nothing much for Vase to comment on. The S1 had plenty of good points. He believed that its offensive and defensive capabilities could easily be upgraded with the help and cooperation of several lead designers, but it was all moot. All of the tweaks in performance would not change the fundamental flaw that it was too damn expensive to be utilized on a wider scale. The Project S2 was a more practical mech. Vase did not possess a full understanding of how first-class multipurpose mechs worked, but the S2 was configured as a simple rifleman mech, so its complexity was much reduced. Alexa possessed solid fundamentals, so the S2's design was pretty clean and devoid of any unnecessary frills. Though its combat parameters were relatively balanced and unexceptional as a result, the resulting stability provided a better platform for her to add the optional reproduction modules to the mech. In both variants of the S2, Alexa had chosen to treat many of the additional elements as optional modules that any crew of mech technicians could easily attach and dismount from the machines. "When you designed the S2, you chose to prioritize function over form, is that correct?" Vase asked. Alexa nodded. "I think that most customers will not be able to stomach the idea. That they have to pilot a weakened and less combat-capable mech just so that they can produce a child mech that promises better performance in the future. I am not ignorant of the fact that most ordinary customers do not want to be bothered by all of these vague long-term promises when they are living on the edge in battle. The male variant of the S2 is the simplest. Its contribution to the reproduction process is minimal. It is enough to reserve a small pocket on the mech that can hold the instruments that are needed to produce a physical seed that will serve as the carrier of the mech's equivalent of genetic material. What will this seed be made of? Vase asked. It has to be at least partially made out of hypermaterials. Alexa immediately replied, the physical aspect of the seed material is not as important as its spiritual aspect. It is the latter that contains much of the spiritual strength and teachings that the male living mech wants to pass on to its child. The only point of uncertainty is that I do not know how long it will take for the male S2 to create a proper seed material once it has started this process. It may take an hour, a day or even a month. There is a distinct possibility that the male S2 may be forced to engage in battle while it is still forming its seed material. Vase gained more interest when he heard that. This might not be a bad development. Whatever the male S2 experiences in battle can be directly passed on to the unfinished seed material. We will have to see. His student replied in a noncommittal tone. Once the male S2 has completed its process, it must pass on its seed material to the female S2. This handover process can be done in many ways, but for the sake of simplicity, it is enough to transfer the seed material in the same manner as installing a spare part on the recipient. As you can see, the main reproduction chamber of the female S2 is designed as an external module that is largely mounted on the lower back. This will impose minimal hindrance to the first-class multipurpose mech as it fits. If it ever receives any battle damage, its developing child mech is less likely to incur damage. What if the female S2 turns around and attempts to flee a powerful opponent? Then I suppose the reproduction chamber can serve as a makeshift physical barrier that can help the fleeing mech resist more attacks. Alexa said in a resigned tone. This is only assuming that the formation of a new living mech baby takes an extended period of time. Until I have fabricated the prototypes of both variants of the S2 and put them through an extended testing period, I will not have the necessary empirical data to determine how long it takes for my machines to complete all of these theoretical processes. In other words, everything she conceived so far still remained a fantasy. The lack of proof generated so much uncertainty that Alexa probably wouldn't be able to advance to journeyman until she had actually solved this essential requirement. Vase continued to observe the female S2 design with an odd expression. He just couldn't get over the unusually inhuman appearance of this machine. From a cursory look, the technical design appears to be in order. He commented, the design choices that you have made are both logical and rational enough that I can hardly fault them. It is just, neither mechs look like they are supposed to. Most humanoid mechs are designed to imitate human physiology to varying degrees. It looks extremely jarring to see a male mech without a codpiece and a female mech whose baby bump is located on the back rather than the front. Don't you think it looks ugly? The young woman gazed at her mentor with a puzzled expression. I cannot deny that it does not conform to human aesthetic standards, but is this truly a legitimate concern when the more natural-looking alternatives impose heavier burdens on performance? It's really important, Alexa. Your designs are fine when your target audience is a bunch of unfeeling bots, but if you want to market your product to actual people, then you need to make them more comfortable with your work by conforming to their tastes. If there is one major fault to your work that I have to mention, it is that you have completely neglected the role of the human mech pilots in your equation. That caused Alexa to be taken aback. How so? The mech pilots of the S2 are not meant to play an active role in the reproduction process. Vase shook his head when he heard that. You are treating mechs as standalone products when you talk like that. This is wrong. Mechs are only complete when they are interfaced with a human mech pilot. When these machines procreate, do you expect them to do everything while letting their pilots remain bystanders? Yes, that is too short-sighted. These mechs are not independent entities. They are assets owned by humans. The least you can do is mandate their involvement in the procreation process, if only so that they can supervise and control this potentially dangerous activity. Also, do not underestimate how much the mech pilot can contribute to the child mech. I think the next generations of living mechs can become even more attuned to humans if actual mech pilots have contributed to their formation. That is an unsubstantiated theory, sir. You are adding a large amount of complexity to my framework. I know, but this is a necessary measure in my opinion. Do not forget about the original purpose of mechs. They exist to serve mech pilots. If you leave them out of consideration, then your living mechs will begin to deviate from the norms and values of the mech community. Do you really want to go this far, Alexa? That caused the woman to fall silent. Vase crossed his arms. Besides, there is another major fault to your mech design. It is too cold and inhuman. I highly suggest that it should mimic the human process of procreation more closely. His words sounded baffling to Alexa. Did he not realize how extensively his suggestion would impact the combat performance of her works? Why? Chapter 5633 The Romance of Mechs. 5633 The Romance of Mechs. The act of procreation should not be treated as a clinical procedure. Vase explained his thoughts. It should be a sacred process where the acts will result in a miracle that comes in the form of a precious new life. You do not have to follow my advice, but I strongly believe that there should be a strong sense of ritual to your reproduction process. The love and other strong emotions evoked by two living mechs that are deeply enamored with each other should enable them to impart much more strength in the product of their union, thereby resulting in a stronger overall result. Alexa tried to process her mentor's arguments as best as possible. His words accused her of focusing too much of her work on the living mechs themselves, thereby causing her to neglect the feelings of her mech pilots. She did not entirely agree with this assessment. I think I have put sufficient effort into serving the needs of the owners and users of my products. The Project S2 is meant to fight with little to no obstruction from its reproductive modules during ordinary times. Once the male and female variants are ready to produce a child mech, the deed should be completed in the least cumbersome fashion as possible. The more the reproduction process reduces the combat effectiveness of my mechs, the more the human mech pilots will become adversely affected by the added complications. Even if a mech force is able to set the pregnant S2s aside, that still puts a number of combat assets out of commission for a time. I do not disagree that adding more burdens to the reproduction process will result in greater limitations, but the same can be said for humans as well. Vase retorted, when human females decide to have children the traditional way, they are often afforded both pregnancy leave and maternity leave. These are accepted forms of accommodation because we humans find it important to give parents the time to nurture their babies. As a woman, Alexa understood quite well how valuable this was for humans. That did not mean that this dynamic should be the same for living mechs. With all due respect, sir, I think you are going too far in anthropomorphizing your living mechs. Previously, you have always treated them with a balanced approach. You treat them as living beings when appropriate, but you never lose sight of the fact that they are combat machines that are built for purpose. This suggestion of yours crosses the line that you have previously set. You are asking me to make unnecessary changes that directly reduce the performance of my mechs in order to satisfy human whims. You suggest that these additional measures will improve human sentiments and lead to better output, but you have no proof to back up your assertions. It is a great risk to implement these changes. She had a point. Just as Alexa had no real data to back up her many assumptions, Vase also did not have any proof he could pull out to convince her that his opinion carried actual weight. However, Vase designed living mechs for many years. He created a lot of design spirits and other living products as well. He possessed a much greater insight and comprehension of life and creation than an apprentice mech designer who had only recently dipped her toes in a field that he had single-handedly pioneered. Even if he did not have any direct data related to the procreation of living mechs, he could still make a lot of inferences based on his existing understanding. Vase waved at the projection that showed off both variants of the S2. Your academic understanding of mechs and related technologies is impressive, but I feel that you are a bit deficient when it comes to understanding the mech pilots who entrust their lives to them. Ever since you joined my clan, you have rarely interacted with the mech pilots of our clan. That is partially my fault, as we have spent much of our time in the design lab as opposed to the expeditionary fleet where many of our mech pilots are grappling with my products every day. The woman frowned. What is your point, sir? I think your work lacks flavor and personality. Vase bluntly said, don't get me wrong, they are fine on a technical level, but mechs are far more than just the sum of their parts. Where is the romance in your mech design? Your works lack a certain soul that makes it more difficult for them to raise their potential. Basing your design choices on practical and technical concerns is not wrong, but leaving aside the emotional components is a huge mistake in my opinion. How so, sir? I still do not understand your insistence on placing irrational considerations over rational considerations. Alexa helplessly said, Think about the basics of mechs. They are machines that are never meant to fight on their own. They borrow the strengths of mech pilots because only humans can add qualities that can elevate their performance. What you should know is that the various advantages of mech pilots are mostly irrational in nature. I am a firm believer in the assumption that human potential is unlimited. They can start from ordinary mech pilots and continually break their own limits until they ascend to the rank of God pilot. What is important is that out of all high-ranking mech pilots, none of them are rational. Each of them derive their superhuman power from values such as love, pride, sacrifice and other noble concepts. This is the romance of mechs. This is the source of growth and evolution of mechs and mech pilots. Why are you overlooking this powerful force when designing your mechs? Vase had not taught that many lessons to Alexa, but that was because she was so damn educated that she already figured out a lot of stuff by herself. Even if she did not understand a theory or an instruction right away, she only needed a small hint in order to set her on the right path. This was the first time since she joined the Larkinson clan where her vaunted cleverness failed to put her in sync with her teacher. This was because the lesson this time did not revolve around logical and falsifiable theories. Ves's arguments were largely based on metaphysical theories and assumptions. That made it difficult for him to convince Alexa that he was right. He let out a sigh. Only you are in control of your design philosophy. It is not my intention to impose my style on you, but I think you should put serious consideration in how your works affect your target audience on an emotional level. Designing the S2 in a more human fashion is not a counterproductive act in my opinion. It will cause your products to resemble humans even more, which will subsequently promote greater emotional attachment and commitment from mech pilots. It would be even better if the initial process of conception is much closer to the human method. Every living mech interfaces with a mech pilot for so many hours that the former learns a lot about the latter. More than that, a living mech will begin to develop the same desires as its human partner. I think that your products will derive a much greater sense of dedication and fulfillment if they can engage in a more relatable form of love-making. His words caused Alexa to look at him with a flat stare. Did he know how ridiculous his suggestion sounded? Are you being serious about designing living mechs with the express intention of allowing them to make love with each other as if they are humans? Such acts only take place in the most lurid places of the galactic net. Vase innocently raised his palms. Don't misunderstand me, Alexa. I am not making this suggestion because I want to indulge in my fantasies or anything. What I am trying to convey is that you need to consider the feelings of everyone involved. It is not just the mech pilots that you should please, but also the living mechs themselves. Each of them are alive, which means that each of them have their own wants and needs. Don't you think it is a dream come true if living mechs are able to imitate their human partners in the act of creating a new life? His words were finally beginning to affect his student. Alexa did not look as confused as before. Though she did not have a lot of experience interacting with living mechs, she knew them well enough that the smarter and more developed among them had become remarkable human in nature. Vase grinned when he saw that he had breached past her wall. Let me give you a suggestion before you go through with fabricating the S2s. You should try and make contact with existing living mechs and solicit their opinions. What do they think? Are you sure they are willing to procreate in the clinical manner that you have originally proposed, or are they much more interested in imitating the humans that they care about the most? Your design philosophy introduces a massive factor in their lives, so the least you can do is inquire whether existing living mechs welcome your contribution. The young apprentice's expression softened. This is a good suggestion. I should have done this in advance. You can use our channels to contact the third-order living mechs that are currently stationed in the expeditionary fleet. They are smart, old and expressive enough to provide comprehensive answers to your questions. Better yet, if you can do so, try and contact your grandfather as well. Let us see what the Ouroboros thinks about your design philosophy. Alexa clearly thought that these were excellent suggestions. I will do so at the first possible opportunity. Maybe you should wait until you have designed an alternative version of the S2. Try to design the male and female variant in a way that causes them to resemble the human form a bit more. Vase suggested, you don't have to copy every human secondary sexual characteristic in your mech designs, but your works should at least share a much closer resemblance to the humans who are supposed to pilot them. Living mechs do not just want to become strong. They also want to experience the fullness of what life can offer to them. They have been living vicariously through their mech pilots each time they are interfacing with each other. I think it is time to give mechs a more direct way to experience one of the wonders of life. Perhaps Vase might have crossed a line and imposed too many of his own values and opinions on his student, but he felt it would be a serious shortcoming if Alexa just proceeded with her current interpretation of her design philosophy. His student ultimately sighed, "I suppose I will have to delay my advancement to journeyman by a couple of weeks if not months. It will take time to design the alternative forms of the Project S2. It will take even more time to fabricate them and put them to the test." "It is worth it," Vase said. "You do not want to start off as a high-ranking mech designer on a flawed footing. It is best to take your time and make absolutely sure that you have formulated the right design philosophy for yourself and your target audience. Even if my advice turns out to be incorrect, you at least managed to confirm this by conducting your own investigation." Neither of the two minded the additional delay. Alexa had taken years to search for a potential solution for the Ouroboros. She could have advanced a long time ago if she settled for a more accessible design philosophy. Besides, she truly grew curious about Vese's theories and assumptions. Was there any truth behind the romance of mechs? She felt compelled to find her own answer to this question. Chapter 5634 Deviating from a template. 5634 Deviating from a template. Hours later, Vase reunited with his wife. Alexa had already left D&D base so that she could visit a branch office of the Strian ancient clan. That was one of the few places in the new Constantinople system where she could establish a fairly secure communication link with her grandfather. Vase meanwhile summarized Alexa's work to Gloriana. His wife listened to his retelling with a critical attitude. "Your protégé has definitely taken after you, for good and for ill," was her first remark. "I did not expect a former Terran such as herself to go so far in her attempt to transform the framework of living mechs. As a mech designer, my first doubt is whether her design solutions will earn enough traction from her clients and customers. Her design philosophy makes a lot of promises, but many of them will not truly pay off until decades later. You know that ordinary mech forces would have long replaced their outdated mechs with new ones, correct? Upgrading existing stock is only done in a few cases as the expense and hassle of doing so is not worth it for most groups." Vase nodded. "I agree with you, but I am sure that there are people who will appreciate what she brings to the table. At the very least, I am already convinced by her concept of inheritance. I think it is an excellent way for the existing generation of living mechs to pass on a part of their strength to the next generation. This way, if the Larkinson army ever suffers a terrible loss, we will have a sizable batch of replacement mechs in reserve that can fill in the shoes of their parents. In other words, it is like an insurance policy." "I can see what you mean. I do not want this to happen. I put so much effort into designing my expert mechs. Ideally, I would like to see all of them transform into god mechs step by step, but too much can happen that can derail their ascension to godhood. What would happen if a lot of old and powerful living mechs fell in battle at once?" Vase and Venerable Janzi already suffered a huge setback when the original Shield of Samar experienced total defeat at the hands of a high-tier expert mech. If the Larkinsons confronted a much more powerful opponent, then the odds were likely that a lot of unique and precious third-order living mechs such as the Dark Zephyr, the First Sword, the Everchanger and the Minerva may get lost without the chance to piece them back together. These were all priceless mechs as far as Vase was concerned, but even he could not guarantee that they could survive all of the trials and tribulations ahead of them. The only way to preserve them was to stuff them in a vault and keep them protected from every external threat. Suffice to say, that was not a valid solution at all. Living mechs needed to be actively used in order to grow as optimally as possible. Death and loss were intrinsic to every conflict. Mechs were born to experience a lifetime of danger. They even had to be ready to sacrifice their own lives in order to save their mech pilots. Given all of these risks and dangers, the lives of mechs were actually rather bleak. Vase grew more emotional when he thought about how little of them might be left by the time their struggles came to an end. "What I value the most about Alexa's work is that it gives an opportunity for living mechs to leave a lasting legacy behind." Vase spoke. "Everyone wants to be immortal, but few if any entities can attain this goal. The majority of humans and mechs will still have to confront their mortality when they reach the end of their lifespans. Once they are on the verge of leaving their lives behind, I hope they will not leave too many regrets behind. Humans can still leave a legacy behind by accomplishing lasting feats that will be remembered throughout the ages. They can also leave a more physical trace of their existence behind by having offspring. Living mechs deserve the same opportunities to distinguish their lives. They should not be treated like faceless commodities whose absence will not be noticed." All of this started to get very philosophical. Vase might care a lot about these issues, but this discussion was starting to get too abstract. Not even Gloriana had the patience to indulge in her husband's fantasies. Both of them had a lot of work on their plates. How are the new journeymen settling in? Vase asked. They are adequate, his wife responded. I like them, actually. They are clever, obedient and respectful. I feared that at least half of them may try to challenge my authority, seeing as we are all journeymen who are not too far apart in age, but Alexa has done well in setting the right expectations. Even Gloriana could not deny Alexa's usefulness. The former Terran was just too competent at her job. Have any of the journeymen caught your eye so far? Do you have any favorites that you hold greater expectations than the other? I did manage to identify a handful of journeymen that may prove to be especially helpful for us once they have developed their design philosophies further, but it is too early to tell. All 25 recruits have good potential. Vase nodded in agreement. They spent a bit of time on swapping their observations of the journeymen that managed to attract their attention. Victor Macmillan and Harry Kaikonen are the most immediately helpful additions to the design department. He said, that is not to say that the other 23 journeymen are not as useful, but we have spent too much time on completing our projects without benefiting from the help of an energy weapon specialist and energy shield specialist. This time is different. Our mechs will no longer have as many shortcomings in these areas. Both Vase and Gloriana smiled. The additional specialists truly addressed one of the lingering shortcomings of the design department. I am more confident in designing the next iteration of the Dark Zephyr than before. Gloriana said with satisfaction. This is the only update that Venerable Tusa will receive before he is ready to advance to the next rank. He has already passed on an extensive list of complaints to me that he hopes that I can address. Oh, what are his demands? Does he want to implement any notable changes to the design that we haven't already thought about? Gloriana nodded. The greatest shortcoming of the Dark Zephyr is his relatively weak attack power. This has never been much of an issue during the Age of Mechs, but now that the Red Ocean is in the grip of the prevailing war, the expert light skirmisher is more often tasked with fighting against alien warships. It is not that the Dark Zephyr is unable to inflict damage to enemy warships once he has bypassed the transphasic energy shield. The real problem is that it takes too many minutes for the mech to disable the vessel in question. The fact that Tusa has become overly dependent on expensive and wasteful transphasic grenades to inflict mass damage is an indication that the Dark Zephyr is struggling on this front. This was definitely a serious issue plaguing the Dark Zephyr, but Vase was not sure whether it was possible to completely solve it in the next update. Light skirmishers are like this, he said. They are typically armed with double knives because these weapons are light and flexible enough to impose the lowest possible burden onto the machine. It is possible to arm them with heavier weapons such as swords and axes, but that will negatively impact their mobility. Even if we can upgrade the Dark Zephyr into a much more powerful quasi-first-class high-tier hyper-transphasic expert mech, is it truly a good idea to deviate from the established pattern that both Tusa and his battle partner have become accustomed to? I am afraid that a radical deviation may cause them to lose touch. His wife shook her head in disagreement. I think you are seriously underestimating their capacity for adaptation. Both Tusa and his expert mech have been suffering from numerous inadequacies that have remained unaddressed for months if not years. They are more than eager to embrace change. Besides, do you think a mech that is projected to become at least as powerful as our most recent Lionheart and Blood Ember Mark II will struggle to wield weapons that are larger and heavier than a pair of knives? The early combat reports of both the Lionheart and the Blood Ember Mark II were astonishing. When paired with experienced and highly competent high-tier expert pilots, their enormous power completely overwhelmed every other expert mech designed by the Larkinson clan. The gap between oldest and newest Larkinson expert mechs was so vast that Venerable Tusa really couldn't bear the difference anymore. Maybe you have a point. Vase reluctantly said, since you have brought up this topic, you should already have an idea on the weapons that the Dark Zephyr should bear. What are your suggestions? Gloriana had been waiting for this. She activated a projection that displayed two different weapon systems. Since the Dark Zephyr must remain light and small, it is not advisable to install any integrated weapon systems into its mech frame. I think that it is still useful to mount a pair of luminaire crystal guns onto its shoulder. They should ideally be designed to be as light in combat as possible. What is particularly important is that their output must be high but their weapon barrels must be short. Is it possible for you to meet these requirements? It's doable, but the Dark Zephyr's limited energy reserves will drain faster if these luminaire crystal weapons are put to use. The accuracy and precision of the shoulder-mounted weapons will also be fairly poor. A light mech moves way too quickly and erratically to serve as a stable firing platform. Both these factors will severely limit the effectiveness of this weapon system. Gloriana smiled. These are acceptable shortcomings. The Dark Zephyr is not meant to employ the shoulder-mounted luminaire crystal guns on a general basis. It is a waste to employ them against alien starfighters or breaching powerful transphasic shields. They need to be loaded with an attack phase crystal that is highly effective at quickly breaching through thick layers of hull plating. The sooner the Dark Zephyr is able to reach the engineering bays of a large warship, the sooner Venerable Tusa is able to neutralize the enemy vessel. If that is the case, then I have a couple of promising attack phase crystals in mind that should facilitate this purpose. If the shoulder-mounted luminaire crystal guns are solely reserved for sieging purposes, then their lack of accuracy is not important as they will only be used to melt a hole on the side of an enemy warship at close range. However, I am not too sure about how long the Dark Zephyr can keep these weapons firing. A quasi-first-class expert mech should be able to bear it as long as the pilot is not too trigger-happy, Vase. This is only a temporary state. As long as Venerable Tusa manages to advance to Ace Pilot, the Dark Zephyr can undergo a more powerful transformation. We will be able to replace its power reactor and energy cells with much more superior versions. Even if the luminaire crystal guns remain relatively underpowered, the amplification provided by the Saint Kingdom of an Ace Mech will raise their effective firepower to an astounding level. Even a pair of knives could turn into a deadly ship killer under the same circumstances. Alright, you sold me. If you think it is a good idea to mount energy weapons onto the shoulders of the Dark Zephyr, then let's try it out. Just make sure that Tusa can choose to detach them and leave them behind when he wants. Mechs at this level are rarely confined to the original mech archetypes that are used to classify lesser machines. Gloriana said, the closer they come to approaching the power of a first-class multipurpose mech, the less they conform to their previous templates. It is not a sin to equip ranged weapons onto a light skirmisher. We only need to be certain that this addition will not set back the overall performance of Tusa's expert mech. Chapter 5635 Dark Zephyr Mark III Project 5635 Dark Zephyr Mark III Project. The Dark Zephyr was the ultimate light skirmisher of the Larkinson clan. Vase still took pride in his oldest expert mech. Designed with the support of Master Moira Willix, Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson received the first proper living expert mech. Over the years, Tusa and his expert mech partnered up and fought many battles together. The two had become as thick as thieves. Even when the Dark Zephyr had begun to hold his mech pilot back as of late, the two still worked together to get around their limitations and ensure that they could eliminate enemy warships as effectively as possible. To Vase, the pair was one of the ideal results that he strove for when he embarked on his design philosophy. He wanted to do them justice by making the Dark Zephyr better in any way, but not to the extent of breaking the living machine's identity and ruining the perfect harmony between the two battle partners. It was quite difficult to fulfill all of these requirements when Vase and his wife completely transformed every single aspect of the Dark Zephyr. They did not hold back when it came to the design budget of the machine. Venerable Joshua might be the fastest to grow into a high-tier expert pilot, but the other heroes of the Larkinson clan were not too far behind. Once Tusa reached the limit of what the general cultivation elixir could do, he would become a genuine ace pilot candidate that only needed a bit of polishing and a hardy battle to break through. Once Tusa became an ace pilot, everything would change. Vase had every intention of bringing him and his battle partner over to the premier branch and preparing the pair for the tougher battles ahead. Naturally, the Dark Zephyr would have to undergo yet another thorough redesign and rebuild process. Only a proper ace mech would enable Tusa to channel his full power at that point. This was an enormous hassle. If Vase and Gloriana wanted to make this transition period as short and convenient as possible, they had to design the Dark Zephyr as a preparatory ace mech. It was similar to the recent refit of the Spirit of Bentime. Back then, Vase wanted to completely reform much of the structure of the factory ship so that the hull already met first-class standards more or less. That meant that removing the word quasi from her designation was as simple as replacing the power generators and other easily swappable ship parts. Though Vase and his wife had a clear goal in mind, the design challenges they needed to overcome were great. It would have been much easier if they designed a high-tier expert light skirmisher from scratch. Yet because of the need to upgrade an existing low-tier expert mech, they had to limit their deviations in order to retain the overall spirit of the Dark Zephyr as best as possible. However, Neither Vase nor Gloriana were as limited as the journeymen as they used to be back when they started to design their very first Larkinson expert mech under the supervision of Master Willix. They had improved by leaps and bounds. Vase had already become a senior mech designer and learned all of the necessary methods and techniques to integrate exotics into high-ranking mechs. Both Vase and his wife had spent many years developing a vastly improved repertoire of design applications. They not only built up much larger toolboxes for themselves, but they also added in a lot of higher-end tools into their personal arsenals, allowing them to keep up with the rising specs and tech level of their design projects. More importantly than that, Vase and Gloriana's productivity had skyrocketed to a level that they could have never imagined just a few years prior. The primordial planet inside the Blinky-verse was slowly getting covered by more and more e-computers. The tech and design of the primitive transistors and circuit boards might be horribly outdated compared to contemporary processors, but that did not matter so long as the quantity was large enough. Gloriana's new Arachne 01 implant set was even more ridiculous. Augmented with broken-up pieces of a mysterious mentalist crystal, the cutting-edge hyper-augmentation began to demonstrate its formidable power. Hundreds of specialized software programs efficiently utilized the miniaturized processors and supplied a lot of answers in record time. Even though Vase and his wife were still in the process of forming a draft design, the pair had become so meticulous in their work that they managed to produce a much better overview of what the upgrade project entailed. This was incredibly valuable as a more detailed and correct draft design could provide a lot of correct guidance in advance. This would help the participants in the upgrade project avoid any unnecessary detours and engage in a lot of work that ultimately ended up redundant. By the time they came to the end of their planning session, both husband and wife became more than satisfied with the results they produced in so little time. The vastly increased complexity of the high-tier version of the Dark Zephyr did not hinder them as much as they feared. Both of them were fully capable of designing such a powerful and complex mech in considerably less time it took to design the Lionheart. If neither of us get distracted by too many other design projects, we should be able to complete the Dark Zephyr Mark III project in 4 months. Gloriana optimistically estimated. This should make your cousin Tusa more than happy. I do not think he is willing to be as patient as your grandfather and uncle. 4 months was a difficult target to meet, especially when the upcoming version of the Dark Zephyr required them to redesign virtually everything. Vase did not offer any objections, though. The Dark Zephyr was still a light mech, which meant that it was smaller and contained less design elements in total. Mark III, shouldn't it be called the Mark II? We already upgraded the Dark Zephyr once before, Vase. We upgraded much of its old tech to second-class Heartland level standards. We also mounted it with grenade holsters. Oh, that, I don't consider that to be a proper revision. At best, it is just a mid-generation upgrade. It should be regarded as version 1.5 rather than 2.0. I disagree. The two argued for a bit before Gloriana finally managed to get her way. Dark Zephyr Mark III it is, she said with an upturned chin and a satisfied expression. I shall be leading this project. Juliet, Keddies and you have worked on the original, and I would like the three of you to contribute to the design again. Juliet has gone off to ED-Net training. Vase reminded her, it will take at least 3 years before she gets back to us again. The same applies to most of our other established lead designers. Gloriana was well aware of this. A mech as important as the Dark Zephyr must receive the attention of a full high-level design team. I do not want to squeeze Juliet's design philosophy out of the picture, but we may not have an option. If they wanted to do a proper job, then it was best if they waited until Juliet came back from ED-Net training with a lot of design experience and theoretical knowledge in her head. Yet how could they possibly wait so long? Venerable Tusa would probably grow mad during the long wait. The needs of the Larkinson clan necessitated that the design department moved quickly to fulfill this long-awaited upgrade demand. For this reason, Vase and Gloriana both agreed to push Juliet Stamaros out of the Dark Zephyr. This was a weighty decision as that effectively meant they would have to remove the influence of her design philosophy from the expert light skirmisher, all without being able to notify her because she was currently studying inside an accelerated virtual reality setting. Vase felt rather guilty about that, but his wife looked nonchalant. She had made her choice when she chose to accept this opportunity. This is on her, not you. Gloriana mercilessly said. Besides, it is actually fairly normal for the main design team of a high-ranking mech to rotate. After every revision, she was right. Expert mechs and ace mechs that had been in development for decades rarely tended to maintain the same design team. Anything could happen that caused the team composition to change. Contributors may have become too busy and swamped with other responsibilities to go back to their old work. Other mech designers might have been able to squeeze out the older ones by virtue of their superior ability or connections. The original mech designers may have died or defected to another organization. Whatever the case, it was common practice for older expert mechs to come under the care of a different set of mech designers after a long time. This was why Vase did not get too hung up over this change. He ultimately reminded himself that they needed to serve the interests of Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson and the Dark Zephyr as best as possible. The feelings of the mech designers involved in this project ultimately did not matter. The more important consideration now was to choose the mech designers to fill up the 2 vacant spots previously occupied by Juliet Stamaros and Master Moira Willix. I think it would be fun to invite Jovi Armelon. He previously told me that he doesn't want to bother with second-class mech designs, but this expert mech is so powerful that I am sure he will make an exception. Vase proposed. His design philosophy is very interesting. I think it is an excellent fit for the Dark Zephyr. This is a mech that likes to play tricks and refuses to get pinned down. What better way to complement it than to add the reality trickster to our design team? His wife immediately frowned. No, the Dark Zephyr is one of our clan's exclusive works. Do you want to leak all of the proprietary secrets of our high-end mechs? The mechers will know everything if one of their own is involved. That is pretty much already the case no matter what we do, honey. We still have to stand by our principles. We can upgrade the Dark Zephyr without outside assistance. If that is the case, then we have no choice but to turn to the new recruits. Vase concluded, if we want to complete the upgrade project quickly, then we will have to suspend the acclimation program for the selected journeymen. That should not be an issue as long as I am in charge. I will supervise their work more closely to ensure that they will not deviate from the demands made by Tusa. I am much more equipped to do this with the help of Alexandria. She was right. Vase no longer had any concerns about this issue. Who do you want to add to the design team? Vase asked. We need a mobility specialist, so it is essential for us to bring in Adrien Marceau. He is the youngest of the 25 journeymen, but he has formulated his design philosophy during the heyday of the short-lived Facewater generation. A few of the talented journeymen that came up during the previous mech generation were quite remarkable. They had centered their design philosophies around the use of phase water, which meant that they were much more capable of designing transphasic mechs than their older counterparts. Adrien Marceau was a part of this fairly recent wave of journeymen. He developed a Class 4 design philosophy that was classified as instant combat warping. His work and design philosophy were best suited for highly mobile transphasic mechs. Being able to work on the Dark Zephyr would definitely be a dream come true for this new recruit. Vase had no objections to this choice. Okay, what about the remaining slot? That depends on what else we would like to add to the Dark Zephyr. Chapter 5636 Combat Warp System 5636 Combat Warp System. It went without saying that the composition of the main design team could have an enormous influence on the outcome of a design project. Right now, Vase and Gloriana were more than cognizant about the fact that the current design team of the Dark Zephyr 3 was a bit unorthodox to say the least. Vase and Gloriana's design philosophies both improved the expert mech in unusual and holistic ways. Neither of them focused on improving any basic properties, so there was a lot of room for mech designers with Class 2 IV design philosophies. They already chose to keep Keddies in the mix in order to upgrade the familiar double knives of the expert light skirmisher. They thought about equipping the Dark Zephyr with an axe in order to help the machine break through obstacles faster, but they eventually chose to improve its original armaments instead. I think Keddies might find it interesting to apply Stormblade technology to the Dark Zephyr Mark III project. Vase shared his opinion. This should not only increase its effectiveness against transphasic energy shields that Tusa isn't willing or able to bypass, but it can also produce an EMP effect that can speed up the process of disabling large warships. The recently recruited Adrien Marceau had the capacity to upgrade the mobility of the Dark Zephyr. His design philosophy centered around granting mechs the capacity to engage in warp travel in the middle of combat. The few mechs that he had managed to design so far all exhibit extreme maneuverability over short distances. The light mechs were equipped with remarkable transphasic flight systems that were fairly bad at travel over long distances but excelled at short-range maneuvering. Adrien Marceau's prior work is interesting. Gloriana said, his co-developed combat warp system has plenty of shortcomings. It is energy-hungry, inefficient and has a low warp factor. More generic transphasic flight systems can allow mechs to traverse longer distances considerably faster at a lower cost. Is it truly a wise choice to sacrifice the Dark Zephyr's long-range traversal ability in exchange for superior performance at shorter distances? Vase shrugged his shoulders. There are pros and cons to both options. I believe that integrating the Adrian's combat warp system into the Dark Zephyr leads to a better fit. Don't forget that a light skirmisher is already really fast in general. The already high acceleration of the Dark Zephyr will partially compensate for the limited warp factor, thereby making it so that Tusa doesn't have to wait for an eternity to reach the opposite side of the battlefield. Gloriana frowned. The Dark Zephyr will have to spend considerably more time to close the distance to the enemy. This can give the opposing side up to a few more minutes of grace. That is more time for them to attack our mechs without being assailed by a powerful expert mech at close range. That is true, but I think the benefits more than make up for this shortcoming. The combat warp system promises to generate warp bubbles almost instantly, allowing the Dark Zephyr to quickly change direction and transverse short distances in an unpredictable manner. The warp bubbles are also stronger and a bit more resistant against warp interdictors and space suppressors. Vase liked this combat-oriented design application a lot because it enabled the Dark Zephyr to strengthen its best qualities even further. The Dark Zephyr had made a name for being the most elusive and difficult to hit mech in the Larkinson army. Combined with the living expert mech's resonance abilities, a lot of enemies had wasted their firepower in vain when they sought to wear down the defenses of this untouchable machine. However, the Dark Zephyr was not completely able to ignore the vast amount of gun batteries that a bunch of enemy warships could bring to bear. The expert light skirmisher's ability to fool the sensor systems of enemy vessels became a lot less effective at closer ranges. In addition, the greater the concentration of fire, the harder it became for the Dark Zephyr to dodge every attack. The combat warp system promised to make it a lot easier for Tusa's expert mech to counteract saturation fire by drastically increasing the living mech's maximum evasion range. The Dark Zephyr will become the ultimate duelist and guerrilla fighter if we go through with this adaptation. Vase eagerly said, he can outmaneuver any high-ranking mech or phase fighter in a dogfight, and he can also approach heavily armed warships with greater confidence. So far, there is only one expert mech in our clan that can pursue ultimate maneuverability. I think this capacity perfectly matches the current character of Tusa's mech. Gloriana did not disagree with that assessment, but this was not a choice that they could make lightly. I hope that venerable Tusa will be able to advance to ace pilot soon, because the Mark III will not be able to supply enough energy to maintain the activity of the combat warp system for long. Each fast displacement attempt will consume a large amount of energy. It is still difficult for us to expand the energy reserves of a light mech since there is so little space for additional energy cells. We should just trust Venerable Tusa to manage his energy reserves. He's not an idiot. Every light mech specialist is proficient in managing the limited resources at his or her disposal. The combat warp system doesn't have to be used to its full potential all of the time. After they figured out how Adrian Marceau's contribution would alter the characteristics of the Dark Zephyr, they needed to find another candidate to fill the fifth and last slot in the main design team. This was a difficult consideration. We can choose to amplify the Dark Zephyr's strengths or mitigate the expert mech's obvious vulnerabilities. Gloriana said, the Mark III's defenses will not be high if we proceed according to our current plan. I would have been inclined to add Sarah Voikin or Beatrice Hendricks to the design team if they were still available. That was not the case, so their options had become a lot more limited as a result. Victor Macmillan is a notable defensive specialist, but his specialization is mainly centered around energy shields. He definitely knows a thing or two about designing armor systems, but don't expect any miracles. I have already taken Mr. Macmillan into consideration. He is not a good choice for this design project. The addition of a pair of shoulder-mounted luminaire crystal guns along with a combat warp system will already strain the limited energy output of the Dark Zephyr. If we add Stormblade technology as well, then the expert light skirmisher will be even more constrained so long as it remains a quasi-first-class expert mech. We cannot justify the addition of a powerful Azure energy shield generator. Evasion is the best form of defense for this machine. His wife was right. Stronger defenses only increase the fault tolerance of the Dark Zephyr. The addition of the combat warp system already increased the survival chances of the light mech, so there was no compelling reason to upgrade the expert mech's defenses in another way. The Dark Zephyr was an offensive mech. With that thought in mind, Vase and Gloriana ran through the other names on the list. Vase quickly settled on a specific individual. Ariana Rue, the ECM specialist. Vase nodded. Yes, the Dark Zephyr already utilizes ECM systems to make it harder for enemies to hit the expert mech. Its resonance abilities can produce related effects. I think we can complement this further by adding the work of Ariana Rue. Her design philosophy suggests that she is more suited to apply her work to dedicated auxiliary mechs as opposed to combat mechs. That is true, but I see no reason why her specialized ECM solutions are a poor fit for the Dark Zephyr. Tusa's expert mech is often the first machine to get close to an enemy fleet. Since the living machine is already there, he might as well help the rest of our forces by producing even greater interference at close range. Think of Saint Marissa Lewandowski. Saint Marissa Lewandowski was one of the 2 ace pilots that continued to accompany the expeditionary fleet as part of the Golden Skull Alliance. Her Jetta Sandovar was a powerful ace light skirmisher, but it truly showed its value when the ace pilot activated her Saint Kingdom and generated an obscuring and disruptive smoke cloud that could blind any enemy in range. The example set by the Adelaide Mercenary Company's ace pilot showed that light mechs could partially compensate for their lack of hard power with greater utility. This made Ariana Rue an interesting choice. As a journeyman selected by Alexa Strian, the new recruit's design philosophy was quite interesting to say the least. Her Class 8 design philosophy was officially labeled as Automated Mass Computing Systems Exploitation. In other words, mass hacking. Vase had no idea why a talented mech designer chose to specialize in hacking of all fields. The Larkinson clan employed plenty of hackers and computer security experts. They were a necessity in an age where humans relied so much on advanced technology to get stuff done. Ariana Rue is good at designing auxiliary mechs. Gloriana analyzed as she recalled her previous works. Her ECM modules can be quite effective, but only when they are large and extensive enough to take effect against enemies that have taken proper precautions against hacking. Only auxiliary mechs are able to dedicate enough energy and processor capacity to this demanding task. It will be a challenge to fit a more reduced version of her ECM systems into the Dark Zephyr without turning her contribution useless. Vase nodded. That is true, but we'll just have to buy the most advanced and efficient first-class processor chips to make up for this shortcoming as best we can. In any case, it takes less effort for the Dark Zephyr to transmit signals through heavy jamming at closer ranges. Additionally, it is well known that alien computing systems are not as technologically advanced as modern human computing systems, so it takes less effort to compromise them as long as Ariana Rue knows how to hack the computers developed by different alien species. You do know that if the Dark Zephyr starts to engage in mass hacking, the expert mech will transmit a large quantity of signals to the surrounding enemy units, correct? This will counteract the mech's other ECM measures that are meant to make it harder for targeting systems to lock onto the machine. I haven't forgotten about that, but that is why Ariana Rue is such a good fit for this upgrade project. The Dark Zephyr Mark III is really fast and maneuverable, so what does it matter if enemies are able to track the expert mech's coordinates a lot better? It won't necessarily increase their hit rate. Aside from that, the transmission of signals will not compromise the effectiveness of the untouchable resonance ability. The latter distorts perception, and the detection of electromagnetic waves falls in this scope. The two are not a good fit with each other, Vase. The resonance ability is mainly effective at longer ranges. Ariana Rue's hacking modules are primarily employed at closer ranges. She was right, but that did not change Vese's considerations. Once we can upgrade the Dark Zephyr into an ace mech, Venerable Tusa may be able to incapacitate an entire enemy fleet at once. Granted, this will only happen when he is fighting against the warships hailing from the lesser alien races, but there is always room for improvement. There was a chance that Ariana Rue's contributions might not live up to its promise. If that was the case, then they could always boot her off the design team and put another lead designer in her place. The total picture became clear now that they had settled on the initial design team for the Dark Zephyr Mark III project. Vase looked forward to upgrading his oldest expert mech into a highly maneuverable and highly disruptive mechanical terror. Chapter 5637 Talk with Tusa 5637 Talk with Tusa. Just as Vase and Gloriana anticipated, Venerable Tusa became ecstatic once he learned about the Dark Zephyr Mark III project. Though he did not anticipate the addition of the combat warp system and a dedicated mass hacking module to his expert mech, Tusa was open-minded enough to understand the implications of these additions. I can see how better maneuvering and strong hacking abilities can increase my survivability and impact in battle, but are you sure the Dark Zephyr can keep all of this fancy tech running? The expert pilot questioned. To be honest, you will have to make a lot of judgment calls on how much power you want to allocate to these high-tech systems. Vase honestly replied, I highly advise against running all of them at full power all of the time. You will have to get accustomed to entering into battle with the mindset of only using the right tools for the right job. If the opposing units are not that good at tracking your mech with their weapons, then it is better to keep the combat warp system at low power. If you are fighting against Quelmer warships that are known for their relatively powerful computing systems, then it isn't worth the effort to hack the alien modules. Tusa's projection nodded. Understood. I can deal with that. I have been fighting for too long without enough options at my disposal. It would hardly make sense for me to complain about having too many ways to fight against our enemies. It will get even better if you manage to advance to ace pilot in the near future. Vase grinned. My wife and I will try to stuff as much powerful tech into the updated design as possible, but we cannot go too far. Those considerations will go away as soon as you break through. Not only will you be able to control much more powerful technologies, but once we start to integrate proper first-class tech into your new ace mech, we can put a much more potent power reactor inside your machine, especially now that budgets have become less of a constraint than before. You will go from wandering through a withering desert to relaxing in a nice oasis. The overall message was that the Dark Zephyr Mark III would not just be an high-tier expert mech, but also a precursor to a much more powerful ace mech. This added a considerable amount of pressure onto Tusa's shoulders. His expression grew a little more strained as he realized that he needed to work even harder in order to live up to the expectations of his battle partner in the design department. The more time he spent as an expert pilot, the longer everyone else had to wait for the Dark Zephyr to unlock his greater potential. Given the kind of opponents that the Larkinson clan were fighting against these days, Tusa felt more and more that only ace mechs possessed the individual agency to fight against huge alien battleships. Seeing the Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Jeem defeat one powerful enemy asset after another had made Tusa feel more inadequate than ever. After Vase had conveyed a summary of all of the important design characteristics of the upcoming version of the Dark Zephyr, he began to inquire about other matters. How is your battle partner doing these days? Is he happy? Not really, but you know why. I am sure you can make him happy again by applying your promised upgrade. How many Ascension runes has he accrued? He has 12 of them now. Tusa said with a smile. We have put all of the new ones into the path of the Wind Dancer. Together with Trisk and Blackwing, we managed to streamline my ability to bypass transphasic energy shields. It is not as exhausting to pull off this move than before. I can sabotage more alien vessels in a single battle now. If the Mark III can make it easier for me to free myself from the shackles of reality, then that would be great. I already have a few ideas on how I can facilitate this process. Your ability is absolutely powerful, and I have no intention of neglecting it. I want to make it so that no obstacle can bar your passage. From what Vase could ascertain, Tusa's iconic leap of true freedom was based on the concept of freedom. Freedom happened to share a certain relation to the wind element. As long as Vase integrated strong wind-attributed hypers into the Dark Zephyr, the mech should not only become a lot faster, but also make it a lot less strenuous for Tusa to activate his strongest ability. What is the mood among the fleet? We're doing pretty well. When you left the expeditionary fleet, more than a few people thought that you had chosen to abandon us, but not many Larkinsons feel that way anymore. We are continually amazed whenever we hear about your new successes. Our mech pilots have just begun to try out the Fae Fianna and they have already started to fall in love with them. If your other hyper mechs are just as good, then the troops really cannot wait to upgrade their old machines so that they can finally enjoy the benefits of hyper technology. They won't have to wait too long. My wife and I have already set a new plan after we have expanded the design department. If everything goes as planned, it should only take about 2 years to completely update our entire mech roster. Vase promised. We will hold you to that. I heard that you have already completed an upgrade to the Transcendent Punishers. When will Ilvain's I be able to pilot the upgraded mechs? Their firepower is not bad, don't get me wrong, but more and more forces are starting to deploy hyper versions of their heavy artillery mechs. Tell the Ilvainans that they don't have to wait long at all. Vase quickly replied, I plan to fabricate the initial copy of the Transcendent Punisher Mark III very soon. Once I have confirmed that the new mech has properly integrated its additional design spirit, I will clear the spirit of Bentime to begin the exhaustive upgrade process. Given how much work it takes to upgrade a single machine, it will probably take a while to complete this process. Our manufacturing complex in Davut will try to pitch in as well. Commander Melin will be happy to hear that. He's been waiting for this for a long time. I heard that once the updated Transcendent Punishers becomes available, he will resign from his position as a Legion commander and fully turn his attention to piloting mechs. Vase raised his eyebrow when he heard this piece of gossip. Is Town Melin struggling to fulfill his duties as a Legion commander and an expert candidate? He is. He has learned a lot about the bigger picture and what it takes to run a mech legion, but it's clear that he isn't really suited to lead anything. I think he will finally undergo apotheosis if he can go back to basics. He expressly spent the last year on recruiting more command personnel and expanding the staff of his mech legion. He also put a lot of effort into bringing up Commander Derek Cronin, who currently serves as his deputy. What do you know about Derek Cronin? Not much. He's a former citizen of the Ilvain Protectorate, just like Commander Melin, so they are alike in many ways. It doesn't really matter because the Eye of Ilvain has a lot more personal than before. It is already able to run on its own at this point. I see. Vase personally felt it was a shame that Town was unable to maintain his leadership position, but maybe it was for the best. He just hoped that the poor expert candidate did not feel as if he had wasted the years he spent as a leader. How is your wife Rania faring? She's busy. A lot has been happening since the start of the Age of Dawn. She is spending so much time aboard the Dragon's Den that I have been seeing her less and less. She's a lot happier than before, though. The Larkinson Biotech Institute is making so many interesting discoveries that a party takes place over there every week. Director Rania Woden Larkinson kept Vase regularly appraised with her reports. Due to the unique capabilities of the Larkinson clan, the LBI adapted particularly well to changes wrought by exotic radiation. It should not take too much time for the LBI to complete enough innovations to run a profitable business. The hope was to turn the Larkinson Biotech Institute into the second or third economic pillar of the Larkinson clan. Vase talked a bit more with Tusa about the state of the expeditionary fleet. The more Vase heard about what went on over there, the more he grew nostalgic about the time he spent among the Larkinsons. Though there were certainly advantages to living in the new Constantinople system, Vase possessed a restless heart. He still craved adventure. I need to go now, Tusa. It has been nice talking to you. Rest assured that we will try to complete the upgrade project as soon as possible. You should be prepared to take a trip to New Constantinople in order to initiate the actual upgrade process. I can't come to you, so you will have to come to me instead. The expert pilot nodded. I already had a feeling that would be the case. I won't mind a vacation. Once the call came to an end, Vase went back to performing his other duties. Gloriana invested most of her attention on supervising the new recruits and laying the groundwork for the Dark Zephyr Mark III project. She had also begun to explore the upgrade possibilities for the other expert mechs of the Larkinson clan. Fortunately for the likes of Venerable Dice and Venerable Joshua, unending alloy was a form of hyper-material, so the first sword and the Everchanger were already technically hyper-mechs. The problem was that the expert mechs clad with unending alloy did not fully utilize its potential. After all, back when Vase still regarded unending alloy as a prime material, he did not have access to an entire civilization's worth of study and technological accumulation on hyper-technology. This example taught Vase once again that the power of a civilization was much stronger and more encompassing than the efforts of any single individual. Still, the fact that many of the early expert mechs of the Larkinson clan were basically precursors to hyper-mechs meant that their performance did not fall too far behind. The Amaranto was just as capable of launching powerful precision attacks from long range as before. It had grown even more powerful due to the gradual strengthening effect of exotic radiation. Vase knew that his wife was eager to launch more upgrade projects, but she did not want to apply too many untested technologies at the same time. The Dark Zephyr could serve as a useful testbed for new technologies that the Larkinson mech designers hadn't been able to integrate in the Lionheart and the Blood Ember Mark II. Gloriana had a big invention in the works, and Vase wanted to refine the E-technology aspects of the Dark Zephyr. As an older and more developed third-order living mech, the Dark Zephyr was capable of utilizing its strong spiritual foundation for many more purposes than before. Vase did not have a clear idea in mind yet, but he was ready to explore numerous different directions to find out how to exploit a third-order living mech. For example, he could impart the Dark Zephyr with a special cultivation technique that enabled the machine to accelerate his movement by producing extraordinary winds. He also wanted to find a way to make Trisk play a bigger role as a design spirit. He needed to flesh out all of these ideas in order to make sure he was ready to implement them once the upgrade project started in earnest. Chapter 5638 Your shipment has arrived. 5638 Your shipment has arrived. Vase spent the week after his return to New Constantinople on resuming his regular duties. From managing his growing clan's affairs to resuming his lectures at the Eden Institute of Business and Technology, there was always a priority that needed to be addressed. Multiple major developments took place at the same time. The Larkinson clan and the DeVos Ancient clan had already explored each other's demands and came close to forming multiple lucrative agreements. The Eternal Vulcan Empire had already dispatched a batch of 10 talented novice mech designers, but they would still take a bit of time to arrive due to long traversal distance. However, the primary reason why Vase did not engage in any intensive or important work was because he wanted to save up his energy. Each day, he waited for a progress report that conveyed the status of a number of important shipments. Vase had no way of speeding up the travel time of the vessels that carried his important cargo, but he could still track the passages and make sure he reached the peak of his condition by the time he finally received his first shipment. Papa, can I borrow your flute again?" Aurelia asked shortly after she returned from another day at the Joan DeVos Elementary School. "Sure, remember to treat it with care and respect." "I know, Papa. The flute is just as alive as Lucky." "Meow." The recovering gem cat raised his head for a moment before he went back to nuzzling his head onto Marvane, causing the little boy to giggle. Despite his busy schedule, Vase always made sure to spend at least a few hours every day with his family. His recent absence from his children along with everything he had experienced during his trip to Bortle made him value his time with his family even more. His kids were so innocent and energetic that Vase wanted to enjoy these moments forever. Yet it was exactly because they would grow up sooner or later that he cherished this pleasure while it lasted. Sooner or later, Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane would all grow up and start their own families. Vase looked forward to those days as well, but he would definitely miss the times where he could play with his children without too many concerns on his mind. As the kids continued to play and run around in a private forest that fell within the expansive territory around D&D base, Vase began to think about how he should utilize the resources that he had recently accumulated. He had built up a small stockpile of Lucky's gems, the harvested spiritualities of different powerful entities, all manner of strange and useful hyper-materials and more. In addition to that, the expeditionary fleet also accrued way more alien plunder than the Golden Skull Alliance knew what to do with it all. If nobody was able to make good use of all of the salvage, then the only way to profit from these goods was to sell them in a place like Bortle. He sighed. There is too little time. The current state of calm was illusionary. The Red War continued to intensify and the transformation of the Greater Beander Gate remained on track. Further away from the Red Ocean, an unknowable extragalactic threat steadily moved closer at an astounding pace. How could Vase possibly relax under the circumstances? If he wanted to protect the lives of his children and everyone he cared about in the Red Ocean, he needed to step up and speed up his progress. At the very least, he needed to make use of much of the resources that were currently sitting around and doing nothing. Their potential remained untapped so long as they continued to languish inside his vault and other facilities. For example, he saved up a lot of gems produced by Lucky. A few of them were years old. Vase had almost completely forgotten about them as there never appeared to be a good opportunity for them to play a useful role. Vase originally intended to save them in case he needed their power in a critical moment, but now that he had separated himself from the expeditionary fleet, he no longer valued this contingency option as much as before. He may as well let go of his restraint and make more proactive use of them. The pilots of mechs that he had blessed would definitely appreciate the additional boosts. His resource utilization might even save a lot of lives down the line. As the days went by, the first major shipment finally arrived. One of the Red Association's courier vessels had devoted much of her cargo space to carrying a large container. When the mechers finally teleported the large and heavy container in one of the mech hangars of D&D base, Vase went down as soon as possible. His wife curiously followed suit. "You have been waiting all week for this shipment," Gloriana said as she wore yet another expensive first-class outfit that complemented her appearance nicely. "Will you start right away?" Vase nodded as he eagerly approached and transmitted the codes that would unlock the container. "I will. I especially rearranged my teaching schedule and worked with Gavin to address or postpone every other obligation in the next few days." After the locked container verified and accepted the codes, it soon began to unfold and completely flatten itself onto the floor. A large mech came into view. Both Vase and Gloriana took in the living mech that had traveled a long way from the deep frontier. He is called the Zeal. Vase said with a touch of appreciation in his tone. He is one of the original Transcendent Punishers and has partnered up with Commander Town Melon for a long time. He has already lived so long that he has already evolved into a third-order living mech. He should have gained the qualifications to develop Ascension runes by that time, but his current version model doesn't contain this innovation. Upgrading him to Mark III should address this shortcoming as well as many others. Gloriana looked impressed. So this is why you insisted on delaying the completion of the Transcendent Punisher Mark III project. Rather than fabricate a fresh new copy of your updated work, you wanted to upgrade an existing old stalwart instead. That's right, I already had the intention of giving Taean's mech my personal attention. The information that I have recently obtained from numerous sources has only strengthened my intentions of doing the Legion Commander a favor. Commander Melon is one of the expert candidates who has remained stalled for many years, is that correct? Yes, but unlike with the case of Lainey Larkinson who wants to strengthen her foundation and wants to attain a more powerful ability, Town Melon has remained muddle-headed for far too long to make any progress. There are indications that he may have matured enough to find his way and take a step forward, but I want to give him an extra boost by transforming his machine into a powerful masterwork mech just to be sure. Gloriana understood her husband's plan. I see. You want to force his breakthrough by equipping him with a masterwork mech that is more easily able to drag him upwards. Is it not more convenient to subject him to your Transcendence Glow? That is true, I haven't forgotten about it. I already asked Venerable Joshua to give Town Melon a powerful dash of the Transcendence Glow in the next major engagement of the Expeditionary Fleet. Now that we have entered a relatively stable development period, we have time to design multiple new expert mechs, especially now that our productivity has skyrocketed. His wife frowned. Do not be too liberal with the Transcendent Glow. I am not too certain whether we can handle the increased workload. Do not forget that we have to keep up with our studies as well. It is better to become a first-class mech designer sooner rather than later. Don't worry about that, even if I am not actively studying, then my cyborg leg is making sure to engage in continuous self-study. In fact, Vase had access to more incarnations that could help him study a lot of stuff. Vulcan actually mastered a lot of advanced and diverse knowledge, but the problem with his method of learning was that it was not directly transferable. He was still able to consult with his external incarnation and master the principles of high technologies a lot faster. It was like having a private tutor that understood him the best. The two soon turned their attention back to the Zeal. The mech looked as if it was completely dormant, but Vase was not fooled. Every third-order living mech was able to maintain a considerable degree of awareness even when all of their systems were shut down. Zeal, are you ready to receive your long-awaited upgrade? The heavy and imposing six-legged mech began to exhibit a bit of activity. Its large three eyes flashed in pure white. The Great Prophet has foreseen the result. I shall be reborn as a masterwork mech under the hands of the progenitor. Once I return to the fleet and reunite with my battle partner, the persistence of his faith shall baptize him in the flames of war. Okay, I guess that means you're eager and happy. Yes. Gloriana stared at the Zeal for a few seconds before she suddenly frowned. Wait, Ilvain has already foreseen that you have turned it into a masterwork mech. Vase nodded with a smile. Don't you know what my level of craftsmanship has reached these days? As long as the fabrication run is important enough, I am very confident that I can reach the second rung of Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship. One of the other reasons why I have waited for so long is because I care a lot about Commander Melon. The stakes of his upcoming run are rather high, so I have enough pressure to push me to this result. It is better than fabricating a brand new copy of the Transcendent Punisher Mark III that will eventually be handed over to a faceless clansman. I see, that is rather thoughtful of you, Vase. I will help you in order to make sure that you will not disappoint the Legion Commander. You only have one real chance of succeeding in this attempt. Good, your help will certainly help me finish this fabrication run faster. Upgrade attempts are quite troublesome and a heavy mech always imposes a greater workload. Just remember that I am in charge this time. The Transcendent Punisher line has always been one of my babies. I adapted many of the design solutions of the Supremo project to the Transcendent Punisher Mark III. No one else understands this iteration better than myself. Though his wife did not entirely like it, she could not argue against her husband's logic. Very well, I shall follow your lead, but do not expect me To remain silent the moment you start to lose control and give in to your worst urges. I do not want you to ruin this potentially great mech just because your inspiration compelled you to go crazy in improvising this mech. Vase raised his palms in innocence. Hey, I am not that stupid. As I have said before, I have already learned my lesson. I have actually spent the last few days on developing a custom variant of the Transcendent Punisher Mark III. I need to make sure that the mechers won't get their greedy hands on the machine as soon as I have completed it. I also want it to cooperate with Town Melon even better. What, you customized a mech by yourself? Are you stupid? I am a specialist in this field. I am much more proficient in this task than an amateur such as yourself. There is no need to go all out for a glorified standard mech. Vase retorted, it is better to wait until Town Melon finally breaks through. Once he becomes an expert pilot, that is when you can design a proper expert mech for him. Until then, it is best to retain the original character of the Zeal as much as possible. Chapter 5639 The Adaptations of the Transcendent Punisher Mark III 5639 The Adaptations of the Transcendent Punisher Mark III Upgrading the Zeal to a customized variant of the Transcendent Punisher Mark III should not be a difficult task. Vase did not intend to make anything close as powerful or ambitious as the Elemental Lord. Although the Transcendent Punisher Mark III was a powerful quasi-first-class transphasic hyper-heavy artillery mech that contained a range of complicated technologies, its complexity was not that concerning for his current level. The Lionheart was a lot more complicated and difficult to design and make in comparison. The Transcendent Punisher Mark III may be one of the most important mech models of the Larkinson clan, but it still had to conform to the same requirements as any other mass-production machine. Vase was not able to indulge in his desires as much as when he designed one of his high-end expert mechs. Regardless, a heavy mech that not only pushed the limits of second class could still fit a lot of nice goodies. Compared to the recently completed and submitted Supremo project, the Transcendent Punisher Mark III benefited from even more extensive applications of phase water technology and hyper technology. The design budget of the Transcendent Punisher Mark III was around 220 MTA credits, which was 55 times higher than the Supremo project and more than twice as much as the Elite edition of the Fei Fianna. This showed how much the two mech designs diverged so much from each other. They were designed with different target audiences in mind. The recently completed heavy artillery mech that Vase originally designed for Davut had to be affordable for the second-rate state. Not only that, the Davutans were also a lot more reluctant to invest their precious phase water into construction mass production models, so Vase had to limit the usage of this strategic resource to the specialized shells of the super heavy Gauss cannon that exemplified the Supremo project. Vase had no reason to abide by all of these limitations when he designed the Transcendent Punisher Mark III. He solely designed it according to the existing template of the mech line as well as the current circumstances of the Larkinson clan. Vase boldly assumed that his clan would not only be short on funding, but also have sufficient access to phase water to support the construction of thousands of costly transphasic mechs. This was why the true cost of producing the Transcendent Punisher Mark III was way higher than 220 MTA credits. The value of phase water was so high that it was mostly bartered rather than sold for money these days. In truth, Vase previously thought that he had set the production cost of a single copy a little too high. Even if the expeditionary fleet occasionally returned from the frontlines with a huge amount of plunder that could be sold for a lot of money, the Larkinson clan usually spent much of the earnings into other useful investments. The money and resources needed to upgrade all of the older versions of the Transcendent Punisher to the Mark III iteration would wipe out the entire profit gained from a single battle. However, Vase and many other people believed this investment was more than worth the hefty price. In a time where the expeditionary fleet was only able to field one small warship at most, heavy artillery mechs served as the closest substitute to warship gun batteries. Starships could only accommodate a limited number of bunker mechs based on their designs. There was no way to increase them without making huge sacrifices, so the defensive firepower from these vessels was always limited. The newer ship classes that had been developed rather recently tended to fit a lot more bunkers onto their hulls. That did not help all of the older hulls that were mostly built well before the Facewater generation. All of these constraints meant that if the Larkinson clan could not increase the quantity of Transcendent Punishers protecting its crucial main fleet, then Vase could only focus on improving the quality of each individual machine. He believed he had done a good job at that. The Transcendent Punisher not only encapsulated much of the advice and lessons from Master Decimus Horst, but it also contained a few adaptations that addressed a lot of long-standing complaints. Every major revision and update was another opportunity for a mech designer to revisit his old work and make corrections. As Vase and Gloriana headed down to the workshop and got ready to embark on their fabrication run, both of them studied the design schematics one more time. The female half the pair looked critical as she directed her attention to the elaborate weapon system. The previous iteration of the Transcendent Punisher line made use of a balanced configuration of 2 second-generation Luminaire crystal cannons, 2 Gauss cannons and 2 rapid-fire pulse cannons. The mix of armaments had long served the Eye of Ilvain well. The Luminaire crystal cannons excelled at long-range precision bombardment. The Gauss cannons struck considerably harder but were predominantly effective at medium range. The pulse cannons were much smaller and lighter, but that made them extremely suitable for intercepting incoming ordnance as well as highly maneuverable small craft at closer ranges. All in all, when Vase originally conceived of his first heavy artillery mech model, he wanted to bring a well-rounded bunker mech to life. One of the strengths of the Transcendent Punisher is that it is able to play a useful role in nearly any space battle. Vase explained to his wife as he gestured at the armaments of one of his latest designs. Yet the old configuration is so balanced that it is also unable to bring most of its strength to bear in any specific combat scenario. The heavy artillery mechs are lacking in flexibility. For example, their pulse cannons have long remained unused as they are completely useless in a typical battle against an alien raiding fleet. His wife nodded in understanding. That is true. The aliens do not rely as much on small craft as us, and unless they rely heavily on missile armaments, there is nothing for the Transcendent Punishers to intercept. Since the typical battles of the Red War have made these pulse cannons a lot less relevant, I decided that I might as well remove them from the Mark III. The Supremo project doesn't have any rapid-fire cannons either. That is because the latter is designed to fit in a larger mech force that can compensate for its shortcomings. Gloriana astutely mentioned, the same rationale applies to the Transcendent Punisher Mark III, but we do not have an alternative bunker mech that can cover for its weaknesses. It is not a wise choice to remove pulse cannons entirely. There may come a time where you will regret the decision to remove the Mark III's ability to efficiently intercept a lot of fast-moving ordnance. That is true, Vase sighed. Normally, we should design a second heavy artillery mech that can function well in a different capacity, but I chose a different solution. I turned the Mark III into a semi-modular weapon platform. Instead of having a single fixed weapon loadout, I redesigned its frame so that its naked form starts off with 8 empty weapon hardpoints across its frame. Each of them can be slotted with different armaments depending on the need. He changed the projection so that all of the large weapon modules got removed from the central mech frame. He had specifically designed the armaments so that they shared a lot of common dimensions and such. Gloriana looked intrigued as Vase proceeded to slot in different weapon configurations. From a full loadout of 8 Gauss cannons to a more balanced configuration that highly resembled the previous iteration of the Transcendent Punisher. Every hardpoint is able to fit 1 heavy cannon or 2 smaller cannons. I have also made a special adaptations where the Transcendent Punisher can use up 4 hardpoints to mount the ultra-heavy Devora cannon that is similar to the Onyx cannon of the Supremo project. The main cannon of the Supremo project was so good at sieging enemy warships in space or on land that Vase had to implement it in the Transcendent Punisher Mark III as well. However, Vase did not want to sacrifice the Transcendent Punisher's ability to fight against other opponents as well. He basically wanted to have it all, but a single mech could only enter into battle with a single weapon loadout at a time. This dilemma drove him even harder into turning the Mark III into a semi-modular weapon platform. This way, Vase and the other Larkinsons no longer had to abide by a single rigid pattern anymore. They could easily change the modular weapon configuration of every Mark III based on the most up-to-date circumstances in the field. Gloriana appreciated this approach. Vase did not turn this mech model into a complicated and expensive semi-modular weapon platform on impulse. He chose this design because of multiple legitimate reasons. You have done a fine job as far as I can tell. The cost is higher and the mech has become more cumbersome as a result, but these are acceptable trade-offs in our cause. A mech such as this does not conform to the demands of more general clients. You have truly turned this into a mech that can be adapted to fight under many different circumstances and opponents. The premise is that there is enough time to switch their configurations and enough manpower and facilities to complete this process in a timely manner. The Transcendent Punisher Mark III was very unfriendly towards smaller and poorer forces. If the Larkinson clan hadn't grown so quickly, Vase would have never dared to design such a demanding but powerful machine. Vase briefly explained the available weapon systems that he had designed to be compatible with the standardized weapon hardpoints of the Mark III. The 4th generation transphasic hyper-heavy luminaire crystal cannons are easily many times more powerful than the much older 2nd generation versions of the Zeal and other older machines. They are probably the most powerful luminaire crystal cannons that I have designed to date. The guns utilized by the Larkinson edition of the xianxia simply cannot compare against the firepower of a genuine heavy artillery mech. As long as our fleet can bring thousands of these cannons to bear against an alien warship, I can assure you that the enemy vessel will not be able to last too long. His wife gazed at the design of the big luminaire crystal cannon with appreciation. Our expeditionary fleet can confront much more powerful enemies once all of its existing heavy artillery mechs have completed their costly upgrades. The transphasic hyper-heavy Gauss cannons are not as big of a performance improvement compared to the previous version. However, their firepower is highly dependent on the rounds they are loaded with. They work especially well with the newly introduced design spirit of the Mark III. If the expeditionary fleet ever faced a much more threatening opponent, then the Transcendent Punishers could switch to more expensive transphasic ammunition and defeat the fearsome foe by effectively throwing a lot of money away. This was a capacity that energy weapons did not possess, so Vase never discounted the usefulness of kinetic weapons. These rapid-fire energy cannons are completely new, Gloriana remarked as she looked at the smallest modular weapon system. You have completely abandoned the use of licensed pulse cannons and instead designed a new rapid-fire luminaire crystal weapon system from the ground up. That must have taken you a considerable amount of time to design. Not really. Luminaire crystal weapons can actually fire at much higher frequencies, but I normally don't bother with that because it is much more important to maximize their punch. This happens to be an exception. Just because I have yet to design a true rapid-fire luminaire crystal cannon in the past doesn't mean I am incapable of doing so. I just had to change stuff around so that it fires a lot of weak pulsed laser beams at high frequencies. I reduced the overall power behind the attacks in order to prevent them from overheating and overburdening the various weapon parts. Compared to the old pulse cannons, the new rapid-fire luminaire crystal cannons are not only a lot more accurate at longer distances, but they also happen to be more efficient. Chapter 5640 Devora Cannon 5640 Devora Cannon The Transcendent Punisher Mark III truly represented an evolution of its original concept. It did the same job a lot better due to its many expensive upgrades and advancements. A lot of people thought that Vase had spent much of the last year on perfecting the xianxia design to the point that it had become the most powerful mass-production mech that he completed in recent times. They were very wrong. A select group of Rubarthans thought that they had gained a treasure in their possession by gaining the rights to produce and distribute the Supremo project. The second-class hyper-heavy artillery mech truly conformed to the hyper-generation and could overpower its direct competitors on the market, especially with the help of Emma. Yet not even the impresario prince knew that Vase had invested a lot more effort and dedication into designing the latest iteration of the successful Transcendent Punisher formula. It still retained the iconic ability to guide the aim of its mech pilots, but its firepower and other aspects had become vastly more powerful than before. The difference in performance between the old second-class heavy artillery mech and the new quasi-first-class transphasic Hyper Mark III was so vast that the latter could easily beat 10 of the former. Vase almost shook his body when he imagined the devastation that the Mark IIIs could wreak upon their foes once they were fielded in larger numbers. So what if combat carriers and fleet carriers were not allowed to mount any warship-grade gun batteries? As long as the weapon systems of his bunker mechs were powerful enough, they could do much to close the gap in performance. While the large and imposing main gun batteries of alien warships still possessed an absolute firepower advantage, they were also slow, clumsy and much more difficult to upgrade to the next generation. The amount of time, resources and effort it took to upgrade a batch of Transcendent Punishers was much less than doing the same on a huge warship cannon turret. Red humanity needed to take advantage of this difference and make full use of its advantages in order to keep the enemy forces at bay for a time. Out of the 4 modular weapon systems that Vase had designed for the Mark III, 3 of them were straightforward substitutes of the existing armaments of the previous iteration. The only standout that was completely novel happened to be the excessively large Devora cannon. A normal heavy cannon only occupied a single hardpoint on the mech frame of the Transcendent Punisher Mark III. The Devora cannon took up 4 whole hardpoints. Not only that, but this single addition also imposed additional parts and reinforcements in order to make sure that the Transcendent Punisher Mark III could bear the pressure of utilizing this super heavy Gauss cannon. Gloriana could see a lot of parallels between the Devora cannon of the Mark III and the Onyx cannon of the Supremo project. While you worked to turn the Supremo project into an excellent siege machine, you did not want your Transcendent Punisher Mark III to be outclassed, is that correct? Vase crossed his arms. You got me. I admit that I just wanted to install the biggest possible gun on one of our own Larkinson mechs. I have upscaled and increased the specs of the original Onyx cannon in order to push the very limit of what the upgraded Transcendent Punisher can handle. I wanted its performance to approximate the firepower of a small warship gun as much as possible. I think I managed to get awfully close to that. While the caliber of the Devora cannon is still pitifully small in naval terms, as long as hundreds of these cannons are brought to bear against a single large target, their quantity will definitely surpass the total firepower of a real warship. He was not exaggerating. Vase might not be a specialist in kinetic weapon systems, but he did not have to be in order to mix first-class materials, phase water technology and hyper technology together to produce a much more powerful result. Gloriana could definitely see that the combination of all of these extravagant factors in an enormous weapon could single-handedly raise the threat level of the expeditionary fleet. This was without considering the additional amplification that could be produced by borrowing the power of Emma. The firepower of the Devora cannon is more than satisfactory, but its firing rate should be much slower as a consequence. Vase nodded. The Devora cannon is primarily designed to siege alien warships at the longest possible range. Muzzle velocity is extremely crucial as the hit rate drops dramatically if the launched projectiles get any slower. It takes a lot more energy to accelerate the super heavy slugs at an acceptable speed. It takes a considerable amount of time to charge up the capacitors of this weapon system. I don't have access to more specialized technologies that can speed up the charging process. You have done the best you can under the circumstances. I am sure that many Larkinsons will thank you for designing such a powerful weapon system. It will do much to close the firepower gap between our mech forces and alien fleets. Both of them knew that the Devora cannon would become a near-permanent fixture to the Mark III. The smaller cannons designed for the Transcendent Punisher Mark III all had their strong points, but they were originally weapons designed to be utilized during the age of mechs. They were more than powerful enough to diminish swarms of small craft and whittle down the defenses of typical starships, but they were not the best choice in a real unrestricted war against entire alien civilizations. Fortunately for the Larkinsons, they could always dismount the cumbersome Devora cannon and slot smaller cannons in its place. After Gloriana gained a good overview of the outstanding offensive power of the Transcendent Punisher Mark III, she shifted her attention to the other properties of the powerful heavy artillery mech. I see that the Mark III's defenses are even thicker and heavier than the previous versions. She noted. Yes, Sarah Voikin did a good job at applying a new transphasic hyper armor system. I can't promise that it can survive a direct strike from the primary gun battery of a warship, but it should be able to resist the onslaught of a secondary gun battery long enough for the mech pilot to eject. The defense of a bunker mech primarily relies on the bunkers rather than their own defenses, Vase. The best way to keep the mechs intact longer is to upgrade our carriers directly. I know, but we don't have the shipyards to upgrade all of our hulls fast enough. Mechs are our greatest strength, so it is not a bad idea to focus on them first. Don't underestimate the capacity for the Mark III to resist damage. It is not only packed with armor, but it is also equipped with a large Azure shield generator. That should help a lot. It at least gave the heavy artillery mech a better chance of saving its mech pilot when struck by a direct attack from a powerful warship. Seeing that the defensive properties of the Mark III were more than satisfactory, Gloriana turned to the mobility of the machine. The only aspect about the Transcendent Punisher Mark III that has regressed is its mobility. All of the heavy armor and heavy weapon systems have taken an enormous toll on the mech frame. I wouldn't be surprised if it moves as slow as a turtle under standard gravity. Is it still suitable to be deployed on land? Vase grinned. Yes, don't worry about that, it can even fly in space or in the air if necessary. What? How? With the help of an optional heavy-duty flight system, he explained as he switched the projection so that it showed a winged version of the Transcendent Punisher Mark III. I don't anticipate that it is necessary to employ this measure under ordinary circumstances, but it is better to have it around as a contingency option. The Spirit of Bentime can quickly produce batches of this modular flight system if necessary. Gloriana calmed down when she saw that this additional feature was actually quite reasonable. This was because the modular flight system occupied 2 weapon hardpoints. I see. The Transcendent Punisher Mark III can exhibit limited flight capabilities by reducing its weapon configuration. The mech's flight characteristics are probably terrible when it is mounted with a Devora cannon and 2 Gauss cannons, but they should be much more adequate when the machine is mounted with a set of relatively lightweight luminaire crystal cannons and rapid-fire pulse luminaire crystal cannons. Vase nodded. Yup, no matter whether the Mark III is mounted with a flight system or not, it is never supposed to move during active combat when it is equipped with a Devora cannon. It can only function as a bunker mech or a stationary artillery platform on land. If it has to move at all, it is better if it can do so with external assistance. It is just that heavy and sluggish, especially if the other hardpoints are utilized as well. In contrast, an all-energy weapon loadout is a lot lighter. Of course, the Mark III's mobility is at its highest when it has no weapons at all. The difference in mass between the two extremes is enormous. If properly used, there was no reason for the Mark III to move by itself during combat. It should never rely on its most awful aspect to survive or contribute in a battle. Vase was aware of the existence of more maneuverable artillery mechs that pursued the opposite concept. Most often used for offensive actions and counter-battery fire, mobile artillery mechs possessed enough firepower to pose a threat but also moved quickly enough to evade a lot of retaliation. Of course, this dynamic mainly applied to landbound combat, which didn't concern Vase in the slightest. After Gloriana understood just how awful the Mark III moved, she examined the remaining traits of the heavy artillery mech. The spiritual design of this mech is much more powerful than the previous version. She said, it is actually on par with the Larkinson edition of the xianxia. Does that mean, it's a Larkinson exclusive mech? Of course it is equipped with the new Energy Weaver mech ecosystem. Vase smiled at her. It has yet to see much use as the Larkinson edition of the xianxias has not seen much action yet, but I think our troops will eventually fall in love with it. The mech ecosystem is especially strong when a powerful pilot takes charge. I really hope that Town Melon can break through with the help of the upgraded Zeal. He will be able to make use of the features of the Energy Weaver mech ecosystem a lot better. The Energy Weaver mech ecosystem had a few parallels with battle networks and was highly dependent on the people and living mechs to draw out its potential. The learning curve was enormous, so Vase did not expect to see any quick results. There was nothing much for Gloriana to comment on as the innovative new mech ecosystem only existed in theory at the moment. Did you add any other surprises to our new heavy artillery mech? Yes, I'm not surprised that you have overlooked it. Did you notice that the neural interface is a lot larger than normal? I asked Cormont Hempkamp to design a special neural interface that is not only a lot more suited for this mech archetype, but can also strengthen the connection between the mech pilot and Ilvain. In theory, as long as the mech pilot employs the guided aim embedded ability and receives targeting guidance from Ilvain, the new divine foresight can put the mech pilot into a temporary hyperactive state where he can take action with significantly better precision and much lower delay. That last part is crucial as the lag time between receiving information and pulling the trigger is often the cause for missed shots. While all of this sounded impressive, Gloriana immediately grew concerned about how it might affect the mech pilot. Is this hyperactive state healthy for the mech pilot? Not entirely. Chapter 5641 Dangerous Neural Interface 5641 Dangerous Neural Interface The Transcendent series of mechs designed by Vase gained a lot of fame and puzzlement for their extraordinary ability to provide mystical targeting guidance to its mech pilots. This was the greatest feature that allowed them to stand out from the competition. From the Transcendent Punisher to the Transcendent Charger, both of these powerful mechs enabled the Ilvainans to occupy a solid position in the Larkinson clan. Yet as the Eye of Ilvain continued to take advantage of prescient abilities of Ilvain, the shortcomings of borrowing the design spirit's foresight became increasingly more clear. Reaction time, Vase said as he faced his wife. Everything moves quickly in the thick of battle. Whenever Ilvain makes a prediction and passes his message on to a mech pilot, that person will have to take the time to adjust his aim and pull the trigger. Do you know how much of a delay that entails? By the time the attack has reached the supposed target coordinate, the enemy that should have gotten hit might have already moved away. Is Ilvain not capable of predicting the delay and taking that into account when passing on the target coordinates? Gloriana asked with a frown. He is, but small changes in a short amount of time can produce huge divergences. The longer the delay, the smaller the chance of success. It becomes a lot harder for Ilvain to manage all of the variables when they become exponentially greater. There are a lot of benefits to shrinking the delay time between informing the mech pilot and pulling the trigger. Ilvain has to do less work, so he will not be as burdened as before. The Transcendent Punisher can attain a higher hit rate as there aren't as many scenarios where the mech will miss its shot. Gloriana frowned as she stared at the Divine Foresight Mark I neural interface designed by the only lead designer who was able to independently develop these dangerous modules. I cannot argue against the effectiveness of reducing the lag time, but mechs are meant to serve their mech pilots. This custom neural interface arguably does the opposite. The brains of mech pilots are quite sensitive and they are prone to accelerated wear and tear as they continue to interface with mechs. The greater the intensity of data transmissions, the greater the damage. This is an important factor why older mech pilots tend to lose their effectiveness at a more advanced age. The only way they can forestall this unstoppable decline is if they manage to break through or receive expensive brain augmentations. The negative effects of neural interfaces on the brains of mech pilots was one of the open secrets of the mech community. Every veteran soldier noticed how they slowly lost their ability to exchange as much data or maintain a high degree of sensitivity and reactivity as before. Younger mech pilots may be lacking in experience and wisdom, but they were most often capable of accomplishing extravagant feats due to their excellent conditions. It was therefore crucially important for these lively talents to retain their peak combat effectiveness as long as possible. The mechers imposed many restrictions on neural interfaces in order to prevent mech pilots from losing their peak conditions much faster than they should. The newly developed Divine Foresight Mark I neural interface threatened to break this safety net. The Divine Foresight behaves no different from a normal neural interface under normal conditions. Vase told his wife, the mech pilot is only supposed to trigger the function that puts the brain in a hyperactive state for a brief moment of time when it truly matters. This is especially relevant when the mech needs to make use of its enormous Devora cannon to nail a critical shot with a precious transphasic hyper-Gauss round. These ship-killing projectiles can contain up to several hundred grams of phase water and are intended to break through enemy defenses and sunder apart entire enemy warships. In other words, Vase wanted to ensure that a troop of Transcendent Punishers assigned to launch their most crucial salvo did not throw away kilograms of phase water in vain. Every super-heavy Gauss round that missed its target and flew off in the void of space was pure waste as far as Vase was concerned. The negative impact of a missed shot was far too great, especially in a crucial moment where the Transcendent Punishers only had a short time to do their jobs. In order to reduce the probability of misses, Vase insisted on adding the Divine Foresight Mark I to the Mark III. Only then would he have the confidence to allow mech pilots to launch super-expensive Gauss rounds from the Devora cannon. Gloriana most definitely understood this rationale, but she seriously questioned whether a more sure hit was worth the trade-off of speeding up the aging of the mech pilot's brain. How much faster will the brains of the Ilvanan mech pilots wear down if they start to overload their own brains with the help of this custom neural interface? It is not as bad as you think, honey. As I have said before, the Divine Foresight should only be run at full power in brief intervals of time. It is not as if the mech pilot must experience the entire engagement in a hyperactive state. The amount of data being exchanged through the neural interface is still massive in those few seconds, but it is unlikely to cause the mech pilot's mind to explode. As long as the affected individual is subsequently able to retire from battle and avoid any strenuous activity for at least a month, his brain will largely be able to recover much of the damage over time. However, if the pilot induces a hyperactive state multiple times in quick succession, then the damage will rapidly compound and exceed certain limits. That means that permanent brain damage becomes a certainty if a mech pilot utilizes this function multiple times in the same battle. Gloriana frowned in disapproval. Why hasn't the Red Association stepped in to prohibit this dangerous neural interface of yours? Vase smirked. I'm a Tier 3 galactic citizen certified by the very same Red Association. I'm practically a mecher already. I'll be fine as long as I don't do anything that besmirches the reputation of the association. The truth was actually a lot more nuanced than that. Vase was well aware of the dark side of the mechers. They craved novel data the most. Anything that could give them new and interesting pieces of data enriched their overall knowledge base and made it easier for them to come up with useful new inventions. Crossing the line was not a sin to the Red Association. What truly concerned the powerful organization was if a violation became too damaging to human society and the standing of the mechers. As long as the Larkinsons kept the more controversial aspects about the Divine Foresight Mark I to themselves, the mechers would probably continue to maintain a blind eye towards its problematic nature. Gloriana may not be aware of all of these considerations, but if the mechers hadn't stepped in at this point, they probably wouldn't take action in the future. For the sake of those mech pilots, I hope they will be able to show enough restraint. They might not be able to hold themselves back. Vase shook his head. When a battle has taken a turn for the worse, the Ilvanan mech pilots may decide to employ this function multiple times over the course of a single battle. I know these kinds of people pretty well. They're fanatics. They are fighting for a greater cause than themselves. Their health and the condition of their brains are not as important as the lives of thousands of Larkinsons or the survival of the expeditionary fleet itself. When it comes down to it, the Eye of Ilvain should definitely be willing to sacrifice the careers of its mech pilots in exchange for a better result. Gloriana could think of plenty of scenarios where this could ultimately produce more gains than losses. From that perspective, it was better to make the option available in case a mech pilot needed to exceed his usual level of performance in order to attain a much more favorable result. However, she couldn't help but feel that the Divine Foresight Mark I set a dangerous precedent for the Larkinson clan. How long would it take before another Larkinson mech design contained a similar neural interface? Piloting mechs was an inherently dangerous profession. It was the job of mech designers to accommodate pilots as much as possible. It was doubtful whether the addition of this self-destructive feature would ultimately benefit the pilots who became even more exposed to harm than before. Despite her misgivings, Gloriana did not push back any further. Vase had obviously considered this matter extensively. He would be the one to bear the fault if anything related to the Divine Foresight went terribly wrong in the future. All right, she eventually said, I have a much better understanding of your heavy artillery mech than before. I am confident that I can help you with upgrading Commander Melon's old mech to the Mark III. The changes between the two versions are all-encompassing, but as long as we do this in an orderly fashion, we should still be able to preserve the original character of the Zeal. This was not the first time they did this kind of job. The only difference was that the mech they were working on was much bigger and heavier than usual. The quantity of components they needed to replace was also much higher. However, neither Vase nor Gloriana were rookies. Once they completed their preparations and went to work, they completely fell in sync with each other. Muro. Blinky came out and utilized the living workshop ability to flood all of the parts, materials and production equipment with copious amounts of life energy. Mao. Meanwhile, Alexandria worked together with Gloriana to form a considerably more optimized design network. The minds of husband and wife came together, allowing them to swap a lot of information as well as emotions to each other. Their teamwork, which was already good under normal circumstances, immediately reached a much higher level with the help of Alexandria's design network. From outward appearances, the two worked as if they had become two sides of the same coin. Both of them had recently become a lot more capable than before. Vase completed his second sublimation fairly recently while Gloriana just came home with a brand new first-class implant set. By connecting their minds to each other, the two mech designers benefited a lot more from the answers and second opinions supplied by their partners. The two also worked much faster than before. There was no way to speed up the first-class production machines themselves, but they were already fairly fast and productive when working on relatively simpler second-class and quasi-first-class components. Vase and Gloriana utilized their copious processing power to apply on-the-spot adaptations faster and prevent too many mistakes from occurring. Neither of the two had many complaints about their output for the time being. As Vase began to disassemble large parts of the Zeal and begin the process of replacing its core components one by one, he acted with both passion and precision as he treated this entire upgrade process similar to a full-body organ replacement operation. Gloriana meanwhile basked in the living workshop as she injected a lot more love and care into her most delicate and demanding work processes. She was able to soften her perfectionist tendencies with a greater tolerance for individual quirks and differences. It was times like these that reminded Vase and Gloriana that they were made for each other. Both of them smiled as they steadily rebuilt the Zeal until he became increasingly more powerful and imposing as a heavy artillery mech. After just 3 days of extremely intensive work, the upgraded machine was almost done. The two mech designers just had to apply the finishing touches to make the third-order living mech as good as new. Chapter 5642 A Sacred Ritual 5642 A Sacred Ritual. The Zeal was a unique mech. Its name was not. Over the course of rebuilding the old Transcendent Punisher mech into a powerful Mark III, Vase finally couldn't hold his curiosity back anymore. He decided to ask the living mech a direct question while he was in the process of remaking its entire frame. Why did your battle partner name you the Zeal? As far as I know, I already designed a third-class hero mech called the Transcendent Punisher a long time ago. The one assigned to Town Melon was supposed to embody one of the virtues of the Ilvain Protectorate, so the old hero Mech was the first Ilvainan living Mech to bear this symbolic name. I'm not too sure what happened with it, but do you feel comfortable with retaining your current name knowing that it already belongs to another machine? It might be highly unusual for surgeons to ask questions to the patients in the process of performing life-changing operations of the latter, but Mechs did not work like humans. The Zeal remained fully cognizant and aware of what was taking place around him. Due to the excellent care shown by the two Mech designers, his spiritual foundation remained strong and largely undamaged throughout the entire upgrade process. Vase asked this significant question for more reasons than satisfying his curiosity. He wanted to know the Zeal on a deeper level and therefore increase his chances of turning him into a masterwork Mech that he could be proud of. There should be no ambiguity about his current identity. I am the Zeal. The old hero Mech you have spoken about is also called the Zeal. There is no conflict between us as far as I am concerned. You humans also have a habit of using the same names for yourselves. Should there only be one unique being called Alice, or Robert, among trillions of your kind? There are even cases where fathers name their sons after themselves. They like to do this across every generation so that descendants will end up with names such as Samuel III or Louis CCXXII. Vase chuckled after he heard that. You're right, we humans can be pretty sloppy with our names as well. Since you do not mind it if Town has named you after one of his earlier Mechs, then I guess it's fine. Shouldn't you be called the Zeal too, if only to distinguish you from your predecessor? It is not necessary. Both Town and I know which living Mech he is referring to when he uses this name. It is an honor and a sacred duty to bear my current label. Taon Melon hopes to embody this virtue and inspire other Ylvainans to show the same dedication of his faith and beliefs in battle. I am more than a living Mech. I am a symbol of my faith. Even living Mechs were capable of holding beliefs and superstitions. Since they had become just as sentient and intelligent as humans, there was no reason why these artificial beings could not be as stupid and ignorant as their organic partners either. Vase already knew that this kind of development was inevitable. Every living Mech interfaced so much with their Mech pilots that they became strongly influenced by the principles, values as well as the beliefs of the latter. In that sense, Vase understood a bit better why the Zeal proudly wore his current name. The heavy artillery Mech had taken over a sacred mission, and felt it was his duty to carry the mantle of the old transcendent messenger that first held this duty. Do you know what happened to your predecessor? The Eye of Ylvain has entrusted the original Zeal to the Ascension Gallery in the Cat Nest. The hero Mech currently serves as a museum exhibit for visiting Larkin's sons and other guests. That is interesting. All of this talk about the old and new Zeal caused Vase to consider the idea of revisiting the old transcendent messenger design. Perhaps he could update it into a much more powerful first-class iteration, turning it into a simple but profound combat machine that shared a lot of similarities with the original Ouroboros. However, Vase quickly discarded this idea. The design considerations he made back then made sense back when he was limited to designing third-class Mechs, but first-class Mechs played in a completely different arena. More than that, Vase was not able to come up with a good rationale on why he should design such a Mech in the first place. Hero Mechs held special meaning to him, and he did not want to design one casually for fear of disgracing the Mech archetype. He set this idea aside and put his full focus back on his work. His wife had already started to grow annoyed at his distracting thoughts. When it was finally time for both Mech designers to put their finishing touches on the powerful new Mech after nearly 3 full days of non-stop work, the newly rebuilt form of the Zeal slightly began to deviate from the standard template of the Mark III. The newly updated Zeal not only had to become a masterwork Mech, but also become more attuned with Commander Town Melon. Gloriana had begun to apply a lot of software and hardware tweaks that should allow the machine to run smoother under the hands of the Zeal's designated pilot. Vase on the other hand began to show a bit of artistic flair as he took a big paintbrush and began to paint sacred images and symbols onto the fresh white coating of the heavy artillery Mech. Before the start of this upgrade run, he had a small argument with his wife about this action. Why do you possibly want to mar the relatively clean and tidy design of your Transcendent Punisher Mark III by hand-painting messy illustrations across the exterior? There is no functional purpose behind this action. I don't agree with that, Gloriana. I've learned a lot about stuff during my recent trip. Back when I was vacationing on Okanan V, I learned that there is real significance behind rituals, especially now that we are living in a medium-energy environment. Actions that previously appeared to be purely symbolic in nature have now gained the power to bend reality, if only slightly. Just let me give this a try. If the results do not end up meeting my expectations, then we can always wipe off the paint. Though Gloriana still objected to this proposal, Vase was in charge this time, so he managed to get his way on this issue. When the time came for him to start his unusual art process, he had already psyched himself up for this experimental attempt. Despite working for 3 days straight, Vase had already accrued a measure of mental fatigue. The workload was extremely high and the e-computers of his Blinkyverse had been running at full capacity this entire time. Even though Ves's mental condition was not as sharp as before, he did not mind his current state. He actually felt it was an advantage to start his improvised art project when he was already starting to get tired. This was because he wanted to paint the surface of the zeal with his heart, rather than his mind. Vase hadn't even come up with a single coherent plan or vision on the artwork that he wanted to apply on the living mech. He was certainly creative enough to come up with a concept and a draft, but he refused to do so because it would go against the spirit of his goal. Naturally, there was no way he wanted to stick to his tiny human form for this step. That was way too inefficient. Since he possessed the capacity to make himself larger, he might as well make use of it so that he could proficiently hold a much larger paintbrush. I need to make sure I don't rip apart any of my clothes. He took a few deep breaths as he shed his lab coat, his uniform and most of his clothes. He had dressed himself down until he wore an expensive first-class vac-suit that his wife had bought during her recent visit to Vullet. Though Vase complained about her extravagant purchases many times in his mind, he had to admit that this vac-suit came in very handy at this time. This was because it was actually stretchable to a ridiculous degree. There was virtually no way the original developers of this product ever imagined that the vac-suit would be used for this particular purpose. It was only made this way in order to justify the enormous price premium on this fashion article. Whatever the case, it should be fully capable of accommodating Ves's true body. The only caveat was that its endurance was much lower than ordinary first-class garments. It was never designed to function as a battle outfit and would easily fall apart if Vase tried to wear this in a serious battle. Both Gloriana and the Zeal watched on with varying degrees of awe as Vase literally grew in size. His glow and his presence became a lot more pronounced as his true form started to become visible again. Vase stopped just before he had reached the height of a typical light mech. If he went too far, then he would lose a lot of fine control, which was detrimental to his purpose. Vase moved a bit to make sure that his stretched vac-suit remained intact. Once he became satisfied with his new condition, he picked up the giant-sized painting tools and began to perform his meticulous craft. What was special about his approach was that he did not paint by himself. Instead, he opened up his mind to Ilvain and enabled the design spirit to descend onto his mind. An air of sacredness started to get mixed into Ves's glow. His eyes grew deeper as they seemed to see the future as well as the present. Vase purposefully put himself into a less cognizant mindset. He deliberately lowered his awareness so that his conscious thinking process did not dominate his mind anymore. Instead, he gave plenty of room for Ilvain to take root and exert his own purpose. The two had entered into a magical state of cooperation. The design network started to convey a lot of confusing and illogical thoughts to Gloriana. The stuff that was taking place in Ves's mind in his current state was so disorienting that it was already driving her mad. Mao. Alexandria forcibly shut down the design network in order to save Gloriana from her husband's latest bout of insanity. Vase did not really care about the cessation of the design network. It wasn't necessary anymore as he was much more intent on joining hands with Ilvain at the moment. In his self-imposed fugue, Vase deliberately tried to turn himself into a vessel of Ilvain's intent and vision. As his giant limbs started to move the paintbrush with slow and delicate motions, the surface of the nearly completed heavy artillery mech started to gain a bit of color. It soon became clear that his plan was working. Vase retained just enough cognizance to retain his excellent skills and personal art style. Ilvain meanwhile gained the capability to direct Vase to paint certain symbols and images based on his current foresight. The design spirit had opened himself up to the currents of time, allowing him to gain random images of different events that may or may not take place in the future. Ilvain subsequently tried to induce Vase into transforming these ephemeral visions into a concrete illustration that would solidify these future glimpses. Vase and Ilvain literally turned the Zeal into a canvas that immortalized these random visions in the form of art. The significance of their cooperative actions was deep and profound. Even Gloriana managed to feel that the two were conducting a sacred and unknowable ritual due to the resonance they evoked from the environment. The longer they worked, the more E-energy radiation began to pump into the freshly painted symbols and vistas. It was as if the universe itself had chosen to bless these prophetic visions. Chapter 5643 Another Virtue 5643 Another virtue. The zeal in its current state was not a particularly crucial or important mech. Vase could have decided to update the zeal to Mark III specifications with only minor cosmetic changes in order to distinguish the living mech from his standard counterparts. However, it was not in his nature to slack off and take it easy. The moment a work assignment turned into a routine was the moment that Vase would begin to lose his touch as a mech designer. Every serious attempt at fabricating or upgrading a mech compelled him to do better. There were many ways in which he could improve his work and increase the quality of the final result. This time, Vase decided to take advantage of this occasion to conduct a radical experiment and see whether he could gain proof of one of his recent theories. When Vase came up with the unusual idea of letting his consciousness take a backseat and allowing Ilvain to direct his body to produce art, he did not think about the outcome of this crazy move. He did not dare to set any hopes or expectations on how the exterior of the zeal might look after he had ended the cooperative art session. Vase wanted the output to fully reflect Ilvain's vision instead of his own. The only influence he wanted to exert over the end results was to make it look professional and aesthetically pleasing enough to pass muster. After all, there was a huge difference between seeing a potential future timeline and conveying it to people in the present. The very act of divining the future might not even be a visual process to begin with. A lot of stuff went lost in translation, so no prophecy could possibly describe a possible future event with total accuracy. Vase did not mind that, and neither did Ilvain. When both of them had joined forces to perform a single united purpose, they did not attempt to recreate any photorealistic images. Not only was the chance of including inaccuracies in the painted images a lot greater, but it would also take an excessive amount of time to add so much detail. Vase and Ilvain instead began to generate more abstract and symbolic works of art across the surface of the zeal. The Transcendent Punisher Mark III design was huge. Its surface area was enormous, even if much of it was broken up into a lot of different angles. However, that did not stop the two extraordinary individuals from making good use of their complicated canvas. At certain times, Vase slowed down and made a lot of precise strokes with a thinner brush in order to add detail when necessary, but also sped up and made a lot of faster strokes whenever it was expedient. As their cooperative progressed, Gloriana had been reduced to a bystander. She watched with an increasing degree of confusion as all kinds of strange images and indecipherable ideograms started to cover the previously clean surface of the mech. Much to her relief, the increasingly more dense and all-encompassing artwork did not cause the zeal to look too messy and cluttered. Though the abundance of artwork across the surface of its mech frame definitely caused the machine to lose its freshness, the Ilvainen mech gained more and more majesty in the process. With each completed illustration, the zeal took another step away from his origin as a standard Transcendent Punisher Mark III and fleshed out his own unique identity. There was no going back from this. Out of all of the Transcendent Punishers to exist to this date, only the zeal had been blessed with the art and vision of both the Great Prophet and the Bright Martyr. The living mech became ecstatic at what was happening. The machine possessed enough intelligence and awareness to know that Ilvain and his progenitor had teamed up to turn his very surface into a metal tapestry of all sorts of mysterious prophecies. The incredibly faithful mech did not even want to enter into battle anymore after this. The zeal simply could not bear the thought of aliens desecrating the sacred images through their foul attacks. The zeal needed to take the place of the older mech that bore the same name. More people deserved to see and interpret the sacred prophecies that Ilvain had generously made available to the people living in the present. As Vase and Ilvain finally started to wind down as they had managed to cover much of the surface of the zeal with their exceptional artwork, their fused state slowly started to wind down. Ilvain had expended a considerable amount of energy to cast his vision further and wider this time. The design spirit did not set any limits or parameters to where his future sight might take him, allowing him to grasp a lot of glimpses of important turning points in a timeline that had not yet come to pass. This caused the subjects and the meaning of his prophecies to become incredibly diverse. The subject matter, the approximate time period and the overall message were all different. As Vase gradually regained his awareness, he did not stop to admire his artistry but immediately moved to put the final touch on his latest upgrade project. He shrank his body down to its normal human proportions and quickly donned his usual outfit again. He then proceeded to enter the cockpit and retrieve a gem that he had already picked out beforehand. It had been difficult for him to narrow down his choice. There were several gems produced by Lucky that seemed apt for the Zeal. For example, the Doom of Remy seemed like a good option to Vase. Its description explicitly mentioned a failed prophet, which immediately caused Vase to associate this older gem with Ilvain. However, its effect was only effective at close range, which meant that it was only suitable for melee mechs. Vase finally settled on a heavenly gem that he had recently obtained. Final Sacrifice. The sacrificial intent of a true ideologue is contained within this gem. When fully charged, it allows a mech to generate a large weapon construct that can fire a single full-powered energy attack that can bypass all energy barriers and disintegrate all matter. Vase almost did not choose it because Sacrifice was a distinctly different Ilvain virtue from Zeal. However, the effect and theme fit the living mech far too well for Vase to dismiss this powerful heavenly gem as a choice. There was no rule that stated that Ilviananes were only allowed to exemplify a single virtue. It should be natural for the more devoted and earnest among them to exhibit all 6 virtues. This prompted Vase to go through with his decision without engaging in too many doubts and second thoughts. He carefully brought out a black gem that sparked with random flashes of light. Vase greatly suspected that this heavenly gem encapsulated some of the remnant power and energy of the Dustweaver's sacrificial attack. The power of this gem had to be exceptional, but that made it even more important to put it in the right mech. Vase initially planned to reserve it for a melee mech or a more versatile machine that did not wield any heavy ranged weapons. After all, the Final Sacrifice purportedly enabled a mech to gain a single-use molecular disintegrator for free. However, his plans could not keep up with the changes. When faced with a powerful heavy artillery mech that could mount the enormous Devora cannon and could borrow the power of Emma, he just had to pair the living mech up with the Final Sacrifice. As Vase allowed the Zeal to absorb the exceptionally powerful gem, he already began to feel the immediate changes induced by the machine. All the prophetic artwork applied to the exterior of the Zeal had caused the living mech to become more sacred and holy in ways that Vase could not describe. The blessed artworks that mysteriously generated a subtle form of resonance with the universe, causing them to draw in energies that reminded Vase of divination and other related concepts. The point was that the appearance and the feel of the Zeal had definitely caused the living machine to gain an undeniably sacred and even holy demeanor. Yet from the moment that Vase inserted his heavenly gem, the Zeal's aura quickly started to change in ways that caused it to gain a more ominous accent. The previously positive and upright demeanor of the Zeal steadily began to shift into a more negative and gloomy impression. Though the exceptional heavy artillery mech still retained his sacred character, the machine no longer felt as inspiring as before. Instead, the Zeal had turned into an existence that was made to warn others of the grim tidings ahead. Vase grew relieved when he confirmed that the drastic change in demeanor did not upset the Zeal or change his nature in an unacceptable manner. He actually appreciated the shift. It not only added a lot of flavor to his work, but also complemented the living mech's role as an overpowering offensive mech even more. The Zeal actually began to show a slightly greater resemblance towards the legendary Ragnarok. Just like the famous god Mech, the Zeal was able to mount a super heavy cannon that could fire a hugely destructive projectile blessed with the power of destruction. While the damage potential of these two artillery-oriented mechs diverged enormously from each other, the Zeal still had a lot of room for growth. It was not impossible for the Zeal to grow step by step until he became a god mech that was just as powerful as the current iteration of the Ragnarok. Vase even had a hunch that he would definitely be responsible for turning the Zeal into an impressive god mech, but he did not dare to entertain this notion for too long. Arrogance was the step towards disappointing his expectations for the future. He needed to retain his sense of awe and humility in order to earnestly work towards a better future. As Vase floated outside of the cockpit of his latest completed work, the Zeal had already begun a process that Ilvain had already prophesied in advance. "We have made another masterwork mech," Gloriana said in a distracted tone. Strangely enough, neither Vase nor his wife showed that much interest towards the masterwork transformation that mysteriously elevated the quality of the Zeal well beyond the threshold. Even if Vase did not add the final sacrifice to the Zeal, the heavy artillery mech still would have become a masterwork. What he did was just a cherry on top. The heavenly gem added a powerful accent to the Ilvain mech and caused him to develop an even more unique identity than before. As the enormous heavy artillery mech rose to a new level of craftsmanship, Vase became slightly concerned whether his odd actions in the heavenly gem might cause the zeal to attract another spontaneous lightning storm. Fortunately, the radical upgrade attempt did not cross any significant taboos this time. The weather outside of D&D base remained completely clear and normal. Once the lengthy masterwork transformation had finally run its course, the zeal had finally completed his extensive rebirth. I am the light of faith, and the messenger of doom. An inner fire seemed to burn inside the spiritual foundation of the zeal. The living Mech experienced a profound moment that caused him to grow a lot more powerful all of a sudden. That definitely attracted Ves's attention. He originally thought that all of the work done to the zeal would cause him to incur damage to his spiritual foundation, but instead the opposite took place. The most concrete manifestation of this improved strength was that the Third Order living Mech suddenly gained a whole bunch of Ascension runes. The powerful boost was incredibly significant, because Vase had never witnessed a moment where an existing Mech could obtain so many Ascension runes in the workshop as opposed to the battlefield. Chapter 5644 Forbidden Glimpses 5644 Forbidden Glimpses. As the masterwork transformation slowly came to an end, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Each time we make a plan, you always find a way to break it. You have outdone yourself, Vase. The association recently decided to reduce the MTA merits awarded to you for each successfully completed masterwork Mech. After all, we have already obtained enough observations of their common properties, so your subsequent masterworks are unlikely to hold much empirical value. This is different. Vase and Gloriana turned around to face Jovi, who had quietly teleported inside the private Mech workshop from the Tarask up in orbit. Neither of the two Larkinson Mech designers showed any surprise at his arrival. He was bound to come after the successful formation of any masterwork Mech, let alone a machine that looked as unusual as the upgraded Zeal. While the living Mech basked in his powerful upgrade and his newest mission, the three Mech designers struggled to figure out what had happened. As Vase, Gloriana and Jovi took a deeper look at the Zeal, they clearly expressed more interest towards the prophetic visions on the surface than the technical merits of the Mechs. It couldn't be helped. Even though the Transcendent Punisher Mark III was absolutely a potent transphasic hyper-mech, the many vague and bizarre illustrations that Vase had spontaneously painted by obeying Ilvain's instructions might hold even greater meaning. Gloriana frowned a bit as she tried to make sense of the prophetic visions that clearly overshadowed her latest masterwork Mech. She understood why Vase and Jovi developed a fascination towards the illustrations. Through the mysterious ritual conducted by Vase and his design spirit, the prophetic visions seemed to gain extraordinary weight. The E-energies gradually pouring into them seemed to validate the events depicted by the images and protected them to an extent. It conveyed the impression that the prophecies foretold by all of the spontaneous artworks somehow managed to resonate with a far greater power than the likes of Ilvain. Perhaps a normal Mechers might dismiss all of these manifestations as tricks or superstitious stagecraft, but Jovi was different. He knew Vase well and was open-minded enough to consider the theory that much if not all of these strange visions may come to pass one day. The biggest reason why Jovi was willing to take this possibility into account was because he happened to possess a certain degree of comprehension towards future probabilities. His companion spirit dove out of head and stared at the freshly upgraded masterwork Mech with a mixture of awe and dread. The eye of Providence sensed that the Mech had touched upon so many different destinies that the translucent floating eyeball shuddered in fear the more it looked at the painted illustrations. ZSSS's. The ability to see more than ordinary people was both a blessing and a curse. Right now, Hovi's companion spirit apparently started to see stuff that it could not bear at its current level of strength. The large eyeball flew back as if it had suffered a nasty physical blow. The eye of Providence quickly turned around and dove back into the sanctity of Hovi's mind. Vase, the raw senior Mech designer, spoke up with wide eyes. This heavy artillery Mech contains images that depict beings of immense power. I do not know everything about divination, but even I can deduce that such an act cannot be done without suffering the consequences. Frankly speaking, I do not know why you and your design spirit managed to get away with this all without suffering an enormous backlash along the way. What dynamic duo had done had been extraordinarily dangerous in hindsight. The great prophet freely cast his sight in the future without any direction or constraints. The bright martyr dared to record all of these dangerous visions in a permanent form across his metal canvas. In short, both of them had violated so many taboos that they should have already gotten struck down by at least several of the powerful beings that they had unknowingly offended. Yet, nothing happened. Vase received constant updates from the control center of D&D base. No alien invaders had magically teleported on site in order to flatten the entire place. No lightning storm had spontaneously formed in the skies in order to annihilate everything with the power of ultimate destruction. No majestic true god afflicted Vase and Ilvain with an unstoppable curse that caused them to suffer an agonizing death. Nothing. It was as if Vase and Ilvain had just teamed up to produce a lot of childish scribbles that shouldn't be tied to anything of significance. Yet the sense of ritual and the subtle resonance evoked by the end results were no illusions. They were very real, so everyone in the workshop had to account for the possibility that the prophetic visions had a basis in reality. Of course, Vase still remained skeptical. Even if he was one of the chief culprits behind these images, he did not believe that they could all become true. This was too absurd of a possibility. Before we take a closer look at what Ilvain and I have actually made, I would like to caution you all to not read too much into them. He warned, according to my own theories, Ilvain does not foresee a single future timeline that will definitely come to pass. Instead, I think he is able to glimpse a range of many different possibilities. At most, he may be able to divine a couple of the more probable future outcomes based on present developments. That does not rule out that lower probability events may occur that can completely derail a future outcome. Jovi concurred with Vase. I do not have access to any proof that can back up or dismiss your theories, but prophecies may also be subject to the observer's paradox. Gloriana furrowed her brows. You may be correct on that, but that does not invalidate the reference value of prophecies. For example, one of them can foretell a possible ambush of a god pilot that will lead to his or her death. Even if it is implausible for a god pilot to be fooled into a trap, we can still make a lot of useful observations from the assets brought out by the aliens. Maybe they have developed a devastating new weapon to serve as their trump card, or maybe they have secretly cooperated with the Cosmopolitans to augment ancient phase whales with human technology. She made a good point. The actual outcomes may or may not be reliable, but every painted image could convey a lot of useful clues that did not seem valuable at first. Of course, the premise to this was that the prophetic visions were reasonably accurate. If there was a large possibility that Vase had misinterpreted the guidance from Ilvain, then that would make the illustrations a lot less reliable. With these thoughts in mind, the three mech designers hovered into the air and faced the rear of the heavy artillery mech. As a six-legged machine that was designed to bear weapons as large as the Devora cannon, the surface area of a Transcendent Punisher Mark III was enormous. Even if much of the surface was broken up by a lot of curves and sharp angles, the large mech still featured more than enough space for Vase to paint a lot of coherent images on reasonably flat or gently curved surfaces. All three mech designers immediately froze when they beheld the first prophetic vision. It depicted a grand ceremonial hall that was clearly of alien make. Two groups of beings dressed in their most formal and resplendent wear stood on opposite sides of each other. Numerous representatives of each side had moved forward and were on the cusp of shaking their hands. The sight reminded Vase of his most recent treaty signing. Though the occasion was a lot smaller and not as formal, the air of ceremony and the joining of two distinctly different groups were remarkably familiar. This is a formal treaty signing of the highest specifications of our civilization. Jovi sharply said, "This painting is too broad and wide for me to determine the identities of human leaders, but I can roughly guess who they may be based on various clues. At the very least, all four major human groups are represented. The Red Association, the Red Fleet, the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact have all sent their respective figureheads to sign the treaty in person on behalf of our collective civilization." Though Vase was unable to recall many of the messy and jumbled thoughts and emotions transmitted by Ilvain at the time, he still retained vague echoes of what he tried to make. He intuitively felt that Jovi was right. Gloriana on the other hand focused on the other side of this treaty signing ceremony. "Are those aliens?" "Yup," Vase confirmed. "Even if they only look like painted sticks or blobs from this perspective, it is still easy enough to infer their races. One of them is clearly a Nunzer. The other is an Orvan. The one to the side is an Archi, and that final blob makes me feel that it is a Zamile. A Zamile. We have yet to encounter a single member of their race as far as I recall." Gloriana frowned. "We'll probably encounter them soon enough. Their core territories are located a bit further away from this corner of the dwarf galaxy, so they are a bit late in coming. Once they show up, a lot of human forces will get introduced to this slime race." The Zamile race basically consisted of sentient slimes. Red humanity might not have encountered this bizarre race themselves, but the other alien races possessed detailed records about their kind. Apparently, the Xianxias employed both conventional technology and biotechnology. They were not known for being innovators, and their technological development was not as strong as that of the Puelmers. However, the Xianxias had become particularly good at making the most out of the tech and resources they had. They were efficient and were known to defeat more powerful forces with less resources at their disposal. This indicated that the slime race possessed a level of cunning and thoughtfulness that the humans did not want to face. What mattered now was that the first prophetic image painted by Vase and Ilvain somehow depicted a possible future where red humanity and a bunch of native aliens got together. Gloriana began to puzzle over another question. Are humans signing a peace treaty or an alliance treaty? There was an important distinction between the two. One simply mandated both sides to stop fighting. The other compelled the two sides to join forces. I don't know. Vase shrugged. I have a vague sense of the title of this artwork. I have a feeling that it should be called the meeting of races, but that doesn't say what the different races plan to do once they meet. I guess that either possibility may happen. I am leaning towards an alliance treaty. Jovi thoughtfully said, in an event as important as this, you would expect that the aliens would send one representative of every race. Yet now that both sides are on the cusp of signing the treaty, the majority of the 13 major alien races are absent. Of course, you can't expect the Vorabugs to be present, but where are the Puelmers? Where are the phase whales? You would at least expect them to be present if the treaty is meant to bring an end to the Red War, but since they are absent, it is highly likely that they object to the agreement. That did not completely discount the possibility that this event was centered around the signing of a peace treaty, but Jovi still made a good point. Have the Cosmopolitans succeeded? Gloriana wondered. That was a distressing thought. The meeting of races was a prophetic vision that would probably make any cosmopolitan pleased to the point of ecstasy. Chapter 5645 Precrime 5645 Precrime Vase did not know what to make of the meeting of races. On the one hand, it foretold a possible and maybe even likely future where the Red War did not lead to the annihilation of red humanity. That was already a cause for celebration, but how much did red humanity have to sacrifice in order to negotiate an end to a conflict or the start of a new multiracial cooperation agreement? Vase actually felt a bit skeptical about this future possibility. He knew that General Axelar Strian and Gaia were cooking up a grand plan to heist the home planet of a major alien race. There was a distinct possibility that their ultimate goal may be the ancestral home planet of the Orvan race. After all, the Orvans resembled humans the most, so their home planet should be a lot more compatible as well. If the Terran Alliance managed to pull off this explosive grand heist, then the Orvans would develop such an irreconcilable hatred towards humanity that they would never agree to end the war. However, if that scenario was not entirely guaranteed to come to pass, Vase ultimately shook his head and did not dare to think too much in this direction. He needed to follow his own advice and stop himself from trying to read too much into dubious and unreliable clues. As grand as this occasion may appear, do you have the impression that the two sides are happy to sign this treaty? Jovi asked. I thought that the sense of gloom and discomfort came from the zeal as opposed to this artwork. Gloriana skeptically responded, that is partially true, but now that I think about it, I don't think I tried to depict a happy occasion. Vase mentioned as he tried to recall his mind state at the time of making this work. I get the feeling that both sides are under pressure. The likely explanation for that is that they may be forced to come together in order to confront a common threat that either of the two sides cannot defeat by themselves. That sounded like a much more plausible reason to form an alliance between red humanity and at least a few of the major alien races. The group of mech designers moved on to a simpler but considerably more darker image painted on a smaller surface. Vase had utilized a lot of black and gray paints to make all of the ragged brush strokes. The resulting painting roughly depicted a grim older man holding a pistol against the head of a younger man that was kneeling on the floor in utter defeat. Gloriana immediately became on edge. The prophetic image offended her in a way that prompted her to take it a lot more seriously. Is that your Amastandira? It kind of looks like it. Vase admitted. The white and golden colors stood out too much from the rest of the image. Even though the detail level is not too high, I am pretty sure the gun that I have painted has a different design. I may have broken down and rebuilt the Amastandira from the ground up. It's a horribly outdated laser pistol by this time, but it still contains a few pieces of good tech that I can build upon. I always intended to upgrade it, but only after I became a first-class mech designer. That means that the figure holding the gun is likely you. His wife concluded, "The question is who you are executing. Your art style in this image leaves much to be desired. How little time did you spend on it? I cannot discern any facial details at all. Even the clothes are engulfed in shadow." This was clearly a dark scene. Vase actually felt he had done a great job at conveying the overall dark and depressing atmosphere of this prophetic vision. Yet when Vase thought about who the person holding the gun might be trying to execute, his expression suddenly dropped. For whatever reason, Gloriana immediately picked up on his change of mood. "You know, I think I do. The title that I have associated with this artwork is pretty unambiguous in this regard. Don't read too much into it. This is only a possible future. I will not like the answer." Gloriana guessed in a flat tone. "Yes, but this is anything but a guaranteed outcome. The observer's paradox alone means that the future can still be changed. Now that we have received forewarning, we can purposefully take action to lower the probability of this event from ever occurring. Tell me the truth, Vase. Do not lie. I can tell if you do. What is the title of this work?" Filicide. That was an unusual word to say the least. Pretty much no one in their orbit used this word in normal parlance. Jovi instantly looked up this word in his internal dictionary. Filicide. Noun. The act of killing one's son or daughter. I believe this is a case of killing a son, as the human figure kneeling on the ground in defeat clearly looks masculine. That predictably caused the only woman to explode. "What? I knew it. I knew this painting would break my heart. How could you, Ves? How could you kill our own child? Why are you so cruel and heartless to shoot one of our precious babies in the head? Are you so full of yourselves that you are unable to forgive the son that you have raised in your own arms? Calm down, honey." Vase innocently raised his arms. "You know I would never do such a thing. Don't talk to me as if I have already done it. I don't know how far in the future this event takes place, but a lot has clearly happened for such an execution to become remotely plausible. Pre-crime is a fantasy, not a real phenomenon. My baby, Marvane. What has Marvane possibly done to deserve this punishment? He is just a mech designer in this future. The man holding the gun is not necessarily me, you know. Even if he is, there is no certainty that the kneeling figure is Marvane." Vase retorted, "We can still have other children, you know. There may be other sons that have misbehaved for one reason or another. In fact, the victim may not even be one of our children. He may be one of our grandsons or distant descendants." Not even Jovi believed in the latter. The emotions poured into this artwork suggests a strong emotional bond between father and son. This is an act of extreme desperation and necessity. It is unlikely that the two family members have a passing familiarity with each other. You have depicted these emotions in a beautiful manner despite the brief amount of time you spent on making it. Your work deserves to be put in a museum. Vase got betrayed by his own art. Childkiller. I should take Marvane away from you right away. Even my daughters may be in danger from you one day. If you are depraved enough to kill your son in the future, then my precious baby girls are no less safe in your presence. It took a lot of effort and a bit of time for Vase and Jovi to calm down the hysterical mother. It was more than understandable for Gloriana to go nuts at the very possibility that her husband might kill one of their own children one day, but this was such a spurious scenario in the far future that it was excessive to believe that it was already set in stone. Treating Vase as a child killer at this time was as absurd as spending trillions of MTA credits worth of handbags and other extravagant luxuries based on his probable income 100 years later. Though Gloriana's distressed emotions had gained primacy for a time, her rationality eventually resurfaced just enough to calm her down. She agreed with Vase not because she agreed with her arguments, but she had to believe that determinism did not exist in order to make room for a possibility where her cute little boy would be saved from getting killed by his own cruel and merciless father. I will keep a much closer eye on you and Marvane. Do not test my patience. Gloriana warned with narrowed eyes. Vase looked helpless as he could not shake off his wife's intense suspicion and paranoia. I love Marvane as much as Aurelia and Andraste. Family is the most important thing to me. You know I would never harm my own flesh and blood. Either this is a case of a mistaken identity, or a lot of stuff happened that caused us to deviate too far from our current selves. At the very least, the remote possibility that this future may come to pass is a wake-up call for all of us. We need to work even harder to restrain ourselves and prevent us from ever losing sight of what is important. They took one last look at this tragic artwork before they moved away. Vase had one more thought as he bid goodbye to this awful prophetic vision. Though Gloriana assumed that the son, was Marvane. Vase was not so certain about this identification. There was still a possibility that he and his wife might decide to complete their set and have 2 more sons in the next couple of years. Vase couldn't help but think back on Ilvain's recent prophecy about his possible second son. This caused him to feel more upset, because the design spirit's annoying prophecies had started to distort his perception of his children when nobody was at fault. Nothing happened yet, but Ilvain already made a number of predictions that did not foretell anything good about a child that had yet to be born. Anyway, all 3 mech designers were eager to wash away the bad associations generated by filicide and eagerly observed the 3rd major image. Jovi looked intrigued. If the previous image was zoomed in to a personal level, then this one has zoomed out to the point where we are looking at a galaxy from top down. This is the Red Ocean, Gloriana stated. The red nebulas and the approximate size and shape of the dwarf galaxy are unmistakable. The density and the positioning of the stars also match up to the current star map. At the very least, this snapshot is taken within a couple of centuries at most if we account for stellar drift and other factors that change over time. There's a big difference between the current map of the dwarf galaxy and this. Vase pointed out the obvious. Half of the stars are engulfed in a cloud of darkness. They're not even glowing anymore. I can't tell whether those stars have literally been snuffed or if the obscured side of the red ocean have fallen under the control of a dark power. Either possibility sounded frightening to Vase. What is the name of this piece? His wife asked. The Black Tide. That certainly sounds ominous. There are strong indications that the remaining prophetic visions will not be much better. Jovi shared one of his thoughts. I can perceive a definite pattern in these works. Vase had been having this feeling as well. It did not help that the Zeal had become extra gloomy and fatalistic after absorbing the powerful final sacrifice gem. However, he only added the gem after he and Ilvain produced all of these illustrations, not before. The order was wrong, or was it? Had Ilvain somehow known that the Zeal would be a mech steeped in negativity, and therefore orient his predictions towards visions of doom and disaster? Vase inwardly shook his head. This was too complicated. He shouldn't let all of the implications of these prophecies overwhelm his cognition. No matter what may or may not come to pass, he firmly believed that only he was the master of his own destiny. No one else was allowed to dictate his future. Chapter 5646 Visions of Doom. 5646 Visions of Doom. The Black Tide foretold a grim future for the Red Ocean. Fully half of the dwarf galaxy had fallen under a tide of darkness. Whether this tide was a literal or a metaphorical depiction, no one could tell. Not even Vase was all too clear about the exact meaning of this artwork. The side that has fallen under darkness also encompasses all of the territories that are currently claimed by red humanity. Jovi remarked. It is not too difficult to guess that we may be the biggest losers in this future outcome. Vase started to look doubtful. It doesn't have to be. Since human-occupied space is so deep in this tide of darkness, it may depict the explosive expansion of human civilization across the Red Ocean. Don't you think this state looks awfully similar to the current state of the Milky Way galaxy? The Black Tide may in fact show a possible future outcome where red humanity has come to dominate half of the new frontier. Somehow, neither Gloriana nor Jovi believed in this alternative interpretation. It sounds possible, but implausible. Jovi judged. The current patterns set by these illustrations convey negative outcomes. I do not think that the Black Tide is meant to reassure human viewers. Maybe you're right. Prophecies can be regarded as early warnings of sorts, so getting a glimpse of a future calamity is not necessarily a bad thing for us. The only problem I have with this work is that it is a redundant warning. Anyone clever enough could determine without too much effort that red humanity was already in a bad place. If people did not fight against the aliens hard enough, they would almost certainly get wiped out along with the rest of red humanity. No matter whether it was the indigenous aliens from the Red Ocean or the extragalactic visitors from Messier 87, the dangers were very real. Perhaps the only value of the Black Tide was showing the portions of space that might be spared from this vague calamity. Vase most definitely recorded the image in his cranial implant so that he knew where he should run to if there was any possibility that this event might happen in reality. Since an image like this did not really convey a lot of useful details, the group of mech designers did not stay for long and looked at the 4th prophetic vision that Vase happened to paint on one of the largest flat surfaces of the Zeal. Gloriana looked a lot more appreciative at this time. This is your best image yet. The level of detail is much higher, and I can see you have invested a considerable amount of time to accurately depict the dimensions of the subjects. They deserve it. As a mech designer, it would be an actual crime for me to do less than my best in depicting the majesty of these god mechs. The fourth image actually depicted not one, but several god mechs in combat. There was no way that the three mech designers could mistake the iconic god mechs. They all happened to look familiar to them, so the prophetic vision clearly did not take place too far in the future. Vase had painted each and every god mech at such good angles and in such great detail that viewers could even distinguish individual modules and other surface features. Though the god mechs did not look the same as they did during Operation Night Jazz, the differences could be chalked up to technological upgrades that improved the performance of the powerful machines but preserved their essence. This is interesting, Gloriana said. For whatever reason, the Geneforger, the Heartpiercer and the Ultimate Controller have joined forces to fight against a singular powerful foe. I would have thought that this should be an issue that only concerns the Red Association, but the Spacelock has chosen to contribute despite the fact that he hails from the Rubarthan Pact. That is because the threat they are fighting against likely poses a threat to all of Red humanity, not just the Mechers. Vase guessed. Jovi meanwhile fell silent as soon as he glimpsed the powerful opponent that the god mechs struggled to contain. Vase, I know this question is redundant, but I have to ask in order to be absolutely certain. When you painted this illustration, did you or Ilvain ever purposefully alter or deviate the depiction of the opponent of these god mechs? No way, I have far more integrity than that. When I had joined forces with Ilvain, we both sought to translate the future glimpses into a fixed form without injecting our biases or preferences. I can't claim that this depiction is totally objective, but I can personally promise you that I did not attempt to lie or push a particular agenda. Jovi let out a tired sigh. I know, but thank you for answering. The esteemed individuals that I am in contact with are not as familiar with you, so the reassurances that you have given are not redundant. Even though Jovi never said anything about this until now, Vase already had a strong feeling that his impromptu art session had attracted attention from very high places. He bet that at least two of the distant onlookers consisted of a star designer and a god pilot. Though Vase felt it was a bit absurd for them to take the results of his improvised art session so seriously, this was not the first time he pulled off an extraordinary feat. There was a high likelihood that a bunch of Tier 1 galactic citizens were frantically trying to interpret his prophetic visions as if they might actually come true. Vase tried his best not to let that pressure him too much. Whatever the case, Vase had already done the deed. It was up to other people to determine what they thought about his work. The reason why Jovi and the people behind him had become so concerned about this image was because the adversary that occupied a central position in this piece happened to be another, God Mech. However, the subject in question looked like it had gone through a lot of changes since last time. Did you run out of bright paint over the course of making this artwork? Jovi asked. Of course not. Our workshop is so well stocked that it is impossible to run out of colors to paint. The reason why Jovi asked such a stupid question was because he rejected the most obvious interpretation. The enemy that the evolution witch, the huntsman and the spacelock fought against was the first flame. Or at least a corrupted version of the oldest and most powerful god pilot in the Red Ocean. During Operation Night Jazz, the first flame demonstrated absolute dominance by transforming his god mech into a massive flaming bird-like creature. This time, the phoenix had made a return, but the mythical creature manifestation looked a lot more evil than before. Its previously bright flames became a lot darker and more ominous. Pure malice radiated from the brilliantly detailed flames that made up the angry manifestation. What is the name of this piece? The Suppression of the Dark Phoenix. Quote. Jovi did not respond to this. His mouth remained shut and his expression remained impassive. The subject of this prophetic vision alarmed people at the highest level. If there was any truth to this depiction, then those leaders had to take as much action as necessary to prevent a scenario where the first flame might actually turn against his fellow human brothers. Vase had a strong hunch about what was going on in this image, but he did not dare to voice his thoughts for fear of offending one or multiple god pilots. It would be stupid for Vase to get on the bad side of the first flame. He just had to trust that the Mechers were smart and decisive enough to take this warning seriously and take real action to prevent this possible doom scenario from ever occurring. No one spoke any further. This was strange, as the remarkable detail of the depictions of the god mechs and the Dark Phoenix could evoke a lot of discussion among the three mech designers. Unfortunately, the image triggered so many taboos that no one was in the mood to talk any further. The three mech designers quickly moved to the next image. Fortunately, the subject matter was not as controversial this time. This is an ancient phase whale. Gloriana described. It is clearly in warp travel. The brush trails clearly convey this impression. However, it is not a living creature. Vase added, can you spot all of the technological modules built across the surface? While they are all too small for us to discern any precise details, their overall aesthetics conform to a human style. Since this work is called the Whale Ark, this is probably an enormous planet-sized ancient phase whale carcass that has been converted into an enormous ark ship. The amount of work required to convert such an immense alien body into a half-biological, half-mechanical starship of enormous proportions was insane. Who was rich and extravagant enough to complete this resource-intensive conversion, and what purpose did the Whale Ark serve? Jovi spoke up this time. There are rumors among higher circles that the Red Fleet is investing resources in a possible contingency plan. If Red humanity's position in the new frontier has become untenable, then we need a way out. It is possible that the fleeters are planning to convert at least one of the relatively intact ancient phase whale carcasses obtained from the recent operation into an ark ship that can preserve much of the essence of our race and civilization. This definitely looked like a superproject that the fleeters would invest in. They loved big ships the most, and this was probably the most feasible way for them to obtain a vessel of unsurpassed proportions without ruining themselves in the process. Nonetheless, the sheer amount of work and resources required to complete such a titanic conversion process was so much that it would probably take decades to complete at the very least. If the black tide ever comes to pass, perhaps we will all be grateful that a massive ark ship like this exists. Vase observed, we just have to make sure we secure enough tickets for ourselves. I bet a ship as exceptional as this is not built to roam the shallow waters of the Red Ocean. This may be the first vessel built by Red humanity that can realistically traverse intergalactic distances. In other words, the Whale Ark may very well be constructed for the purpose of reaching Messier 87 or one of its many orbiting dwarf galaxies. This would truly free Red humanity from the limited confines of their current environment and escape one of the many possible dooms that might befall the Red Ocean. Gloriana frowned. The Whale Ark does not have to depict a scenario where the final survivors of Red humanity must hastily scramble away from the Red Ocean and seek refuge in another galaxy. It may just be a more innocent pioneering ship that is meant to build our civilization's first bridgehead in the periphery of Messier 87. Her guess did sound plausible, but the stylistic choices that Vase had made caused the depiction of the Whale Ark to gain a desperate quality to it. This did not seem like a painting that was meant to inspire pride and awe in this grand feat of human naval engineering. Jovi made another observation. There are no markings or symbols on the visible surface of the hull that can identify the name of the ark ship. It is also unclear who exactly is in control of the vessel. It could be the fleeters, or a coalition of human powers. It may just be a single fleet or faction among the fleeters that have occupied the ark ship. Perhaps the Whale Ark was built in haste. Gloriana threw out a guess. Her construction had to be rushed in order to give these people enough time to escape from a calamity that would soon befall the Red Ocean. Or, the fleeters gave up on our resistance against the enemies that stand against Red humanity. Vase made a more ominous guess. Do you think it is plausible that the fleeters would just give up at the first sign that Red humanity will lose the Red War? That was a profoundly dishonorable act, and represented a betrayal of the highest order. Yet, no one could rule out this possibility either. Those cowardly bastards. Chapter 5647 Manipulative Guidance 5647 Manipulative Guidance. The zeal had taken on a whole other meaning. It was no longer just a masterwork version of the Transcendent Punisher Mark III. The so-called finishing touches that Vase had applied to the Mech at the end completely transformed the living Mech's value and instantly caused the machine to transcend his own existence. The Mech was still a fantastic fighting machine. Vase had no doubt about that. The addition of the final sacrifice alone guaranteed that it had the power to breach all defenses in a desperate situation. Yet, how could Vase had known that his whimsical idea to paint all kinds of prophetic visions onto the surface of an actual combat Mech could make predictions that possessed so much significance that they could actually shape the future policies of Red humanity? Vase briefly glanced at Jovi. His friend as well as his permanent minder did not act in his current identity at the moment. At this moment, Jovi had become a vessel for the higher-ups of the Red Association. Vase could just feel the gazes of multiple powerful but distant figures paying attention to him, the workshop and most importantly the exterior of the Zeal. On the one hand, It gratified Vase that his work produced an immediate impact that would hopefully give the big shots at the top a little more forewarning of possible disasters on the horizon. On the other hand, he became frightened by how frequently he attracted the attention of all of those big figures without meaning to. He never actually desired to continually attract their attention to him as if he was an electromagnet. This unplanned art exhibition was bound to produce consequences that Vase could not foresee or anticipate. The entire future of red humanity might take a drastically different turn because he couldn't resist the urge to add a bit of additional flair to one of his latest masterwork mechs. Was it for the better, or for the worse? Vase could not quite tell. As he could feel the attention directed towards the visual depictions of different snapshots of possible futures, he began to feel more wary and apprehensive at what sort of interpretations and conclusions drew from his artwork. "What is the matter, Vase?" Jovi asked as he turned away from the whale arc. As the artist and one of the chief individuals responsible for producing these insightful images, you possess a unique insight into their nature and meaning. Your input is of great value. If you have any doubts or concerns, just speak. Vase pressed his lips as he surveyed his gloomy heavy artillery mech once more. "I have been mulling over several concerns that we really shouldn't ignore. I have questions that I cannot find the answer to. For whatever reason, I am wondering whether this is not a coincidence as I have initially thought. What if there is an intelligent force out there that has deliberately driven me to produce all of these strange future glimpses at this moment in time? That caused both Gloriana and Jovi to take Ves's concerns a lot more seriously. We do not have any way of proving or disproving this theory." Gloriana said, "Let me ask you this. Do you think it is a force from the present or the future that has induced you to paint all of these prophetic visions?" Vase shrugged. "I truly do not know, and neither does Ilvain. It could be either or both. What I do know is that trying to divine the futures of God pilots and the fates of trillions of lives is so costly that Ilvain should have suffered a massive backlash before I even made my first brush stroke. Nothing comes for free in this cosmos. Why hasn't anything happened? The only logical answer I can come up with is that another power has paid the cost in our stead." That was a plausible answer, and one that produced a lot of unsettling implications. "You are correct to be wary about the sequence of events that has led to this result," Jovi said in a steady voice. "However, you are not the only person with a head on their shoulders. Rest assured that there are many analysts within the association that are capable of following up on these concerns. Do you have any indication of who may be the party who paid this price?" Vase shook his head. "Not really, but I have a number of possible candidates in mind. For example, the god pilots may have felt my Ilvain's gaze and somehow chose to give him a break." A brief pause ensued before Jovi issued a response. "That has not happened as far as I can say." "Then, maybe they did so in the future timeline where the first flame went rogue." "I do not think that time works in such a fashion." Gloriana frowned. Vase shrugged. "Hey, I am just throwing out possibilities. Who knows whether it might be true? What other guesses do you have, Vase?" "Well, another obvious candidate is the source of E-energy radiation." Vase responded. "Ever since the Red Ocean got displayed to this neighborhood, we have been living under Messier 87's golden light ever since. There are so many ways this supermassive galaxy has affected that I cannot even begin to explain. There may be a possibility that a powerful authority hailing from Messier 87 has nudged Ilvain's predictions along. This is actually the most frightening possibility because there is no way to tell whether that alien power is benign or malicious towards red humanity." That was indeed one of the more frightening possibilities. Red humanity had already received more than enough indications that Messier 87 and its many powerful aliens likely did not intend to reach out with a hand of friendship to the humans. They were just too weak to be worth befriending. What was worse was that humanity occupied a dwarf galaxy that was particularly rich in phase water, which was a strategic exotic that could truly unlock intergalactic travel on a wider scale for any powerful civilization. There was no way that the overpowering aliens of Messier 87 would bother to give any concessions to the weak natives of the Red Oceans. If the heavenly authority of Messier 87 actively colluded with its own native alien civilizations, then directing Vase to paint all of these distressing and concerning visions of doom may be part of a convoluted psychological warfare operation. "It is possible that your concerns may be valued," Jovi slowly said. "That does not mean we should discard your painted works entirely. We are fully aware that the source of these visions may not have any good intentions towards us. It would not be the first time that information has been used to twist people's minds and induce them into taking action that is ultimately detrimental towards themselves. The whale ark, for example, breeds the association that the Red Fleet has already given up on defending our holdings in the Red Ocean. As the only major organization that was highly mobile and nomadic in nature, it was much easier for the fleeters to uproot their lives and abandon the rest of red humanity. They kept to themselves so much that people already started to treat them as distant cousins rather than fellow brothers. Yet was it truly justified to accuse them of the future crime of cutting and running from all of the calamities unfolding in the Red Ocean? Just the fact that the sight of the whale ark could sow further divisions between different groups of red humanity may ultimately benefit the invaders from Messier 87 the most in the end. This scenario has yet to come to pass, Gloriana said with a remarkably sober tone. Vase has yet to kill my baby boy. Knowing that this might happen is not cause for me to divorce my husband and take my children far away from him. It is wrong to let a single warning completely consume my attention and dictate my behavior. It is more reasonable to live our lives as before, but take a number of targeted precautions in order to prepare for the worst. Jovi clapped in approval. Well said, Gloriana. This is our general attitude as well. We cannot let paranoia and excessive fears plunge us in a spiral of self-defeating actions. We must stick to our principles and retain our humanity as much as possible. Let us do our best to foil the intentions of any malicious actor that is seeking to manipulate us into defeating ourselves. Anyone could have induced Ilvain to make so many prophecies of so many powerful beings. Yet with few clues in hand, there was no way to gain any solid answers about their identities and their intentions. Vase therefore shoved his concerns to the back of his mind and tried to view the remaining prophetic visions with a more humble attitude. The sixth major artwork that the group of three paid attention to was a piece of work that evoked a lot more optimism than the other ones. It depicted an active Greater Beander Gate that was disgorging a fleet of different vessels, each of which possessed distinct red human characteristics such as phase water technology and hyper-technology that looked more advanced than anything used in the present. What was surprising about this image was that the Greater Beander Gate was also surrounded by mechs and warships that lacked these distinct features. Combined with several other clues such as the light of the local star and the heavy defensive works surrounding the gate, Vase and the others quickly identified the location where this future event was supposed to take place. That is Marion Ultima, Gloriana gasped. This is the original primary gate system where so many human immigrants have traveled to in order to enter the Red Ocean. Now that our future fleets have returned to Marion Ultima, does that mean that we have successfully regained a channel that can take us to our home galaxy? Though that sounded like good news, neither Vase nor Jovi looked as optimistic about this possible development. I thought that red humanity has already severed all ties with original humanity. Vase spoke. Jovi nodded. That should be the case. We cannot control for more hidden channels, but we still stand by our official stance. The Greater Beander Gate in Bridgehead 1 shouldn't even be able to connect to its counterpart in Marion Ultima before. Even if we disregard the enormous distance, we have already begun the transformation of our own gate. This is an irreversible process. Yet somehow, there was a future timeline where red humanity managed to get back home anyway. Did the Red 2 secretly build up another Greater Beander Gate and hid it somewhere really quiet? This was a realistic possibility. Vase did not ask whether this was the case. He knew better than that. What matters was that returning to the Milky Way galaxy was not as impossible as he thought. That was good news in itself. It at least informed him of another possible escape route. It also generated hope that the two different branches of humanity might be able to resolve their differences and join as one again. However, as Vase continually perceived the sense of doom and gloom from the zeal, he had to take into account that this scenario was not as optimistic as it appeared on the surface. Has red humanity fled from the new frontier in defeat? Vase wondered. Maybe these are the only surviving red humans left. It is unlikely for the Greater Beander Gate on the other side to remain intact if that was the case. Gloriana said, the differences between our two peoples will diverge more and more over time. Jovi carefully stated, once enough time has passed where our civilizations have developed in near complete isolation, we may no longer have the capacity to see each other as a single people and race. Those differences are bound to produce conflicts. What is the name of this painting? The Triumphant Return to the Milky Way. I see. Returning to the Milky Way may not be the triumphant return as the artwork suggested, but there were no clear indications why this was the case. It was not until they viewed the next image that they saw what the red humans might wreak once they returned home. Gloriana immediately looked concerned. Is that old Earth? It looks like it. The continents and other planetary features match up. Vase said, Then why does it look as if it is in the middle of getting blown up from an explosion that originates from its core? Chapter 5648 The First Glimpse 5648 The First Glimpse Everyone who was familiar with the Destroyer of Worlds knew about her penchant of blowing up planets. This was the feat that she was famous for. Though she utilized this capacity only sparingly as resource-bearing planets were too valuable to blow up casually. Nonetheless, the Rubarthans demonstrated little restraint as they eagerly utilized the planet-busting capacity of the Destroyer of Worlds in all kinds of propaganda. Every admirer of the god pilots knew what it looked like when one of the overpowering shells punched through the surface of a terrestrial planet and buried itself deep into the core. Once the supremely empowered shell had taken root in the center of the planet, the resulting blast was so cataclysmically powerful that entire continents and planetary layers sundered apart as the pieces launched out into different directions. The global ruptures and the release of so much magma caused the dying planets to look like a cracked eggshell for a brief moment of time before they no longer resembled any cohesive planetary masses anymore. That was what made the current image so striking. It purportedly showed the instant destruction of the ancestral home planet of the human race. The significance of such a supreme act of interstellar vandalism couldn't be overstated. This was nothing less than a desecration of the human race's most precious heritage. It was a crime that was worse than killing one's own mother. While the vast majority of humans alive today had never set foot on old Earth, let alone come anywhere close to the Sol system, the home planet was still seen as the ultimate mother of their entire race. This made this depiction a lot more unbearable to its current viewers. Vase and the others would not feel so emotional about this prophetic vision if the central subject was any other planet. Vase would not shed too many tears if Davut 7, Bordel 3 or New Constantinople 8 ended up dying after getting struck by the enormous might of the Ragnarok. Yet because the planet just happened to be a planet that occupied a central place in human culture and civilization, he could not dismiss this prophetic vision as easily as he would have liked. The Destroyer of Worlds surely has a good reason to destroy old Earth, correct? Gloriana doubtfully asked. Destroying old Earth should be the absolute last resort for any genuine human. Jovi said in a firm tone. Even if hundreds or thousands of years have passed since the start of the Age of Dawn, red humanity should not have diverged to the point where we have developed strong contempt towards the planet that has spawned and nurtured our race. Be careful, do not let this provocative vision steer your thinking in the wrong direction. Seeing old Earth get blown up like this caused Vase to develop stronger concern towards the secret cooperation between his mother and Divine Irene Mox. In his first real talk with the Destroyer of Worlds, he learned that she and many others had become desperate for power. Just as how the First Flame sought to speed up his cultivation no matter the cost to himself, the Destroyer of Worlds also became desperate enough to contemplate extreme measures to reach the fourth major cultivation rank as soon as possible. There were good reasons why many cultivation methods emphasized stability and steady progress. Trying to take shortcuts that weakened one's foundations and introduced more and more flaws may ultimately produce a backlash that would have devastating consequences for the cultivator. The suppression of the Dark Phoenix showed a possible scenario where the First Flame had pushed himself too far beyond his limits. Was this a cause where the Destroyer of Worlds suffered a backlash in her demonic cultivation and went rogue? This was a possibility that Vase could not dismiss. The planet may appear to be old Earth, but may not be the planet we are all thinking about. Jovi said, there are dozens of highly accurate replicates of our ancestral home planet in the Greater Terran United Confederation alone. No one has yet to create a replica of our home planet in the Red Ocean as far as I am aware of, but that may change in the future. He was right. There was nothing about this image that could definitely prove that the destroyed planet was humanity's home planet in the Milky Way. What if the planet in this prophetic vision was actually the replica of old Earth that General Axelar Strian and Gaia sought to create to further their own ambitions? Though it was still bad for the Destroyer of Worlds to destroy all of their hard work for inexplicable reasons, Divine Irene Mox at least did not have to bear the ultimate crime of breaking humanity's true home planet. There was not enough detail or other distinctive features that could enable viewers to pin down the exact version of Earth that had attracted the ire of the Destroyer of Worlds. The title of this piece isn't particularly helpful either. It is merely called Forced Destruction. That did not really add much context to the image. There was no reason for Vase to linger any longer in front of this piece. He felt distinctly uncomfortable by the subject matter and wanted to get away from this site sooner rather than later. They moved to the 8 major artwork that happened to depict a frozen scene in the middle of a desperate battle. Everyone's expression grew grim and tense as they saw a single god mech trying to fight its way out while being surrounded by over a dozen ancient phase whales. The angle and timing of this shot was almost perfect. It showed the ferocity of the enormous ancient phase whales surrounding the beleaguered god mech. It showed the fury and overwhelming power channeled into the gigantic energy manifestation generated by the Fist of Defiance. It also showed the energy manifestation as well as the underlying god mech suffering heavy blows by alien attacks that were both transphasic and hyper in nature. It is not a secret that the Fist of Defiance becomes stronger whenever he faces greater resistance. Gloriana said, however, it would be absurd for his divinity to grow more powerful without any restraining factors. There has to be a limit to his ability to amplify his combat power. He would have long been sent out to the depths of the Red Ocean so that he could single-handedly defeat the leaders of the Red Cabal. Vase nodded in agreement. I think you're right. I think the Fist of Defiance might not be able to outfight his way out of this scenario. This piece is called the Final Act of Defiance. This is a last stand. I don't know how strong the Invictus can be when it no longer holds back, but the god mech is not fighting against the phase whales of the past anymore. These future alien powerhouses clearly demonstrate spatial abilities that are further empowered by hyper-technology. This was grim but not particularly surprising news. E-energy radiation affected everyone in the Red Ocean. There was no way the phase whales and the other indigenous aliens would be unable to figure out a way to make use of E-energy in their own way. No matter how far behind the native aliens may be in this particular field, the treacherous actions of the cosmopolitans would ensure that the Red Cabal would benefit from a lot of human wisdom in its attempts to leverage E-energy. Therefore, it was very realistic to imagine that a pod of hyper-phase whales might succeed in defeating the Fist of Defiance, especially if he was by himself. Vase grew a bit concerned about this prophetic vision. It showed that the god pilots were not invincible and could still be torn down by overwhelming numbers. Once the Fist of Defiance fell in battle, Red humanity would instantly lose one of its longtime stalwarts and protectors. The ripple effects would be enormous. Not only would Red humanity's defensive line expose a huge gap that could not easily be compensated for, but the loss of morale among the humans would be even more devastating. Naturally, there was no need for Vase to ask whether the Mechers grew concerned about this scene. The Fist of Defiance was one of the staunchest and most important guardians of the Red Association. His fall would hurt the Mechers the most as the sheer difficulty of trying to defeat a god pilot who grew stronger when the odds were stacked against him was a nightmare. The value of the Final Act of Defiance was not quite clear. Since this battle depicted a fight between more than a dozen moon or planet-sized combatants, the detail level was too low to show any distinctive clues that could narrow down the time range of this possible event. Vase simply shrugged as he gave up on trying to derive more clues out of this image. He was sure that the astute and clever Mecher analysts could do a much better job in this regard. There are several more prophetic visions to go until we have seen them all. Gloriana mentioned, let us go through them quickly. I do not know whether I can handle this much longer. The future of our civilization is in peril. Too much can go wrong. If even a couple of these events come true, then that already spells disaster for all of us. Knowing that all of this might actually happen is a different form of torture. Vase wordlessly nodded. They were all being cursed by knowledge once again. Now this is different. What they saw was a magnificent army of powerful alien beings that appeared to be insectal in nature. These insects were clearly sapient, as they positioned themselves in neat rows and formations that spoke of deliberate and conscious direction. The insects showed many individual variations. Their exoskeletons were especially diverse as different exotics and methods of integration caused them to look like characters in a popular virtual reality game that had all dressed themselves up with wildly different cosmetic items. Regardless of their individual expression, there was still a clear order to the formation of this alien army. Their overall sizes and positioning indicated that there was a clear division based on age, caste, subspecies or more. The most central figure looked the most impressive. A bright light exuded from the leading insect organism. The apparent leader figure conveyed so much power and authority that the painting succeeded in conveying a minute portion of her immense powerful but undeniably alien aura. This is similar to Glow. Gloriana gasped. There is no insectal alien species that remotely resembles these aliens in the Red Ocean. Jovi said, the strong and proficient control over E-energy demonstrated by the larger and more imposing alien organisms implies that they are native to a different galaxy entirely. That caused both Vase and Gloriana to widen their eyes. You mean, these may actually be enemies originating from Messier 87? Gloriana almost shrieked. Yes, congratulations. This should be the first time that you have come across a possible depiction of the natives of the regional supermassive galaxy. What is this artwork called, Vase? Insects of Light. Vase replied, I have nothing more to say, other than that I think this race is extremely strong. There is no clear sign of conventional technology in this image. I know, Gloriana, if they are truly natives of an extremely high-energy environment, then they may not have any need for technology like ours. They can already do a lot on their own just by leveraging the huge concentration of E-energy in the environment. Jovi started to look more critically at the image. As much as the extragalactic aliens seem interesting, I am more interested in the context of this scenario. In my eyes, the powerful insectal aliens may have formed an impressive greeting party in order to receive a visitor that demands their respects. Do you see the shadowy figure on the other side of the alien procession? That is clearly a humanoid figure, but the scale of this image is so grand that there are too few details that can allow us to determine his or her identity. All we can see is that the non-insectal visitor is garbed in black. That certainly did not evoke any positive associations. Chapter 5649 Shattered Expectations 5649 Shattered Expectations It was undeniable that the insectal aliens were powerful. They did not appear to possess great physical might, but as natives to a galaxy that was saturated with E-energy, their species had emerged and evolved alongside this powerful force for an innumerable amount of generations. Vase felt that the alien insects may share a greater resemblance to the Alsha race than a tool-based race like humanity. These were amazingly powerful creatures that probably relied on their natural gifts to achieve supremacy as opposed to relying on highly sophisticated external tools. It was difficult to determine the exact power of the individual aliens in the image. Most of them did not appear to be too strong as they primarily served as decoration in this instance. It was the leading alien that generated the greatest amount of concern. Vase was somehow able to integrate a small part of her extraordinary charm in the insects of light. This heavily implied that she was at least as powerful as a true god. However, the prophetic vision ultimately generated far more questions than answers. A single snapshot of the future could only convey a limited amount of information. Though Vase found it incredibly interesting that he was able to get a glimpse of a powerful alien race native to Messier 87 far in advance, it did not actually change his life all that much. So what if there was a powerful race of intelligent insects in the supermassive galaxy? Vase was not able to interact with them in any way so long as he was separated from them by an enormous distance. The image showed far too little about the nature and the properties of these alien insects. Vase had no idea how powerful they were and what abilities they might possess. There was no way for him to develop any specific counters towards their species as their fighting methods were unknown. Let's move on, Vase suggested. Sure. The 10th image was one of the least clarifying images that they had seen so far. Vase had made a lot of hasty brush strokes that vaguely looked like 100 or so upright swords. Each of these swords were in the process of getting cut in half by an extraordinarily powerful sword strike. While the sight looked vaguely impressive, there were no humans or aliens in the scene that could provide any additional context. Gloriana crossed her arms. This is clearly a prophecy centered around Kedis. Can you offer any further clarification, Vase? Not much, honey. All I know is that it is supposed to be called the culling of the Sword Forest. It is a significant act, but why that is the case, I can't say. I do think that the individual who is doing the culling is likely Kedis, but it may just be a high-ranking swordsman Mech. This image was one of the worst as it failed to convey any coherent early warning or message. There was not much for the group of Mech designers to say as the prophetic vision simply did not go out of its way to explain itself to its viewers. Jovi offered his own insight at this time. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Perhaps we are not the target audience of this prophecy. If Kedis is able to see this illustration in person, there is a reasonable probability that she will be able to derive much greater meaning from this simplistic image. That was a plausible theory. Vase intended to wait until the Zeal finally got shipped back to the expeditionary fleet. Once the living masterwork Mech returned to his battle partner, Kedis could easily stop by and take a look before sharing her findings. There were only 3 images left after this one. The next prophetic vision at least had the courtesy of depicting a clear scene. It showed another greater Beander Gate. This one was different from the one in Marion Ultima. The enormous metallic ring had gone through an extensive reconstruction process that significantly altered its functionality and turned it into a tool that was meant to serve red humanity alone. This should have been an inspiring sight if not for the fact that it was very clearly broken. This artwork is called Shattered Expectations. I can see why it has earned this title. The gate has shattered into pieces. Gloriana stated the obvious, and not gently either. Look at all of the scarring. Look at all of the traces of battle damage. A great battle has ensued that finally breached through all of the defensive layers that kept it protected. The enemies who targeted the gate had to defeat a lot of mechs and warships along the way. Look at all of the debris that is floating in the background. Those are very clearly wrecked mecher and fleeter assets, Vase pointed out. I've experienced my fair share of battles. I've learned how to derive a lot of clues by examining the patterns of a debris field. Right now, the sheer quantity of wreckage suggests the enemy targeted the Greater Beander Gate in a frontal attack. It is a pity that I can't identify any debris belonging to the attacking force. There are no obvious remains from alien phase fighters and warships. Jovi had remained quiet at this time as the subject matter of this prophetic vision was highly disturbing. The deep strike plan originally advocated by the Fist of Defiance hinged on the capacity for red humanity to strike at their alien foes where they were weak. Only by wreaking havoc behind enemy lines and forcing the numerically superior major alien races to redeploy much of their warfleets back to defending their hinterland would red humanity be able to gain a lot more breathing room. The shattering of the Greater Beander Gate might not put it out of commission on a permanent basis. Perhaps enough of it remained intact for the Red 2 to put the pieces back together and replace all of the broken parts with fresh ones. However, the delay would be devastating for red humanity as it would probably take years if not decades before it could function again. You have done us a great service, Vase. Jovi eventually spoke up again. This is the most useful and actionable early warning message that we have received. Look at the designs of the warships and mechs. They are too far away from this perspective for us to make out any details, but their color schemes look completely identical to the units currently garrisoned in Bridgehead 1. Look at the intact surface modules of the broken Greater Beander Gate. The one in this image is at a much more advanced stage of transformation than the one that exists in the present. However, I have received word from a reliable source that the gate that you have painted has not yet completed its final phase of reconstruction. It has only reached as far as the penultimate phase. Vase and Gloriana both widened their eyes as they instantly figured out the implications of this piece of information. You mean that you can accurately estimate when this attack is supposed to take place based on the schedule and planning of this enormous makeover project? Yes, Jovi responded with a genuine smile. However, this is only the case if your prophetic vision is accurate and if the reconstruction process has not encountered any unexpected setbacks and delays. It is not 100% certain that anything will happen during the calculated time interval of this surprise attack. Any measures we take to bolster our defenses and transfer additional troops to Bridgehead 1 may produce a butterfly effect where the original attacking force has chosen not to go through with this assault. In that case, we will not be able to gain any definitive proof that this prophetic vision has any basis in reality. Gloriana glumly said. Vase was not as upset about this. No news is good news in this case. No matter whether the reinforcement of Bridgehead 1 turns out to be a wasted action or not, at least the gate will remain intact no matter the outcome. That is what matters the most. Well said. We will speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel about this later. Let us view the remaining two images. The 12th prophetic vision resonated with Vase a lot more. This was because he saw the interior of a church. This was not an ordinary church, however. The tall structure was replete with golden statues and other gilded icons. A huge mass of worshippers attended service at this time. Most of the figures did not attract any attention, but it was the priests and other church personnel that disturbed Vase. Each of them had dressed themselves up in white and golden robes that were topped off with golden cat heads or cat ears. This caused the entire scene to look a lot more absurd. If this was not a clue that a certain ancestral spirit was involved, then the huge statues that clearly depicted the golden cat in a stately manner was definite proof that the Larkinsons were involved one way or another. However, that was not the disturbing part of this image. What truly set Vase off was the fact that there were actual aliens among the crowd. Is that a Nunzer? Gloriana asked in disbelief. Yeah, you can't mistake that large quadruped body shape. That really tall guy over there is probably an Orvan, though I am not entirely sure. Look at that ball shape at the front. If I am not mistaken, that should be a Puelmer. This is impossible. The Puelmer race is perpetually angry and far too arrogant to believe in any gods. They do not even respect the phase whales. Vase had no idea how to make sense of this prophetic vision. It was just too absurd for him to take seriously. Humans not only lived in harmony alongside the members of the major alien races of the Red Ocean, but they also shared the same faith. The title of this piece is called In the Service of the Golden Cat. It looks pretty normal, but how the hell are aliens mixed inside the crowd? I can't explain it, I really can't. How many years have passed for this to become a normal sight? There is no way for us to discern how far in the future this scene takes place. Jovi commented in a neutral tone. It may be hundreds or thousands of years in the future. We can be more open-minded in those cases. Our society will look completely different from today. It is not unacceptable for us to imagine that at least a few alien groups have successfully integrated into human society. This is probably another dream come true for the cosmopolitans. Vase grumbled. He hated the cosmopolitans with a passion. He could not imagine what happened in the years to come that eventually led to this possible result. How could Vase support any outcome that was favorable to an enemy that attempted to take his own life? This was a lie. Vase refused to spend any more attention to this artwork and quickly moved on to the final piece. The style of this image was familiar to him. He had painted a dark and depressing scene once again. Whether it was a coincidence or not, it showed a single male figure that was literally wrapped up in remarkably powerful chains in the center of a dark chamber. The abundant shadows and the absence of strong light sources made it difficult to get a clear view of the imprisoned individual, but Vase did not need to look at the few identifying markers to infer his identity. He could instinctively feel that the subject of this prophetic vision was himself. With a beard. That's me, Vase admitted. For whatever reason, people have shackled me and wrapped me up in chains to the point where I have become powerless and immobile. They then placed me in a secure chamber that seems as if it is expressly designed to contain me. These guys must be really afraid of what I will do if I am able to break free. Gloriana developed a strong interest in Vess's visible face. This is clearly taking place in the far future. You look much older and more majestic in every way. It is a pity that I cannot feel a trace of power from your depiction. I have to say that you look much more mature with this beard of yours. What is this work called? The Sentencing of a War Criminal. Gloriana actually chuckled at this time. Why am I not surprised? Your pattern of behavior is anything but exemplary. Perhaps one day, you have finally violated a taboo that you should not have tested. Vase could not help but take this warning seriously. No matter what, he did not want to lose his freedom and get locked away in a dark and lonely cage for who knew how many years. I guess, I will pay more attention to my actions. I am not going to let this happen. Vase probably did not have to worry about getting caught and put into chains anytime soon, but there might come a time in the far future where he may actually be treated as a war criminal. Though he had no idea how he could warrant such a label, Vase vowed to himself that he would never let himself end up in this sorry position. Chapter 5650 Why am I absent? 5650 Why am I absent? We need a moment of time to discuss what must be done. Jovi announced at the end of the impromptu viewing session. I suggest you settle down for the time being. In the meantime, we should cover up your latest mech. We do not want images of what you have painted on the surface to spread. You should be psychologically prepared that this may be the last time that anyone can view the artistry applied to your machine. There was no other choice for Vase but to agree. I understand. Certain pieces of information are too dangerous to spread. I am already happy that my work has contributed to society, although in a much different fashion than I anticipated. Vase and Gloriana quietly moved to the site and sat down on floating seats. They called in a few snacks to fill up their stomachs. As both of them tried to make sense of all of the strange and vivid glances of the future, each of them derived different conclusions from what they had seen. Vase had a lot of material to go through, but the one that struck him the most at the moment was the dark and tragic illustration where a much older version of him received judgment from a tribunal presided by shadowy human figures. He had so many questions about this event that he did not even know where to begin. How far in the future did this take place? A few decades? A few centuries? Maybe longer. If Vase was just a baseline human, then he would have guessed up to 20 years at most. He clearly looked a lot more mature and weathered in every way, but his physical aging had not advanced all that much. Vase could grow a neatly trimmed beard right now and look up to 80 to 90% similar to how he appeared in the image. However, it was difficult for him to make up for the remaining elements. There were many subtle details on how he acted, how he carried himself and how he still managed to look so damn badass despite being put in a state of helplessness. Yet no matter how awesome his older self looked, Vase derived no enjoyment from it due to the simple fact that one of his worst nightmares had come true. What he hated the most was other people having control over his own life. Vase had no idea how powerful he became during the time when this possible event took place, but he clearly had not attained enough power to create enough deterrence. His future self screwed up big time. The final prophetic vision spooked Vase so much that he became determined to never let this possible future come to pass. He had started his first step right away. Since the sentencing of the war criminal happened to a version of Vase that had grown out a beard, one of the ways to defy this exact prophecy from coming true was to keep his chin hairless forever. Problem solved. As Vase continued to stroke his hairless chin that was as smooth as a baby's bottom, his wife felt the need to voice her thoughts. "Why am I not in any of those images, Vase?" "Huh." Gloriana narrowed her eyes at him as she took another sip of her tea. "Do not play stupid, Vase. Filicide and the sentencing of a war criminal are most definitely centered around you. In the service of the Golden Cat is tangibly related to you, as I doubt you would allow aliens to worship your creation alongside humans. I suspect that you have played a hand in the scenarios depicted by a number of other prophetic visions as well. Why must your paintings only showcase your deeds and not mine or anyone else's? I would at least expect to see one of our wonderful and excellent children attain prominence. Instead, the only clear trace of them is seeing my son on the verge of getting shot by his own father." Though her complaints sounded a bit self-centered, she did raise a number of troubling questions. Vase thought deeply. When Ilvain cast his sight far and wide, he did not exert any conscious control over the process. Neither did I, for that matter. The selection is largely random as far as I can tell. It is only our subconscious desires and other uncontrollable factors that has ultimately led to the selection of 13 different possible scenes in the future. While I have no proof to back up my theories, I think there is one or multiple forces in the background that have secretly directed Ilvain's foresight. Aside from that, I think he was only able to capture major turning points in human history. Have you noticed how most of the images describe events that are so massive that they can be recorded in the history books? From the return of red humanity to the Milky Way to the breaking of the Greater Beander Gate, these were undeniable turning points that could change the futures of entire races and civilizations. It made a certain amount of sense that when Ilvain cast his vision far and wide, his sight would be more easily attracted to major events as opposed to minor ones. That made Vase question whether the 2nd and 13th prophetic visions abided by this rule as well. If he assumed that the execution of his son and the sentencing of himself as a war criminal carried roughly the same weight as a black tide sweeping across half of the Red Ocean, then that said a lot about his future self. Just as he dreamed, he had definitely become a big shot in the future. Though he had not grown powerful enough to the point where he became omnipotent and incapable of making errors, he at least gained so much influence that he could not help but star in not one, but several prophecies. His ego couldn't help but swell when he thought that he had succeeded in climbing higher. He should have become a master mech designer at the very least. Was it possible that his bearded self in the final image had already become a star designer? Of course, it could also be that the prophecies already leaned towards Vase because he was involved. All in all, the prophetic visions showed so much, but left out even more information. It was extremely dangerous to try to fill up the gaps in the absence of further proof. "I have decided," Gloriana said as her eyes grew firmer. "Decided what, honey?" "I have decided to be more proactive," she told Vase. "The future according to Ilvain's foresight is not a future in which I would like to live in. Leaving aside cataclysmic events such as the deaths and the loss of control of several god pilots, I do not want to be weak, powerless and absent during periods where you are left to shoulder all of the burdens. Why am I not present in a moment where you were on the verge of pulling the trigger of your Amastendira? There are many possible explanations. You may be working on a really important secret project. You may have evacuated from a dangerous war zone. It could also be that we have fallen out with each other." At that time, there was one other possibility that Vase did not mention. Gloriana may have already died in those potential future timelines. If there was one point of reassurance that Vase derived from these prophetic visions, it was that Vase had not done anything terribly stupid to the point where he lost his life. The Cosmopolitans and his other enemies failed to assassinate him. That granted Vase a lot of relief. It at least showed him that his enemies did not send out a true god or employed a ridiculous superweapon to wipe him out by relying on overwhelming force. His wife let out a deep breath. "Regardless of what happened that caused me to be left out of the picture, the future is still mutable as long as it has not yet occurred. That gives me a chance to change the variables and attain a better outcome for myself. Perhaps I should take a page out of your book. What are you talking about, Gloriana? The fact that you have risen so high while I have failed to catch up to you shows that your approach and your penchant for risk-taking may ultimately yield better results than the alternatives. Not everyone is cut out for taking risks, honey. It has worked out for me because I have built up my power and always have a backup solution at hand. Don't think that all you need to succeed is to make thoughtless gambles. You not only need to be ready to profit from your wins, but also scramble to limit the damage in case you have lost. His wife was different from him. She may have traveled alongside Vase over the course of several expeditions, but she had never taken up any responsibility over them. She lacked the practice and the experience to navigate dangerous waters and temper her greed at the right moments. Our clan doesn't necessarily need two daredevils at the top, Vase cautiously said. If you really want to make a greater impact on society, then you should focus on what you are good at. You are different from me. You have your own way of attaining greater success. My generous advice is to stick to your heart and follow your desires if you must. These were sage words. Gloriana's enthusiasm tempered a bit as she acknowledged his logic. Vase was right that she could not blindly follow another person's path. That brought a difficult question to the forefront. What was she good at, exactly? She could design excellent custom mechs. She could fabricate high-quality mechs. She could keep her husband in check. She could cooperate with him to develop fantastic collaboration works. She tried to do her best to be an attentive and loving mother. While Gloriana had long taken pride in all of these accomplishments, their magnitude and their impact on greater human society was limited. Unlike her much more flamboyant husband, she was incapable of earning greater fame by producing shocking feats on a frequent basis. While Vase pulled out one game changer after another, Gloriana continued to quietly work on her mech designs and design philosophy in a predictable fashion. She finally realized that being stable and predictable was not conducive to innovation and critical success. If she wanted to reach the height that her husband had reached in those possible future timelines, then she needed to step up and be more proactive. This was the only way she could think of that would enable her to keep up with him and possibly prevent him from killing her son one day. As long as Gloriana continued to weigh heavily in his heart, he would never dare to hurt any of her precious children. Her inner fire began to burn hotter as she assumed a greater mission. The life of her son was at stake. The more successful she became, the more she was able to restrain her husband and reel him in when he went too far. Her thoughts strayed towards the Dark Zephyr. She already intended to implement a new design solution in the updated version of the Expert Light Skirmisher, but she decided to be even more daring than before. Now that she had gained her new Arachne 01 implant set and allowed her cognitive abilities to fully catch up to the likes of Alexa Strian, there was no reason for her to fall behind anymore. Her eyes twinkled as she already began to reimagine the Dark Zephyr on a fundamental basis. In order for the living mech to attain a greater level of perfection, she needed to strengthen the mech frame to a degree that was unprecedented among the mechs of the Larkinson clan. Chapter 5651 Not Another Exception 5651 Not Another Exception It took more than an hour before Jovi finally managed to get back to Vase and Gloriana. He looked a lot more tired and heavy after his return. Since he was the sole raw representative on site that could directly observe the exterior of the Zeal, he repeatedly analyzed the artwork and formed his own opinions, which doubtlessly carried a lot of weight to the higher-ups of the association. While Jovi was clearly up to the task, the lack of preparation and anticipation made his job harder than it should. He would have liked it if Vase actually bothered to give him a few more days of advance warning before he went ahead and made a bunch of alarming prophecies. There was no certainty whether all of these prophecies were accurate, but the people above him clearly thought that Vase and Ylvain had pulled off a real feat. This was why the discussions about what to do with the Zeal had taken so long. "Hello again," Jovi said as the other two mech designers stood up to greet him. "I apologize for taking so long. Your latest creation has provoked a lot of contention and disagreement among different leaders and factions. The survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction did their best to stand up for your interests. We did the best we could, but you will still have to make a few compromises that cannot be avoided." That did not sound surprising to Vase. "Let's hear it, then. First, let me inform you of the most important decision. You can keep the Zeal." Both Vase and Gloriana widened their eyes. They had been worrying about this ever since they realized that the Zeal had become far more than just an ordinary masterwork mech. The Mechers undeniably wanted to take possession of a machine that served as a tapestry of all kinds of dangerous and shocking prophecies. The fact that they decided against it showed that the survivalists and the transhumanists indeed lived up to their promises this time. Vase relaxed a bit as Jovi had assuaged his greatest concern. Can I ask why? You have made a contribution to the Red Association. That cannot be denied. It would be remiss of us if we punish you instead. That would only deter you from making similar contributions in the future, which eventually benefits nobody but our enemies. We do not want you to hold back in making and sharing similar credible predictions with us. No matter how controversial or undesirable your prophecies may be, any data is better than no data. That was a remarkably rational and far-sighted perspective. It succeeded in reassuring Vase. I will pass on any important predictions that Elaine makes in the future. He promised. However, don't expect him to work like a slot machine where you can attain a result by inserting a coin. What we managed to pull off is unique and likely not replicable, at least for the foreseeable time. We conducted a strange ritual in the middle of upgrading a third-order living mech that is strongly associated with a prophet-like entity into a much more powerful masterwork mech. I also suspect that one or more powerful entities may have taken advantage of our attempt to divine the future by sending a few visions of doom in our way. It went without saying that it was difficult if not outright impossible to replicate all of the conditions that led to this remarkable result. We understand, Jovi said as he made a reassuring gesture with his hand. We have our own experts. We do not ask you to feed us prophecies on a regular basis. The Zeal has already given us more than what we need to reconsider our assumptions and verify a number of issues that may lead to problems down the line. It is not a setback if our caution turns out to be overblown. How badly do certain people within the association want to get their hands on the Zeal? Vase asked next. I cannot mention any specifics as I am not privy to those discussions. I can tell you that there are additional reasons why it may be better to keep the Zeal in your hands. There are many mech designers among our leaders. Each of them have experienced similar incidents throughout their long careers. They all know how a mech deserves to be used in the way that you envisioned. It matters even more when the mech is sentient and alive. You are not the only mech designer who is concerned about the treatment of mechs. This was a clever remark. Jovi emphasized that the Red Association was different from other major organizations by how much more it understood and cared about mechs. As a mech designer himself, Vase would always be able to gain more understanding and sympathy among his fellow industry peers. It was a subtle way of making sure that Vase continued to rely and cooperate with the Mechers as opposed to the Terrans and the Rubarthans. The most important part about this move was that it worked. He appreciated the respect and deference shown by the people behind Jovi. He also felt that he was dealing with people who understood him and his work the most. It was much easier for them to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel the same language as a consequence. There is also a third factor that has encouraged certain parties to back down. The Zeal is steeped with so much mysticism of the dangerous variety that taking it away may end up doing more harm than good. Vase had this feeling as well. From the moment the Zeal turned into a scroll that recorded 13 visions of doom, the living mech had formed a lot of bonds of karma with immensely dangerous forces. The nature of the predictions also caused the Zeal to become steeped with negative karma. In other words, it had become the carrier of bad luck. That did not necessarily mean that it was dangerous. His most recent talk with his mother and Irene taught him that negativity could be turned into a weapon directed against enemies. While Vase already began to think how he could effectively weaponize the bad luck accrued by his latest creation, his wife started to have doubts. Are the Mechers unable to handle a single mech that may or may not be cursed? The Zeal is not a high-ranking mech. Many first-class multipurpose mechs should easily be able to crush him in battle. It is difficult to believe that your association is fearful of a single standard mech. The current Zeal should be fine because he, is in the possession of his rightful owner. If we attempt to take your latest masterwork mech, we risk triggering a backlash that causes us to suffer from the attention of great and terrible beings. The last thing we want is to alarm and attract the attention of the subjects of all of the prophecies. The Mechers clearly took this matter seriously. They would rather err on the side of caution because the situation was far too delicate to afford any mistakes. I take it that the Zeal isn't allowed to show up in public without sanitizing its appearance, right? Vase asked. That is correct. We know that it is not desirable for us to ask this of you, but we must insist that you erase most of the artworks that you have painted on the surface of your masterwork mech. Erase, not cover up, Gloriana asked. I did not misspeak, madam. It is better for your living mech if he can still retain his original form when he is put into use, but we cannot allow this to happen. Covering up his surface by applying a second layer of coating or applying another layer of armor plating are imperfect solutions. Any accident could resurface the controversial images. It is best to destroy them entirely, even if doing so will trigger unknown consequences. Though Vase did not like this at all, he already expected to receive this kind of request. I'll do it. I will erase my artworks in person. I painted them in the first place. It is my responsibility to unmake them now that they have served their purpose. You do not have to erase all of your works, Vase. We do not have any strong objections towards the pieces titled Filicide and The Sentencing of a War Criminal. You are free to keep them up if you wish. These were the only two images that did not directly foretell doom to human civilization as a whole. They just warned of ill tidings to Vase and the Larkinson clan. Naturally, Vase was not too happy about being able to retain these two prophetic visions. Thank you. I appreciate your mindfulness. They discussed a bit more on how thorough Vase should be when he cleaned up the current state of the zeal. After that, they moved to the most exciting part of this talk. Jovi finally addressed the rewards the Larkinsons had earned. He already mentioned that Vase and Gloriana had made an important contribution, so there was no way that the association would end the matter by giving them a pat on the back. Let me inform you that there were real talks about promoting you to a Tier 2 galactic citizen. Jovi said out of the blue. Both Vase and Gloriana reacted with surprise. The gap between galactic citizenship tiers became progressively greater at the top. There was a massive difference between a Tier 2 and a Tier 3 galactic citizen. I take it this proposal hasn't passed, Vase said as he quickly reined in his excitement. Correct. You are still too young and lacking in experience. Your contributions are great, but they are inconsistent. You are still a senior mech designer who has yet to realize his design philosophy at the end of the day. Forcibly elevating you to a Tier 2 galactic citizen will force us to institute many protocols that may not be beneficial to you in your current state. It will also attract a massive amount of unwanted attention to you. People will expect miracles from you. If you are unable to meet these expectations, it will be hard for you to retain your higher tier. I am already being treated as a Tier 2 galactic citizen by a few parties. The Red Cabal thinks that I pose the same level of threat as the Mace of Retaliation. You are an unusual case, Jovi admitted. That does not mean that we can keep making exceptions for you. It is better for all of us if you continue to work honestly and progress towards master the old-fashioned way. We can revisit this discussion once you have successfully realized your design philosophy. That was a clear message. Vase could forget about raising his galactic citizenship any further until he finally became a master. That would definitely take a lot of time. Fine, then, what can I get instead, Jovi? Well, we have prepared a range of options for you to choose from. First, you can choose to be awarded with a lump sum of MTA merits. You can expect to earn at least 10 billion MTA merits, but it will be difficult to argue for more as we have yet to obtain hard proof that your prophecies are accurate. 10 billion MTA merits. Not bad, but it was way too few compared to the huge amount of impact the early warnings have made. What else? Modern first-class starships. We are aware that you have been trying to build up a first-class fleet for the Larkinson clan. We can help you with that. You can choose to receive a small quantity of capital ships or a larger quantity of sub-capital ships. Now that definitely aroused Vess's attention. This was a much more attractive reward than obtaining a bunch of MTA merits. Starships were hard currency in the Red Ocean. They became more important than ever now that Vase had become aware that Red humanity faced several existential threats. The ability to flee from doomed territories while retaining a high degree of combat effectiveness could mean the difference between survival and total extinction.